I, Yang Xia, have awakened a god-level talent that sets me apart from my peers. While others possess a singular martial soul, I command an entire shadow army, able to cultivate and grow alongside my own strength. With the ability to summon 1,000 warriors and eventually evolve them into 100 million martial emperors, my potential knows no bounds. My unique talents, Devouring Shadow, Fusion Shadow, and Shadow Endowment, allow me to absorb the strengths of my enemies, fuse my shadow soldiers into powerful entities, and bestow their abilities upon others. With these capabilities, I traverse through challenges with ease, often leaving my adversaries in awe as my shadow soldiers carry out my will. Brain Evolution Institute, I'm not sure how many students will successfully awaken this year. There just aren't enough geniuses with martial spirit talents. It's all in God's hands. We still have plenty of promising candidates at Changqing No. 1 Middle School. If they can awaken, the ancestors' graves will surely be filled with smoke. This year, over 1,100 fresh graduates are stepping up, and they're all quite capable. We should see more than 10 of them awaken. On and off the stage, teachers and students at Changqing No. 1 Middle School are buzzing about today's significant events. Today marks an important milestone for the fresh graduates as they attempt to awaken their talents. The entire school community has gathered, with parents and members of the public eagerly awaiting news outside the school gates. Talent awakening is a pivotal moment in every student's life, a true turning point. Those who manage to awaken their martial spirit talents will undoubtedly ascend to the upper class, while those who cannot will remain just another face in the crowd. Because of this, both students and parents place immense importance on the event. As the students undergo their awakenings inside, many parents wait anxiously outside. Master Su, your family has provided you with so many soul-condensing pills. You're bound to awaken. Don't forget about me when you hit it big. Soul-condensing pills only boost soul strength. The actual awakening of the martial soul relies on talent. I can't make any promises. But if I can't awaken, then it'll be tough for anyone in our class to succeed, ha ha ha. Exactly. Master Su, your family is influential and well-resourced. With your superior physical fitness and soul strength, you're destined to awaken. That leaves little hope for the rest of us. Su Hong wore a proud and smug expression, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. These ignorant people, my family even went so far as to buy me an awakening pill at a steep price. This pill can boost the chances of awakening, but I doubt these ordinary folks have even heard of it. Yet, they still want to cling to me, which is truly foolish. As I pondered this, my gaze fell on a handsome young man in the crowd wearing a simple linen shirt. His eyes were sharp and calculating. Yang Xia, just wait, I'll show you how powerful I am once I awaken. You can pretend to be above it all, but being so close to Nangongya? That's just plain ignorant. You clearly don't take my warnings seriously. I'll make sure you learn a lesson you won't forget in your next life. Then, my eyes shifted to the woman beside Yang Xia. She was tall, with a figure that resembled a willow tree, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall. Her skin was smooth and delicate, making her the center of attention in the room. My gaze turned lewd as I thought about how, once I awakened successfully, I would propose to you, Nangongya. You will soon be mine. Nangongya furrowed her beautifully shaped eyebrows, seeming to sense my malicious stare, growing a bit impatient. Meanwhile, I noticed Yang Xia's cold expression filled with concern. He was a stubborn one, refusing to accept help from anyone, but this awakening was crucial for his future. Ultimately, Nangongya decided to try persuading him again, even if he might reject it. Yang Xia, this is the awakening pill that can increase your chances of success. Please take it and use it before you go on stage. She gently placed a soft, white hand in his palm, revealing the pill nestled there. I looked at Nangongya's stunning yet serious face, feeling a warmth in my palm that momentarily stunned me. Before I could gather my thoughts, she continued, don't be stubborn anymore. It's okay if you didn't accept what I offered before, but now it's about awakening. If you want your grandma to live well and be protected, this is your most critical moment. An awakening pill? In my 18 years in this world, I had never heard of such a thing, but I understood it must be valuable if it could increase the chances of awakening. Nangongya, this wealthy woman, seemed to embody temptation. How could I, Yang Xia, live as a gigolo? Even if it meant starving to death. But when she mentioned my grandmother, I felt myself slipping into the abyss of becoming a gigolo, with no thought of turning back. After being abandoned for 18 years, my grandma had rescued me, raising me against all odds. I could be stubborn, but I wouldn't be foolishly stubborn without principles. To ensure my grandma has a good life, I'd have to swallow even poison if necessary. This gigolo path was far from that. This time, I didn't refuse. With a subtle movement, I took the pill and held it in my palm. Thank you, Yaya. I'll remember your kindness. If you ever need anything, Yang Xia, will go through fire and water without hesitation, I whispered in her ear. I felt the friction of her palm and the warmth of her flushed cheeks, which made her look incredibly cute. No, as long as you can awaken, that's all that matters, she quickly replied, a smile breaking through. Seeing me accept her gift brought her joy. It was the first time I had accepted something from her after all these years. Most people were focused on the awakening stone on stage, oblivious to the tense scene unfolding nearby. If they had noticed, it would have surely broken their hearts. But one person, Su Hong, was seething with jealousy at the sight of Yang Xie and Nangongya together. His anger boiled over. How dare you, you bastard, he thought, feeling as if his gums might bleed from clenching his teeth so hard. Yang Xie, I want you to pay for this. As the awakening ceremony officially began, students took turns stepping on stage for their tests. Wang Chujun, awakening failed. Next, Song Hao. Song Hao, awakening failed. Next, Qian Hui. Dozens of students attempted to awaken, but none succeeded, which only heightened the anxiety in the room. Then came a turning point. Zhao Ritian successfully awakened. He has awakened the E-level beast martial spirit, Qingming Wolf. After 130 attempts, someone finally succeeded. I felt a wave of relief wash over me as I watched Zhao Ritian celebrate his achievement with the joy of someone who had just passed a major exam. Though it was only an E-level spirit, it was still a significant milestone. The blue wolf-shaped spirit materialized around Zhao Ritian, drawing envious glances from his classmates. The awakening of a martial spirit is not just about possessing a unique ability, it represents talent and serves as a gateway to becoming a martial artist. Only by successfully awakening can one connect with the world around them and harness the spiritual energy that flows through it. The martial soul is akin to the spiritual root found in immortal cultivation novels from my past life. Without a spiritual root, one cannot hope for immortality. In this world, if you fail to awaken your martial soul, you'll never become a true warrior, and being a warrior defines your very class. For 18 tough years, Yang Xie, have lived in this world without any special advantages. Every day, I feel the stark divide in a society that reveres warriors. The gap between classes and the chasm separating the wealthy from the poor feels insurmountable. It creates a natural barrier between warriors and ordinary people. Thus, the awakening of the martial soul represents a critical turning point for everyone. If you succeed, a bright future awaits you. If you fail, you're left wandering aimlessly. The awakening platform was still bustling with activity. After Zhao Ritian's awakening, the students seemed to have opened up their Ren and Du meridians, and people who successfully awakened came one after another. Li Shui, awakened successfully, awakened F-level beast spirit, swift rabbit. Wu Fei, awakened successfully, awakened C-level beast spirit, strong pig. Wow, a C-level boss appeared. Sun Xuanlu, awakened successfully, awakened weapon spirit, D-level meteor hammer. The quality of students in this class is good. 14 have awakened successfully, catching up with last year's data. Principal, it is because you have a good way of managing the school and have managed the school in an orderly manner that there are so many awakened students. There are more than 400 students. I wonder if there are any talented people above B level. If one comes out, the resources that our school can get will be greatly improved. B level talents are very rare. There are only a few in our school in the past 10 years. Let's see if the next child can surprise us. Under the stage, Su Hong was eager to try, because the next one was him. At this time, he was full of confidence. With so many resources cultivated by the family, he was confident that he could awaken at least a D-level talent spirit. Student Su Hong, please come on stage. Listening to the shouts from the stage, Su Hong calmly took out the awakening pill from his pocket and swallowed it before going on stage. Yang Xie noticed Su Hong's little action, thinking that Su Hong also ate the awakening pill. It seems that this guy's family is also very powerful. As Su Hong put his hands on the awakening stone, under the surprised eyes of everyone, a yellow light emerged from his body and slowly condensed into the shape of a lion. Su Hong, awakening is successful, awakening the B-level beast martial spirit fire lion. The teacher on the stage said with surprise. There was an uproar in the audience, and even the principal sitting on the stage stood up. Obviously, the B-level talent made them all excited. Ha, not bad. My Chongqing No. 1 middle school is really full of talents this year. It's worthy of being Su Xiao, the B-level fire lion martial spirit is really too strong. Yang Xia was also a little surprised, and he also felt incredible that Su Hong could awaken the B-level martial spirit. Such an arrogant rich second generation has awakened such a strong talent. As expected, the power possessed by the aristocratic family is not something that ordinary people like us can imagine. Su Hong on the stage was full of vigor at this time. He felt the power surging in his body and had a powerful illusion that he could look down on everything. He couldn't help but look at Yang Xia. "What can you fight with me, you little bastard from the slum?" It was full of provocation. Yang Xia saw Su Hong's provocative eyes and knew that this kid was showing off to him again. In response, Yang Xia seemed not to see Su Hong, and turned to talk and laugh with Nangongya. Su Hong also saw this scene. Yang Xia turned a blind eye to his provocation and flirted with Nangongya. Su Hong's face was as uncomfortable as constipation. "Little guy, you are still a little tender to fight with me." Yang Xia glanced at Su Hong's flushed face and laughed. Nangongya didn't pay attention to Su Hong. At this moment, she was chatting with Yang Xia with a smile, and she didn't forget to instruct. "Yang Xia, you must remember to take the awakening pill before you go on stage. B-level talent is nothing, don't feel pressured." Nangongya noticed Yang Xia's expression and knew that he and Su Hong didn't get along, so she comforted him. Yang Xia was a little speechless. "Look at this girl, is she saying words of comfort? I don't know if I can awaken successfully. Although there is an awakening pill, this pill sponsored by Nangong rich woman, but Yang Xia is still unsure. Awakening is too difficult. Next, classmate Nangongya. It's your turn, yeah, come on." Yang Xia listened to the shouts on the stage and reminded Nangongya with a smile. Nangongya smiled in return, took the awakening pill, and then stepped on her tall long legs step by step to the stage. When everyone heard that Nangongya was going to go on stage, the boys' necks stretched longer than giraffes. The girls also stared at the beautiful woman with complicated eyes, who stole everyone's attention as soon as she came on stage. As the well-deserved school beauty of Changqing No. 1 Middle School, Nangongya is undoubtedly the target of all boys' affection and the focus of girls' envy. And at this moment, she will undoubtedly become an unattainable existence in everyone's eyes. Nangongya, awakening is successful, awakening. S-level Divine Beast Martial Spirit Qingluan. S-level Martial Spirit? Teacher, are you mistaken? S-level, my god, is Nangongya going to scare us to death? The teacher at the awakening platform was also a little dazed at this moment. He had never seen an S-level martial spirit awakener, and he also confirmed the information on the awakening stone again and again before announcing it. Yes, Nangongya has awakened an S-level martial spirit, the teacher is very sure. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the whole school suddenly exploded. Fuck you, this is so awesome, is this still a human? Nangongya, my goddess, you are my god. Nangongya's beautiful and refined face did not change at all. The huge Qingluan martial spirit hovered above Nangongya's head. At this moment it was as if a goddess descended to the earth. The audience was also all mesmerized, and Yang Xia was no exception. He was really a fairy-like figure. So beautiful, this soft rice is so delicious. No, how can this be called eating soft rice? This is called accepting the gift of God. Oh, my God, come and give me more love. The whole school was in an uproar. An S-level spirit awakener had never appeared in the entire Qingshan city. This was the absolute king bomb of talent awakening this year. The principal's expression became serious at this moment. S-level talent was among the top 100 in the country. If such talent did not perish, it would be the hope of mankind to fight against the alien beasts. However, there were pagans among humans, and they would assassinate humans with strong talents who had just awakened. After all, people with strong talents who did not grow up were also weak, and assassinating them before they grew up was undoubtedly the best choice, because it would be difficult to kill them if they grew up. In history, I don't know how many geniuses fell before they grew up. After calming down, Principal Wang made a decision. Immediately, he took out his mobile phone and made a call. Mayor Li, I am Wang Taizhu, the principal of Changqing No. 1 Middle School. There is an emergency that needs to be informed to you. It is very urgent. What is it that makes our principal Wang so serious? Speak slowly. A majestic voice came from the other side of the phone. An S-level talent has been awakened in our school. We are applying for S-level protection. Please ask the mayor to send a strong person to protect the S-level talent. Principal Wang, are you sure it is an S-level awakener, not an A-level talent? The person on the other end of the phone was obviously still a little unconvinced. Confirmed and affirmed, please pay attention to it, Mayor. Principal Wang said firmly. I'll be there right away. There was silence for a while, and then he continued. Principal Wang put down the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. The S-level talent is of great importance. Since the resurrection of spiritual energy 500 years ago, powerful alien beasts invaded Blue Star. Humans relied on modern weapons to survive in difficult resistance. It was not until the emergence of Blue Star martial spirits and the birth of warriors that the disadvantages were gradually reversed and the strength to fight against alien beasts was possessed. And the gifted are divided into 9 levels, from low to high, FEDCBASSSSS. In the past 500 years, there have been only a handful of people who have awakened SSS talents, and there are only about 10 people who have awakened SS talents in the whole country every year. In the confrontation with alien beasts, it has been proved that there is a huge gap between talents above S level and those below S level, and the gap becomes more obvious in the later stages. Therefore, talents above S level are the main force against alien beasts, especially against alien beasts above the king beast level, where top strength is particularly important. The confrontation of top strength is the key to victory in the battle. This is also an important factor in the recognition and respect of the personal strength of warriors by the world today. On the awakening stage, Nangonya was still dazzling. Principal Wang smiled and looked at Nangonya. This is a treasure, so he had to give her a gift. He moved his feet and came to Nangonya, smiling. Nangong, congratulations on awakening your S-level martial spirit. As the principal of Changqing No. 1 Middle School, I have never been stingy with those with outstanding talents, so I decided to give you a little reward. Nangonya looked at Principal Wang, who suddenly appeared, and subconsciously moved back. This old man looked at her with a wrong look, as if he was looking at a treasure. Principal, what do you want to give me? Nangonya was still very curious when she heard that there was a reward, and asked in confusion. I saw 3 things suddenly appear in Principal Wang's hand. I am the principal, and I will definitely give you good things. These 3 things are all treasures. Principal Wang's pain flashed across his face. This first item is a soft armor, made of the skin of a second-level exotic beast, extremely hard, and can withstand attacks from a martial artist. This second item is a bottle of elixir, a first-level elixir, the soul-fixing pill, which is the best for those who have just awakened their martial souls. This third item is a sword, a second-level treasured sword, the Ice Spirit Sword, which can cut iron like mud. It is a treasured sword. Do you like it? Seeing that everyone in the audience was attracted, Principal Wang asked again proudly. Su Hong was looking at the 3 rewards at this moment, and his drool was about to come out of his eyes with envy. Everyone in the audience, including the teachers, was also extremely envious. Thank you, Principal, I like it very much. However, Nangonya calmly accepted the reward. Nangonya looked at the 3 items in her hand that others regarded as treasures, but her eyes were a little weird at this moment, as if she was looking at broken copper and rotten iron. She wore the 3rd-level armor, and the 3rd-level long whip was pinned on her waist as a belt. She also couldn't finish the 2nd-level elixir at home. She didn't actually need the principal's reward. However, she doesn't need it herself, so she can give it to Yang Xia, who doesn't have any resources. Yang Xia was also happy for Nangonya at this moment. These things can make Nangonya grow quickly and also protect her safety, so that he can eat soft rice better. Bah, how could I have such a cheap idea? Soft rice is shameful, soft rice is cheap. After giving Nangonya a reward, Principal Wang did not forget to encourage, as long as there are a level or above talent awakeners in our school, they can get my reward. I hope that the next awakening students will continue to work hard and strive to get small gifts from me. After that, Principal Wang flashed back to the chair on the rostrum. The teacher on the awakening stage also came back to his senses and continued to preside over the awakening ceremony. Nangong classmate, you can go down. The presiding teacher was also very polite to Nangonya. Nangonya stayed on the stage for a long time, and at this time she didn't want to continue to be a rare object for others to visit. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, Nangonya flew out of the awakening platform under the protection of Qinghuan and came directly to Yang Xia's side. The awakening ceremony continues, and it is Yang Xia's turn to go on stage to awaken. Yang Xia also felt that this awakening platform had a feeling of watching monkeys, and a bit of an atmosphere for entertainment, but now it was his turn, and he had to go on stage. Before going on stage, he did not forget to quietly eat the pill given by Nangonya, and smiled at Nangonya. Nangonya also raised her jade fist to cheer. Come on, Yang Xia, I believe in you, you will definitely awaken. Yang Xia walked onto the stage with big strides. Looking at the stone that determines fate, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy, and could only hope that Nangongya's pill would be powerful. His hand slowly approached the awakening stone until both hands were placed on it. A warm current on the awakening stone gradually entered Yang Xie's body from Yang Xie's arm, as if scanning, and as if stimulating something. Nangongya's pill seemed to be strengthening the warm current, and power burst out of her body, and then at a certain moment, it all gathered on top of her head. Buzz! Yang Xie only felt that something seemed to be brewing in his mind, and then it was about to come out. He felt a joy from his soul, but suddenly, Yang Xie's eyes seemed to have entered another space. It was pitch black everywhere, without a trace of light, only endless darkness, without a trace of sound. Yang Xie was also a little confused at this moment. He didn't know if it was a process that everyone who awakened had to go through. He just felt that he had become a blind man at this moment and could only walk aimlessly. I don't know how long I walked, from the initial impatience to the final adaptation. Yang Xie felt like he was old, and he had spent a long time, and he had forgotten the purpose of coming here. Gradually, he seemed to get used to the darkness, and the darkness seemed to have merged into his body. He no longer needed light, until the darkness seemed to have been completely digested by his body. Then, the light came to God and shone on his body, and the darkness of this world only existed in his shadow. Yang Xie opened his eyes again, still with a trace of vicissitudes in his eyes, until the noisy voices appeared in his ears again. Yang Xie, awakening successfully, awakening D-level martial soul. Shadow warrior. The teacher at the awakening stage was a little uncertain. He felt that this student's talent was different from that of ordinary shadow warriors, but he couldn't say where it was specifically. However, there were all kinds of voices from the audience. What, Yang Xie, a beggar in the slums, actually awakened a talent, and it's still D-level, what a damn lucky guy. Madan, Yang Xie can awaken, why can't I? It's not fair. The first voice was very familiar to Yang Xie. Who else could it be if it wasn't Su Hong, the second-generation ancestor? But hearing their surprise, Yang Xie was actually even more shocked, and his expression was a bit weird. Because there was a message in his mind. Awakening the God-level talent Lord of Shadows. Talent 1, Shadow Legion. As long as there is darkness, you can have an unlimited supply of Shadow Soldiers. The level of Shadow Soldiers is synchronized with the talent. Talent 2, Shadow Eater. You and your soldiers can swallow all shadows. Talent 3, Shadow Master. Where there is darkness and shadow, you are immortal. Looking at the Shadow Soldier beside me, did the Awakening Stone recognize one of my soldiers as my talent? Or is it that this God-level talent has never appeared before, and the level is too high to detect it? Looking at the talent information, Yang Xie felt that he had both. This talent was simply invincible and worthy of being a God-level talent. Since it can't be detected, Yang Xie feels there is no need to explain. Old 6 is my favorite, hee. Classmate Yang Xie, congratulations on awakening your talent. You can go down now. The presiding teacher also reminded at this moment. Yang Xie was immersed in the joy of awakening and forgot the time for a moment. Looking at the Shadow Soldier, Yang Xie took it back with a single thought. The sharply increased power in his body also fascinated Yang Xie. Yeah, did anything special happen when you woke up? There was still a little doubt in my heart, so I asked after returning to Nangongya. No, I just woke up directly, and nothing else happened in the middle. Nangongya looked at Yang Xie's face with suspicion. Did you have anything special happen to you? No, it just feels like a long time has passed since I was on stage. Yang Xie laughed loudly, and Yang Xie didn't know how to explain this for the time being. But congratulations to you. You have awakened your S-level martial spirit. I'm going to support you now. You'll have to take care of me, a D-level novice. Perhaps because he had awakened his God-level talent, Yang Xie acted very relaxed and couldn't help teasing Nangongya. Nangongya blushed when she heard this and was a little shy. She didn't know what she was thinking of. Okay, Nangongya's soft and lovely voice came out and was inaudible. During the awakening time, everyone was serious and focused, and time was passing quietly. And the results of Changqing No. 1 Middle School this time were indeed eye-catching, with a total of 35 awakeners. Among them, there was 1 S-level talent, 1 B-level talent, 3 C-level talents, 6 D-level talents, 8 E-level talents, and 16 F-level talents. This result surpassed last year, and the total number was twice that of last year. And the appearance of Nangongya, an S-level talent, will definitely surprise Changqing No. 1 Middle School this year. There are 13 high schools in Qingshan City. If nothing unexpected happens this time, Changqing No. 1 Middle School should be the well-deserved first. According to this data, the resources obtained by the school this time are estimated to be several times that of previous years. The younger generation is the real wealth of this world and the hope of resisting alien beasts, and the school is the cradle for cultivating the younger generation. Students with strong talents are the strongest resources of the school. The awakening ceremony ended smoothly. The students who successfully awakened were full of smiles. The students who did not successfully awaken were frustrated, and some looked at the successful students with envy. Although we are still students in the same school, our future lives will be completely different. Be quiet, everyone listen to me. The Dean of Studies stood on the stage again. Congratulations to the 35 students who have successfully awakened their martial souls, but students who have not awakened their talents should not be discouraged. Awakening talents is not an easy thing. After all, there are only a few talented people who can become warriors, and most of us are ordinary people. But this does not mean that our lives will be bleak. We can still live our lives well, and we can continue to apply for ordinary universities. We can still do what we want to do. Becoming a warrior does not mean that you can reach the sky in one step. To become a warrior, you must bear their responsibilities as a warrior. They have to go to the wild to resist alien beasts. They have to go to the frontline battlefields of the starry sky to fight fierce and powerful alien beasts. Many warriors sacrificed their lives for this talent that is both honor and responsibility. The mortality rate of talented people is not low. We don't have to worry about our situation. Just do our duty. There is no need to envy or feel inferior. The Dean of Teaching, Mediterranean, still has so many words, and every word is still so sonorous and powerful. But the result is good. Many students cheered up after hearing his words. Life goes on, and talent is not everything. Yang Xia has successfully awakened his talent, and he is not deeply touched by this. But if he does not awaken his talent, he will still have to live in the slums and let his grandmother continue to suffer. Yang Xia cannot accept it. He must let his grandmother live a better life and see a more beautiful tomorrow. He cannot let his grandmother live in the slums for the rest of her life. Students who have not succeeded, go back to the classroom and study hard now, prepare for the college entrance examination, and strive to get into the school of your choice. Students who have awakened successfully, stay and go to the aura room with me later. Soon, only 35 awakeners were left out of more than 1,000 students. A group of people followed the director to the aura room. This is the aura room prepared by the school for students who have just awakened. Because there is a spirit gathering array, the aura is 10 times that of the outside world. Next, I will send the awakened person's personal terminal to each of you. After authenticating your information on the personal terminal, you can choose the skills of your own attributes. As he said, Principal Wang asked the Dean of Teaching to distribute the personal terminals of each warrior. Yang Xia and Nanganya also received it. It was a watch-like communication tool that required iris authentication information and fingerprint sampling. Technological items, everyone is familiar with them. The information was authenticated quickly and the warrior's personal terminal was worn on the wrist. The warrior's personal terminal does not have so many functions, only 3 basic items, one for communication, one for tasks, and one for skills. The communication function is satellite communication, and you can talk even in the starry sky. This is a must-have for you to hunt and kill strange beasts on the battlefield or in the wild. In case of danger, you can urgently call for help from the warriors around you. The task column is your best choice after you go to college. If you want to do some tasks, earn some money, or get some items, the task column is your best choice. The most important function of the task is war merit. War merit is the merit points you get after hunting strange beasts on the battlefield or in the wild. It can be exchanged for precious materials or military rank advancement. The skill area, as the name suggests, is the area for selecting skills and martial arts. In this area, there are skills of various attributes and various types of martial arts. As a newly awakened person, you have some privileges. You can now choose and apply for a skill and 2 martial arts. This is your welfare treatment. In the future, if you want higher level skills and martial arts, you need to exchange them with war merit or money. Principal Wang was afraid that we didn't understand, so he gave us a brief introduction to the instructions for using the personal terminal. You can choose your technique now, and then pick a room to live in. For the next month, you will all practice in the aura room. As your teacher, I must remind you again that martial spirits are your gifts, but also your limitations. Your choice of skills and martial arts must be in line with your martial soul attributes. Only with skills and martial arts that match your martial soul attributes can your cultivation speed be normally exerted. If you have a fire-attributed martial soul, and you choose a water-attributed skill to practice, then your cultivation speed will be twice as fast as the result with half the effort, which undoubtedly limits your cultivation speed and your growth rate. The same is true for martial arts practice. Of course, some martial souls have multiple attributes, and you can choose skills in martial arts with multiple attributes, but you can't choose too much. Try to choose the skills that are most compatible with your martial soul attributes to practice, and be focused and refined. You should know your martial soul's own talents and innate characteristics when you awaken, but please remember that this is your own secret, don't tell anyone. This is your trump card, and also your weakness. Principal Wang talked for a long time, introducing the instructions for using the dancer's personal terminal, as well as the trend of the selection of skills and future precautions. Everyone who understood chose a room. Yang Xia and Nan Gongya also chose a room each. In the room, Yang Xia looked at the skills options on the personal terminal and fell into deep thought. The skills in the options are divided according to attributes, and the attributes are roughly divided into 10 items. Among them are the most basic 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth, as well as special attributes, wind, thunder, ice, darkness and space attributes. Yang Xia did not look at the skills of other attributes, but went directly to the dark attribute skills area, where there were dozens of skills options, but the 3 skills that Yang Xia was most concerned about were still these 3 skills. Assassin skills, Shadow Killing Secret Book, tend to be assassination skills of the shadow system, focusing on speed and concealment. Dark skills, Evernight Magic Book, tend to be skills in the dark field, and the combat power is doubled in the dark. Physical dark skills, Futu Xian Gong, focus on the enhancement of the physical field, extremely domineering and fierce. Although they could only choose the first-level cultivation methods of these techniques, Yang Xia was jealous. These are all good things, and I was confused for a while. Thinking of his own talent, Yang Xia couldn't help but have an idea. Wouldn't it be enough to just take whatever he chooses? I don't know how strong my god-level talent is, so why not give it a try? But the teacher just said that you can only choose one exercise. How to do this? Got it. Yang Xia opened the door and was about to talk to the teacher, but when he saw Nangang Yajin coming out of Principal Wang's office, he couldn't help but feel curious. Yeah, why are you going to the principal's office? Nangang smiled mysteriously. A good man came to give me money again. He gave me 1 million. Who is it? Yang Xia was also involved. Mayor. The mayor is here. Why is the mayor here? Is it because of your S-level talent? That seems to be the case. The mayor also said that a person will be sent to protect my safety. I originally wanted to say no, but the mayor insisted on forcing me. Speaking of this, Nangang wrinkled her beautiful nose, a little impatient. Yada, this is a good thing. Now that you are so talented, you will inevitably encounter assassinations and attacks from heretics. Wouldn't it be nice to have someone to protect you? But my family members are also, forget it, it doesn't matter if there is one more person. Nangang seemed to have compromised and no longer resisted. Yang Xia, why don't you practice? I almost forgot about business. I have something to ask the teacher. I'll talk to you later. With that said, Yang Xia went to look for the teacher. Teacher, I found that these 3 exercises are very suitable for me, and the 3 exercises belong to 3 different systems, but I don't know which one is the most suitable for me. Can I use all 3? After choosing, try each one by one. Yang Xia looked at the teacher and told him his thoughts. The teacher seemed not surprised by this. Yang Xia, your idea is also the idea of many other students. I know what you think. You want to practice these skills together. The attributes of different exercises have different advantages and disadvantages. If you want to practice multiple exercises at the same time and have the blessings of different attributes of different exercises, your combat power will far exceed that of your peers. Those who can awaken martial soul talents are geniuses, and some ideas are normal, but when it comes to choosing skills, it is too much to bite off, and it is very dangerous. Some students once tried to practice 2 techniques with the same attributes together, and it was fine at first. Later, although they were exercises of the same nature, the characteristics of the exercises conflicted with the celestial movement of practice, resulting in the student having to self-destruct his skills. As a result, all previous efforts were wasted, and it also had an impact on one's own meridians. The teacher advises you to give up this idea. And I also know something about the situation in your family, Yang Xia. Awakened people can receive a skill for free. Otherwise, they can only exchange it with military merit or money. Yang Xia, you should choose a technique that suits you and concentrate on practicing instead of wasting time. I think you have awakened as a shadow warrior. If you focus on the shadow system, you can choose to be an assassin. The secret code of shadow killing is pretty good. Yang Xie, who had not officially started practicing yet, was very confused about the conflict between the exercises and the conflict between the movement of heaven and earth. But after hearing what the teacher said, he put his thoughts aside for the time being. He is a poor man and has no money. Okay, thank you teacher, I won't do it. After gathering his emotions, Yang Xie returned to his own training room. He took a fancy to 3 exciting techniques, and finally chose the Eternal Night Magic Book. My talent is the Lord of Shadows, not the Shadow Warrior. The secret code of shadow killing is not the best choice, and the magic code of Eternal Night prefers dark-based techniques. The combat effectiveness in the darkness is doubled, which is undoubtedly the best choice for a talented person like him who can summon the Shadow Army. Having made the decision now, he no longer hesitated and chose to apply for the Eternal Night Magic Book and submit his application. After a while, a message came from the warrior's personal terminal that the application had been approved. Looking at the first-level skills of the Eternal Night Magic Book in his personal warrior terminal, Yang Xie began to study them carefully. A warrior can also be called a soul warrior. The martial soul is the foundation. The strength of a warrior is divided from low to high as follows: warrior, martial master, martial ancestor, martial commander, martial king, martial emperor, martial god. The martial soul is very important. To practice the martial arts, you need to use the martial soul to communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and then use the martial soul as a bridge to transport the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to the owner of the martial soul. The first stage of a martial soul cultivator is to sense the spirit, the second stage is to absorb the spirit, and the third stage is to move around the sky. Only those who can move around the sky and generate spiritual seeds in the sea of Qi are the real warriors. Now, Yang Xie, who has obtained the skill, the first stage is to communicate with the aura of heaven and earth through his martial soul and sense the aura. Perhaps because of the existence of god-level talent, Yang Xie quickly felt the presence of spiritual energy in the space. Then Yang Xie tried to incorporate these spiritual energy into his body. But at this moment, something changed in the martial spirit space located in Shinting. Everyone's martial soul has its own place to live, which is the owner's Shinting. The Shinting, also known as the Shinting acupoint, is the place in the middle of the forehead of the human brain. Warriors also use martial souls to incorporate spiritual energy into the body through the Shinting point to circulate throughout the sky. At this moment, there are 100 shadow warriors in Yang Xie's martial soul space, that is, Yang Xie's shadow soldiers. It may be because Yang Xie's level is low, and the number of soldiers manifested now is only 100. But at this moment, the shadow soldiers are all sensing spiritual energy and absorbing spiritual energy, absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth into Yang Xie's body. Suddenly, the spiritual energy surged into Yang Xie's divine court like a surging sea wave, with a great momentum. And now, other awakened people in the practice room have discovered this situation. But most of them did not sense the spiritual energy, but could only feel the flow of wind, and were still wondering how there could be wind in this room? And Principal Wang and the mayor in the principal's office were also shocked at this moment. Because they knew what was going on, it was clear that someone was already absorbing spiritual energy. At this time, it has been less than a few hours since the personal warrior terminal was issued. It stands to reason that this should be the time to study the exercises and sense the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. According to the speed of normal awakeners, it usually takes about a week to officially sense the spirit, and those with poor talents in the spirit-sucking stage have not even succeeded in the college entrance examination. But what happened now? In just a few hours, someone has successfully absorbed the spirit, and the momentum is very terrifying. The previous B-level talents are not even 1% of it. Principal Wang and the mayor looked at each other, and seemed to have a guess in their hearts. Is this the power of S-level talent? It's so terrifying. Because Nangongya and Yang Xie's training rooms are close, and the spiritual energy vortex is in the middle of them at this moment, Principal Wang and the mayor can't tell them apart for a while. Coincidentally, Nangongya also succeeded in sensing the spirit at this moment. As if affected by the spiritual energy vortex of Yang Xie's spirit absorption, Nangongya also quickly entered the spirit-sucking realm. It was even more difficult to distinguish for a while. At this moment, Yang Xie, who was immersed in cultivation, had no idea that all the spiritual energy absorbed by the 100 shadow soldiers had flowed into Yang Xie's body. The spiritual energy was sucked into the divine court, and the shadow soldiers transformed the spiritual energy and then entered Yang Xie's body, nourishing Yang Xie's thin body and strengthening Yang Xie's body second by second. Feeling the spiritual energy between heaven and earth pouring into his body, Yang Xia was not only happy, but also had a sense of weirdness. Because of this moment, Yang Xia looked at the shadow soldiers in his martial soul space with a puzzled expression. He didn't seem to need to practice and concentrate deliberately. The shadow soldiers seemed to help him hang up. He only needed to think clearly in his mind about the exercises and cultivation steps he understood, and then with a thought, the shadow soldiers, like his hang-up cultivation device, he didn't have to worry about anything. Yang Xia was actually very confused about this. Is the martial soul so magical? Does a warrior only need the martial soul to practice? Or is his martial soul more special? Yang Xia thought for a moment and stopped worrying about it. Who cares? As long as he can become stronger, it's fine. Besides, everyone else has one martial soul, and he has 100 shadow soldiers to practice for him. Even if the martial soul can practice automatically, he is 100 times stronger than others. While the shadow soldiers were practicing, Yang Xia looked through the method of running the heaven and earth in the Eternal Night Magic Book again. The method of running the heaven and earth in the Eternal Night Magic Book requires the spiritual energy of heaven and earth included in the martial soul to be transported to the body of the gifted person, running through specific meridians, and finally gathering in the Sea of Qi. Fortunately, before awakening, there are special courses to teach students to know where the meridians are and where the acupoints are in the human body. Yang Xia is not unfamiliar with this. Looking at the meridian running diagram and the technique, Yang Xia immediately started running. Starting from the Shinting, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, from top to bottom, began to run through the meridians, and finally gathered in the Sea of Qi. This running of the heaven and earth is not difficult, is it done? Yang Xia looked at his own cultivation with suspicion, wondering if cultivation was so easy. The shadow soldiers were like intelligent cultivation machines. After Yang Xia ran the Zhou Tian circulation method once, gradually, hundreds of soldiers began to work hard. According to the method, the Zhou Tian circulation method is divided into General Zhou Tian, Small Zhou Tian, Large Zhou Tian and Perfect Zhou Tian. In General Zhou Tian, a warrior can generate spirit seeds in the Sea of Qi and become a warrior by running the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for 10 cycles. The Small Zhou Tian is 36 cycles, the Large Zhou Tian is 72 cycles, and the Perfect Zhou Tian is 108 cycles. The more Zhou Tian is run, the higher the quality of the spirit seeds generated in the Sea of Qi, and the stronger the warrior is. Yang Xia did not feel any difficulty from the beginning of sensing spirits, to receiving spirits and running Zhou Tian. Of course, Yang Xia thought that the more Zhou Tian is run, the better. So for the time being, Yang Xia did not plan to generate spirit seeds, so he let the soldiers run more Zhou Tian. However, seeing the speed of the soldiers' training, Yang Xia had other plans. Since the shadow soldiers in the martial soul space can practice on their behalf, then can 100 shadow soldiers practice 100 kinds of skills? Then can I try to run multiple skills? But now I have no war merits and no money, so I can't exchange for other skills. Where can I find money? Well, it seems that I have to ask the rich woman Nangongya for help. But now everyone is practicing, and Yang Xia can't disturb them, so he opened his personal terminal to check the location of the martial arts. Find 2 suitable martial arts to learn. There are more choices of martial arts than the choice of skills. From weapons such as swords, guns, sticks and clubs to fists, feet, palms and fingers on the body, there are all kinds of martial arts, all kinds of, and different levels. Yang Xia was dazzled at once. In the end, he chose a boxing skill and a sword technique. The boxing name is Jinwu Fist, and the sword technique is Blood Battle Sword Technique, both of which are martial arts at the warrior level. One is close combat, the other is weapon fighting. Then Yang Xia started to download these 2 martial arts and studied them carefully. Perhaps because of his talent, Yang Xia's speed of understanding martial arts is amazing. While the shadow soldiers were practicing, Yang Xia started to practice Jinwu Fist in the practice room. It was a pity that he didn't have a knife, otherwise he would have tried this bloody sword technique. According to the level of martial arts practice, it is divided into entry, proficiency, minor success, major success and perfection. According to his current speed, he should be at the entry level. Thinking of this, Yang Xia looked at the shadow soldiers in the martial arts space again, and his mind moved. Since these soldiers can practice exercises, can they also practice martial arts? Sure enough, when Yang Xia was thinking about it, 10 of the 100 shadow soldiers began to practice Jinwu Fist, and 10 were practicing bloody sword techniques, and even sword-shaped weapons appeared in the martial arts space. My God, my talent is too strong. Yang Xia himself feels like he is cheating. Moreover, according to the introduction of talent, the number of shadow soldiers will gradually increase with the level of the talent, and in the later stage, there will be unlimited supply. That means Yang Xie's cultivation speed and growth in the later stage are simply invincible. Thinking of this, Yang Xie couldn't help but smile foolishly. I have been in this world for 18 years and finally stood up. Another 4 hours passed. In Yang Xie's martial soul cultivation, the number of Zhoutian running has reached 36, which has reached the number of small Zhoutian. However, Yang Xie did not feel any limit at all. Under the help of the shadow soldiers, the martial arts skills have also gone from entry level to proficiency. However, at this moment, Yang Xie can no longer continue to practice. Because the time for practice has come, it is already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Everyone has to go back to rest. The time for practice always passes so quickly, and you don't have to indulge in it. In the next month, the practice room is all yours. Everyone arranges their own rest and practice time. The practice room is open from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day, because the spirit gathering array in the practice room needs the supply of spirit stones. The dean reminded everyone at this moment. There is one more thing. As awakened people, each of you will receive government subsidies. According to the level classification, those below level B can get a bonus subsidy of 10,000 Dezhou coins. Those above level B can get a bonus subsidy of 100,000 Dezhou coins. The school has already applied to the city. Within 3 days, the money will be transferred to your personal warrior terminal. As a poor Yang Xie, his eyes were full of stars when he heard this news. Nangongya's S-level talent received a sponsorship of 1 million from the mayor, which made Yang Xie very envious. Finally, I also have a subsidy. The awakened people immersed themselves in cultivation for several hours. At that moment, they all felt the protest from their stomachs after cultivation. New practitioners, because they have to concentrate on cultivating with martial arts spirits, they get hungry faster. At that moment, they all left the practice room and ran to the cafeteria. However, Yang Xie thought that he had to apply for sponsorship from Nangonya, a rich woman, for the cultivation method. Yang Xie immediately walked towards Nangonya. When Yang Xie was about to speak, Nangonya took out 3 things. Yang Xie took a closer look and found that they were the S-level rewards given to Nangonya by Principal Wang. Yang Xie, I give you all these things. I don't need them. My family gave me better ones. You don't have to have other ideas. If you want to compensate me, work hard to cultivate and become a martial artist. Nangonya handed the 3 treasures to Yang Xie, saying toughly and heroically. Yang Xie's eyes were wide open, staring straight at Nangonya. Rich woman, Nangonya is definitely rich woman. Yeah, I'm not that kind of person. You'll make people think I'm a gigolo. Yang Xie argued, but his hands were honest, reaching out to take Nangonya's 3 treasures. But maybe because he awakened his god-level talent, he became more confident. Before, Nangonya gave him things, but he never took anything. In the past, it might be because of inferiority, or it might be because Yang Xie felt that there was really no hope with Nangonya, so he didn't dare to have any unreasonable thoughts. But now Yang Xie has awakened his god-level martial spirit, and Yang Xie has the confidence. He became more confident, and he, who has a god-level talent, will return it to Nangonya in multiples in the future. Nangonya also clearly felt the change in Yang Xie, and didn't care about Yang Xie's thick skin, but smiled happily. At this time, Nangonya was bright and beautiful, with a pair of beautiful big eyes, looking straight at Yang Xie. What do you want to talk to me about? Yang Xie, I see that you seem to have encountered some difficulties. Nangonya seemed to know what Yang Xie wanted to talk to her about. Yaha, you can see all this. Yang Xie smiled awkwardly. It's like this, I found that the practice I chose doesn't seem to be suitable for me. I want to change 2 practices and try again, but I don't have money or military merits. Yang Xie didn't tell Nangonya his idea directly, for fear that she would worry. The teacher also said that practicing multiple practices at the same time is also an unpredictable thing. I want to borrow 20,000 yuan from Yaha to exchange the first level practice methods of the other 2 practices, and try whether other practices are more suitable. Yang Xie was a little embarrassed at this moment. Although he was a gigolo, he got too many things from Nangonya today, including the awakening pill and these 3 treasures. Now that he spoke, Yang Xie felt that he was not only a gigolo, but also a scumbag. As long as the attributes are chosen correctly, there should be no problem in practicing the exercises. However, the issue of compatibility is indeed difficult to say. The issue of practice is a big problem. I will transfer 20,000 yuan to you now. Don't rush to pay it back. After becoming a warrior,
We will team up to hunt monsters in the wild. I need teammates.
Nangongya pondered for a moment and felt that the issue of practice was not a small problem. She immediately opened her personal terminal and transferred 20,000 yuan to Yang Xia. It was clear that Nangongya deliberately took care of Yang Xia's feelings. Nangongya's S-level talent still needed him, a D-level talent. As long as Nangongya thought about it and raised her arms, I don't know how many B-level and A-level talents would find her to team up. But at this moment, Yang Xia was confident that he could protect Nangongya.
I stopped talking nonsense immediately. Then it's settled. I'm very strong now. Yang Xia said casually and playfully. Sure, Yang Xia, why do I feel that you are a completely different person after awakening? What's different? I am still the handsome, popular and talented campus boy. Bah, you are shameless. But you are indeed different. Although you were confident before, you seem to be more confident now. That's nonsense, Miss Nangongya, don't you look at my current status? I am an awakener, hee.
Nangongya looked at Yang Xia suspiciously, always feeling that it was not because of the D-level awakener. Now Yang Xia has a kind of fearless confidence, which is not something that a D-level awakener can give, but Yang Xia has become so confident and cheerful now, Nangongya is happy for him from the bottom of her heart. Yes, D-level awakener, future warrior. By the way, Yaya, how is your cultivation going? How far have you reached? I'm very fast. I've absorbed the spirit deeply now. I should be able to run the Zhou Tian in less than 3 days. Yang Xia immediately felt something was wrong. How come Nangongya, an S-level awakener, hasn't successfully run the Zhou Tian, and he has already run the 36th Zhou Tian? He asked immediately. Yeah, did you find any difference in your martial soul when you were practicing? What's different? For example, can it practice by itself? How can a martial soul practice by itself? We practitioners must concentrate on practicing martial souls in order to infuse the spiritual energy between heaven and earth into our bodies and strengthen ourselves. If martial souls can practice by themselves, why do we need talents? Nangongya looked at Yang Xia with her beautiful big eyes, looking at him like an idiot. Yang Xia, something's wrong with you. How can you ask such an idiotic question? Yang Xia's mind was full of black lines. I'm an idiot. My martial soul can practice by itself. It turns out that I am the only one who is different. However, Yang Xia plans to keep this matter secret for now. After all, it is too shocking, the martial soul can actually practice by itself. Thinking of this, Yang Xia's mind moved, and he once again visualized the martial soul space in the God Court, only to see that the shadow soldiers were still practicing, but the progress of practice was far less than that in the practice room. After all, the concentration of spiritual energy in the outside world is only 1/10 of that in the practice room. I am the only one who is cheating, so good, Yang Xia thought happily. I'm just curious. Yang Xia looked at Nangongya, who looked at him like an idiot, and said speechlessly. No more words, let's go eat, my stomach is already sticking to my chest, I'll treat you. Yang Xia felt that he was fine, and the whole person was a little floating. Boiled exotic beast meat slices, sweet and sour exotic beast spare ribs, and farm-style exotic beast fried meat. Thank you. A total of 2,853 yuan. Classmate, are you going to pay by card or cash? Yang Xia was stunned. He thought that he was about to become a warrior, so he wanted to taste the taste of exotic beasts. After all, this thing is a great tonic for practitioners. With a huge sum of 2,000 yuan in his pocket, this was Yang Xia's living expenses for the next few weeks. He thought it was enough and wanted to treat Nangongya to a big meal. I didn't expect that I was still a poor guy. Forget it, I don't know your situation yet. I'll treat you this meal. Nangongya seemed to see Yang Xia's embarrassment and immediately came to his rescue. Yang Xia felt that his face was red and bleeding. It was so fucking embarrassing. He wanted to treat the guests, but he asked the guests to pay. It's really me who treats, and you pay. At the moment, he tried to save face. Next time I will treat you, next time I will definitely treat you to a big meal. This time I misjudged the price of the exotic beast. Why are we still talking so much nonsense? Without you when I was little, I would have been gone a long time ago. Don't be so polite. Now that you and I have just awakened and started to practice formally, our bodies will replenish energy more than before. Eat quickly to replenish energy. Nangongya's words made Yang Yangxia even more embarrassed. Do I really have nothing but a life of soft food? I, a god-level talent, am actually enjoying a soft meal, and I can't even afford a meal. What a failure! Yes, but the meat of this exotic beast does taste good. After eating it, a powerful energy poured into the limbs and bones.
It smells so good.
Compared to Yang Xie's devouring food, Nangongya looked elegant and dignified, but she also ate several bowls.
Yang Xie touched his belly and burped. It's so exciting. Look at that bear look on you.
Nangongya rolled her eyes speechlessly at Yang Xie.
Charming.
Yang Xie suddenly felt his heart heat up and quickly changed the topic. Yeah, it's my holiday tomorrow. I'm going to go home and tell Grandma the good news that I have become an awakened person.
Are you still practicing in the school's practice room tomorrow? Then let me follow you to see Grandma tomorrow.
I haven't seen Grandma for a long time.
That's about cultivation. It's okay. The training room in school is much worse than the one at home. I'll just go home and practice sometime. Yang Xie was embarrassed again. Alas, this is the rich woman. Master Su, aren't those Yang Xie and Nangongya?
One of Su Hong's younger brothers saw the table where Nangongya and Yang Xie were sitting and said to Su Hong. Su Hong also saw it. His expression was gloomy, but after a while he became very calm. If Yang Xie was still an ordinary person and had not yet awakened, and as an awakened person or a warrior, he could not take action yet, he might have to spend some money to hire someone to do it. But now that Yang Xie has also awakened, Su Hong can take action on his own. Su Hong has decided that the examination room for hunting exotic beasts and the college entrance examination is the place where Yang Xie will die.
Yang Xie couldn't hold on for long.
Su Hong looked at Yang Xie calmly, as if he were looking at a dead person. He turned his head and ate the meat of the exotic beast in front of him, no longer paying attention to Yang Xie. When Yang Xie returned to the dormitory, he did not sleep. Instead, he opened his personal warrior terminal, looked at the secret code of shadow killing and the first-level cultivation method of Futu Xian Gong, and chose to exchange it.
Yang Xie's guess was indeed correct.
With his god-level talent, he could indeed practice multiple techniques at the same time. He looked at his shadow soldiers who were already practicing the secret code of shadow killing and the mystic art of Buddha. Yang Xie fell asleep contentedly. The shadow soldier did not rest. It has reached 72 days. The spiritual energy in its meridians is getting stronger, and Yang Xie's body is getting stronger.
Today is another sunny day, so nice.
Yang Xie stretched out and suddenly felt more handsome.
On Saturday, the rest day, Yang Xie slept until after 8 o'clock. At around 7 o'clock, Nangongya sent a message.
I'm going to buy some supplements for Grandma.
When you get up later, we'll go have something to eat together. I'll pick you up at the school gate. Yaha is so nice.
Looking at the tireless shadow soldiers in the martial spirit space, you are also very good. After washing up and packing his things, Yang Xie sent a message to Nangongya and waited at the school gate. A red Ferrari was speeding, and Hong Yanwan came to Yang Xie.
Yang Xie skillfully opened the passenger door, sat in, and said hello. Yeah, good morning. Good morning.
Dressed casually, Nangongya's plump peak seemed to be coming out, and black sunglasses could not conceal her peerless appearance. Yang Xie stayed still for a moment and looked at the back seat. The back seat was filled with gifts. If you look closely, you will find that they are all extremely precious supplements for the elderly.
What do you want to eat?
As usual, it's still Rongji's dumplings.
Good.
The boys at the school gate looked at Nangongya, who was driving Yang Xie out in a Ferrari, staring with envy for a long time.
Yang Xie, a poor boy, is really lucky to be chosen by Nangongya. Who told him he was so handsome?
If I were so handsome, I would find 10 rich women.
Can you really bear it? I want you to take care of it.
Looking at Yang Xie, who had eaten 10 bowls of dumplings, Nangongya looked very strange.
He must be a glutton.
Yang Xie actually didn't want to, but the shadow soldiers who practiced all the time greatly improved the body's potential and made Yang Xie hungry quickly and severely.
Yang Xie, have you successfully received the spirit? Why has your appetite increased so much?
Yes, I went back last night and tried it again. I found that the secret code of shadow killing is quite suitable for me. I have successfully felt the spirit and received the spirit. Yang Xie did not reveal that he had successfully practiced the 3 techniques at the same time, but only stated that he had successfully absorbed the spirit of the shadow killing codex. It seems that although your talent is only D level, your understanding is very high. Under normal circumstances, it takes 2 days for a D-level talent to succeed in spiritual inspiration, and about a week to successfully receive a spirit. Your cultivation speed is beyond the reach of ordinary D-level talents.
Nangongya said with an analytical tone. That's it, don't look at who I am?
As a perennial top 10 in the school in the Cultural class, my talent is not as good as yours, and my understanding can't be any worse. Yang Xie is flattering himself again, but Yang Xie's cultural achievements are indeed very strong in the whole school. Wiped his mouth and said to Nangongya, who had been waiting for a long time.
When we're full, let's set off, driver Nangong.
A red Ferrari drove from the city to a remote slum.
A figure watched silently. Nangong family.
Patriarch mistook Yang Xie to the slums.
A tall figure listened to An Yi's message on the phone. Next to it, there is a young man.
Brother, I don't understand.
As the head of the Nangong family, Yer is like a princess of the Nangong family.
Now that he has awakened his S-level talent, why do you still let him be with that poor boy Yang Xie?
How can the scum-like existence in the slums try to steal the pearl of our Nangong family?
More importantly, brother, you didn't stop it and let it go for so many years.
With the existence of Yer's S-level talent, he can marry into a first-class family at any time, allowing our Nangong family to take a step forward in strength, and even return to the Magic City.
I really don't know what you think, brother. Nangong Aochan, who had a handsome face, looked at the tall figure with great excitement at this moment. Children and grandchildren will have their own happiness, and Yer will have her own happiness, as long as she is happy.
Moreover, my daughter is not a tool for family marriage, nor is it a stepping stone for the improvement of family strength.
When Nangong Badian said this, he glanced at Nangong Aochan with a dull look.
I know you have some connections with the first-class families in Beijing and Magic City. Just do business well.
If I knew you had plans and arrangements to treat my daughter as a business, even if you are my cousin, I would let you know how to write the word regret.
Nangong Aochan was shocked and couldn't help but take a step back.
Since the family moved to Qingshan City 18 years ago, he had too comfortable a life and gradually forgot the horror of his elder brother. The man who was once a single person on the battlefield, killing through the army of alien beasts and making the alien beasts tremble. The man who once killed decisively and walked out of the sea of blood and corpses is now standing in front of him. His cousin, Nangong Badian. Although Nangong Baishan's words were very plain, one could not feel the power and tyranny behind that plainness.
Nangong Aochan's excited expression suddenly turned pale.
Brother, I didn't mean that.
Yer is my niece. How could I have such an idea?
No such idea, it's better.
Our Nangong family has not reached the point of selling daughters for glory.
And if there really comes such a day, I think our Nangong family has no need to exist. It is shameful to rely on a family's women to exchange for the prosperity of the family.
Strength is gained through fighting, not relying on others. Nangong Badian retracted his gaze and left a back view of Nangong Aochan.
Too long a period of comfort has worn away your bloodiness. Arrange the things on hand and go to the alien beast battlefield to hone your skills.
Yes, brother, I know. Nangong Aochan's pale face became even more bloodless. The alien beast battlefield is a meat grinder. Don't think too badly. Going to the alien beast battlefield is not a bad thing for you.
You have been stuck in the military commander realm for so long.
It's time to break through. A warrior can only make faster progress in the trial of blood and fire. I know, big brother. This time I will definitely break through the martial king realm.
Nangong Aochan seemed to have figured it out and said seriously.
D-level, is it really him, or is the ancestor wrong?
Nangong Baishan's eyes were mixed with light and dark at this time.
Nangongya was his daughter. How could Nangong Badian be so calm about her affairs?
His Nangong family was originally a first-class family in the Magic City, but 18 years ago, the family moved to Qingshan City. At this moment, Nangong Badian was also immersed in memories.
Badian, my time is not far away.
This time, I have exhausted my life to predict a possibility in the future. Among the countless possibilities I have seen, the turning point of our Nangong family's fate lies in your daughter. Extraterritorial beasts come from extremely powerful starfields.
Our blue star is just one of the planets they attacked.
Our blue star seems to have developed very fast in the past 500 years. Various strong men emerged, but they are still very weak, and there are still many traitors among the strong men of Blue Star.
The current strong men of Blue Star cannot change the current situation of mankind and break through the blockade of extraterritorial beasts. We are like toys kept by alien beasts.
The alien beasts can only. It is a tribe among the races of the heavens, named the original beast tribe, and it is not a very strong tribe among the races of the heavens.
Our Blue Star is still too weak. After 30 years, humans will have a catastrophe, and the only variable is in Qingshan City. The opportunity for our Nangong family is also in Qingshan City.
Badian, take the family to Qingshan City. Remember, don't interfere with your daughter's decision, and you must do your best to protect her. The weak voice of the ancestor seemed to still echo in Nangong Baishan's ears, but Nangong Badian had a little doubt at this moment.
Is Yang Xia really the variable in the mouth of the ancestor? Can a D-level talent save the Nangong family and even the entire Blue Star in the future?
Since his daughter was found in the suburban slums of Qingshan City at the age of 9, Nangong Badian felt very strange, because his daughter, Nangongya, was always under the protection of the bodyguards he sent. But that day, Nangongya's bodyguard, a powerful warrior, was always watching over her, but he actually lost the trace of his daughter Nangongya. Disappeared inexplicably, and no trace could be found. It was half a month later that he found his daughter again. His daughter actually appeared in a slum in the suburbs, together with a slum child. That child was called Yang Xie. From then on, Yang Xie entered Nangong Baishan's eyes. Yang Xie's birth, what happened to Yang Xie after his birth, and the process of his daughter's encounter with Yang Xie, as well as Yang Xie's subsequent growth.
Nangong Badian knew everything clearly, including yesterday's awakening.
He also knew that his daughter Nangongya had taken an awakening pill. He was not surprised at all that his daughter Nangongya could awaken an S-level talent. After all, he, Nangong Badian, was an S-level awakener himself. But Yang Xie, who only awakened a D-level talent, felt very strange. In Nangong Baishan's eyes, he had already determined that Yang Xie was the variable person. How could he only awaken a D-level talent? Since moving to this remote Qingshan city 18 years ago, Nangong Badian had doubts for the first time. Yang Xie has always been in his attention. Although D-level talent is indeed very strong for ordinary people, it is nothing to people like Nangong Badian.
Is it really worth entrusting your precious daughter to such a person? Or was the previous decision a mistake?
But when he thought of the firmness of the old ancestor's eyes, Nangong Badian didn't believe that the information that the old ancestor exchanged for his life would be a mistake.
Since things have come to this, let it go.
Even if it is not a variable, it is also good for his daughter Nangongya to live happily. It is indeed not appropriate to leave the future of Blue Star to two children.
We are not dead yet.
At this time, Nangongya and Yang Xie are happily driving in the Ferrari, heading to Yang Xie's home. The journey of more than 20 kilometers is not far, but the road conditions are not good. At first, there were high-rise buildings on both sides of the road, and gradually only a few houses could be seen. There were only a few cars on the empty road at this time. Looking at the lush green woods, the quiet bird sounds, and the breeze, Yang Xie felt very relaxed. Especially the beauty in front of him, Yang Xie felt satisfied. Not long after, they entered a remote road, which could only accommodate one car. If they met another car, they would have to make room. On the narrow road, the trees on both sides were dense. Yang Xie felt something was wrong at this moment. The familiar bird calls were gone, too quiet.
Shaya, stop, something is wrong here.
Looking at Yang Xie with a serious expression, Nangongya slowly braked. Looking at the extremely quiet surroundings, and a road-blocking tree appeared on the road ahead.
Nangongya also felt something was wrong at this time, and looked at Yang Xie. Is it a human or a strange beast?
I don't know, but they are coming soon. Yang Xie and Nangongya looked at the 5 figures that appeared in front of them. They were not human, but 5 wolves, or strange beast wolves. These 5 strange beast wolves were more than 1 meter tall and more than 2 meters long. At this moment, they walked towards them with their teeth bared. In a dark corner, chief, the young lady and Yang Xie encountered 5 strange beasts on the road, 4 of which were first stage 1, and 1 was second stage 1.
Do you need me to deal with them immediately? Nangong Badian was silent for a while.
Don't worry, let the young lady and Yang Xie deal with it alone first.
If their lives are really in danger, you can take action again. They will always grow up.
Yes, Patriarch. Yang Xie, there are 5 strange beasts. According to the Strange Beast illustrated book, there are 4 of them at the first stage and 1 at the first and second stages.
We have to leave quickly. We are no match for them.
As she spoke, Nangongya stepped on the accelerator and prepared to reverse the car.
At this moment, Yang Xie was very gloomy, because it was less than 10 kilometers to Yang Xie's home, and his grandma was still there.
I wonder what happened to Grandma, so these guys must die now. But Yang Xie, who had never fought against alien beasts, had no guarantee that he would be able to defeat them at this time. Even if he had 100 shadow soldiers in his spirit space, even if his shadow soldiers were much stronger than they were at the beginning.
Yang Xie's eyes were unclear.
He saw that the personal warrior mid-laner only had the name of a warrior, the principal, and sent a message. I'm getting out of the car to buy you some time.
I've already notified the principal using the warrior's personal terminal.
In the end, Yang Xia decided to get out of the car. The road was too narrow and Nanganjia was reversing too slowly, so someone had to restrain him.
Yang Xia, this is not the time to be hot-headed. Listen to me, I have a way. I have already put on the armor you gave me yesterday. Don't be emotional.
Yang Xia quickly got out of the car and closed the door, holding the ice sword in his hand. Corner, this little guy has great courage. Hearing the sound of the vehicle stalling, he watched Nangongya step out of the car, take out a long whip from his waist, and face Yang Xia bitterly. You guy, why don't you listen to my advice? You are the one, why did you run out? Hurry up and leave. The situation at this moment was not optimistic. Opposite Nangongya and Yang Xia, 5 strange beasts and wolves were already rushing towards them. 5 huge alien wolves ran towards Nangongya and Yang Xia at an exaggerated speed. Shadow soldiers, come out and kill these 5 alien wolves. Yang Xia shouted in his heart, worried that something might happen, so he summoned all the shadow soldiers. And Nangongya also showed his weapon, pulled out the 3rd-level whip, and prepared to fight to the death. In an instant, hundreds of shadows appeared from the darkness. Bai Dao Shadow still held a knife-like weapon in his hand, and immediately rushed towards the 5 alien wolves under Yang Xia's thoughts. Yang Xia originally used hundreds of shadow soldiers, most of which were just to deliver food, but they could also consume the physical strength and condition of the alien wolves. He then used other shadow soldiers to use the shadow killing codex to kill these alien wolves off guard. But a shocking situation occurred. The shadow soldiers headed by Wu Dao held shadow knives and wielded the bloody sword technique that they had mastered. Seeing the ferocious alien wolves, the shadow soldiers killed 4 alien wolves in just a moment. Only one slightly stronger alien wolf was still struggling, and was then beheaded. Yang Xia and Nangongya, who were ready to fight to the death, were stunned. Also stunned was an E beside him. Clan leader, something has changed here. What's wrong? Nangong Badian looked confused. It had only been a moment, why had there been another change? Yang Xia, it seems that he summoned 100 shadow warriors, and then, the 5 alien wolves died before they could stand for a moment under the hands of the 5 shadow warriors. After being silent for a long time, Nangong Badian asked, "Ni, are you sure that Yang Xia just awakened yesterday and is still a D-level talent? He has just awakened and has not yet become a warrior. He can kill 5 alien wolves in an instant. Hui Clan Chief, I watched Yang Xia awaken yesterday. There is no possibility of him awakening in advance." Although Ni was shocked, Yang Xia did wake up yesterday. Nangong was silent for a long time. Is this really fate? Nangongya looked at Yang Xia, and at this moment, her sexy little mouth slightly opened. Her eyes were full of disbelief. He knew very well that Yang Xia's awakened martial soul was a D-level shadow warrior, but what about this suddenly appearing 100 shadow warriors? Why could he materialize just after awakening his martial soul? Why could he kill 5 alien beast wolves just after awakening, and why didn't the 5 alien beast wolves hold out for a moment under the hands of the 5 shadow warriors? Didn't Yang Xia awaken just like her yesterday? Is this world crazy, or am I crazy? Nangongya's mind was full of doubts at this moment. Yang Xia was very happy at this moment, the shadow soldiers were really strong, and what was even more shocking was that when Yang Xia activated his talent, Devouring Shadow, Yang Xia clearly felt that his shadow soldiers were getting stronger again, and the alien beast wolf whose shadow was devoured was shrinking rapidly, and in a moment, it was like a pile of melted bones. The shadow soldiers became stronger, and it could also be fed back to his body. The devouring shadow could become stronger, and Yang Xia seemed to have discovered a new world. Quickly let the shadow editor devour the remaining 4 shadows of the alien wolf. Then Yang Xia moved his mind, and the 100 shadow warriors disappeared. Feeling that his body was getting stronger again, the Futu Xiangong automatically operated in Yang Xia's body. In the martial soul space in the divine court, the shadow soldiers were practicing again. Yang Xia, are you okay? Seeing Yang Xia grinning alone there, Nangongya couldn't help but worry. It was obvious that Yang Xia had a secret, but if Yang Xia didn't say it, Nangongya wouldn't ask. I'm fine, nothing's wrong. Looking at the road-blocking tree in the distance, Yang Xia mobilized 10 shadow soldiers to move it away. Then he said to Nangongya, "Let's go home quickly." Yang Xia had never seen alien beasts so directly since he was a child, and now they appeared less than 10 kilometers away from his home. Yang Xia was very worried that something was wrong at home, and couldn't help but urge Nangongya to hurry up. Nangongya seemed to have sensed Yang Xia's mood, and remained silent, but drove much faster. Although the road conditions were not good for the 10-kilometer journey, Nangongya accelerated and arrived at the village in less than 6 minutes.
As soon as you enter this area, you can see old buildings and dilapidated streets. Although they are not dirty, you can still see the age of this place. Yang Xie's home is one of them.
Fortunately, although it is still the same dilapidated appearance as before, it has not been destroyed by the alien beasts. It seems that the alien beasts have not arrived here yet. Yang Xie secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After passing through one street and another, he finally drove into the deepest alley, where Yang Xie's home is. A brick and tile house with one floor, although it is shabby, it is still tidy. Looking at the safe house and the figure busy inside, Yang Xie, who had just gotten off the car, shouted loudly, "Grandma, Sierra's back, and your granddaughter-in-law is here too." Although he had experienced the strange beast, Yang Xie's tone was as if nothing had happened. After all, he was chopping melons and vegetables too fast. I don't know if Grandma heard it, but at this moment, Nangongya glared at Yang Xie with her eyes wide open, rolled her eyes hard, her cheeks slightly red, but she didn't refute. Opening the car door, Nangongya carried large and small bags and began to move things home. Just as she was about to walk into the door, Yang Xie's grandmother, Yang Pa, came out. Half-white hair, a slightly thin body, wearing coarse linen clothes, although old but energetic eyes, people can see that she is a very capable old woman. This is Yang Xie's grandmother in this life, who once picked up the dying Yang Xie from the garbage dump. Xiao Xie is back, Xiaoye is here too. I haven't seen Xiaoye for a long time. You are all here. It's great. Grandma missed you guys. Grandma smiled at Yang Xie and Nangongya, and her eyes narrowed with joy. Grandma, Xiaoye and I brought you a lot of supplements. You are not in good health, so you should eat more. As they said that, Yang Xie and Nangongya put the supplements in their hands at home. Xiao Xie and Xiaoye are thoughtful. It is really heartwarming for an old woman like me to have the care of you two children. Since you are here, let me cook a delicious meal for you. That's perfect. I'm hungry again. I'll go to the kitchen to wash the vegetables now. Yang Xie, who was always practicing as a shadow soldier, was very hungry at this moment. As he said that, he went to the kitchen to work. That's great. I like the food made by Grandma. Today I bought some exotic pork, just in time to add some dishes for Grandma. Nangongya quickly took out a few pounds of exotic pork from the back seat. Exotic beast meat, you are really wasting money. Grandma looked at Nangongya and shook her head. It's not a big deal. Exotic beast meat can strengthen the body. It is also very good for non-warriors. It is also very good for your body. Besides, Yang Xie and I have both awakened our talents. We can take a lot of exotic beast meat. Grandma, just do it with confidence. If it's not enough, I'll buy some more. It won't cost much. Nangongya didn't mind it at all. But at this moment, Grandma was really a little bit unbelievable and looked at Nangongya in surprise. Xiaoye, what did you say just now? Have you and Xiao Xie awakened your martial soul? Yes, Grandma, Yang Xie has awakened the D-level martial soul talent. It is very strong now. He will be a powerful warrior in the future. That's great. Xiao Xie has had a bad life since he was a child. If I hadn't picked him up from the garbage dump, he might have died when he was very young. Now that he has awakened, Xiao Xie's suffering has finally come to an end. I really want to tell Xiao Xie's two bastard parents and see how regretful they are. Grandma seemed to think of the parents who abandoned Xiao Xie and said angrily. No, Grandma, Xiao Xie has you, and I will still have him in the future. He will no longer be abandoned. Nangongya also looked at Yang Xie with some distress at this moment. At this moment, Yang Xie was busy in the kitchen, looking at the message from Principal Wang in his personal warrior terminal. Student Yang Xie, I have arrived at the photo and location you sent me, and I saw the corpses of the strange beasts. You are good, classmate Yang Xie. I have informed the Warriors Association about this matter and asked them to investigate the matter thoroughly. Now back to, I'm sorry for the principal. Beside the suburban road, Principal Wang looked at these shrunken corpses and was very silent. Principal, is this the warrior who saved them? In less than a quarter of an hour since we received the news and arrived, have you seen any other warriors? Then what's going on? There are traces of dark attributes here, and classmate Yang Xie is a dark attribute technique. Principal, do you think, that's why I wonder? He has been dependent on his grandmother since he was a child. He has good cooking skills, but he has to support himself after all. Yang Xie didn't feel the slightest bit about being abandoned by his biological parents this time. For him, this was also his relative, only his grandma.
His biological parents are just strangers who are related by blood and will not affect him in the slightest. Yang Xia didn't care about the chat between Nangongya and his grandma. For him, he cherished the time with his grandma. Nangongya, in his heart, was his future wife. His grandson's daughter-in-law was chatting with his grandma, so he had nothing to worry about. Originally, grandma was going to cook, but Yang Xia was so excited when she saw the meat of exotic animals that she showed off her cooking skills to Nangongya. Can't you tell, Yang Xia, your cooking skills are very good. You have to cook more in the future. I'll help you. At the dinner table, Nangongya praised Yang Xia's fried food. No, I once wanted to be a chef. Grandma, you should also eat more. This meat is a good thing. Yang Xia wolfed down food and greeted Nangongya and Grandma without paying any attention to his image. Xiaoya, don't mind. Xiao Xia is such a bear. He has been like a pig in a pig basket since he was a child. He eats like a pig eating. Ha, it doesn't matter Grandma, I'm used to it. Nangongya couldn't help laughing when she heard Grandma's description. I am a pig, and Xiaoya is a sow, Yang Xia retorted not to be outdone. You are the pig. You ate 10 bowls this morning. The dinner table was filled with a happy and harmonious atmosphere, but Yang Xia was thinking about the future. Today, although the alien beasts have not arrived here, the remote areas are still too dangerous, making Yang Xia worried about Grandma being here alone. Grandma has to move. I have to rent a house in the city for Grandma to live in. There are so many people in the city, so it would be nice for Grandma to learn square dancing. Grandma is really lonely here alone. It's good to dance in the square and make friends. Yang Xia spends most of his time at school and has no time to spend with his grandma. Moreover, there are many warriors in the city, and the safety level is much higher than that in the suburbs. Even if alien beasts attack, warriors are still on the front line. Just do it this way, Yang Xia made up his mind immediately. However, seeing that I was short of 2,000 yuan, I couldn't help but ask for help. I had no money, and I didn't know when the government subsidy of 10,000 yuan would be available. He still has to discuss it with his rich wife Nangongya. Your idea is good. Although most of the alien beasts have been intercepted outside the city, there are still a small number of alien beasts that have escaped from nowhere and entered the city. Today's situation may happen twice. It is best to let Grandma move to the city, where it is much safer. Nangongya looked at Yang Xia with approval. Well, Nangong, rich lady, you have to sponsor me more. Nangongya did not answer directly, but looked at Yang Xia thoughtfully, wondering what he was thinking. Let's do this. Let Grandma live in our Nangong family and live in my house. That will be safer. Nangongya looked at Yang Xiandao with a blush. There is no doubt that the Nangong family is a big family, there must be many powerful warriors in it, and the issue of safety must be guaranteed. But is it really good to let Grandma live in Nangong's house? Will you feel uncomfortable or conflicted? And will the Nangong family agree? Will a family as big as the Nangong family let an old man from a slum live in it? Yang Xia didn't know. Nangongya seems to know what Yang Xia is thinking. Don't worry, my father is open-minded, and he also knows that you have saved me before, and he will not ignore the savior's family. Nangongya's words of comfort came. Nangong's house is indeed safer. Let Grandma live there first. If she doesn't get used to it, I will find a place for Grandma to live myself. Yang Xia clenched his fists and thought that he would soon become a warrior and it would be easy to make money. Thank you, Xiaoya, I'll go tell Grandma right now. At first, Grandma refused to leave, saying that this was the nest he had lived in for so many years, so there was no way he could just leave it in the city. The embarrassed Yang Xia and Nangongya had to tell them about the strange beast they encountered today before Grandma agreed. Just do what you said, and immediately Nangongya and Yang Xia began to help Grandma pack things. Although it is already very late, there is no need to waste time if there is a car. After packing her things and locking the door, Grandma stood in front of the door for a long time before getting in the car. Xiaoya, drive slower. I'm motion sick, old lady, and I can't compare to you young people. Okay, Grandma. Nangongya drove steadily and passed by the place where she had encountered the strange beast before. There are no traces of the strange beasts anymore, they must have been dealt with by the principal and other warriors. Xiaoya, this old lady has really troubled your family. No trouble, Grandma, don't say that. You are Xiaoxia's grandma and also my grandma. In the silent night, a red Ferrari drove in the darkness. More than an hour later, at the gate of Nangong's house. At the ancient gate, 2 huge stone lions stand on both sides. A huge plaque reads 4 gold inlaid characters, Nangong Courtyard. I looked at the huge villa area,
forming a large circle like a manor, with villas standing one after another in it.
Yang Xia had to sigh, the Nangong family was so rich. This compound covers an unknown number of acres, and every single one of them is a single-family villa. It's so inhumane.
There were 4 tall and straight security guards at the door. When they saw it was Nangong's car, they opened the gate directly. Driving into Nangong Courtyard, it feels like you have entered a bustling neighborhood again. The ancient streets are filled with various lanterns. The bricks and tiles on the walls are also in ancient style, but the single-family villas are extremely modern buildings. I can only say that the Nangong family really enjoys it. Nangongya took us into the innermost part, one of the most luxurious villas. There were 3 big characters on the villa door: Patriarch's mansion, pavilions, fish ponds, pavilions, and various other buildings. It was as if we had entered another world. Courtyard. Yang Xia was stunned. Entering the villa is extremely luxurious, and all kinds of furniture are also very smart.
Mom, I brought guests to my house.
A very charming and beautiful young woman walked out of the kitchen. Her appearance was somewhat similar to Nangongya.
It's rare, Xiaoya, that you actually bring guests home. Then I have to entertain them well. Xiaoya, why don't you introduce them to me?
The beautiful young woman smiled coquettishly.
Mom, this one is my classmate Yang Xia, who once saved my life, and the other grandma is Yang Xia's grandma. Hello, Aunt Yang Xia looked obedient at this time. It's troublesome. Grandma also looked embarrassed.
Surprise flashed across the beautiful young woman's eyes.
The name Yang Xia was not unfamiliar to him.
No trouble, I'm Su Lin, Nangongya's mother.
You're welcome. Classmate Yang Xia is our Xiaoya's savior.
Auntie and classmate Yang Xia, go sit in the living room.
I will cook today. The meal will be ready in a while. Xiaoya, go get some fruit. Nangongya rushed into the kitchen and whispered to his mother, Mom, is your meal really edible? Or should I go call Wan's wife? Nangongya looked at her mother in confusion.
Her mother rarely cooks, and it is usually Wang's wife who cooks.
What are you talking about, kid? Wang's wife has something to do today.
The beautiful young woman Su Lin was certainly not looking for trouble. She heard the news about her husband Nangong Badian that her future son-in-law might come to her house today, so she rushed back to see her future son-in-law.
As Nangong Baishan's wife, she knew more about things that others didn't know. After all, Xiaoya was her and Nangong Baishan's child. She naturally wouldn't interfere with Xiaoya's choice. However, it was definitely necessary to meet the future son-in-law. Okay, I'll take Grandma and Yang Xia to see their room. Nangongya had no choice. Grandma, let me take you to the room first. Yang Xia also went to see it. There was a large balcony on the 2nd floor, a window with a view, and an independent bathroom. Yang Xia wanted to move in, and the conditions were perfect. Xiaoya, why don't you arrange a room for me? I want to live here too.
I have plenty of rooms at home, and the room next to Grandma is also empty. Why don't you live here? Just kidding, I still have to go to the practice room at school to practice. The benefits of the aura room are too good, 10 times the aura.
Nangongya looked at Yang Xia with a bumpkin face. My family also has an aura room, the lowest has 20 times the aura.
Xiaoya, your home is my home, your parents are my parents, don't look down on me as your brother.
What else do you need sesame seeds when you have watermelon?
The concentration of aura is too strong, at least 20 times, then how much faster will my practice speed be? I will become a warrior in a few days.
Bah, shameless.
Looking at Yang Xia's shameless appearance, Nangongya looked disgusted. It is recommended to take a screenshot to save. Please forgive us for the inconvenience caused to you.
Shameless Yang Xia now only wants to practice and become stronger quickly. Since the strange beasts can enter the city, it means that the city is not absolutely safe. It is better to rely on oneself than on others. Only by strengthening personal strength can we fight against unknown dangers.
Only the face, sorry, I was shallow before.
Soft rice is too delicious.
Putting some of Grandma's luggage in the room, Yang Xia was very curious about the practice room of Nangong family, and immediately said to Nangongya, yeah, take me to your Nangong family's practice room to have a look. I am very curious about the lowest 20 times of spiritual energy concentration level.
Nangongya did not waste words and took Yang Jia to the basement.
In the practice room, there is a large space, and there are also various weapons such as swords, guns, sticks, and various instruments for strength training, as well as some mechanical equipment that Yang Xia does not understand. Feeling the extremely rich spiritual energy, at that time there was an urge to practice until the end of time.
How is it? Not bad. Not just good, It's perfect. The conditions are so good that he couldn't help but look at Nangongya with a puzzled look and pointed at himself. Can I really practice here?
Of course, this is not a precious thing, and my dad is also a generous person. He won't mind. My dad will be back in a while. You will know when you see it. Nangongya looked indifferent. Badian is back, just in time. Wash your hands and prepare for dinner, the beautiful young woman Su Lin said with a smile as she looked at Nangong Badian, who came back.
Nangong Batian's burly figure appeared at the gate.
Yang Xia was concentrating on watching the content broadcast on the 100-inch TV at this moment. It is reported that some strange beasts have passed through the city protection zone and entered the remote wilderness recently. The Warrior Association has sent warriors to hunt them.
Please pay attention to safety when traveling.
Recently, as the college entrance examination is approaching, pagans are active and Jingguan City has been attacked by pagans. Please be vigilant to the general public as soon as the college entrance examination is approaching. These guys come out to make trouble. Yang Xia's face was not good.
The strange beasts and pagans all enjoyed hunting human geniuses. Warrior awakeners were also their focus. Although Yang Xia did not reveal his talent, he was still a D-level martial soul awakener. Moreover, Nangongya, who had an S-level talent, must be their primary target.
Nangongya's strength was indeed strong, but lions would nap sometimes, and accidents were inevitable.
Yang Xia's nervousness suddenly rose. He had to get stronger quickly.
It's time to eat, it's time to eat. The voice of Nangongya's mother Su Lin came, interrupting Yang Xia's thoughts. At the dining table that could seat at least 20 people, Yang Xia looked at the sumptuous meal, and his stomach was making rice again. Cultivation made Yang Xia a glutton who could not be fed.
When was the end?
Nangong Badian, who had tidied up, also came to the dining table to eat, the main seat.
With a powerful aura, Nangong Badian said nothing, but when he entered the dining table, Yang Xia sat more upright. Nangongya's father is a big shot at first glance. Nangong Badian glanced at Yang Xia, who was sitting upright. You little brat, I don't know you yet. Yang Xia didn't know Nangong Badian, but Nangong Badian was very familiar with Yang Xia. I am Nangong Badian, Xiaoya's father. Aunt Yang and classmate Yang Xia, don't be shy. Xiaoya has told me about your situation. You can rest assured and stay here.
There has been some unrest in recent times, but the safety of our Nangong family is still guaranteed.
You can rest assured.
Nangong Badian knew very well what Yang Xia was worried about, and he didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. However, looking at this guy who stole his daughter's heart face to face, Nangong Badian still felt that his sweet little cotton jacket was stolen. Yang Xia seemed to feel the gaze from Nangong Badian, and the dissatisfaction made his body a little stiff, but he still said thank you, Uncle Badian, thank you, Grandma and I are sorry for bothering you, it's a small matter, you were Xiaoya's friend, this little favor is nothing, and Yang Xia was Xiaoya's savior, Chief Nangong, with your help, Xiao Xia was sent to the school in the city, all the way to high school, it's you who should thank you.
Thank you for helping us this time. Grandma Yang stood up and thanked Nangong Badian.
Auntie Yang, you are polite, it's Yang Xia who works hard enough. Grandma, you are too polite, so, don't be polite, our two families are destined, otherwise we can't get together. The mother of the beautiful young woman Nangongya smiled and interrupted the two families who thanked each other. Yes, let's eat, Aunt Yang and Yang Xia can stay here and don't worry about anything else. Eat the food, thank you Aunt Su, thank you Uncle Badian, I'll start eating. Yang Xia wanted to be reserved, but he felt his increasingly hungry stomach, so he didn't care and started eating.
Yes, don't be restrained, eat as much as you can. The Nangong family is indeed rich and powerful.
The table of dishes is all exotic beast meat, and Yang Xia, a big eater, has eaten a lot. The best way to digest is of course to practice.
Nangongya took Yang Xia to the practice room again.
Yang Xia crossed his legs and started practicing.
Nangong Badian, who was resting in the bedroom, took a look at the practice room. It was quite a commotion.
Yang Xia felt threatened during the day, and his desire to become stronger became stronger. With the blessing of the 20x aura room, he turned on the power at full power. With the shadow soldier hanging up and practicing, Yang Xia, who had already completed 108 Jotian, did not change at all.
108 Jotian seemed far from reaching the limit.
Yang Xia felt very strange. He had completed 108 Jotian, but why had he not reached the limit after 108 Jotian? Was it because he practiced 3 techniques at the same time, or because of his god-level talent? As expected, without a master, he still didn't understand too much.
And these questions are not easy to ask now. You can't say that you have completed 109 Jotian now, right?
Others must think he is crazy.
Let's hint at it tomorrow during the day.
Since I can continue to practice now, I will continue to practice and see when I can reach the limit.
Let the shadow soldier hang up and practice.
Yang Xie chose a knife in the practice room and prepared to practice it. The proficiency has been brushed to the small success of the bloody sword technique by the shadow soldier.
Proficiency is still proficiency. I need to get used to it for a while.
After all, I have never touched a knife before. Holding the knife in his hand, Yang Xie felt familiar with it, as if the knife and himself were one. Chopping, slashing, cutting, picking, stabbing. After one time, Yang Xie felt it was not enough, so he did it again, and then again.
The bloody sword technique is a very direct sword technique for killing enemies. The moves are simple, but the lethality is not low. It is easy to get started but difficult to master. I don't know how many times I have practiced it. The more I practice, the better it becomes. The more I practice, the more I can't stop. Yang Xie is sweating like rain. But Yang Xie's expression was really excited.
With the efforts of the shadow soldiers and himself, Yang Xie intuitively felt that his sword skills had improved and his mastery of the sword had soared.
You are really a practicing lunatic.
You have been practicing a sword technique for 3 hours without stopping.
It's already 1 o'clock in the morning.
Nangongya, who was meditating and revolving around the heavens, also woke up from practice at this moment and looked directly at Yang Xie.
Ha! The feeling of becoming stronger is so fascinating that I forgot the time for a moment. Yang Xie didn't take it seriously. Okay, let's go to bed early. It's time to practice. There will be plenty of time tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow.
The sun is shining, the birds are singing, the flowers are fragrant, and it's a beautiful new day. I have already said hello to your class teacher this morning.
You can practice in peace. At the dinner table, Nangong Beishan's faint words came.
In this world, even senior high school students have 2 days off every week. Maybe it's because they don't have the talent of an awakener, so no matter how hard they try, it's useless. However, as a student who has just awakened his martial soul talent, his time every day is very precious. After all, he has only 1 month to take the college entrance examination. The college entrance examination for awakened people is all about true strength. The college entrance examination mode for warriors and beasts hunting has a mortality rate, so even if you don't go to school, you still have to explain the reason. Yang Xie, who was eating breakfast, was preparing to report to the class teacher, but unexpectedly, Nangong Badian had already made arrangements. It seems that today is another time to immerse yourself in cultivation.
Boom! 700 kilograms.
Looking at the numbers displayed on the dynamometer, Nangongya was stunned.
Yang Xie, have you become a warrior? How is it possible? I'm still running Jotian.
Why do you say that? Nangongya suddenly rolled her eyes at Yang Xie angrily.
Have you not seen the basic data and information after becoming a warrior?
The body of a gifted person successfully generates spiritual seeds after being nourished and strengthened by spiritual energy. The physical strength will also become stronger. Generally, after Jotian reaches the first level of warrior, the single punch is 200 kilograms. After the small Jotian reaches the first level of warrior, the single punch is 300 kilograms. After the great Jotian reaches the first level of warrior, the single punch is 400 kilograms. Finally, a single punch is 500 kilograms. And your current single punch data is 700 kilograms, you have obviously become a warrior.
Yang Xie was speechless secretly. I was still running Jotian and didn't pay attention to the data information after becoming a warrior. And I am indeed still operating in the realm of Jotian.
When I woke up this morning, it was already 138 Jotian.
I don't know how many Jotian is the limit.
Others are worried that they will not be able to improve after reaching the limit of Jotian, and then they can only become a warrior. I am worried that I will not know when I will reach the limit of Jotian and when I can become a warrior. Alas, maybe having too much talent is also a worry.
Yaya, do you believe it? In fact, I am not a warrior yet.
Nangongya had a question mark on her face. Yuan Jotian is already a warrior at 500 kilograms, but you already have a boxing strength of 700 kilograms, and you still tell me that you are not a warrior yet.
Don't you want to explain it? Yesterday, a man killed 5 alien wolves by himself.
Today, that man told me that he has not become a warrior yet, and why is your martial spirit able to manifest so much now, and can also materialize and kill enemies?
As a D-level talent, you will inevitably arouse suspicion. It is best not to show this kind of talent in front of outsiders in the future.
Yang Xie, you may be confused, that's because martial souls cannot materialize and fight against enemies before they are in the martial arts realm. If you are not at the warrior realm, you can actually materialize your martial souls and fight against enemies. If the people of the alien god religion find out, you will be on their assassination list. Even if they don't assassinate you, you are still a white mouse in the laboratory.
Yang Xia looked at Nangonya and was very moved. Not only did Nangonya not blame him for hiding his secret, but she also reminded him. Yaha, let me show my cards. In fact, I have a god-level martial soul talent. Although I don't know why the awakening stone only shows that it is D-level, the information my martial soul gave me is indeed god-level. God-level talents, are you sure you are not fooling me? Historically, martial arts talents only ranged from F to SSS. Or should you say your talent is above SSS?
Nangonya looked at Yang Xia doubtfully. My martial soul gave me this information. I don't know why. Maybe SSS level talents or god level talents.
In fact, Yang Xia felt that a god level talent could not be an SSS level talent, just based on those three outrageous talent characteristics, but he didn't know what level this god level talent was at. Anyway, for him, it just had to be ridiculously strong.
My talent is S level.
Now with the help of resources at home, I have only been able to successfully operate for 5 weeks, and I am still far from being a warrior. But Yang Xia, you have actually been able to kill 5 alien wolves by yourself. At present, it seems that your talent is indeed better than mine, at least better than S level.
Now it seems that Yang Xia, you are probably an SSS level talent that is rare in history. As for SSS level talents and above, I have never heard of it.
Yang Xia looked at Nangonya's analysis and did not deny it. Since the talent stone has not tested your true talent, just pretend you don't know.
SSS level talent is too rare.
Even if the big shots in Kyoto know about you, you may not be able to succeed in the alien sect and the alien religion before you have grown up.
Survive the assassination of alien beasts.
Yang Xia only has his grandmother, and without the protection of a powerful family, he is too dangerous now that he has not grown up. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind.
Yang Xia, I'm very happy that you can tell me this secret. I will keep it for you, and you have to keep it for yourself in the future.
Nangonya was very happy that Yang Xia could tell his secret, but she was also very worried, so she could only tell Yang Xia. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone except my dear Yaya. Yang Xia looked at Nangonya affectionately, and Nangonya's face turned red.
God-level talent is the variable that changes the situation of Blue Star, SSS level talent or above?
Under the powerful strength of Nangong Badian, the ambiguous conversation between Nangonya and Yang Xia was clear. It seems that I have to feel the power of this god-level talent to facilitate the training of Yang Xia better.
Nangong Badian murmured to himself. Dad, why are you here?
Nangonya, who was being intimate with Yang Xia, was startled when she saw Nangong Badian suddenly appear at the door. I'm taking a break recently, so I'll give you some advice on your training.
Really?
Dad, that's great.
Thank you, Uncle. Let me see your spiritual training first.
Hearing this, Nangonya and Yang Xia sat cross-legged and practiced their own skills, with spiritual energy flowing into their bodies. Looking at the strong spiritual energy vortex around Yang Xia, and the spiritual energy intensity flowing in Yang Xia's meridians under the sense of spiritual consciousness, Nangong Badian twitched his eyebrows. This is not right. As an S-level talent, Nangong Badian became a warrior by producing spiritual seeds with 108 perfect Jotian, and he knows very well what a perfect Jotian looks like. The spiritual energy intensity in Yang Xia's meridians has exceeded the perfect Jotian.
Could it be? Yang Xia's Jotian has exceeded 108? Or is this a unique performance of God-level talent?
Nangong Badian was also shocked for a moment. Okay, your cultivation speed is very fast, and you are all running around the sky. The expressionless Nangong Badian commented lightly. However, please remember that you must run Jotian to your limit to generate spiritual seeds, otherwise, it will affect your future realm. Those with poor talent and extremely slow cultivation speed. Generally, Jotian is already very good for them, but their upper limit is also locked. The highest they can reach is the Wu zone, and even many can only reach the martial master. The upper limit of the spiritual seeds generated by Xiao Jotian is that of a military commander, and the upper limit of the spiritual seeds generated by De Jotian is that of a martial king, but even if they can become a martial king, they are still very weak. Only the perfect Jotian can reach the level above King Wu, and it requires the same talents and opportunities. Generally speaking, if your talent level is B level or above, you will strive to achieve the perfection of Zhou Tianqing Spirit Seed, just to build a better foundation to prepare for your future realm.
Speaking of this, Nangong Badian took a deep look at Yang Xia. At this moment, he felt as if he had been completely seen through. There was no secret. Good guy, is this the boss? Sure enough, her strength is unpredictable, but luckily it's Yaya's father. It has only been 3 days since you awakened your talents. You are already running the Zhou Tian. This has shown that your talents are very strong. I hope you will not give up perfecting the Zhou Tian in order to become a warrior earlier. That is a fool's choice. In his words, Nangong Badian felt stupid about those warriors who lost the watermelon and picked up the sesame seeds, as well as admonitions to Nangongya and Yang Xia. I have a question here. I want to ask classmate Yang Xia, how many weeks have you been running now? Don't worry, I won't leak your secrets. My villa is not only equipped with modern equipment to prevent surveillance, but also has a magic circle to prevent the spiritual consciousness of senior warriors from visiting. You can tell me with confidence. Sure enough, Nangongya's father had noticed something strange about me, and the number of weeks exceeding 108 really made Yang Xia strange. But Yang Xia was a little confused about whether to tell Nangongya's father Nangong Badian truthfully. Seemingly seeing Yang Xia's confusion, he continued to comfort him. Don't worry, although there are few people who have completed 108 perfect weeks, there are still some. It's not a big deal. And I am also very clear about your relationship with my daughter. I, Nangong Badian, am an enlightened person. One day in the future, you may change your name to my dad. I will not let your secrets leak. Hearing this, Nangongya blushed immediately. Dad, what are you talking about? Yang Xia relaxed his mind and did not hide it at the moment. 139 Zhou Tian. Uncle, I am also very confused. I thought something went wrong in my own cultivation. Uncle, do you know why? Yes, during this period of time, the shadow soldiers had been running for 1 more week, and the aura in their meridians had become even richer. Nangong Baishan's expression did not change, but his heart was overturned. The idea of a warrior exceeding 108 Zhou Tian was just an excuse to induce Yang Xia to tell the truth. As far as he knew, even SS and SSS did not exceed 108 Zhou Tian. In other words, Yang Xia may be the first player in the history of Blue Star to exceed 108 weeks. Directly explaining to Yang Xia, Nangong Badian was filled with doubts, but thinking of the god-level talent that Yang Xia told Nangongya, he immediately made it up. It's because of talent. When the talent is at the SSS level, it will exceed 108 weeks. Keep practicing. When you feel the limit, you can generate spiritual seeds. Oh, I see, then I will continue to practice. Thank you for clarifying my doubts. But it felt wrong all of a sudden. Did Nangong Badian know about my talent? Don't worry, my uncle will keep your talent a secret. Uncle, you are really a roundworm in my stomach. It's medicine with 3-point poison. I haven't prepared any elixirs for you. It's best to lay the foundation with natural spiritual objects. I have some 3rd-level natural spiritual objects and stone spirit milk here. Xiaoya, you and classmate Yang Xia can take it if there is a need for shock in the later stages of Zhou Tian's operation. Nangong Badian said, taking out 2 bottles of something from his body and giving one to each of Nangongya and Yang Xia. Thanks, Dad. Thank you, Uncle. Nangong Badian waved his hand. Just practice hard and let me see your martial arts skills. Xiaoya, you go first. Okay, Dad. The martial arts I chose are Qingling Whip Technique and Jinwu Fist. I will show them to Dad now. As he spoke, Nangongya took out the whip from his waist and began to demonstrate, finishing the whip technique and then moving on to Zen Wuquan. Yes, although they are all a little stiff, they have already entered the door. However, Xiaoya, remember, the Qingling Whip Technique emphasizes flexibility and surprise. The master who uses the whip must know how to be flexible and changeable, and cannot let the whip swing out to make people feel stiff. Then he will be inferior when fighting against others. Zen Wuquan is a very practical melee combat boxing method. It cannot be performed by just one person. Sparring with others is the fastest way to practice it. Nangong Badian pointed out several questions about Nangongya, and Nangongya listened very seriously. Xiao Xia, come and demonstrate your martial arts skills. After hearing the title, Yang Xia couldn't help but think, Uncle, are you going to change your name to Xiao Xie? Okay, Uncle. Immediately, Yang Xia used his bloody sword skills and Jinwu Fist. This time it was Nangong Baishan's turn to not be calm. Xiao Cheng's bloody sword skills and Zen Wuquan. Damn it, how did this kid practice it? Nangong Badian complained in his heart. Yes, very good. Xiao Cheng's blood battle sword technique and Jinwu Fist. Xiao Xia, your martial arts talent is really strong.
Can you tell me, uncle, how you practice? Is there anyone who can teach you? Nangong Badian couldn't help but praise Yang Xia's martial arts talent. Can you be strong?
The shadow soldiers practiced day and night, and Yang Xia was gossiping in his heart. No, I just downloaded the training methods and videos of the two martial arts and figured it out myself.
Nangong Badian was speechless. He was a monster. How could he achieve success in 3 days when practicing martial arts normally? It took Nangong Badian himself half a year to practice Zen Wuquan. However, blood combat sword technique and Zen Wuquan are two martial arts that are very particular about actual combat. Only by sparring with others or fighting with real people can you understand the true meaning of these two martial arts. Xiao Xie, you can practice with Xiao Yadua.
Nangong Badian has no way to teach him, so he can only let him practice on his own. Actual combat is the best way to practice martial arts.
Xiaoya and Xiaoxie, you can try sparring first. If you have any questions later, you can ask me directly. This is my personal warrior terminal number. Nangong Badian added the personal warrior terminal numbers of Yang Xie and Nangongya.
In the future, if Yang Xie and Nangongya were in danger, Nangong Badian could contact them directly for quick rescue. Yang Xie and Nangongya were feeding each other with moves, but it was obvious that Yang Xie was more proficient in martial arts than Nangongya. Most of the time, he was feeding Nangongya with moves. As for Nangong Badian, he had already fled. He couldn't teach Yang Xie, and he looked irritating. The students of Changqing No. 1 Middle School don't have 20 times the number of aura rooms, so they all practice in the aura room of the school. Mr. Su, why did Nangongya and Yang Xie ask for leave at the same time? Is there something shameful going on? Su Hong, who was already very annoyed, became even more annoyed when he heard the words of the lackey. Everyone was in the school practice room, seizing the time to practice. Nangongya and Yang Xie, however, asked for leave at the same time, seizing the time to practice, and asked for leave at the same time, which showed that there was something fishy. Su Hong felt like he was carrying a green grassland, especially when his younger brothers were making trouble. Nangongya, as the forbidden fruit in his heart, never looked at him straight in the eye, but was close to Yang Xie, the dog. At that moment, he shouted at his younger brothers coldly, "Are you free? If you have time, don't practice, gossip, you are a fucking fool. I'm almost running the Zhou Tian, where are you still?" The younger brothers' faces suddenly turned bitter. The cultivation speed of these E-level and F-level talents is really too slow. They haven't succeeded in sensing the spirit yet. And Su Hong, as a B-level talent, has gone a long way in receiving the spirit with the support of a bunch of sensing spirit pills and receiving spirit pills at home. He will soon be able to run the Zhou Tian. After all, even so, Nangongya, an S-level talent, is probably already running the Zhou Tian quickly. At that moment, he could only feel the spiritual energy desperately. "Sir, how do we deal with this S-level talent in Qingshan City? The strength of the Nangong family should not be underestimated. Use your brains for everything. Our target is only Nangongya, the S-level talent, and we are not going to fight to the death with the Nangong family." "Then sir, what should we do? You are really a bunch of pigs. You can lure Nangongya out, or threaten her with someone she cares about. Set a trap. Isn't it simple?" The messenger with the pig head mask roared in pain. "You guys believe in the pig god, but you can't really become pigs. You still need me to teach you such a simple thing. Does Nangongya have any boys she likes or good friends?" According to the investigation, there is a poor boy named Yang Xie who is very close to Nangongya, and Nangongya also brought him to the Nangong family. "You are playing so colorfully, supporting a pretty boy? Interesting, hee hee." The subordinates of the pig-head messenger looked at the messenger who was caught up in gossip and remained silent. "You guys find a chance to catch this Yang Xie, and then let this pretty boy trick Nangongya out to a remote corner, and I won't need to teach you later." The messenger is really good at planning. Yang Xie didn't know what happened, but he was very happy at the moment because his subsidy had arrived. 10,000 Dezhou coins is a huge sum of money for him. However, Yang Xie was still immersed in the unstoppable practice. When he became a warrior and hunted exotic beasts, he would make money faster. After a day of crazy practice in the 20x aura room, Yang Xie had already completed 223 Zhou Tian, but he hadn't felt the limit yet. Yang Xie was used to it. Looking at the 1,100 kilograms punching force, getting stronger was real. At Nangongya's reminder, Yang Xie looked at the changes in pure physical strength after the warrior was promoted. For a warrior who has achieved the general Zhou Tian, the first stage of the warrior has only 200 kilograms of punching force, and each stage after that only increases by 100 kilograms of force, and at the peak of the 9th stage of the warrior, there is only 1000 kilograms of force, which is 1 ton. For a warrior who has achieved the small Jotian, the first stage of the warrior has 300 kilograms of punching force, and each stage after that increases by 200 kilograms of force, and the peak of the 9th stage of the warrior has 2000 kilograms of force, which is twice the general Jotian. For a warrior who has achieved the big Jotian, the first stage of the warrior has 400 kilograms of punching force, and each stage after that increases by 300 kilograms of force, and the peak of the 9th stage of the warrior has 3000 kilograms of force, which is 3 times the general warrior. For a warrior who has achieved the perfect Jotian, the first stage of the warrior has 500 kilograms of punching force, and each stage after that increases by 500 kilograms of force, and the peak of the 9th stage of the warrior has 5000 kilograms of force, which is 5 times the general warrior. Moreover, the spiritual seeds generated by each are also very different. The total amount of spiritual energy in the spiritual seeds of warriors with small Jotian is 3 times that of ordinary Jotian warriors. The total amount of spiritual energy in the spiritual seeds of warriors with large Jotian is 7 times that of ordinary Jotian, and the total amount of spiritual energy in the spiritual seeds of warriors with perfect Jotian is 10 times that of ordinary Jotian. People with different talents are actually very different in the early stage of warriors. Yang Xie is also very curious about how strong his spiritual seeds will be in the end, and how many Zutians it will take to become a warrior. His intuition tells him that there will be another surprise when he becomes a warrior. Watching the sky getting darker, with more than 10,000 large Zhou coins in his pocket, Yang Xie has another idea.
Yeah, I will treat you to barbecue today, exotic meat barbecue. Okay, I haven't eaten barbecue for a long time. The two hit it off and immediately said hello to their families and went out to eat in the evening. The night market street opens every evening. It is not dark, and you can't see it open.
Yang Xie took Nangongya to a barbecue shop he had only heard of but never been to before, Baba Exotic Meat Barbecue Shop.
Give me some exotic beast pork kidneys, 50 skewers of exotic beast lamb roasts, and some leeks. Yeah, take a look. What else do you want? Eat your fill today. That's all, we'll order more after we finish eating. Okay.
Yang Xie saw that Nangongya wanted to help him save some money, so he could only imagine the future, going hunting in the wild. Yeah, I'll take you hunting in the wild in the future, we'll roast it and eat it ourselves, and there will be no limit on the exotic beast meat. Then you have to learn the barbecue technique. I don't want to eat the burnt meat of exotic animals.
Nangongya teased.
The boss will bring a roasted whole lamb to our table. Suddenly, a familiar voice came, and Yang Xie looked up.
It's Su Hong again. It's not like enemies don't get together. 15,000 roasted whole lambs, can Su Hong eat them? Su Hong seemed to feel Yang Xie's gaze and looked at Yang Xie. Master Su, it's that boy Yang Xie, and Nangongya is with him. Su Hong's younger brother also saw it. I'm not blind, you don't need to tell me. With that said, Su Hong walked towards Yang Xie's table. Xiaoya, you are here too. Why didn't you go to school to practice today? Su Hong greeted Nangongya warmly, as if he didn't see Yang Xie. Su Hong, please call me Nangongya. We are not familiar with each other.
Su Hong's hot face touched his cold butt, with an embarrassed look on his face.
Ha ha ha, Xiaoya, are you kidding me again?
We have been classmates for 6 years.
Su Hong forced the blow. Ha ha. Sorry, I have no impression of you. Ha 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 ha. Su Hong's younger brother couldn't bear it, but Yang Xie couldn't bear it anymore. Su Hong, stop pretending to be a big-tailed wolf and tell us, what do you want from us? Su Hong was immediately furious and looked at Yang Xie with a sinister look. It's you bitch again.
Originally, after Su Hong informed his family that Nangongya had awakened his S-level talent, the family's attitude became even more one-sided, and they all supported Su Hong in pursuing Nangongya. And if you need anything, just tell your family directly. Didn't you just give Su Hong another 1 million yuan in sponsorship? As soon as Su Hong was happy, he brought a few losers to Baba Alien Beast Barbecue, but unfortunately, he ran into Yang Xie and the others again. At this time, Su Hong's mood plummeted. I can't bear it anymore. I really can't bear it anymore. I will ask the family to deal with this bastard when I go back today. Su Hong made up his mind that Yang Xie must be eliminated as soon as possible, otherwise he would never have a chance.
Yang Xie, are you a man?
You only know how to stand behind Nangongya.
If you have the ability, let's compete.
With the support of the family elixir, Su Hong finally succeeded in operating Zhou Tian in the afternoon, and Su Hong's confidence immediately increased greatly. Now he wanted to show his strength in front of Nangongya, so he told Nangongya that Yang Xia was a waste and that he, Su Hong, was the right choice. This is how to beat Yang Xia, a bastard, to the ground. Before Yang Xia could reply, Nangongya looked at Su Hong with a strange expression. You think I'm stupid? I have a D-level talent and you have a B-level talent. If I fight you, am I not looking for abuse? Although my talent is poor, it doesn't mean I'm stupid. Yang Xia is causing trouble again. You are not a man. If you don't dare, leave Nangongya. Don't be embarrassed here. We have only been awakened for less than 3 days, and we are not warriors yet. What's the difference? Yang Xia, if you don't dare to fight, just declare loudly that you are a coward. Unknowingly, Su Hong used all kinds of tricks in order to get Yang Xia to fight him. Yang Xia also cooperated. He held his breath and stood up directly as if he was angered by Su Hong's words. Bullshit. Who's afraid of your grandson? Yaya and I are here to have barbecue, not to fight. A feeling of cowardice seemed to be unwilling to be outdone, which suddenly made Su Hong even more excited. This kid is really scared. Su Hong knows that Yang Xia is a pauper. Since you want to eat barbecue, in this way, I will pay for your barbecue. As long as you are willing to discuss it with me, we can order it. Su Hong saw that excitement would not turn into temptation. Yang Xia also climbed up. Su Hong, who are you trying to deceive here? If you can, order 2 whole roasted lambs and put them on my table. Pay the money and I will believe you. When Su Hong saw Yang Xia relenting, he immediately stopped talking nonsense. Boss, I'll pay for the 2 roasted whole lambs on this table, and I'll transfer the money to you now. With that said, Su Hong showed the boss the payment record of 30,000 yuan. Okay. The waiter brought 2 roasted whole lambs to the table in a moment. Yang Xia, you can't regret it now, can you? Su Hong's self-satisfied laughter rang out. Okay, but we are just discussing each other. Yang Xia agreed hesitantly, as if he was afraid that Su Hong would beat him hard. Nangongya sat aside and said nothing, just looking at Yang Xia strangely. This guy is so bad. But I like it very much. Okay, let's find an empty place now. After playing, we can warm up, and then come back for barbecue. Su Hong couldn't wait and wanted to take Yang Xia out and beat him up. Okay, let's find a place with fewer people. I'm afraid of being embarrassed if there are too many people. Yang Xia stammered in agreement. Su Hong wanted to beat Yang Xia, but equally, why didn't Yang Xia want to beat Su Hong? Of course, a remote corner would be best to facilitate Yang Xia's operation. Nangongya, but this guy Xiong actually dares to care about his future wife. Okay, that's what I had in mind too. Su Hong responded in agreement. The remote corner was just the right place for me to vent. A corner of the night market snack street. Oh, Yang Xia, you bastard, you dare to hit me, I want my family to beat you to death. Oops, don't fight, I was wrong. Brother Yang, sir, please let me go. Yang Xia's beating was so satisfying that Su Hong's younger brother didn't dare to help him when he saw Yang Xia's fierceness. Feel free, Su Hong, if you dare to take advantage of Yaha again, your mother won't even recognize you if I beat you. By the way, thank you for the roasted whole lamb. After saying that, he left calmly, leaving only Su Hong, who was begging for mercy. You losers don't dare to help me when you see me being beaten, what use are you? Ouch, why don't you come over and help me quickly? A corner of the nightlight peeked out, shining on Su Hongqing's purple face. Yang Xia, you have the ability. Let's see how my family handles you. Hiss, my mouth hurts. Su Hong, who still wanted to say harsh words, hissed and was carried away by his younger brother. In the barbecue restaurant, Nangong Yazhen was eating with gusto. She was reassured about Yang Xia's strength. Thank you, classmate Su Hong, for the gift. Yaha, you need to eat enough today. When Yang Xia came back, he looked like he had won the battle. Yang Xia, you are so mean, don't mess with classmate Su Hong. Nangongya looked at Yang Xia speechless. This is not a good person. If he dares to miss my wife, he will be beaten all over the place. Yang Xia looked like he wanted to be beaten again. You're talking nonsense again, who is your wife? Nangongya hit Yang Xia with her small fist, and her ears were bright red. Hey, whoever hits me is my wife. After all, hitting is kissing, scolding is loving, if you don't hit, you won't love each other. Nangongya didn't know what to do, but her beautiful face became even more charming. Ha, my dear wife, eat roasted whole lamb, don't think about outsiders. Nangongya rolled her eyes at Yang Xia charmingly, showing helplessness. Yang Xia looked at the charming Nangongya, and it was a bit difficult to restrain his emotions.
My dear wife, you are so beautiful.
Yang Xie said as he slowly moved closer to Nangongya. Nangongya became even more at a loss, and closed her eyes, as if she had accepted her fate.
There is a piece of meat on the corner of your mouth, let me help you clean it up.
As he said, he wiped the paper in his hand around Nangongya's mouth.
Nangongya was stunned. Yang Xie, you bastard, get out.
2 roasted whole lambs, Yang Xie ate 1.5. It was really because the shadow soldiers practiced too fast, and the body nutrition could not keep up. Yang Xie left the barbecue restaurant with a reluctant heart, while Nangongya looked at Yang Xie angrily, her eyes almost blazing with anger.
You're still not full. You need to quickly become a warrior and hunt monsters yourself.
Yeah, are you full? I'm full of anger.
Nangongya shook her pretty face and walked forward quickly.
In the darkness, a pair of eyes watched Yang Xie and the others leave.
Don't rush now, wait for the opportunity.
Why, sir? Nangongya has a bodyguard in secret, we have to wait for help to hold that person.
What should we do now, sir? Keep watching, don't be discovered. Report any movement in time.
Yes, sir. It is recommended to take a screenshot to save, and ever since Yang Xie became obsessed with motorcycles with 20 times the aura, he no longer looked down on the school's bicycles with 10 times the aura. It's so comfortable to stay at Nangong's house. There is meat from exotic animals to eat every day, and there is also a spiritual energy room to practice. Yang Xie felt that his stomach and intestines might be really bad and he could only eat soft food. It is really a joy to practice and sparring with Nangongya every day. That's it, a week later. It has been 1080 days, and finally it can no longer continue to operate. After the shadow soldiers practiced day and night, Yang Xie finally felt his limit, and Nangongya also practiced for 93 days. After stabilizing for a while, and carefully considering the details of the breakthrough in the technique, Yang Xie began to make the breakthrough. The surrounding spiritual energy began to surge, gathering with Yang Xie as the center. Nangongya, who was practicing, also felt a strange movement and had to stop practicing. Seeing the spiritual energy gathering towards Yang Xie, Nangongya also knew that Yang Xie was making a breakthrough, and her expression became nervous. Although it is not difficult to break through the warriors, there are bound to be surprises, especially Yang Xie's data that far exceeds perfect Zhou. Maybe it was because Yang Xie had too many Zhou Tianshou, and even Nangong Badian felt it. Immediately, his body moved and he appeared in the training room. This movement is really quite big. Many warriors and breakthrough warriors don't have such surging spiritual energy. Nangong Badian looked a little shocked, but thinking of Yang Xie's terrifying Zhou numbers, he felt it was normal. At this moment, he couldn't help but add more spiritual stones to the magic circle in the training room to meet the needs of Yang Xie's spiritual energy breakthrough. Yang Xie was immersed in the condensed spiritual seeds and was unaware of the changes in the outside world. In his consciousness, there was only the continuous spiritual energy rushing towards his sea of qi, constantly gathering, and the eternal night magic code, the shadow-killing secret code, and the Futu mysterious technique were operated to the extreme by the shadow soldiers. A huge amount of dark attribute spiritual energy, from one thread to many, slowly turned into a dark attribute seed in Yang Xie's sea of energy. The spiritual energy gradually calmed down and stopped surging, and Yang Xie's warrior spiritual seed was finally formed.
Warrior, it's done.
Yang Xie suppressed his excitement and slowly opened his eyes. They saw Nangongya, who looked worried, and Nangong Badian, who still looked calm.
How's it going? Is it done? Nangongya asked nervously. Successful, I am a warrior now. Yang Xie told Nangongya the answer excitedly and happily.
Xiao Xie,
go to the instrument and test it now to see how much strength your punch has reached now?
Nangong Badian is very curious about the strength of the warriors who have achieved perfection above Zhou Tian. Okay, I'm also curious about how much strength my punch has reached now. Yang Xie quickly came to the testing equipment and punched it simply and directly.
5,100 kilograms.
Looking at this number, Yang Xie was very happy. It is worth noting that I, the shadow soldier, have worked hard to cultivate for so long. The physical strength of only the first-level warrior is comparable to the peak strength of the 9th-level Zhou Tian warrior.
Nangong Badian couldn't help but shrink his pupils when he looked at this data. Is this a monster?
Based on this data, it can be said that it is difficult to have an opponent in the warrior realm physically. Nangongya looked at the data and felt that Yang Xie was great and was happy for him.
That's awesome, Yang Xie. Let's test your spiritual energy again. Come to this instrument.
After you successfully generate a spiritual seed and become a warrior, the spiritual seed will be the source of your spiritual power, and there are levels between different spiritual species. The general Jotian is an ordinary spiritual species, the small Jotian is a small spiritual species, the great Jotian is a large spiritual species, and the perfect Jotian is a perfect spiritual species. And Shao Xia, your spiritual seed is the spiritual seed produced in perfect Jotian. Let's test it.
Nangong Badian gave Yang Xia a popular science book. Take a drop of blood and put it on this.
Yang Xia looked at the bagua-like instrument and followed Nangong Baishan's instructions, pricking his finger and dripping a drop of blood onto it. Although spiritual seeds are generated in the warrior realm, the spiritual energy is only within oneself.
It strengthens the warrior's physical body and is contained in the warrior's body. It cannot be released outside. If you want to test the spiritual energy, you can only use blood drops. Afraid of not understanding something, Nangong Badian gave an explanation.
Watching the small bagua instrument absorb the drop of blood dropped by Yang Xia, after a while of operation, it displayed several columns of words.
Attribute, dark attribute aura. Aura intensity, 1.1 aura strength, 1.2 inch. Nangong Badian looked at these 3 lines of words and secretly thought in his heart that the spiritual energy was indeed just as evil.
The concentration of spiritual energy reflects the total amount of spiritual energy in your spiritual species.
Generally, the concentration of spiritual energy in perfect Jotian is only 0.1 when you first become a warrior.
The data of 1.1 is the data of the martial arts realm.
The larger the data, the more representative you are. The more total spiritual energy there is.
The intensity of spiritual energy reflects quantity, while the intensity of spiritual energy reflects quality. With spiritual energy intensity, your data has also reached the realm of a perfect Jotian martial artist. The greater the strength of the spiritual energy, the more powerful the martial arts performed. With your kids' data, it will be no problem to go to the Warriors Association to be certified as a martial artist, except that the spiritual energy will not be released outside.
Nangong Badian explained again inside at the same time. Blood tests can easily reveal your problems.
In the future, unless necessary and safe, do not give your blood to others for testing.
Try to only show part of the physical data. While sighing, Nangong Badian did not forget to tell Yang Xia not to expose himself.
This data is an excellent material for laboratory mice, and it is also an absolute assassination target of the alien god religion. Yang Xia was very nervous when he heard that these instruments were very dangerous.
He quickly agreed, "Thank you, uncle, for the reminder. I will pay attention to it in the future."
Geniuses are liked by people because they are still normal, but monsters are even more jealous because they have gone beyond the norm.
There is no room for a wolf in a flock of sheep. The wolf can eat the sheep, but it cannot eat all the sheep. You have to disguise yourself as a sheep.
Yang Xia nodded in agreement.
I know, uncle.
Yang Xia, it just so happens that you are practicing the blood battle sword technique. A second-level sword I customized has just arrived, just in time as a gift for your promotion to a warrior.
After Nangong Badian left, Nangongya took out a gift box and sent it to Yang Xia.
"Yeah, I don't even know how to thank you. I eat and live in your house, and the training room is still in your house. Now you still want to give me such an expensive gift?" Yang Xia checked the weapon-related information on his personal warrior terminal. A second-level weapon had at least 100,000 Zhou coins. Moreover, Nangongya had previously given him the ice spirit sword given to her by the principal, and now she had customized a combat sword for him. Even if Yang Xia was thick-skinned, he would still blush.
"It's okay, just accept the small amount of money." Nangongya waved her hands indifferently.
She must be a rich woman, with strong financial resources.
That won't work. A drop of kindness should be repaid by a spring.
"Yeah, I think I can only pledge myself to you for your great kindness." As he spoke, he made a show of taking off his clothes.
"Go away, you gangster, you want to take advantage of me again."
Nangongya thought Yang Xia could hold back some good words, so she immediately greeted him with a small fist. Teasing Nangongya every day makes Yang Xia feel happy physically and mentally. The rich woman is generous, and it is also good to see the scenery of the mountain more often. Looking at the gift box given by Nangongya, Yang Xia opened it carefully. This sword is gorgeously made, with a blade length of about 90 centimeters, a width of about 5 centimeters, a thickness of less than 1 centimeter, and a handle of about 30 centimeters.
There is also a crystal inlaid between the handle and the blade.
Yang Xia, who is made up for the knowledge of weapons, knows that it is a crystal of a strange beast, which can only be produced by strange beasts above the second level. Different strange beasts contain strange beast crystals with different attributes. Inlaid on weapons, they can increase the power of weapons. Nangon, the rich woman, has added to this affection. There is also a scabbard on the back of the box, decorated with black and gold patterns and 2 straps. It is estimated that it is very handsome to carry a knife with this scabbard. Putting down the knife box, Yang Xia sat cross-legged and began to feel his real harvest. In the spirit space, after the breakthrough of the warrior, according to the spirit information feedback, there are no longer 100 shadow soldiers, but 1001. 1001 shadow soldiers are all warriors, and the leader is a shadow army master. The shadow army master is a special existence that will appear every time Yang Xia breaks through a major realm. In addition to absolute obedience to Yang Xia, he has an independent consciousness. His strength is much stronger than that of the shadow soldiers. Under Yang Xia's instruction, he can mobilize the shadow soldiers, and he also has a special skill called Fusion Shadow. As an army master, he can temporarily integrate countless shadow soldiers into himself, and his strength will increase exponentially. As the Lord of Shadow, Yang Xia can integrate the Shadow Army Master into himself to improve his strength in a short time, or let the Shadow Army Master continue to integrate into himself as part of his own strength. The Shadow Army can not only fight in groups, but also take the extreme single soldier strategy. And the number of shadow soldiers will increase again after Yang Xia breaks through another major realm. This terrifying information shocked Yang Xia. Do you want to fight? I am an army by myself. Group fight? Good, look at my overwhelming shadow soldiers. Single duel? Good, look at my overwhelming shadow soldiers. Yang Xia, who seemed to be on the battlefield, was so happy. And under the idle training of 1001 shadow soldiers, Yang Xia felt that his spirit seeds were growing visibly. It was so cool. No, Yang Xia, who only had 100 shadow soldiers before, had not yet reached the warrior level, and did not have a strong desire to go to the wild to hunt exotic beasts. But now, Yang Xia, who has 1001 shadow soldiers, has also reached the warrior level. The desire to go to the wild to hunt exotic beasts is particularly strong. The exotic beasts in the wild are all the resources for strengthening strength, and they are also a source of delicious food. Moreover, Yang Xia, who practiced the 3 kinds of skills, namely, the Eternal Night Demonic Code, the Buddha Mysterious Skill, and the Shadow Killing Secret Code, developed his strength in all aspects. There were also many means of hiding and escaping in the Shadow Killing Secret Code. Even if he really encountered a beast that he could not defeat, it should not be difficult to escape. However, he still had to understand the strength of his own shadow soldier first, and immediately summoned a shadow soldier to test the data. The shadow soldier punched the fist force tester with a clang. 3,000 kilograms. Damn, although it is not as strong as his own strength, this data is also quite exaggerated. The shadow soldier of the first level of the warrior is actually equivalent to the peak of the 9th level of the great Jotian warrior. And Yang Xia has 1,000 such shadow soldiers. Really awesome, crass. Recall the shadow soldier back to the martial soul space, and then summon the shadow army master. Master. As soon as the shadow army master was summoned, he knelt on one knee to salute Yang Xia. Good guy, it's really different. The shadow soldiers were like silent warriors, meticulously carrying out Yang Xia's tasks, and were very respectful to Yang Xia, but there was no interaction. This shadow army lord could actually take the initiative to salute him, and it turned out that they were of different levels. Just as he was about to chat with this Shadow Army Lord, he found that he didn't know what to call him. Shadow Army Lord? He couldn't help asking the most primitive question. Military Lord, do you have a name? Master, everything I have belongs to you, please give me a name. Well, the problem is back to Yang Xia himself. Naming is really not something he is good at. Well, you are the first military lord to appear. You have no name or surname, just follow my surname, and call me Yang Yi. Thank you, Master. Yang Yi thanks you for the name. No, you test your strength against this instrument now. Back to the topic, Yang Xia asked Yang Yi to test his fist strength. Bang! 5,000 kilograms. It seems that the strength of the Shadow Army Lord is not much different from his own. Try the skill of Fusion Shadow. Yang Yi, try the fusion of shadows. I will be the main body of the fusion of shadows, and you enter my shadow. Yes, Master. Yang Yi listened to the order, and the whole person turned into a black shadow and entered Yang Xia's shadow. Yang Xia did not feel any difference, but just felt that a part of his body that originally belonged to him was back. Clang! 7,600 kilograms. The power increased by 2,500 kilograms, which is half of the power of the Shadow Army Lord.
Okay, very good, increase the means of strengthening oneself by 1. One Shadow Army Lord increases 2,500 kilograms, what about more? Yang Xie asked Yanni and 1,000 shadow soldiers to merge in the martial soul space first, and then merge into himself.
Feeling as if he was constantly improving himself, his strength seemed to be bursting out.
Clang! Pa!
No data was displayed this time, because the instrument was broken into pieces.
It's over. Something bad has happened. Coincidentally, at this time, Nangongye came in with 2 cups of milk tea. Yang Xie, what have you done?
Looking at the broken instrument and Yang Xie in a fist-waving posture with some astonishment.
Yeah, do you believe that I didn't mean it?
Really, I just wanted to test the strength, I don't know why it turned out like this.
Nangongye looked at Yang Xie with disbelief. My father once told me that this instrument can withstand a maximum of 100,000 pounds of force.
I believe what I see with my eyes, but I can't believe this fact.
Outrageous.
I didn't expect that the combined strength of all the Shadow Soldiers and the Shadow Army Lords for Yang Xie exceeded 100,000 pounds.
Dad, there must be something wrong with the machine you bought. Change it quickly.
I still need to test it.
Nangongye looked at Nangong Badian with suspicion. Nangong Badian looked at Nangongye with a look of a girl who was too old to be kept. Nangong Badian bought the instrument himself, how could he not know the situation?
A force of no more than 100,000 genes would never cause this. This girl would rather believe that there was something wrong with the instrument her father bought than to believe that Yang Xie had indeed exerted 100,000 genes of force.
Although Nangong Badian was unwilling to believe it, this was the fact. So Nangong Badian looked at Yang Xie with even more doubts. How did this kid do it?
This is 100,000 genes, 100,000 genes.
It's okay, it's just an instrument. I'll call someone to replace it now.
Although I was curious about how Yang Xie broke this instrument, I was also shocked that he could break it.
But Nangong Badian didn't care much about the instrument itself. Broken? Just change it. But Nangong Badian was becoming more and more curious about Yang Xie.
But thinking about his relationship with his daughter.
My future son-in-law is a family member. It doesn't matter if he has secrets, as long as he is sincerely good to Xiaoya.
Xiao Xie, be careful in the future. This instrument can only withstand a force of 100,000 kilograms. I will prepare an advanced force measuring instrument for you, which can withstand a maximum force of 1 million kilograms.
I'm sorry, uncle, I broke the instrument. I will pay attention to it in the future. Yang Xie looked embarrassed. This kind of instrument is probably quite expensive. He might not be able to buy one even if he sells it. It's your strength that can destroy you.
However, this secret method of increasing strength usually has side effects.
Don't use it unless absolutely necessary. Nangong Badian was worried that Yang Xie would use secret techniques to harm his body, so he couldn't help but remind Yang Xie.
Well, it turns out that my uncle thought I had used a secret method to forcibly increase my strength. But this is a secret method that most people don't know, and unlike what Nangong Badian thought, it has no side effects at all. Yang Xie, who has not yet released the fusion state, can still use that kind of power for no time limit and without harming the body.
But my uncle is also worried about me.
Okay, uncle, I will use this secret method less in the future.
But, uncle, now that I have become a warrior and I want to train myself, how should I go hunting for exotic animals in the wild?
I don't recommend going to the wild for newcomers who have just broken through as warriors, because there are too many uncertainties, and they don't have enough experience or strength. But Xiao Xie, although you are just a warrior, your strength is comparable to that of perfect Zhou, the peak warrior.
You can go to the edge area to experience it.
However, it's best to find a hunting team to lead you. You've never been to the wild alone, and you may not know the way, let alone experience in dealing with strange beasts. The hunting team that often goes to the wild has experience, and the leader of the warrior team usually has the martial arts realm and can handle some unexpected situations. Nangong Badian was obviously still worried about Yang Xie and wanted Yang Xie to follow the hunting team. Yang Xie also wanted to follow the hunting team, but he wanted to be alone because Yang Xie wanted to take out all his shadow army.
It's exciting just thinking about it.
Our Nangong family has our own hunting team. It just so happens that one of the teams is going to go hunting in the wild recently to collect some resources.
If you are willing, I can say hello and let you in.
It's better to get familiar with it first, and then become a lone wolf later. Be careful when sailing the ship that lasts forever.
Okay, I'm sorry to bother you again, but what should I prepare? When will I go? Bring your own weapons, a bag on your back, and stock up on some food and water. After all, many times you can't come back in one day. The time to go is tomorrow at noon. Dad, I want to go too.
At this moment, Nangongya appeared and said coquettishly to Nangong Badian.
You can't do it. You haven't become a warrior yet. Your strength is too weak. Don't mess around. Nangong Badian was not used to Nangongya, and there was not a trace of consideration on his resolute face. Nangongya, who was rejected, showed a trace of frustration on her face.
Now her strength was indeed too poor and she had to quickly improve her strength and reach a higher level. Only in the future can I go to the outdoors to have barbecue with Yang Xia.
Okay, uncle, I'm going to make some preparations and get some basic supplies ready. Well, you go clean it up. Meetings in the city are also very lively. This year's results in Qingshan City were brilliant.
Except for Changqing No. 1 Middle School, which produced an S-level student, other schools were also very good. The success rate of awakened people is nearly twice that of previous years, the number of awakened people has also doubled, and the number of high-level awakened people has also increased a lot. All universities in Qingshan City held a meeting. It displays the data of awakened persons in respective schools, as well as their training results, as well as the division of training resources.
Our Qingshan No. 2 Middle School is not bad either.
Although we don't have S-level awakeners, we do have an A-level awakener, Li Wei, who has awakened the plant martial soul Tianqing Mandala. It has been running for 12 weeks now. Our Shanwai Private High School also has an A-level awakener, Wan Kuan, this year. He has awakened the weapon soul Ton Luo hammer, and it has been running for 9 weeks now. Our school also has. Principal Wang from Changqing No. 1 Middle School looked like he was still there and did not participate in their heated discussion because he did not need to. There is an S-level awakener in their Evergreen No. 1 Middle School, who is the No. 1 existence in the fault line. The host of this meeting was the Municipal Education Bureau. He was not allowed to speak at the moment. Dear principals, please be patient. The data of each school this year is very good, and the higher-ups are never stingy with talents.
1 month is either long or short, and now there are only 3 weeks left.
The top priority is to let the students practice quickly, so that most of them can enter the warrior level to better cope with the martial arts hunting competition. In this resource allocation, considering that most students are about to enter the Zhou dynasty, talented people above B level can get a low-grade spiritual stone, and those below B level can also get a bottle of nailing dan to speed up the students' cultivation.
Speed.
The college entrance examination is coming, your principal must do a good job. On the other side, the schools are still full of vigor. Students from all schools are practicing hard. Those with high talent have already started to circulate the Zhou Tian, while those with less talent have just succeeded in sensing spirits.
Changqing No. 1 Middle School. Mr. Su, you are too amazing.
You started to circulate the Zhou Tian yesterday, and today you have completed 3 Zhou Tian.
I just started to absorb spirits. Oh. I don't know when I can become a warrior. It's just talent.
You should also step up your practice and strive to circulate the Zhou Tian as soon as possible. Su Hong had some pride on his face. With the support of family resources, he successfully circulated 1 Zhou Tian yesterday, and today he has completed 3 Zhou Tian.
It is estimated that he will complete 5 Zhou Tian tonight.
He will definitely become a warrior before the college entrance examination, and he will not be much worse than some A-level talents. Moreover, with the strong support of his family, he may be able to strive for a perfect Zhou Tian to generate spirit seeds and become a warrior with a perfect Zhou Tian.
Yang Xia, that bastard, can't say that he can just succeed in sensing spirits. What can he compare with me?
During this period of time, this guy has been staying at Nangong's house and not coming out, and he has not come to school. The assassins at home have no chance, otherwise he would have been sent to the underworld.
This guy is really lucky.
Most B-level and A-level talents need about a week to enter the circulation of the heaven.
Compared with Nangongya, they are really weak.
There is even less comparison with Yang Xia. It is recommended to take screenshots and save. The next day, the wind was calm and the sun was shining all over the earth.
Yang Xia got up early and cleaned up after breakfast. Grandma, I'm going to the training camp.
I'll probably be there for a few days. You can stay at Nangong's house without worrying. Yang Xia didn't say that he was going to the wild because he was afraid that his grandma would be worried.
Grandma Yang looked at Yang Xia, her grandson who had become a warrior.
She had no choice but to avoid causing trouble for him if she wanted to help him. Don't worry, Grandma feels safe staying here with Xiaoya.
You practice well and pay attention to safety.
Don't worry, Xiaoxia, Aunt Yang is in our home, just like her own home, and we will take care of her. Yaya's mother Su Lin saw Yang Xie's worried look and immediately comforted him with a smile.
Thank you, Auntie. I feel at ease in your home.
I was afraid that Grandma would run back to my original hometown alone when she saw that I was not here.
Yang Xie quickly explained. Ha ha ha, no, we won't let her go back, Aunt Yang, just stay here with peace of mind.
Yang Xie was really afraid that Grandma would run back alone. The old man was sometimes stubborn. But after getting assurance from Yaya's mother, I felt relieved.
The gate of Nangong courtyard.
At this time, an armored vehicle stopped, along with 5 heavily armed men. Yang Xie got off Nangong's car and looked at this group of well-equipped people. Some were carrying guns, some were carrying knives, and they were all wearing military protective vests.
Is this the Nangong family's hunting team?
They look like relatively professional field hunters.
Is it Yang Xie?
I am Nangong Qing, the captain of this team. While Yang Xie was still looking at the team members, a lean young man walked towards him and made a gesture to shake hands.
Yes, I am Yang Xie. Hello, Captain Nangong. Please take care of me for the rest of the journey.
Yang Xie also quickly held hands with Nangong Qing. The captain was a martial artist at the level of a martial artist. He took the initiative to say hello to the person he just said hello to, but he was an informal and interesting person. Although this Nangong Qing looks like a thin dog and is a bit unreliable, judging people by their appearance is stupid behavior.
Yang Xie will not think that a captain is a weak person.
No trouble, you are the person assigned by the clan leader, and we will do our best to protect you.
I'll give you a brief introduction to my team members.
This is Nangong Go, our investigator. He is a Wuhuan spirit-nosed dog with a very powerful sense of smell.
Sure enough, it is Lingbai, and this nose is indeed big enough. Hello, brother, I'm Yang Xie. Just call me Dog Brother, I like this title.
Nangong Go replied calmly with an indifferent expression.
Well, my hobbies are unique. Okay, Brother Dog.
This is Nangong Xiuqin, our sniper, Wuhuan Sky-Eye Eagle, sharpshooter, a tall and delicate woman, carrying a long sniper on her back, smiled at Yang Xie.
This time, I'm handsome. He's a handsome guy. Hello, handsome guy. I'm Nangong Xiuqin.
Hello, Sister Xiuqin, I am Yang Xie. Yang Xie also smiled and said hello. This is Nangong Wei, our sword warrior. He has a martial soul sword and is very powerful in combat.
Weiga, hello. Hello. Nangong Wei was holding a knife and had a very tall figure.
It would be a pity not to be a berserker with this figure, but he was a bit cold. He only responded lightly to Yang Xie's greeting.
This is Nangong Lan, our big baby, a therapist. Nangong Lan is very good looking, with short hair that reaches her eyebrows. She looks heroic, but a little shy. Hello, I am Nangong Lan.
If you are injured in the future, come to me and I will treat you. After saying that, he lowered his head.
Thank you, Sister Lan.
Nangong Cheng, Nangong Go, Nangong Xiuqin, Nangong Wei, and Nangong Lan are all warriors of the Nangong family.
The Nangong family is really strong.
He looked around among the 5 people and said,
Hello everyone, let me introduce myself again. My name is Yang Xie. I am a senior in high school. I have just become a warrior. It is my first time to go to the wild.
If there is anything I did wrong, please feel free to tell me. Yang Xie was really in trouble when he went to the wild, so he had to greet the team in advance. The clan leader has already told us about your situation. You don't need to be so polite. Although it is only temporary, you are a member of our team and everyone helps each other. Nangong Qing was very good at getting things done, and he was very kind to Yang Xie who jumped in line, as if Yang Xie belonged to their team. I don't know whether it was Nangong Baishan's great prestige that made them be kind to him, or whether they had always been like this. However, in this kind of team, it should be pretty good, without suspicion and intrigue. But at this time, Nangong Qing changed his words. Xiaoya, we are all familiar with each other, so I won't introduce you one by one.
Follow us and follow the instructions.
Brother Qing, no need. Nangong smiled beside Yang Xie and responded.
Yang Xie realized at this time. Yaya, are you going too? Didn't my uncle not let you go yesterday? You haven't even become a warrior yet. Who said that?
I just became a spiritual species this morning and am already a warrior. And Dad also agreed, Brother Yu Qing and the others can rest assured.
Well, it turns out I am a mangu person. That's fine.
I'll make sure to have enough barbecue this time.
Yeah, you can eat as much as you want when the time comes. What Yang Xia never forgets is the smell of barbecue.
He has been practicing in seclusion at Nangong's house for several days and misses it very much.
Everyone is here. Get in the car and let's go.
The armored vehicle drove for more than 2 hours before reaching the city gate. Who are they and where are they going? A group of heavily armed inspectors asked in a formulaic manner.
Hunting team, go out to collect supplies. This is my hunting team certificate. Nangong Qing opened his personal warrior terminal and showed the hunting team certificate produced by the Warriors Association.
Okay, but please be careful, there are some strange beasts that are not restless recently. The inspector checked the relevant documents, gave a gesture, and the door opened. Normally, during the college entrance examination period, these dogs are restless.
Nangong Xiuqin gave Nangongya and Yang Xia a reassuring expression.
Armored vehicles speed through the wilderness. The trees outside the city are extremely lush, probably because of the spiritual energy, and they are also very tall. From time to time, you can hear the sounds of strange animals in the forest. Yang Xia and Nangongya are like curious babies, looking around. Nangong Qing and the others have long been accustomed to it. The armored vehicle stopped after traveling for only a quarter of an hour.
Okay, we're at the place, come down. After Nangong's car stopped at a remote roadside, Nangong Chang reminded Yang Xia and Nangongya.
Yang Xia shook his dull head and looked at the wilderness he had never been to in 18 years. The trees, which only a few people can embrace, are like high branches reaching into the clouds, a forest with no end in sight. The wilderness is like a primitive world, without human habitation, leaving only natural desolation.
Big and lonely.
The vastness of the wilderness made Yang Xia feel insignificant.
Nangongya's focus is different. The flowers and grass here are so big, I've never seen many of them before. Xiaoya, let me tell you a common sense about survival in the wild.
In the wild, the more delicate the plants, the more dangerous they are.
Why? Brother Chang.
Nangong Qing said nothing, just picked up a stone from the ground and threw it towards the beautiful flower.
Aha!
The delicate flower in the distance recently turned into a ferocious giant mouth as the stone approached, and it was swallowed in one gulp.
Nangongya trembled with fright.
Yang Xia was also shocked.
Is this the piranha? Are these plants so scary? Why are the plants in the city so normal?
After the spiritual energy is revived, humans can practice and animals can become stronger. At the same time, plants also have their own way of survival.
Don't be surprised. In cities, problematic plants have been cleared away.
In the wild, alien animals are the most direct threat, while plants are invisible threats.
You still have a lot to learn, and I can't explain it all to you now. Let's do some popular science on the roadside. Guzi, use your nose to find which direction the Tianxinglan is.
After locking the car door, Nangong Qing threw 2 pieces of protective clothing to Nangongya and Yang Xia, and asked Nangong go at the same time. You two put on these 2 protective suits. Short clothes are not suitable in the wild.
Why? Yang Xia asked with doubt.
I don't want you to become a worm feeder, so put it on and hit the road, you will know.
Nangongya and Yang Xia didn't ask any more questions and silently put on protective clothing, with long sleeves and a hat.
Yang Xia also took out the sword given by Nangongya and carried it on his back.
Nangongya also stood ready.
Guzi, lead the way, open the way. Xiaoya and Yang Xia are walking in the middle, Xiuqin and Xiaolan are behind, I will take the lead.
Set off. Nangong's spiritual nose was indeed quite strong, and he quickly found the direction, and a group of people followed Nangong's footsteps and started walking. There are not many people around, and the road we pass is full of thorns, some of which will attack people. Nangong drove the road, holding a big knife, and cut a path abruptly.
Some of the attacking thorns and vines were chopped into pieces. Nangongya and Yang Xia walked carefully in the middle, with their weapons taken out, ready to fight back at any time, but Nangong cleaned up too cleanly and basically did not encounter any attacking plants.
As I passed by a field of purple flowers, I smelled an alluring fragrance.
Nangong Qing had never seen this kind of flower before, so he could only tell everyone to stay away. However, Yang Xia felt something was wrong at this time. The smell was too good. Nangong Qing has already popularized the knowledge before that the more delicate the flowers, the more dangerous they are.
What about the smell?
However, there is nothing abnormal so far, and no one feels any discomfort. Yang Xia can only suppress the doubts in his heart.
Maybe he was overthinking. After all, Nangong Qing didn't even speak. Brother Qing, why haven't you seen a strange beast for so long?
Nangong Qing and other teammates looked at each other and smiled.
Wait, you'll see it soon.
As if in response to these words, several figures slowly walked from the depths of the jungle. Good guy, there are quite a few. Nangong Qing murmured when those figures approached. Yang Xia saw that they were still old friends.
Alien wolf. There are a dozen exotic wolves.
However, it is much larger than the alien wolf we encountered before, and it can be seen at a glance that it is much stronger.
Xiaoya and Yang Xia, stay back. Don't act rashly until we deal with them. Xiaolan, protect them both. Xiuqin, you help us raid the formation. Wei, and I will attack.
Guzi, be careful around you to prevent a sneak attack. Nangongye and Yang Xia were protected in this way. After all, as two newly promoted warriors, in the eyes of the team, they have no other use than to gain experience. The warrior who has been promoted to perfect Zhou Tian only has 500 kilograms of strength, and even a strange beast wolf here can't deal with it. For Nangong Qing and the others, if they don't add to the chaos, they are helping them. Although Yang Xia was eager to give it a try, he still held back and stayed with Nangongye to watch Nangong Qing and the others fight.
Nangong Wei and Nangong Chang are both very strong. Nangong Wei is still able to fight with 4 alien wolves while holding a big sword. Nangong Qing's weapon was a spear, and he fought with 5 alien wolves. He quickly picked one of them away with his gun, and saw that the alien wolf was dying. But the largest wolf in the pack quickly jumped to Nangong Qing's battlefield, putting a lot of pressure on Nangong Chang. I saw that the wolf's claws could actually release invisible claw marks. In the area scratched by the claws of the alien wolf, several deep pits suddenly appeared on the trees, and there were also many marks on the ground, which caused Nangong Qing shock. A lot of pressure. Surrounded by 6 alien wolves, Nangong Qing suddenly lost his advantage and was still at a slight disadvantage. The situation is not right, Xiuqin. This wolf is a 2nd-level wolf. I have to contain it. You can deal with the others first and then help me.
Nangong Xiuqin raised his eyebrows as he looked at the anxious battlefield and the other alien wolves that were constantly approaching them.
Well done, you wolf cubs, watch my gun.
As he spoke, he took out a machine gun from behind. The 8 alien wolves that wanted to get close suddenly became a sieve and fell down helplessly.
Awesome, Sister Xiuqin. Yang Xia and Nangongye were stunned.
As expected, the gun is fast at a distance of 10 steps, and accurate and fast within 10 steps. As expected, hot weapons are still useful for low-level beasts. I have to get some hot weapons equipment next time. This thing is quite useful for low-level beasts. After all, art is about explosion. While Nangongye and Yang Xia were shocked, Nangong Xiuqin changed to the big sniper again.
Bang!
The head of a beast wolf besieging Nangong Wei exploded, and the whole body softened. Click crash bang. Another beast wolf was pierced through, and the other 2 were cut in half by Nangong Wei.
Nangong Wei quickly entered Nangong Qing's encirclement to help Nangong Qing relieve pressure.
Click crash bang. Sister Xiuqin was very powerful, and another alien wolf was killed by the sniper.
Nangong Chang and Nangong Wei were fighting against 5 alien wolves, and they immediately had a clear advantage.
Soon, except for the 2nd-level alien wolf, the other 4 1st-level ones were killed. The 2nd-level alien wolf saw that the situation was not good and was ready to escape. But it was too late. Although it was very fast, it was still hit by Sister Xiuqin. But after being hit by a sniper, the 2nd-level alien wolf did not fall down, but became more violent. Be careful, it's going to fight for its life. Wait, let's pull it and let Xiuqin consume it. Gradually, the fatigue of the 2nd-level alien wolf became more and more obvious, and was finally shot through by Nangong Qing.
Ha! This 2nd-level wolf cub must have the strength of a 2nd-level mid-stage wolf.
Fortunately, I broke through to the middle stage of the martial artist not long ago, otherwise I would have capsized in the gutter.
It's really unusual recently. I didn't see any 2nd-level wolf in this area before. Let's pick the herbs and go back early.
But today's harvest is quite rich.
This 2nd-level exotic wolf can probably be sold for a lot of money. Those 1st-level ones are also packed, which also makes a lot of money. Nangong Qing was a little lucky for a while. Dusk is getting late, and the sun is setting over the western mountains. Yang Xia and his group were picking up the corpse of the alien wolf. It's a pity that this 2nd-level alien wolf has no alien crystals in its body. How can you be so lucky? It would be great if one of the 102nd-level alien beasts has an alien beast crystal. It's already evening, it's not suitable to go any further. Let's rest here today and set off again during the day tomorrow. The team is still very satisfied with the harvest of this trip, but the danger at night is not easy to detect, so they choose to rest and start again tomorrow. Nangong Lan was checking the bodies of Nangong Wei and Nangong Cheng. It's okay, just some skin injuries.
As he spoke, green light emerged from Nangong Lan's hand and began to treat Nangong Wei and Nangong Cheng.
Trouble Xiaolan, no, it's okay. I'm not good at fighting. I'm good at supporting. I'll be happy if I can help everyone. Nangong Lan said embarrassedly. Xiaolan, you are the treasure of our team. Our entire team's fortune and life are in your hands. Don't belittle yourself at every turn. Nangong Cheng looked serious.
Good guy, that team would dislike a wet nurse, which is a guarantee of life. Sister Lan really underestimated the status of a wet nurse.
Yang Xia couldn't help but be a little speechless.
Night came and there was no light left.
Yang Xia found some bonfires, lit them, and prepared to barbecue. With so much fresh exotic wolf meat, how can you skip dinner? After cutting off a few pieces of meat from the legs of the alien wolf, Yang Xia took care of himself as a chef. Everyone was sitting around the fire, and the crackling sound of firewood was particularly clear in the silent night. I didn't expect you to be able to do this. Our team's food needs to be improved all the time. You can come to our team and be a chef. Nangong Xiuqin couldn't help but praise Yang Xia's roasted meat. Your barbecue is really good, the seasoning is very good. Sister Xiuqin, thank you.
Sister Xiuqin, your gun is really powerful. You are simply the king of KDA.
Xiaoya and I were stunned. Ha, it's a joke, I still haven't taken out the big one yet. How big is it, 18 centimeters? Yang Xia couldn't help but have some random thoughts after hearing Nangong Xiuqin's answer, but he didn't say it out loud. Then I must see it next time. Brother Ching, what is the difference between second-order and first-order alien beasts? In my opinion, there is no difference between those alien beasts. It's difficult and easy.
You can tell a little bit about the body shape, but you have to fight to know the details. The second-level alien beasts are about the same strength as our martial artists. In the warrior stage, spiritual energy cultivates the body. The second-level martial artist can release spiritual energy. The second-level alien beast attacks. Shinya has also gone from a simple physical attack at the first level to a skill that can release spiritual energy.
Only with experience can you distinguish it at a glance.
You two are geniuses and we will soon get in touch.
Everyone had a great time eating and chatting a lot. Yang Xia's craftsmanship is indeed quite good.
As the night gets later, the stars in the sky twinkle brightly.
The protective clothing I gave you can be used tonight. We will take turns to keep vigil tonight.
The 5 members of our team will take turns to keep vigil.
Xiaoya and Yang Xia, just have a good rest. Xiaoya, you and Yang Xia have a rest at night. Remember to wear protective clothing and zip up your zipper.
Mosquitoes in the wild not only suck blood, but can also kill you.
Nangong Ching made arrangements for the night vigil, and also told Yang Xia and Nangongya what to pay attention to.
Brother Ching, I also want to keep vigil, we can't just let everyone protect us.
Brother Ching, me too. Yang Xia and Nangongya came here for training.
Although their strength was low, Nangong Ching's team wanted to give them more experience, but Yang Xia and Nangongya didn't want to be a purely protected person. They also want to do something for the team. We can understand your concern for the team, but you cannot control the dangers at night. With all due respect, your strength is still too low. You can't do much as you have just been promoted to warriors. Furthermore, the sudden changes encountered during the day indicate that the strange beasts in the wild have also become abnormal.
Second-level strange beasts that were not seen here before have appeared in the periphery. We may not be absolutely sure.
Of course, if there is a chance, we will give you a chance to fight against the alien beasts, provided it is safe.
You don't have to have any other ideas.
In the wild, safety comes first, and we also think about ourselves.
Although what Nangong Cheng said was unpleasant, it was indeed true. Nangongya and Yang Xia may not be able to cope with emergencies at night.
Although they wanted to help, their strength really didn't allow it. Nangongya and Yang Xia both looked a little sad. However, Yang Xia was saddened by the question of when he would be able to fight against the alien beasts.
Then I'll bother you, Brother Qing, tonight. Yang Xia suddenly had other ideas, but remained calm. Fighting with the alien beasts doesn't require Yang Xia to take action himself. He has a shadow army. Yang Xia feels a little stupid.
Now that he has the Shadow Army Master, he can let some of Yang's shadow soldiers go to fight with alien beasts, and then become stronger through the shadow-devouring talent and then feed it back to himself. He is the Lord of Shadows, but not the Lord of melee combat. He wants to fight with others face to face.
Xiaoya, let's rest first.
If we don't cause trouble for Brother Ching and the others, we just want to help them. With that said, Yang Xia leaned against a giant tree and lay down, pulled on his protective clothing and closed his eyes.
Nangongya watched Yang Xia take a rest, and his beautiful face showed fatigue. He was tired from running around today. Nangongya also fell asleep leaning against Yang Xia.
Nangong Ching and the others also arranged the order of night watch, taking turns to rest. In the corner where no one was watching, countless shadows continued to flow out from Yang Xia in the darkness, but under the cover of darkness, no one could find them. Yang Xia sent Yang Yi and 900 shadow soldiers out to hunt, leaving only 100 shadow soldiers in case of unexpected situations. The 100 shadow soldiers were also arranged around Yang Xia to protect Yang Xia and Nangongya at all times.
Yang Yi led 900 shadow soldiers into the depths of the woods, searching for the existence of strange beasts.
There were indeed many strange beasts in the wild.
Not long after, Yang Yi and his team encountered more than a dozen strange beast wolves that were hunted at night.
It was also strange.
Is this the base camp of the strange beast wolves? Why are there strange beast wolves everywhere? They were all first-level alien wolves.
A dozen of them didn't last a breath under the hands of 901 shadow legions and were quickly solved. The devouring shadow talent was activated, and a dozen alien wolves quickly shrank and turned into a ball of mud. Although Yang Xia in the distance closed his eyes, he was not asleep. He was about to break through the realm under the idle training of 1001 shadow legions. At this time, under the feedback of the devouring shadow talent, he directly broke through the second stage of warrior.
Really awesome, Shadow Legion.
Yang Yi, work harder and try to let me break a few more stages today. Please forgive us for the inconvenience caused to you. When Yang Xia fell asleep peacefully in the joy of breakthrough, Yang Yi and his men were still sweeping.
In the woods, 901 shadow soldiers walked at night like stealthy ghosts.
When Yang Xia broke through the second stage of warrior, they also became the shadows of the second stage of warrior.
Countless first-level alien beasts died at the hands of shadow soldiers, and also became the food for the growth of shadow soldiers.
Encountered 31st level alien beast pigs, killed them. Encountered 21st level alien beast rabbits, killed them.
As the shadow soldiers continued to go deeper, Yang Yi and his men also encountered the second-level primary alien beast wolf. Yang Yi did not take action, but sent shadow soldiers to test. The second-level primary alien beast wolf is much stronger than the first-level one, with a larger body, more powerful strength, and can release aura skills.
A second-level warrior shadow soldier fought with it, but did not take advantage. The aura skills were very lethal. The shadow soldier had good strength but could not release skills.
But they were not outdone.
After all, the shadow soldiers of the first stage of warriors had a strength of 3,000 kilograms, which was comparable to the warriors of the ninth stage of the Great Jotian warrior.
Now the shadow soldiers of the second stage of warriors would be even stronger.
Moreover, in the Dark Night, due to the effect of the skills of the Eternal Night Magic Code, the combat power of the shadow soldiers increased by 10%, and they were like fish in water. In addition, the Jinwu Fist, which had now reached its peak, also had the bloody sword technique. So under the siege of 3 shadow soldiers, the second-level primary alien wolf gradually became tired, and finally died at the hands of the shadow soldiers. After being devoured by the shadow soldiers, it contributed its last wave of strength.
Then Yang Yi seemed to be even bolder and went deeper.
Encountered a group of second-level alien monkeys. The number was 45, most of them were at the second-level primary, and a few were at the second-level intermediate. This was a team with good strength. Even if the Nangong Qing team faced them directly, it would probably be a meal. But surrounded by Yang Yi and his 901 shadow soldiers, it was obvious that they were no match. This group of strange monkeys was very flexible and was like a fish in water in the forest full of giant trees. They jumped from one tree to another, and then jumped again. At night, they could only see a shadow running around. Unfortunately, they encountered the Shadow Core, the king of the night. They had the shadow-killing secret book and were extremely fast, and could even appear in the shadow. Soon, 45 second-level strange monkeys were killed and their shadows were swallowed. Finally, they encountered an obviously unusual existence, a giant bear with golden patterns on its head. It was 7 meters tall, and its whole body was like a behemoth, making waves of footsteps in the forest. The attack of the shadow soldiers was like a tickle to it. The damage of the shadow soldiers could not break its defense at all. Dozens of shadow soldiers were defeated by its giant bear claws. Yang Yi, who was standing by, did not look nervous and ordered the shadow soldiers to stop attacking. Melting shadow. The remaining 800 shadow soldiers turned into countless black and merged into Yang Yi,
and Yang Yi's body suddenly became taller. He took out the ice spirit sword that Yang Xie did not use, used the sword as a knife, and performed the bloody battle sword technique. The giant bear wanted to block it with his arm, but it was in vain. The giant bear's arm was like a kite with a broken string, flying away and falling to the ground. Then he was beheaded by a sword. I'm kidding, this ice spirit sword can cut iron like mud, plus Yang Yi's bloody battle sword technique, which he performed with countless pounds of strength, using his arm to block it would undoubtedly be a way to his own death. The giant bear was also puzzled. Why did this hand break? How could this little ant-like black shadow suddenly become so terrifying? Yang Yi swallowed the giant bear's shadow, and the giant bear was like a deflated balloon, and its whole body was deflated. Then, Yang Yi took out another crystal from the giant bear's head. A great harvest. But just as Yang Yi was about to continue to move deeper into the forest, an urgent signal suddenly came. It was the signal from Shadow Master Yang Xie to call them back. Immediately, Yang Yi's figure rushed towards Yang Xie like a black lightning. Yang Xie sighed. It was very cold at 4 o'clock in the morning, and Yang Xie's team was in danger. Ha 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 ha, you struggle hard, I like to see you struggling to death. A man in black with a pig head mask looked at Yang Xie and his team triumphantly. And Nangong Cheng and his team were held hostage by 2 men in black with pig head masks at this moment. Yang Xie and Nangongya were the exceptions, they were protected by 100 shadow soldiers. A few minutes ago, Yang Xie was strongly called by the shadow soldiers in his sleep. He opened his hazy eyes with difficulty, but was stunned by the scene in front of him. Nangong Cheng and the others were being held hostage by the men in black with knives. A dozen men in black wearing pig head masks were fighting with the shadow soldiers. Moreover, except for himself, everyone else had their eyes closed and was not awake at all. If he had not ordered 100 shadow soldiers to protect himself and Nangongya before falling asleep, they would have become prisoners by now. Yang Xie wanted to wake Nangongya up, but found that he had called Nangongya several times and Nangongya did not respond. Was she poisoned? Or was she drugged? When was she poisoned? Why was she able to wake up? Was it because of the call from the shadow soldiers from the divine court? Yang Xie didn't know, but he was in a bad mood now. He mentally ordered Yang to come back quickly, and his eyes turned to the group of black-clothed men. Who are you? What do you want to do? The doubtful words were full of coldness. He, you are very interesting. You can wake up after being hit by the dream of Bohemia Tears. The leading black-clothed man with a pig head mask did not answer Yang Xie, but just looked at Yang Xie with great interest, as if he was looking at something strange. Bohemia Tears dream? Is it a drug? Is it the drug we took when we were sleeping at night? Yang Xie was full of confusion at this moment. Are these black shadow-like existences your guardians, or are they your own means? But according to the information, you are just a waste with D-level talent, and your martial soul is a shadow warrior. Shadow warrior, 100 shadow-like guards, not affected by the dream of Bohemia Tears. I understand, I sent it, I found a big fish. The leading black-clothed man with a pig head mask looked at Yang Xie with burning eyes. Your talent is not D-level, your talent is definitely above S-level, this is really a big surprise. The leading pig-headed man talked to himself like a neurotic, and the information revealed showed that they had obviously investigated themselves. Talent above S-level is a big surprise, so their target is students with high talent. Therefore, their initial target is Nangongya with S-level talent. They are those damn pagans. Those damned bastards. Yang Xie's eyes flickered. But suddenly, Yang Xie's face suddenly looked a little weird. My cultivation level, when did I reach the 4th level of martial artist? Wasn't he a warrior who broke through to the 2nd level just before going to bed? When did you break through 2 more stages? Is it the result of Yang Yi's efforts this night? What makes Yang Xie even more weird is that he didn't pay attention to the battle situation when he woke up before, and he was a little panicked when he saw everyone being captured. But now looking at the battle situation, it is obvious that his shadow soldiers have the advantage, although the shadow soldiers surrounding himself and Nangongya account for the majority. But that small group still defeated more than a dozen pig-head masked men in black. The leading man in the pig-head mask also quickly discovered this situation and was a little confused. No, this is definitely not this kid's talent. How can he defeat more than a dozen martial arts masters in less than 10 days after awakening? It was still almost one-on-one, so it couldn't be this kid's talent. There was still an expert hiding in the dark. Is she the guardian of some girl from the Nangong family? But we have been following her for so long and still haven't found it. Just in case, we still give the medicine first and then do it in the early morning.
The leading pig-headed masked man's eyes were flickering, and he led a dozen martial arts masters to perform the mission for absolute success, otherwise why should he be so cautious in dealing with these boys? But the Guardian hasn't shown up yet. Are these shadows the Guardian's means? If you don't dare to reveal your true identity, are you unsure of how to capture us? Eyes narrowed, the leading man in black with a pig head mask shouted. Stop now, or I will kill these guys. As he said that, the leading pig head mask waved his hand, and the other pig head mask men in black around him put their knives on the necks of Nangong Qing and the others. Yang Xie's heart sank. As expected, this happened. Nangong Qing and the others were good people and we couldn't let them die here. Master, we are back, what do you need us to do? At this moment, Yang Yi's voice reached Yang Xie's mind. Yang Xie's eyes lit up, he came just in time. You sneak into the shadows of those men in black and kill them with one quick strike. You must be quick. Yang Xie gave Yang Yi and the others instructions in his heart. Copy that, Master. In the corner where the pig-headed masked man and the others did not pay attention, a group of black shadows moved toward the pig-headed masked man's shadow in the dark night. In order to buy time, Yang Xie immediately said to the leading pig-headed masked man. We give in, but you don't take action, otherwise we will kill the fish and defeat the net. As he said this, he motioned for the shadow soldiers to move back. The leading pig-headed masked man looked at the retreating shadow soldiers and was very happy, feeling that he had caught the weakness of Yang Xie and the master behind him. Just when the lion was about to open his mouth and take a step further. Yang Yi, take action, and kill him immediately. Yang Xie gave instructions to Yang Yi and the others in his heart, because at this moment Yang Yi and the others had already sneaked into the shadow of the pig-head masked man and the others. Following Yang Xie's order, the leading pig-headed masked man and the other pig-headed masked men were preparing to take the next step, when a black shadow suddenly appeared from their shadows and headed towards them. Damn, what's going on? The leading man in the pig head mask might be stronger or more perceptive. When the shadow soldiers were attacking him, he quickly reacted and dodged. Except for the leading pig-headed masked man, all the other pig-headed masked men are missing their heads. This is the secret technique of shadow killing, but where do so many shadows come from? The leading man in the pig head mask looked at the many extra shadow soldiers with a look of surprise on his face. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. Yang Yi, you fight quickly, kill him quickly, don't let him escape. Yang Xie looked at the leading pig-headed masked man who had escaped the assassination. He was worried that an accident would happen, so he quickly asked Yang Yi and the others to kill again. The leading man in the pig head mask was very strong, and could actually fight against 10 shadow soldiers who were currently at the 4th level of warriors at the same time. However, under the siege of hundreds of shadow soldiers, he quickly became exhausted. Ah, you damn guys, you are the one who forced me to do this. The leading man in a pig head mask shouted at the top of his lungs, pretending to be desperate. Lord Messenger, help me? Yang Xie thought the man in the pig head mask was holding back some big move, and was about to tell Yang Yi and the others to be careful. Unexpectedly, the leading man in the pig head mask had a big problem. I thought this guy was a man of character, but I didn't expect him to be a summoner, calling for the boss. But are there others hiding in the shadows? Or is this guy lying? If this hidden guy doesn't show up, this pig head mask man will be gone. When Yang Xie was confused, a yellow figure appeared next to the leading pig head masked man like a ghost. He also wears a pig head mask, but his body is very bloated, really like a pig. What a waste, you can't even handle such a small thing. Thank you for saving your life, Sir Messenger. These shadows are very strange and difficult to deal with. Please be careful. The leading man in the pig head mask was very respectful to the new figure. Even though the pig head mask was broken and his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, he still had to salute the man. Oh really, these shadows are a bit strange. They look like martial arts spirits and innate skills, but why do you think there are so many shadows so strange? As he said that, he glanced sideways at Yang Xie. Yang Xie suddenly felt shocked. This guy is very strong and he wants to attack me. Yang Yi, merge the shadows, all return to my body, he gave the order urgently. The shadow soldiers disappeared one after another, merging into Yang Xie's shadow. Bang! Yang Xie's body was suddenly knocked to a tree more than 10 meters away, with dust flying, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. This guy is the key. Catch the leader first. No matter how abnormal his skills or talents are, he is just a warrior who has just awakened. The fat and bloated pig-headed masked man retracted his right leg that was in a kicking posture and said lightly, "My lord envoy, do you mean that these shadows are the talents of this boy named Yang Xie?" The pig-headed man who was beaten black and blue asked in shock. He always suspected that it was the means of the hidden guardian. How could a boy who had just awakened for only 10 days be so strong?
Even if it was an SSS level talent, it would not make sense, but now the envoy told me that it was this boy named Yang Xie. It's out of the ordinary. Is this world crazy?
A kid who just awakened for 10 days, beat me, a martial artist of the 9th level, without any chance to fight back? The pig-headed man with a bruised face and nose looked a little dull at this moment. Although it is hard to believe, I was watching you while you were fighting, and this is the most reasonable answer. Although I don't know why, you are lucky. This kind of evildoer is our real target. The fat and bloated pig-headed man said indifferently. In fact, the fat and bloated man with the pig head mask was also shocked at this time. Not only because of his outrageous guess, but also because of the pain in his legs. When he kicked Yang Xie away, he also felt pain in his legs. This kid was very weird, and the kick on him was like hitting an iron plate.
This boy has a secret.
The eyes behind the pig head mask narrowed and looked towards the place where Yang Xie fell. The dust dispersed and Yang Xie slowly got up from the ground. Yang Xie felt scared at this moment. It was so dangerous, I almost farted. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. After discovering the plan of the yellow pig head masked man, I quickly let Yang Yi and the others melt into my body. There was tearing pain in his body, but fortunately, he did not suffer any fatal injuries. Although Rong Ying's strength has increased a lot, he is still essentially a warrior, and there is still a big gap between him and this yellow pig head masked man. Fortunately, I practiced 3 techniques at the same time. Among them, Futu Xian Gong was a body training technique, and I also had a piece of soft armor given by Nangongya. What surprised Yang Xie even more was that he discovered something that shocked him extremely. If it weren't for this thing, even if he had the enhanced strength of Fusion Shadow and the physical enhancement brought by Futu Xian Gong, he would still be seriously injured now. The talent of copper skin and iron bones, he actually has an extra talent of copper skin and iron bones. If this talent hadn't greatly enhanced his physical strength, he probably wouldn't be able to stand up now. And in addition to this talent, there is also a talent for dexterity and wind blade. Dexterity can increase the body's flexibility and reaction speed. It is a talent that favors body speed. Wind blade is a means of mobilizing wind element attacks. Yang Xie himself only has the talent of dark element, but now he has the talent of wind element. And he found that these 3 talents were all related to Yang Yi's shadow-devouring beast. According to the feedback from the talent, the copper skin and iron bones came from the giant bear, the dexterity came from the group of alien beasts and monkeys, and the wind blade came from the pack of exotic beasts and wolves. So why didn't the 5 first-level alien wolves that I killed before get the talent? Is it because the level is too low? Or is the number too small? It turns out that my shadow-devouring talent can not only increase my strength, but also gain the opponent's talent. Unbelievable, Shadow Devourer is too strong. As long as you kill more strange beasts in the future, your strength will continue to grow stronger. But we have to get through the immediate crisis first. This pig-headed masked man with a bloated yellow figure is very strong. I don't know if I can fight with him in the fused shadow form. I am now a 4th-level warrior, and all the shadow soldiers are also 4th-level warriors. When I was a warrior, my shadow melting power exceeded 100,000 kilograms, and it must be even higher now. I just don't know which pig-headed masked man in yellow clothes has the power. What strength? Although dozens of the previous shadow soldiers were consumed during the hunting process, it doesn't matter, there are still more than 900 left. At first, I was still worried that the shadow soldiers would not be able to recover, but I looked at the figures slowly gathering in the divine court. Yang Xie knew that as long as nothing happened to him, the shadow soldiers would be immortal and could always be resurrected in the spirit space of his divine court. In just a moment, the dozens of shadow soldiers were almost completely resurrected. However, the current situation is not optimistic. Nangong Qing and the others were still sleeping. He couldn't count on them, and he had to guard against the other party's dirty tricks. You can only rely on yourself to fight to the death, and at the same time pay attention to the safety of Nangongya and the others. Put away the messy thoughts and pick up the 2nd-level sword that was knocked down. Yang Xie smiled ferociously and said provocatively. Here comes another pig head, and it's a pure big fat pig. I'm going to eat roast pig today. The bloated yellow pig-headed masked man looked at Yang Xie. Although you are trying to show off your rhetoric, you are indeed extraordinary. I am a warrior at the pinnacle of the martial arts. You are still alive after being kicked by me. Even if you have armor, it is not normal. The counterattack is enough to kill you. Like Yang Xie, right?
I remember you. You have successfully aroused my interest. I will sacrifice you to the pig god for further study. Yang Xia stopped talking. It is only right to see the truth under his hands. Right now, either they die or I die. He clenched his sword tightly and rushed toward the bloated man in the yellow pig head mask. In response, the pig-headed masked man known as the messenger mocked disdainfully. Courage is commendable, but he is a fool. Without giving in, he casually pulled out a silver iron rod and threw it at Yang Xia. Yang Xia's eyes lit up as he looked at the man in the pig head mask who was facing him head-on. He is just a warrior, even after merging with the shadow, he is just a super warrior. Physical strength is his strength, and getting close is his opportunity. When he saw the man in the yellow pig head mask facing him, Yang Xia activated his power to the extreme. A bloody battle with swordsmanship, a sword battle in 8 deserts. Yang Xia used the most powerful move in the bleeding sword technique and slashed at the yellow pig head mask. At the same time, he turned a blind eye to the iron rod swung by the man in the yellow mask, hoping to kill him with one strike before he could react. Exchanging injuries for injuries was the safest way. He has the enhancement of more than 900 shadow soldiers, armor, and the most critical talent, copper skin and iron bones. When the pig-headed masked man didn't react, one-hit kill was the best choice. The man in the yellow pig head mask looked at Yang Xia's desperate fighting style, and his expression changed. He switched from offense to defense and blocked the iron rod in front of him. But it's too late. The extremely terrifying power came from Yang Xia's knife, and the pig-headed man's expression changed drastically. What the hell was going on? The pig-headed man wanted to take this blow. He was confident that he had tens of thousands of pounds of strength, but he was powerless to resist. The huge recoil made his iron rod fall out of his hand. He could only watch the sword chop down with great force. The whole person's body was like a bamboo that was split in half. There was still confusion in his eyes. It seemed that he was wondering why a guy who had just become a warrior could use such a terrifying power. Yang Xia was panting, and this knife used up all his strength. Fortunately, he was confident enough in himself, and he also underestimated himself enough. Otherwise, the existence of the peak of the martial arts sect was more than 2 realms higher than himself. I don't know how many methods he has not used. The martial arts master can release spiritual energy, and the martial arts sect probably has more methods. Looking at the body split in 2, Yang Xia killed someone for the first time, but at this moment he did not fluctuate. The enemy is a life and death situation. Yang Xia has no adverse reactions, only the pleasure of eliminating the enemy. Yang Xia even wanted to finish off the enemy, but he didn't know how to do it for a while. He called out Yang Yi and swallowed his shadow. This is the best way Yang Xia can think of to finish off the enemy. The shadow is swallowed, so he must not be alive. The black-clothed man who was beaten black and blue is still in a daze. Wasn't Yang Xia kicked away by the envoy? How did the envoy split into 2 halves? A weak chicken who has just awakened for 10 days and is only at the warrior level killed the envoy at the peak of the martial arts? Is this world crazy? Or am I crazy? At this moment, there was another person who was also confused. That is an E who has been hiding in the dark. He has always remembered the instructions of the family master and must only take action when Nisya and Yang Xia are an absolute life threat. He originally wanted to take action when the man in the yellow pig head mask took action, but seeing that the man did not use martial arts or martial intent, he endured it. But Yang Xia actually stood up, which still surprised an E. Even if he didn't use his full strength in a blow from the peak of Wuzong, ordinary warriors would be seriously injured even if they didn't die, but Yang Xia could still stand up. More importantly, after Yang Xia stood up, he still wanted to challenge Wuzong in the realm of a warrior. If you leave a big picture, wouldn't it be like eggs and stones when a warrior fights against a martial artist? And he had already activated his spiritual energy and was ready to take action, but the next scene refreshed his outlook. A warrior chopped off a peak martial artist with a knife? Cut with a knife? Killing a peak martial artist with one move, almost killing him instantly. Damn it! This is the pinnacle of Wuzong. And he rarely had violent mood swings since he started working as a secret worker in the family, but today he couldn't help but want to say dirty words. And he recalled the words of the family leader in his mind. What happened to Yang Xia is a secret if you see it. No one can tell it except me. And he wanted to say, even if I told others, they wouldn't believe it. Within 10 days of awakening, I single-handedly killed a peak martial artist. When I say this, others don't think I'm crazy. No wonder the head of the family has always cared about Yang Xia. What a fucking freak. Yang Xia had no way of knowing Yin Yi's psychological activities, and he didn't care. But at this moment, he was looking at the man in black with dull eyes, thinking about what to do. Hey, who is that, the pig-headed man? Can you answer my question now, or do you still want to continue calling your messenger? Yang Xia kicked the man in black with a bruised nose and swollen face and asked. The man in black came back to his senses, looked at Yang Xia who was close at hand, and shouted strangely. Monster! Mom, save me! Mom, save me! Is this really scary? Papa Yang Xia slapped him several times. What now? The man in black's distracted gaze regained focus. I'm asking you to answer. If you don't cooperate, go and accompany your envoy. Cooperate, I will cooperate, sir, just ask. At this moment, the man in black no longer has the rebelliousness he had before, nor does he have the arrogance of the martial artist realm, only the uneasiness that scares away his courage. In his mind, he had other thoughts. This Yang Xia must be possessed by other beast gods. Otherwise, how could it be possible to kill a peak martial artist? He had thoroughly investigated Yang Xia's birth and upbringing. A D-level talent became a warrior within 10 days of awakening. He could cross 2 great realms and kill messengers. This was only possible with the arrival of the beast god. As for human warriors, he has never found such a heaven-defying existence in history. Therefore, he responded extremely well to Yang Xia's words. What kind of poison is the dream of redbud tears? When was it given to us? Where is the antidote? The dream of redbud tears is a powerful drug that is extracted from redbud flowers. I gave it to you when you passed by the purple flowers before. Those who are poisoned will not have an immediate attack, but will only fall into a deep state in the early morning. It is difficult to wake up from coma by external force. Only by taking the juice of redbud vine can you wake up. The man in black usually told Yang Xia when he poured beans. Sure enough, there is something wrong with that patch of flowers and that fragrance. In the future, I need to learn some knowledge about medicine, or devour the shadows of some alien beasts with detoxification talents to obtain detoxification talents. Is being woken up by my own martial spirit considered a method? Maybe they haven't encountered it yet. Where's the antidote? It's in my pocket, I'll show it to you now. With that said, the man in black opened his clothes and took out a bottle of green liquid from his clothes. Really or not, you drink a little first. Yang Xia was a little suspicious and immediately fed some to the man in black. It's true, sir. How could I lie to you? The juice of the redbud vine can not only relieve the poison of the dream of redbud tears, but it can also refresh you. Sir, don't waste it. The man in black said flatteringly. Yang Xia ignored him and summoned 10 shadow soldiers to put knives on his neck. Are you a pig god? How many of your people are there in Qingshan City? Sir, I don't know, I'm just a minion carrying out a mission. Really don't know? Yang Xia winked, and the shadow soldier immediately put it on his neck. I really don't know. Sir, can you contact your own believers? I think they will know better. Yang Xia had a question mark on his face. What the hell are you talking about? I have a ghost snakeskin believer, and there are 1,000 shadow soldiers. Don't talk nonsense. Just tell me how many envoys your pig god sect has in Qingshan City. This little one knows that there are 10 envoys in total. Excluding the one you killed, there are still 9. As for whether there are still more than envoys, I don't know. These believers of the pagan religion are really endless, they deserve to be raped. Who is your target this time? Sir, the main target this time is Nangongya, a girl with S-level talent. As for you, it's a complete accident. Yang Xia walked towards Nangongya, but his voice came indifferently. Kill the man in black wanted to say something, but his body had already been torn apart. Yang Yi, devour their shadows, clean up the battlefield, and then throw their bodies to the beasts. Yang Yi and other shadow soldiers acted quickly, and soon they cleaned up the bodies of more than a dozen pig-headed masked men. Apart from the mess around, it was hard to tell that a fierce battle had taken place here. Yang Xia helped Nangongya up, gently pinched Nangongya's cherry mouth with one hand, and fed the juice of the purple thorn vine into Nangongya's mouth. Yeah, wake up, the juice was indeed useful, and Nangongya woke up in a short while. Yang Xia, what's wrong? It's not dawn yet. Nangongya's pretty face was still full of sleepiness, and her eyes were not fully open. Seeing that Nangongya's cute face was still sleepy, Yang Xia stopped thinking about telling her. I will protect her by myself, and I will not let anyone hurt her hair. It's okay. I'm a little afraid to go to the toilet alone. I was going to call you to join me, but I found it was not appropriate. You should sleep. Yang Xia, you, go away.
Nangongya's eyes, which were originally a little hazy, suddenly opened wide.
Keep your voice down.
Brother Chang and the others are tired and are still sleeping.
You should also go to sleep quickly.
As he said, he pointed to Nangong Ching and the others. Nangongya looked at Nangong Ching and the others who were sleeping soundly, and suddenly felt sleepy again.
Yawned. I will continue to sleep, you should sleep too. This Bohemia Tears dream has a strong effect.
Even if you take the antidote, Nangongya fell into a deep sleep again after waking up for a while. Yang Xia looked at Nangongya who was sleeping, and began to feed the antidote to Nangong Ching and the others.
Nangong Chang, Nangong Go and Nangong Wei were all boys, and they quickly fed them the juice of the Bohemia vine.
He let them lie down and continue to sleep without waking them up. Nangong Shouqin was indeed a big sister, and he could smell a very pleasant fragrance when he lifted her up. He didn't know whether it was perfume or body fragrance. It was light, not as strong as the fragrance of flowers, but very tempting. He opened Sister Shouqin's mouth, poured the juice of the Bohemia vine into her, raised Sister Shouqin's head slightly, and put Sister Shouqin down after watching her throat swallow. He lifted Sister Lan up again, but Sister Lan was really good looking. Such a shy girl must have at least a D. Yang Xia couldn't help but be distracted by her soft body, it was really big. Putting away his messy thoughts, Yang Xia fed Nangong Lan juice, and couldn't help but take a closer look at Nangong Lan's delicate face. It might be because of Yang Xia's dark element, or it might be because of the Lord of Shadow's talent.
Yang Xia could still see clearly in this darker dawn before dawn.
Oval face, more obvious jawline, petal lips look very fleshy, look very cute, small upturned nose, small and delicate. A pair of phoenix eyes are also big, thin and long eyelashes, look particularly spirited. How can these eyes be opened so wide?
Yang Xia and Nangong Lan looked at each other, and the atmosphere was a little frozen.
Damn, Sister Lan, how did you wake up so quickly? Didn't you see that Brother Chang and the others were sleeping like dead pigs?
Sister Lan, hello.
Yang Xia squeezed out a smile on his stiff face. Yang Xia was embarrassed when he was caught peeping.
Sister Lan, it's not what you think. I just fed you medicine. No, I fed you the antidote. You're poisoned. Why are you making things worse? I know. I'm a wood-attributed martial soul.
I'm very sensitive to plants and absorb the medicine very quickly. I woke up very quickly after you fed me the antidote.
Nangong Lan whispered. If Yang Xia hadn't had good ears, he wouldn't have heard it clearly. Can you let me go?
Yang Xia heard this and quickly let go of Nangong Lan's hand. When he withdrew his hands, he accidentally touched the towering mountain because he moved too fast.
Oh my god, I really didn't mean it. Sister Lan, can you please stop making such noises?
But it's really big.
Pa, what the hell am I thinking about? Well, feeding the medicine is necessary, I really didn't mean it, Sister Lan. I understand, but can you tell me what happened?
Nangong Lan stood up and tidied herself up a little. A group of pig-headed masked men wanted to attack us by surprise, and gave us a powerful drug called Bohemia Tears Dream. The antidote I'm feeding you now, here, is this is the juice of Bohemia vines. While speaking, Yang Xi also showed Nangong Lan the bottle containing Bohemia vine juice.
Nangongya reached out to take the bottle and smelled it. What about them? How did you get the antidote?
They are. Yang Xia subconsciously wanted to point to the place where he and the pig-headed masked men fought. Only after seeing it did he remember to ask Yang Yi and the others to clean up the battlefield, and now there is still a figure there. Damn, it was cleaned too cleanly. Yang Yi and the others should have left something. It's not easy to explain now. The evidence was wiped out by himself.
I don't know where Yang Yi took them.
At that moment, he had to quickly give Yang Yi an order to search their belongings to see if there was anything that could prove their identity and valuables. What a mistake, I actually forgot to touch the corpse. By the way, bring back their personal warrior terminals and a pig head mask. Yang Xia hurriedly passed the message to Yang Yi. I'll show you later, but we still have some traces of fighting. I'll take you there. Seeing Nangong Lan's gradually doubtful eyes, Yang Xia hurriedly explained. Yang Xia pointed to the trees around, some of which still had traces of falling on them, especially the one that Yang Xia was hit on, which was broken in half. The most obvious thing was that when Yang Xia looked at the knife of the yellow pig head mask man, there was a big pit on the ground.
Nangong Lan looked at these traces and actually believed what Yang Xia said.
Because she found that none of Nangong Ching and the others were awake, they were all sleeping. Although Nangong Lan had not joined the team for a long time, she knew that Nangong Cheng and the others would never make such a low-level mistake. In the previous few times, there had never been a situation where no one was awake during the night watch.
So there was only one possibility, that was the drug. So, Yang Xia, where are the people from the alien god cult? Nangon Lan did not think about the possibility that Yang Xia would kill them all. How could Yang Xia, a warrior who had just been promoted, do that? Then how did Yang Xia manage to keep everyone unharmed while the people from the alien god cult disappeared? Since the drug had been used, it was impossible for him to give up halfway. Nangon Lan was very confused and could not help but express her doubts. The people from the alien god cult were killed by me, and their bodies should be fed to the alien beasts now. Yang Xia's calm words made Nangon Lan feel uneasy. However, Nangon Lan did not believe it. How could a warrior of the first level kill those believers of the alien god cult? Those guys were not simple. But Nangon Lan was even more confused. What was going on? Just then, Yang Yi came back with a big bag of things. Master, I got all the things back. I put them behind the tree where you slept before. You're right, Yang Yi. I'm counting on you to clear my name. Sister Lan, wait a minute. Yang Xia went behind the tree to get the things out. Thrown in front of Nangon Lan were watches of more than a dozen personal warrior terminals and a pig head mask. There were also a bunch of miscellaneous things. Personal warrior terminals are the most valuable. Not to mention the Dezhou coins and secret books of the warriors and the warrior terminals, the personal warrior terminals themselves are worth a lot of money. Among the other miscellaneous things, only a pig head token interested Yang Xia. Apart from this, the others were garbage in Yang Xia's eyes. Nangon Lan was a little confused at this time. Just when Nangon Lan was suspicious, Yang Xia took out a bunch of things from behind the tree. Nangon Lan was shocked to see that the dozen or so warriors had a pig head mask on their terminals. So, are all the alien cult members really dead? Was it Yang Xia who did it? How did he do it? Sister Lan, this is the evidence. Take a look. While Yang Xia was fiddling with the spoils, he did not forget to explain to Nangon Lan. I believe it, but how did you do it? Nangon Lan stared at Yang Xia with her big eyes, which was very cute. Sister Lan, this is my secret. If you want to know, you have to keep it for me. Yang Xia made a mystery and said mysteriously. Yes, Nangon Lan answered very straightforwardly. Actually, I didn't kill them. This is reasonable, Nangon Lan thought to herself. Actually, I have a very good talent. The mayor sent me a guardian. My guardian found this group of aliens, killed them, and then woke me up. Sister Lan, you can't tell others, otherwise the news that I have a guardian will be exposed, and I may die next time. Sister Lan, this is a secret between the two of us, you must protect it well. Yang Xia actually thought about it for a long time. If he exposed himself, it would inevitably attract the attention of the aliens. At that time, he would not be able to protect Nangon Ye well, and he would be in danger. He only wanted to experience this kind of danger today once. Besides, if I said that I killed them all by myself, Sister Lan probably wouldn't believe it. Invent a non-existent guardian, take myself out, continue to be my own sixth brother, and secretly protect Nangon Ye. So that's the case, Yang Xia, don't worry, I won't expose your secrets. Nangon Lan's doubts were also explained. Yes, why can a D-level talent become a warrior within 10 days? The clan leader sent him relevant information when he incorporated Yang Xia into their team. She was still confused at the time. How could a low-level gifted person attract the attention of the clan leader? Yang Xia must have hidden his talent. The strength of the alien god sect is not low, and only his guardian can kill them. Otherwise, we have all been poisoned by the dream of Bohemia tears and have fallen into a deep coma. How can we fight against those alien gods? Okay, Yang Xia, I promise you, I will keep your secret for you. Nangon Lan looked serious as if she would not reveal your secret. Yang Xia wanted to laugh in his heart, but he still held back. In the darkness before dawn, the forest becomes even more silent. Sister Lan, don't tell Brother Ching or the others, otherwise it will be difficult for me to explain. No problem, that's how it should be. We spent the night peacefully and nothing happened. Thank you, Sister Lan. The corners of Yang Xia's mouth were slightly curved. Sister Lan was really easy to talk to. Sister Lan, do you have a way to open these people's warrior terminals? There's no way, but you can sell it on the black market and they'll collect it, or you can find a hacker and try it out to see if it can be opened. I have no experience in this area. Nangon Lan looked at Yang Xia with a complicated face. It was his first time in the wild and he was making a lot of money. It's not yet dawn. Sister Lan, please go sleep for a while. I'll keep watch. I'll guard it. This is your first time in the wild. You saved everyone in our team. You can go and rest. Sister Lan, you're too exposed. Let's keep watch together. It's almost dawn anyway. Okay, it's boring anyway, Sister Lan, let's have a chat. Alright, Sister Lan, how old are you?
When Yang Xie asked this, he glanced at Sister Lan's towering peaks unconsciously.
20, sophomore at Qingshan Wuhan University. Is Qingshan Wuhan University fun?
Qingshan, the night before dawn was relatively cold, but the two of them had a great time chatting around the campfire. The early morning light shines on everyone's face. Nangong Qing and the others woke up one after another, while Yang Xie and Nangong Lan were still chatting. Morning. Nangong Qing glanced at Yang Xie and Nangong Nan, and stretched.
Suddenly something feels wrong. Wasn't it me who held the last vigil yesterday? Why did I fall asleep? Something's wrong. Nangong Qing looked left and right.
There were not many people, and no one was injured, except for some knife marks on the trees.
Am I really too tired? Nangong Qing couldn't help but wonder why nothing happened if someone drugged him.
Brother Qing, it's good morning. Yang Xie also said hello to Nangong Qing. Brother Qing, come over for breakfast.
I grilled meat again. Yang Xie's shout interrupted Nangong Qing's thoughts.
When he saw strings of sizzling barbecue, Nangong Qing was greedy.
Never mind him.
As long as nothing happens.
I'm hungry, I have to feed my stomach first.
Nangong Qing grabbed a skewer of barbecue and stuffed it into his mouth. Nangong Ye woke up the second time and saw Nangong Lan and Yang Xie talking together, and couldn't help but feel a little bit disgusted.
Sister Lan, did you and Yang Xie get up so early? We woke up and couldn't sleep, so we made breakfast together. You bastard Yang Xie, hurry up and grill me 10 skewers. Okay, Miss Yaya.
Nangong Wei, Nangong Go, and Nangong Xiuqin, who woke up later, all joined the barbecue eating group.
In fact, everyone in Nangong Qing's team was a little confused, but they didn't say anything. Some things don't necessarily need to be investigated to the end, as long as the result is good. After eating, everyone set off in the direction of Tianxinglan. Tian Xinglan, a second-level top-grade elixir, is also the target of Nangong Qing's team on this trip. It was still the same formation as yesterday, with Nangong Wei taking the lead, Nangong Go second, Yang Xie and Nangong Ye in the middle, Nangong Xiuqin and Nangong Lan at the back, and Nangong Qing at the end. Although Yang Xie is still in the team, he released Yang Yi and others early to hunt. At this moment, there are only 100 shadow soldiers in his divine court. After devouring the shadows of those pig-headed masked men yesterday, Yang Xie's strength has broken through to the 6th level of warriors. The strength of the shadow soldiers has also reached the 6th level of warriors, and they can hunt strange beasts more quickly. In addition, I also got a talent for rapid growth. I don't know what the use of this talent is for a while. I can't imitate a pig and gain weight quickly. It can only be put on hold for now. They still encountered piranha and bloodthirsty vines on the road. This time, after Nangong Wei chopped these terrifying plants into several sections, Yang Xie quietly released shadow soldiers to devour their shadows. Obtaining a talent, bloodthirsty, is an unexpected blessing. I don't know how long it took, but a huge waterfall appeared in front of Nangong Qing and the others. Under the waterfall was a huge pool. Brother Qing, we're here, right inside the waterfall. Nangong Go told Nangong Qing happily. Guzi, your dog's nose has become even more powerful after being tracked for thousands of miles. Although you are a little less effective as a martial artist as a newbie, your ability to smell and trace things is really amazing. Nangong Qing was not stingy with his praise. Hey, I'm not good at fighting, but I'm good at finding things. But we still have to be careful. Generally, there are strange beasts watching for spiritual objects. I wonder if there are high-level strange beasts here next to the Tianqing Orchid. Yes, everyone should be careful. There is space behind this waterfall, but it is difficult to enter from this height, and we have to be careful of strange animals. Easy, I'll blow it up first. Nangong Xiuqin took out a few grenades from his backpack and threw them into the pool. Bang bang bang, the water splashed high, and the calm surface of the pool suddenly became turbulent. Wow, a huge python jumped out of the pool, opened its bloody mouth, and roared at Yang Xie and the others. Seems angry at their unethical behavior. I slept soundly, but after a few bombs were dropped, no one got up angry. This guy exploded, but is this something we can deal with? Nangong Go swallowed his saliva, thinking that this giant python was too big. The giant python was more than 20 meters long, and its body was almost 1 meter in diameter. It's just a live target. I have bombs in my backpack. You all take a few. I don't need to tell you how to use them.
Nangong Xiaoqin took out her sniper rifle, aimed at the giant python, and threw her backpack in front of Yang Xia and the others.
Yang Xia and the others didn't waste any time.
They opened their backpacks and each took a few grenades.
This thing has the right power. Even if it can't cause fatal injuries to such a giant, it can consume and interfere.
Pull away, let's use hot weapons to consume it first. Bang 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 bang. The sound of sniper rifles and grenades rang like symphonic instruments. The giant python was blown to pieces and blood splattered.
But the giant python was still fierce.
Nangong Wei used his knife skills to chop at the giant python, but he could only cut a small hole. Instead, the giant python threw him against the rock wall, spitting blood, and his life or death was unknown.
Nangong Cheng used a gun to sneak attack the giant python's head.
Just as the gun head was stabbed into it, it was hit by the giant python's tail.
Seeing the battlefield was one-sided, Yang Xia was immediately anxious.
By the way, the eyes are not as hard as the body.
Sister Xiaoqin, shoot its eyes. Sister Xiaoqin's gun skills were really great.
She used a sniper rifle to blind one of the giant python's eyes, causing the giant python to roar in pain. In just a flash, 2 people in the team were injured, and one of them was still alive.
Yang Xia dodged and dragged Nangong Wei away from the battlefield.
After checking his mouth and nose, he was breathing, not dead, and Yang Xia was relieved. Sister Lan, Brother Wei is injured, treat him quickly. Nangong Lan heard the sound and immediately rushed over to treat him.
Yang Yi and the others also came back. Under the waterfall, the battle was fierce. 2 people were injured in one attack by the giant python.
If it weren't for Sister Xiaoqin who blinded one of its eyes, the situation would have been more serious. After arriving at the waterfall, Yang Xia conveyed the message to Yang Yi and the others. Fortunately, the hunting range they were allowed to follow was also the route they were traveling. The giant python with one eye blinded was even more violent, and the water in the pool was also splashed on the shore by it. Nangong Xiaoqin was still aiming at its other eye with a sniper rifle, but the giant python was shaking too much and it was not easy to aim. This giant python was obviously above the second-level intermediate level, and should have the strength of the second-level top or even the third level. This trip was still a bit reckless, but it was normal for warriors in the wild to encounter such a situation. Although Sister Xiaoqin suppressed the firepower, the giant python that lost one eye was on guard and shrank into the pool. However, it did not attack at close range, but opened its bloody mouth, gathering water in its mouth. The water ball was released by the giant python, and it quickly attacked Sister Xiaoqin. It was blind in one eye and was quite vengeful. Fortunately, this skill has a short charging time. Sister Xiaoqin dodged behind a boulder in time after noticing its intention. The boulder was shattered by the water bomb. Although Sister Xiaoqin hid behind it, she was still injured by the rubble. Sister Xiaoqin also oozes blood. Boom boom, the giant python released water bombs one after another, and Sister Xiaoqin was forced to flee everywhere, very embarrassed. Seeing Sister Xiaoqin in danger, Yang Xia frantically thought about how to deal with it. But now half of the giant python is in the water. Even if Yang Xia merges with Yang Yi and the others, he is only very powerful and has no way to cut it. Moreover, if they enter the water, the giant python will have a greater advantage, and they will have no chance of winning. For a while, they can only take out the unused grenades and throw them at the head of the giant python, hoping to cause some damage and interference to it. Bang, bang, bang. Perhaps because the explosion hit the python's eyes, the python cried out in pain and plunged into the water. Seeing this, Yang Xia hurried to Sister Xiaoqin and carried her to a place far away from the pool. The clothes were pierced by the gravel, and Sister Xiaoqin showed a little bit of spring light, mixed with blood. Yang Xia was not in the mood to appreciate it, just running. Xiao Yang Xia, thank you. Sister Xiaoqin in his arms did not forget to thank him. It should be, I can't help with anything else. Carried to the place where Sister Lan treated Nangong Wei, Nangong Qing, Nangong Wei and Sister Xiaoqin were all seriously injured at this time, and basically had no fighting ability. Nangong Qing sat paralyzed on the side, with fear still on his face. The giant python's tail almost whipped him to death, and it was only after Nangong Lan treated him that he felt better. This giant python is very powerful, it should be a top-level second-level existence, we are no match for it. What should we do, Brother Qing? We finally found Tianxinglan, are we just giving up like this? Nangong Go looked at the 3 victims, knowing that there was no chance, but still unwilling to give up. I don't want to give up either, but now it is obvious that we have no chance. The giant python is in the water, we are no match for it. As the captain, I hope everyone can go back alive, instead of risking your lives for the elixir. Nangong Qing's eyes were also full of unwillingness, but as the captain, he recognized the situation clearly. This giant python is invincible. Further fighting will only result in more casualties.
There is hope only when people are alive.
In the end, they all survive, and there will be the next hunt. Instead of doing it knowing that it is impossible. I am holding everyone back, and I didn't help much. Nangongya looked at the discouraged people and the 3 injured people. Everyone took care of her along the way, even Yang Xia could help save people, and she could only watch from the side. Feeling very bad, he said to everyone in a low voice.
Yaya, what are you thinking about? We are both new warriors.
It is normal that we cannot deal with this level of beasts. But we will become stronger in the future, and we will become the one who protects others.
And you are an S-level talent, and I am counting on Miss Yaha to protect me in the future. I will definitely eat your bowl of soft rice.
Yang Xia looked at the somewhat emo Nangongya and couldn't help comforting her.
Poochie, who wants to protect you?
Humph, my soft rice is not available to ordinary people. Kind girls are easy to coax, especially Nangongya, a rich woman.
Then Brother Cheng, are we going back the same way now? Nangong Ching was about to answer.
Suddenly, a group of people came from the other side of the waterfall.
Nangong Cheng, why are you so embarrassed? This is not like your usual style. Do you want my brother Hu to help you?
A dwarf with a sly look and a short stature laughed at Nangong Ching unscrupulously. There were 4 fierce-looking young men beside him. One of them had a scar on his face and seemed to be the leader of the gang. He looked at Nangongya, Nangong Shochin, and Nangong Lan with lustful eyes.
You Nangong family has so many beauties, but it's a pity that we have to get them today. Seeing these 5 people, Nangong Ching's face changed, as if he recognized them.
Xia Shu, Xia Hu, what do you want to do?
I don't want to do anything. I just want to beat the fallen dog and enjoy it. He.
Nangong Shochin's face also changed, because she also knew Xia Shu and Xia Hu. Although most warrior teams go out to hunt exotic animals and pick spiritual objects, there are always some teams that do not hunt exotic animals and pick spiritual objects, but swing their knives at other warrior teams that are also human. They are evil and specialize in hunting warrior teams. They are called blood hunters.
And Xia Hu and Xia Shu's team is a blood hunter.
Xia Hu and Xia Shu are brothers, and Xia Hu is a master of the 8th stage of martial arts. What's more hateful is that Xia Hu and Xia Shu's notoriety is not only hunting human warriors, but also wantonly assaulting beautiful female warriors.
I don't know how many female warriors have suffered from their poisonous hands.
They were once on the blacklist of the Warrior Association, and there were many tasks offering rewards for them. Nangong Shochin's face was very worried at this moment. She was not afraid of death, but she was unwilling to be defiled by these beasts. But at this moment, half of their team had no combat effectiveness. They might not be opponents in their prime, and the situation was even more dangerous now. Yang Xia looked at Nangong Shochin's rapidly changing expression, knowing that she must know who was on the other side, and asked in confusion.
Sister Shochin, are they so scary? Why do you see them as if they are facing a great enemy?
They are a group of evil beasts, blood hunters. We are in danger now, Nangong Shochin said with gritted teeth. Beautiful baby, don't look at us with that kind of eyes, I will cherish you later. Xia Shu smiled with a sly look, as if Nangong Shochin was already in her pocket. And in front of the waterfall, 2 teams of warriors were facing each other. Listening to Xia Shu's lewd tone, Nangongya and Nangong Lan immediately understood something. His face suddenly turned pale.
You guys, aren't you afraid of the revenge of our Nangong family? I am the daughter of the head of the Nangong family? We are all people who keep our heads in our waistbands. Carpe diem is what we pursue.
There are many people chasing us, and there is no shortage of your Nangong family.
Xia Hu showed disdain and said indifferently. This group of people is in the wild all year round, and there are countless people chasing them.
If they were afraid, they would not do this.
Brother Hu, why are you talking so much nonsense to them? Kill all the men. I can't wait any longer.
Xia Hu and his team were drooling when they looked at Nangong Shochin, Nangong Lan, and Nangongya. Especially Nangongya, they have never met such a heavenly person.
Damn it!
Yang Xia's psychology is also very bad at the moment. Last night he was assassinated by the alien god cult, and today he met such a group of scum who do all kinds of evil.
He is so lucky.
Seeing the reactions of Nangong Shochin and Nangong Ching, Yang Xia knew that neither of them was a good person. Now, their team has basically no combat effectiveness, and they don't know what the strength of the opposing team is. Yesterday, if the man in the yellow pig face mask hadn't underestimated him and been careless from the beginning, he might not have had the chance to kill him.
These 5 are here again today.
If you don't expose yourself, you will be in danger today. However, we still need to understand the strength of the opponent, so we asked Sister Xiaoqin immediately.
Sister Xiaoqin, how strong are they? Do they have any martial arts masters? Yang Xia, why do you ask this?
Nangong Xiaoqin glanced at Yang Shui and was a little confused, but she still told Yang Xia.
5 of them are all martial arts masters.
Among them, Xia Hu is an 8th level martial artist, Xia Shu is a 4th level martial artist, and the other 3 are early stage martial arts masters. This is the data released on the blacklist a month ago, and I don't know their current strength.
Is there any change?
After listening to Sister Xiaoqin's words, Yang Xia had an idea in his mind. But Yang Xia was a little entangled at the moment, not about exposing himself, but about how to explain it afterwards. After all, he had killed so many members of the aberrant god cult in the early morning, and Yang Xia had a rough estimate of his own strength.
Anyone below the Wu Zone level should still be fine. Wu Zone and above can also touch it.
When he accidentally saw the pool under the waterfall, an idea came to Yang Xia's mind. Yes, force this giant python out, disrupt the situation first, and then take the opportunity to kill them all. As for the way to force the giant python to come out, Yang Xia also thought of it.
Yang Yi, you go to the pond and attack the giant python and force it out.
Yang Xia thought in his mind and gave Yang Yi and the others an order.
Yang Yi and the others turned into black shadows and quickly headed towards the pool.
Just when Yang Xia ordered Yang Yi and the others to go to the pool, Xia Hu and his group finally rushed over. Nangong Cheng dragged his injured body, endured the pain, and stood ready with his gun. Others also showed their weapons.
Only Nangong Wei was seriously injured. Although he was much better under Nangong Lan's treatment, he still couldn't move.
Wu suddenly at this moment, the giant python roared in pain and jumped out of the pond.
Yang Yi is awesome.
The giant python was successfully forced out. Xia Hu and his group happened to be face to face with the giant python. Brother Tiger, be careful. Out of instinct, Xia Hu and the others naturally slashed at the python's body with their weapons. Suddenly the war was about to break out. Nangong Qing and the others looked at this sudden situation with a dull expression on their faces. However, there was a slight surprise at the scene, and the imagined lose-lose situation did not appear. No, this Xia Hu has actually reached the peak of martial arts. His sword skills actually contain a hint of artistic conception.
The blacklist is misleading. Nangong Qing's eyes were fixed on Xia Hu.
The artistic conception was the key to breaking through the Wu Zone.
This Xia Hu actually understood the artistic conception. This was completely inconsistent with the news in the blacklist.
Maybe it was because Yang Xia and the others had consumed a wave of giant pythons before, or maybe it was because Xia Hu and the others were really strong. With the combined efforts of the 5 of them, Xia Hu actually beheaded the giant python. Damn it, I should have taken advantage of the chaos to shoot that Xia Hu.
Nangong Xiaoqin looked at the rapidly changing battle situation and couldn't help but feel annoyed that she should have shot Xia Hu secretly.
Looking at the fallen python, Yang Xia was also a little surprised. But it can't be wasted, let Yang swallow it up immediately with the shadow of the giant python.
Very good. This giant python is an unexpected surprise. The python skin and snake gallbladder are both good things.
The snake meat is also a good ingredient. I just don't know if there are crystal stones. Xia Hu looked at his trophy and was very happy that he could have extra food today, and there was a beauty by his side. Shu Zi, go and see if this giant python has crystal stones.
Xia Hu didn't want to do this tiring work, so he asked Xia Shu to do it.
Xia Shu didn't care, he was just concerned about whether there were crystal stones. But just when Xia Shu was about to accept the trophies, he suddenly found that the giant python's body was shrinking, and he immediately backed away in surprise.
Brother, what do you think is going on?
Xia Hu also saw this strange phenomenon, and his expression became serious at the moment.
Back off, there may be something else in the python's body. Xia Shu didn't dare to dig for crystal stones anymore and quickly kept his distance from the giant python's body.
The body of the giant python quickly shrank to only a piece of skin.
Brother, what the hell is this thing?
I don't know, but it's clear that this thing is definitely not ordinary. Don't touch the giant python corpse.
Be careful not to get it. This giant python was very abnormal when it rushed up. I think it was fighting with that thing.
Xia Hu had no idea what Yang Yi and his friends did. He only knew that unknown things were terrible. They planned to give up the giant python corpse and didn't want to get involved with that thing.
Indeed, the talent of Shadow Devourer is like an evil skill. Most people don't know it and have never encountered it.
Yang Xia was happy. With this giant python and the shadows of the strange beasts that Yang Yi and his friends devoured along the way, he has now broken through to the 7th stage of warrior. It feels so good to be cheating. Xiaohu and his friends gave up the giant python corpse with great regret and rushed towards Nangong Qing and his friends again.
Yang Yi, it's your turn. Just when Nangong Qing and his friends thought they were doomed, an accident happened again. A man wearing a black tights, a headscarf and a mask suddenly appeared between Nangong Qing and Xiaohu and their friends. Who are you? Xiaohu and his men's attacking pace stagnated.
Xiaohu was also confused. First, a giant python suddenly appeared in front of them, and now a man in black suddenly appeared.
Who is this guy? The one who will send you to hell.
Yang Yi's cold voice came from the man in black.
Yes, Yang Xia didn't even think about taking action himself.
Xiaohu sneered.
You are so shameless in your talk? Although he doesn't know this person's strength, Xiaohu is confident in his own strength.
He has already understood a hint of the artistic conception.
As long as he doesn't have the Wu Zone, he can fight. As for Wu Zone, as the master of one party, who would be ignorant and afraid to meet others?
During the day, he wears a black tights and a mask, as if he is afraid that others will recognize him.
This kind of person is not an expert at first glance.
However, as the captain, he will definitely not be the first to rush forward.
Rat, go check out his strength first. If you see something is wrong, retreat. I'm here.
Okay, brother. Xieshu was also a little surprised by the sudden appearance of the man in black, but when he heard the voice of his elder brother Xiaohu, he calmed down.
With big brother here, what are you afraid of? Just retreat if you can't beat them.
Without hesitation in his heart, he picked up the knife and slashed at the man in black. It's a pity that they misjudged Yang Yi's strength. One Yang has the strength of a 7th level warrior, plus 1,000 shadow soldiers who are also 7th level warriors. Yang Xia had no way of estimating such strength. After all, when he was a 4th level martial artist, he killed the pig-headed masked man at the peak of martial arts.
Crack! Xiaoshu's knife was cut off by Yang Yi, and his whole person was split into two. The scene was a little frozen for a while.
Yang Yi's knife belonged to the leading pig-headed masked man, and he didn't expect it to be quite easy to use.
Desheng's bloody sword technique was able to kill Xieshu with his physical body alone. It's amazing. Nangong Qing saw that the sword technique used by Yang Yi was the bloody battle sword technique.
There were quite a lot of users of this sword technique, and it was quite common and easy to recognize. But Nangong Qing was still shocked when he killed Xieshu, a middle-level martial artist, with one strike.
It's so strong.
It's so powerful without using spiritual martial arts.
How powerful is this physical body? Nangong Go couldn't help but was speechless.
He split Xieshu into two pieces with one knife. This power was really ridiculous. Nangong Shouqin and the others were also stunned. They thought it was a desperate situation. Unexpectedly, a man in black suddenly appeared and chopped Xieshu in half with a single blow.
Ah! Brother, how could this happen?
Xiaohu looked at Xieshu's body with a look of disbelief, and just asked Xieshu to test the man in black. How could he become like this all of a sudden? Holding Xieshu's broken body, Xiaohu's eyes flashed with hatred. After all, they are brothers. Although he does all kinds of evil, he values his younger brother very highly. But now, not even a whole body can be found.
Ah! I want you to die. You bastards, I will let you be buried with my brother.
Xiaohu's head turned to Yang Yi. His eyes were bloodshot and there was a trace of tears.
He looked really angry and a little sad. It's ridiculous. Aren't you crying crocodile tears? Those who kill will always be killed. When you did evil and hurt others wantonly, didn't you consider the consequences?
Xiaohu, this is your retribution.
Nangong Shouqin looked at this scene and was quite relieved.
Xiaohu and the others had been doing evil for a long time, and now it was retribution. I'll repay your mother. Blood tiger sword. Xiaohu held the knife and roared angrily, and a bloody tiger appeared in front of his knife.
The bloody tiger opened its huge mouth and pounced towards Yang Yi like it was pouncing on prey.
No, this Xiaohu can actually understand the artistic conception of martial arts. This blood tiger is a combination of spiritual energy and artistic conception. I didn't expect that his strength has reached this point. If he doesn't die in this battle, it's only a matter of time before he breaks through Wuzong.
Nangong Qing is worthy of being the captain of the team. He has rich knowledge and can see the clues immediately. What should we do? Can this man in black still win? Nangong Yadin also asked anxiously. This man in black was their life-saving straw.
If the man in black were defeated, their fate would probably be miserable.
I don't know, but we can only choose to believe it. Nangong Chung shook his head. Regarding this blood tiger, Yang Yi did not confront him head-on. Instead, he used his dexterity and talent to quickly get out of the way.
Although he did not learn the movement skills in the shadow melting state, his strength and speed became very exaggerated.
After dodging the bloody tiger, Yang Yi quickly ran up towards Xiaohu. Looking for death. Let's go together.
Xiaohu was not surprised that Yang Yi was able to dodge this attack, but when he saw Yang Yi running towards him, he still called for the remaining 3 teammates to join him.
Xiaohu and the remaining 3 teammates listened to the captain's greeting without hesitation. The 3 of them formed an encirclement and quickly rushed towards Yang Yibao. Yang Yi did not deal with them, but used the talent he had previously obtained from the alien wolf. Wind Blade.
The bloody sword technique and the wind blade seemed to be charging around Yang Yi with countless sword energy.
Ah!
Xiaohu's 3 teammates immediately hated the northwest, and their blood flew everywhere.
Xiaohu, I see you are so close, how can you avoid me? Xiaohu's attack came again. Yang Yi didn't intend to evade anymore. He used the strongest sword fighting technique to fight directly with Ba Wang. It's ridiculous. I'm about to be promoted to martial arts. If you fight against me, you're looking for death.
Xiaohu thought he was sure of victory. Looking at the moves of the man in black, although they were very powerful, there were no traces of artistic conception at all, indicating that he was still a martial artist and had not broken through the martial arts. But he understood a bit of the artistic conception. How dare he fight against him? Boom! The 2 men confronted each other with their blades, causing a gust of wind. Xiaohu thought he had won, but found that he could not do anything to the man in black. Moreover, Xiaohu found that the blood tiger he had condensed was quickly broken up by the man in black.
How is it possible? You have not comprehended the artistic conception at all. How could you break my blood tiger knife?
Xiaohu's words were a little shocked, but Yang Yi did not give him a chance to figure it out. The sword of the bloody battle of the 8 wastelands slashed at him with an irresistible trend. Xiaohu wanted to stop it, but found that it was too late.
Pa Xiaohu ended up with the same fate as his brother, split into 2.
The scene was very bloody. The 5 of Xiaohu were quickly killed by the man in black before they officially fought with Nangong Ching and others.
It's solved just now. Are Xiaohu and others gone?
Nangong Go asked with a hint of doubt, even stuttering a little when speaking.
This man in black is too strong.
He killed all 5 of Xiaohu without using martial arts.
Nangong Wei was in much better condition at the moment, and he couldn't help but admire the scene. Thank you, senior. May I ask your name? I will definitely thank you in the future.
Nan Gongqing clasped his hands together, bowed to the man in black, and asked respectfully. In response, the man in black did not reply, but just calmly touched the corpse, as if the things on Xiaohu and others were more tempting. After touching some things and packing up Xiaohu and others' personal warrior terminals, he looked at Nangong Ching and said 2 words lightly.
No need.
After saying that, he flashed away without any intention of staying. Please forgive us for the inconvenience caused to you. Only Yang Xia and the others were left messy in the wind.
Senior just left like this? Sure enough, he has the demeanor of a master, doing good deeds without leaving a name.
But senior, he is quite skilled at killing people and touching corpses. Nangong Shouqin and the others were a little stunned when they looked at the resolute man in black.
But why do the men in black want to save us?
And it seems that they are here just to save us. Nangong Ching, who came back to his senses, asked a question from his soul. Yeah, I also find it strange that the man in black didn't come earlier or later, but he came just when we were about to face Xiaohu and his team.
Moreover, he was wearing a black tights in broad daylight. Is he afraid that we would recognize him? Nangong Go also felt that something was very wrong. Is he a lone traveler who acted bravely for justice? But it doesn't look like it. How could a lone traveler not know about Xiaohu's bounty and not take their bodies away?
Yang Xia looked at me with his eyes, his nose, and his mouth and heart.
He looked like he had nothing to do with me and didn't say anything.
However, Nangong Lan still looked at Yang Xia quietly, feeling that he had guessed the answer, and his eyes seemed to be full of wisdom.
Is it the bodyguard my dad arranged for me? Nangongya said uncertainly at this time.
Because Nangong Batian had arranged a secret guard for Nangongya before, but Nangongya had never encountered any danger, so she gradually forgot about it. But what happened today made Nangongya suspicious again, but she was not sure because he had never seen his guardian. Yes, Sister Shoya is the clan leader's biological daughter, and she is an S-level talent.
How could she not have a guardian?
Nangong Shouqin seemed to have discovered the correct answer and shouted excitedly.
Nangong Ching and the others still felt something was wrong, but they couldn't find anything wrong.
It seems possible that he is the guardian of Sister Shioya, and it seems that this is the only possibility. Sister Shioya has just become a warrior, so the clan leader is worried, so it is normal for him to send a guardian.
Sister Shioya, thank you very much this time. If it weren't for your guardian, we would have been in trouble this time.
Everyone seemed to have accepted this answer and thanked Nangongya one after another. Even Nangong Lan had a suspicion.
Wasn't he Yang Xie's guardian?
No, I'm not sure if this is my guardian, but if it is, I'll be happy to be able to help everyone. Nangongya is not sure, but she is still very happy to be able to help everyone, and she does not want to be a sluggish person.
Yeah, this is your advantage. Don't say you can't help. Didn't you save all of our lives?
Yang Xie also joined in the fun at this time, looking at Nangongya with a smile and praising Nangongya.
But I still have a question, that is, how did Xiaohu's team find us?
Yang Xia was really worried about this issue. After all, first the group of guys from the alien god cult attacked them at night, and now there was this Xiaohu team.
Do they know GPS navigation? Or are we just a bright light that anyone can find?
Xiaohu's martial spirit is a treasure-hunting mouse, with the talent of detecting treasures.
Maybe they also discovered this Tianqing orchid?
In fact, I am also wondering why this Xiaohu can break through to the peak of martial arts, and will soon break through the martial arts sect. It may also be because his brother's talent has found a lot of treasures for him.
Nangong Cheng did give Yang Xia an answer. Treasure rat? Is it the kind of treasure hunting rat that Yang Xia understands?
This is a big treasure. Yang Xia now wants the shadow soldiers to devour Xiaohu's shadow to see if he can get this talent. They didn't let Yang Yi swallow their shadow before because they were afraid that they would find some clues. After all, there were plenty of opportunities.
Now Yang Xia also held back.
After all the large troops left, he let the shadow soldiers devour their shadows. After all, it was quite terrifying for Nangong Ching and the others to watch Xiaohu's body shrink step by step. It can be said that the giant python has been swallowed by other dangerous creatures, but swallowing Xiaohu's shadow can't help but make them think of it.
Nangong Ching had already walked to the corpse where they met and looked at it. This is a blood hunter who has been on the blacklist. There is a lot of bounty on his head.
Although all the men in black have been taken away, including their personal warrior terminals, their bodies are still here.
Brother Ching, what do you mean? Using them to collect bounties is better than us doing several missions. Nangong Ching said the purpose directly without any nonsense.
Yes, their corpses are our biggest harvest, and the 7 of us can share a lot of the bounty. Because Xiaohu and the others have done too many evil things, and there are too many people who want to kill them.
Then we just carry their bodies back?
Yang Xia raised his doubts. Carrying 5 corpses on his back would be too much trouble.
That's not necessary.
We can just take a few photos and cut off their ears. The gene bank has their information, and we can get the results just by checking the blood on the ears. As expected, Nangong Cheng often goes out to do missions in the wild, and is quite familiar with this information.
Yang Xia learned another trick.
Nangong Cheng had just finished speaking when Nangong Go cut off one ear of the 5 of them. His technique was quite skillful, and it seemed that he had done many bounty missions. When passing by the giant python's body, everyone avoided it, fearing that the terrifying creatures in the giant python's body would rush to them. The scene of the giant python's body shrinking step by step was still vivid in their minds. This kind of creature is quite scary, and they don't want to encounter it. Xiaohu and his team did not dig out the exotic crystals, and Nangong Cheng and his team would not make such a mistake.
Good things must be taken alive.
Without the threat of the giant python, Yang Xia and his team quickly crossed the waterfall and came to the inside of the waterfall. The rapid waterfall was still passing in front of them, and the space in the waterfall was not small. We are rich, there are more than 1 Tianxinglan, there are almost 10, and the quality is so good. Nangong Go was extremely excited when he looked at the scene in front of him.
There were too many Tianxinglan.
They thought it would be good to have 1 or 2, but they didn't expect such an unexpected surprise.
They really made a fortune on this trip. Yang Xia was not interested in Tianxinglan.
First, he didn't know much about it, and second, there was another thing in the cave that attracted him more. After entering here, Yang Xia could clearly feel that the concentration of spiritual energy in this space was much higher than that outside, about 2 or 3 times. After all, it was the place where Tianxinglan was born, so it was normal for the concentration of spiritual energy to be higher. But just when Yang Xia wanted to experience it carefully, a black stone attracted Yang Xia's attention. It was no different from an ordinary stone, but it had an inexplicable attraction to Yang Xia. It is recommended to take a screenshot to save, and in the cave behind the waterfall.
Brother Ching, do you know what this is? Yang Xia pointed to the black stone and looked at Nangong Cheng. Nangong Cheng looked at it carefully and touched it with his hands for a while. This is just an ordinary stone, Yang Xia, did you find anything?
I didn't find much, I just think this stone is pretty good looking. Yang Xia touched his head and smiled.
What's so good about stones? Star orchid is the good thing here.
It's the main ingredient in the third level Star Soul Pill.
The Star Soul Pill can increase Wu Wu's chances of breaking through the martial sect. Nangong Cheng looked like he couldn't understand, and also gave Yang Xia some knowledge about Tianxinglan.
Personal hobby.
I am going to take this stone back. I have a hobby of collecting.
Yang Xia thought, you can't say that this stone attracts me, right? Ever since Yang Xia entered the cave, he could clearly feel the attraction coming from this stone, and his intuition told him. This stone works great for it. Since Nangong Cheng doesn't know this stone, there is no need for him to explain it. Being able to attract him means that this stone is not simple. Let's take it back first. This stone, round and black, weighs about 10 kilograms, but to Yang Xia now, this weight is as light as nothing.
Nangong saw Yang Xia packing a stone into his backpack and felt strange but didn't say anything.
This is the right place. Our harvest this time is very good. After returning to the city, I will divide the money into 7 parts, and everyone will share.
Nangong Cheng packed the Tianxinglan in a special medicine box and promised everyone excitedly.
We don't need to separate, Brother Chang. Nangongya said sheepishly. She didn't help much along the way, so she was embarrassed to take it, and Nangongya didn't lack that little money. We're all on the same team, so there's no need to say such outspoken words. Although it doesn't mean much to you, Xiaoya, this is the principle of our team. Nangong Cheng still sticks to his principles.
Sister Xiaoya, please don't be polite.
Without your guardian this time, we will all be stuck here.
Nangong Xiuqin also stepped forward to persuade Nangongya.
Yeah, you are all members of the Nangong family. I am an outsider. If you say Xiaoya doesn't want it, then I have no reason to accept it. Ya was just too kind, so Yang Xia decided to stimulate her. That was what he wanted. After all, it was his shadow soldiers who saved Nangong Cheng, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Seeing Yang Xia speak, Nangongya knew that she would not accept Yang Xia if she didn't accept it, so she had no choice but to nod her head and express her agreement. It was getting dark now and the Sky Star Orchid was in hand, so everyone was not in a hurry to leave. We were ready to spend the night near the waterfall. The bonfire in the evening still keeps you warm. Everyone sat around talking and laughing. Our purpose of this trip has been achieved. Since this is your first time in the wild, in order to let you gain more wilderness survival experience, we decided to stay for 2 more days. As the captain, Nangong Chang had already obtained the Tianqinglan and could return home. However, this is the first time for Yang Xia and Nangongya to come to the wild. Apart from rushing with us, they have never officially fought against strange beasts along the way. Thinking of the clan leader's instructions, Nangong Ching decided to stay for 2 more days. Okay, thank you, Brother Ching, for taking care of me. Yang Shui and Nangongya said in unison. Yang Xia is really happy, because his shadow soldiers are the best place for promotion in this wild place full of strange beasts. With the talent of shadow devouring, his strength will grow greatly with every extra day he stays. Yang Xia decided to go to the Warriors Association to register as a warrior certificate after returning this time, and then become a lone traveler and wander in the wild alone. When it comes to forming a group, it still limits him too much. But it is a pity that although the shadows of Xia whose team were swallowed up, they did not get the talent of the treasure hunter. Apart from the improvement in cultivation, he has not gained any talents. It seems that shadow devouring still requires a certain probability to obtain talents. Today's exotic beast barbecue is still delicious, Xiao Yang Xie, I can't bear to let you go. Nangong Xiuqin wiped the remaining barbecue meat around her mouth and blinked at Yang Xie. Isn't it easy to have barbecue? Let's get together again when we get the chance after we return to Nangong's house, Sister Xiuqin. Yang Xie replied casually. Really, Xiao Yang Xie, why are you so confused about the style? Wouldn't it be nice to join our team? Brother Chang and everyone are doing well, but the college entrance examination is about to take place and I don't know where I can go? Yang Xie touched his head in embarrassment. I am a man who wants to be a lone traveler, and the team will only be my constraint. That's right. I forgot that you and Sister Xiaoya are about to take the college entrance examination.
But you two are so talented.
There are still almost 3 weeks until the college entrance examination, but you two have already become warriors.
Nangong Lan looked at Yang Xie and Nangong Ye in admiration.
Yes, you must know that I only became a warrior the day before the college entrance examination. I was a warrior with great Jotian achievements, and I was envied by many people at that time.
There really is no harm without comparison. Compared with you, I have no talent at all.
Yes, Sister Xiaya and Yang Xie are both real geniuses. You will definitely become famous in this year's college entrance examination.
Nangong Shouqin couldn't help but sigh. How can I say accurately about the future? I can only say that I will try my best.
Yang Xie didn't want to talk too much about this topic, so he changed the subject. Brother Qin, you said before that Xie who had condensed martial intent.
What is martial intent? Martial intention is a unique symbol of the martial arts realm. In the warrior realm, spiritual seeds are generated.
Before becoming a martial artist, the spiritual seeds must be continuously cultivated and grown. To nourish spiritual seeds, warriors need to continuously absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth through martial arts, in order to continuously strengthen the physical body, and to continuously cultivate spiritual seeds like seeds into fruits. Once the seeds are obtained and the spiritual energy is absorbed to a certain extent, reaching a full state and unable to condense spiritual fruits, then one becomes a martial artist. As for martial arts warriors, in addition to nourishing the physical body with spiritual energy, the warrior can also use the spiritual energy in the spiritual fruit, which is what we call the external release of spiritual energy. The transition from the martial master realm to the martial arts master realm is not like the transition from the martial master realm to the martial master realm. You only need to continuously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and you also need to condense martial intent. Martial spirit is an artistic conception that a warrior can comprehend by combining the martial arts and martial arts while matching the attributes of the warrior's martial soul. The martial arts must be perfect, and the martial arts must be more than perfect. After the martial intent is condensed, the martial intent will be generated in the spiritual fruit, and the corresponding warrior's attack will be more powerful, and the warrior's martial spirit can also achieve a certain degree of materialization. Nangong Qing and the others deserved to have gone to college, and they knew more than Yang Xie and the others. Yang Xie had never heard of this knowledge before, but now that he was exposed to it, he found that his knowledge was still too shallow.
I am still too weak now.
The night was as quiet as water, and the crescent moon in the sky and the deep pool of the waterfall complemented each other. Yang Xie gained a lot, and at the same time, he also had a lot of thoughts. The condensation of martial spirit not only fits the martial soul talent, but also requires the proficiency of skills in martial arts. It is very easy to perfect the 3 skills by practicing them at the same time, and the martial arts are also very simple. After all, his shadow soldier is his cheating training tool. However, Yang Xie feels that he still has too few martial arts and has not made full use of them. His bloody swordsmanship and Jinwu fist have reached the great success, and they are not far from perfection. But his body skills are still lacking, and Yang Yi and others often have to act alone on his behalf. Using the same attack method is easy to arouse suspicion. So Yang Xie also wants to choose a few attacking martial arts as one of the means of confusing people. Moreover, if he practices martial arts or skills, he will have shadow soldiers hanging up to help practice, so he does not need to spend any time. It may take others several years to master a martial art, so they try to choose only 1 or 2 as their main means of attack. Focusing on practicing 1 or 2 martial arts will speed up the process. And there is no need to worry about this. He has shadow soldiers to practice on the AFK. What he lacks is martial arts. This time, Yang Xie found many things from the pig-headed masked man and Xiaohu. Yang Xie plans to sell them on the black market and buy a few martial arts suitable for himself. Then you have taken 900 shadow soldiers to the wild to kill beasts and devour shadows, and only 100 shadow soldiers are left to guard Yang Xie. Yang Xie fell asleep with a beautiful vision of the future. Yang Xie, have you mastered the bloody swordsmanship? At this moment, Yang Xie and his group, who had left the waterfall, came to the edge of the wild. Yang Xie and Nangongya are now fighting with beasts. At the same time, Nangong Wei, who used a sword, saw at a glance that Yang Xie was using the bloody sword technique, and it had already reached the level of great success. For a moment, Nangong Wei looked at Yang Xie in astonishment. You know, there are 6 levels of proficiency in martial arts, namely entry, proficiency, mastery, minor success, great success, and perfection. He also practiced swordsmanship, and his martial soul was the sword. It took him nearly half a year to practice a sword technique to great success.
And now, what did he see? It was less than half a month before awakening, and Yang Xie practiced a sword technique to great success? Outrageous!
Nangong Wei, who has always been a man of few words, has a lot to say in his heart at this moment, but he can't find someone to vent to.
Nangong Wei is a little autistic.
Today, Nangong Ching brought Nangongya and Yang Xie with him, mainly for them to practice. Nangongya can be understood, after all, her S-level talent is well known, and her fast training speed can also be understood.
But Yang Xie is a little exaggerated. A first-level, second-stage alien beast couldn't even withstand his sword.
His performance was even more impressive than Nangongya's.
Is this really a D-level talent? Nangong Ching and the others couldn't help but wonder, if this is all D-level talent, then what are they? Waste that is not even as good as D-level? Yang Xie and Nangongya, who were fighting with the alien beasts, didn't know what Nangong Ching and the others were thinking now.
After leaving the waterfall, Yang Xie and the others returned the same way, which took much less time than when they came. The path that had been cut out and the familiar road conditions allowed Yang Xie and the others to quickly return to the location of the armored vehicle before. After returning, Nangong Ching drove them to the more marginal areas of the wild. The alien beasts here are all first level, and most of them are in the early first level, which is much safer than the way to pick Tianxinglan before, and the alien beasts are also much weaker. With Nangong Ching and the others on the side, Nangongya and Yang Xie began their own contact with the alien beasts. It was also the first time for Yang Xie and Nangongya. Although many beasts died under Yang Xie, they were basically killed by the Shadow Legion. Yang Xie's rare combat experience was the fight with the pig-headed masked man, but the battle was too fast and he was defeated with one sword. Therefore, Yang Xie cherishes the opportunity to fight with beasts head-on. Although his Shadow Legion is very powerful, it is inevitable that he will have to face the enemy. However, after the battle, Yang Xie felt that these beasts were too weak. They disappeared with one sword, just like paper. Yang Xie thought about it and felt that it was normal. After all, he was already a warrior of the 7th stage, and he was close to the 8th stage. Yesterday, Yang Yi and his team did not encounter any powerful beasts, so Yang Xie's strength had not yet broken through the 8th stage of the warrior. However, his 7th stage of the warrior was much stronger than the peak of the warrior of the perfect Zhoutian, and these beasts of the 1st stage were really not good enough in front of him.
There are also benefits.
Facing these huge beasts, watching them running towards him with their teeth bared, to be honest, I was a little scared at first. When his knife split the beasts in half, Yang Xie found that they were not so scary except for their huge size. With one knife after another, the blood of the beast splattered on Yang Xie's clothes, and Yang Xie killed more and more smoothly.
This kid is a killer. He killed so freely in the wild for the first time? Nangong Ching's mouth twitched after seeing Yang Xie's performance. This guy is really a good seedling. It's a pity that he didn't come to our team. Nangong Shouqin was still regretful. Compared to Yang Xie's ease, Nangongya had a little more difficulty dealing with it. After all, it was the first time she faced a strange beast. A girl facing such a fierce existence was inevitably a little timid. And Nangongya was only a warrior.
She lacked experience and strength in dealing with strange beasts, but Nangongya's performance was still very impressive.
Nangongya's weapon was a whip.
At the beginning of the battle with the strange beast, although the whip was very powerful, Nangongya was in a panic and rarely hit the strange beast. But after fighting with the strange beast for a while, she gradually adapted and began to calm down. The whip in her hand was also more flexible, and she strangled the strange beast in an instant.
After the first successful experience, Nangongya seemed to be more handy in dealing with strange beasts.
The warriors who achieved the great perfection of the Zhoutian were still very strong, and their strength was ahead of many people at the beginning. They are all geniuses, with good talents and good character. They may have a place on the future Great Zhou Hidden Dragon list.
The Hidden Dragon list is too far away. This college entrance examination is likely to blind many people. Although this time, Nangong Ching's team took Nangongya and Yang Xie to do the task, it was also to test them.
Nangong Ching and his team also knew that such geniuses would surpass them sooner or later. They could only hope that this day would come later.
Time is like water, always passing silently. 2 days later, Yang Xie and Nangongya set out on their return journey.
Yang Xie successfully broke through the 9th stage of warrior, and Nangongya also successfully broke through the 2nd stage of warrior. Compared with the time before coming to the wild, the 4 days of wildlife and the battles with strange beasts made Nangongya and Yang Xie grow a lot.
The wild is very dangerous, but it also makes people grow.
Yang Xie summed up the gains of this trip. In terms of practice, Breaking through from the first stage of warrior to the 9th stage of warrior, this is a very terrifying promotion speed. You must know that Nangongya, who has S-level talent, has only been promoted to the 2nd stage of warrior, and Yang Xia has surpassed him by 7 stages. It must be said that the god-level martial soul of the Lord of Shadow is too strong.
Yang Xia's strength breakthrough is like drinking water.
24 personal warrior terminals were harvested, of which the pig-headed masked man contributed 19 and Sav, whose team contributed 5. After returning to the city, they were sold on the black market, which was also a windfall. In terms of talent, his Shadow Lord has 3 talents, Shadow Legion, Shadow Devourer and Shadow Lord, and these 3 talents are ridiculously strong. On top of that, Yang Xia obtained some other talents through Shadow Devourer, including the agility talent of increasing speed, the wind blade talent in attack means, and the talent of copper skin and iron bones in defense. There is also the bloodthirsty talent obtained from those dangerous plants, and the talent of rapid growth obtained from the pig-headed masked man. Yang Yi and his team have been in the wild for the past 2 days, killing many beasts and devouring many shadows, including many powerful ones, including the giant python in the waterfall.
Otherwise, Yang Xia would not have been able to break through the 9th stage of warriors, but unfortunately, he did not obtain other talents. Does it take a certain amount of luck to obtain talents through Shadow Devourer?
After asking Yang Yi, Yang Xia, who was puzzled, learned that the object of devouring shadows requires a certain blood concentration for beasts and a certain talent strength for humans. In other words, it is more difficult to obtain talents with poor talents. If the blood concentration is high, a beast may gain talent. If the blood concentration is low, it needs to devour a certain number of the same beasts to gain talent.
Strong strength does not mean strong talent.
However, Yang Yi also explained to Yang Xia that after swallowing the shadow of some beasts, it is not that they do not gain talent, but that they add talent to the same type. For example, after a mixed blood beast rabbit eats its shadow, the shadow may have the same characteristics as the agility talent.
Although it does not form a unique talent, it enhances the agility talent. There is also strength between talents.
When the same talent devours a considerable number, it is possible to upgrade the talent.
Yang Yi's explanation made Yang Xia understand. Isn't this the change in quantity causing the change in quality?
The quantity has always existed, but if it does not reach a certain amount, it will not cause qualitative change, but the quantity will not disappear.
It turns out that the shadow soldiers are not picky eaters, but the amount of food is not enough. Very strong, I like it. Yang Xia thinks this explanation is very nice.
In general, Yang Xia is very satisfied with this harvest. Yang Xia wanted to keep some shadow soldiers to hunt in the wild, but he was already a 9th level warrior and could not break through without a 2nd level technique, so he had to give up this idea.
Everyone in the car, get out.
Yang Xia looked at the weapons assembled on the city wall and swallowed his saliva.
Okay, sir.
The voice of the soldiers checking at the city gate came again, and Yang Xia and the others cooperated to get out of the car. It is more troublesome to enter the city than to leave the city, and there is no such detailed inspection for leaving the city.
Brother Ching, is such an inspection necessary? It makes you so nervous.
Yang Xia was also a little curious for a while.
It is necessary. Yang Xia, you may not know much about the alien beasts.
After all, before you awakened, the school did not let you have much exposure to the knowledge about the alien beasts.
Do you really think that the alien beasts are those guys who only know how to attack that we hunt? No, the alien beasts are much more complicated than you. Some alien beasts can parasitize in the human body.
Although the person is still alive, his body has long been occupied by the alien beast.
Some alien beasts can even transform into humans.
Such alien beasts are of a very high level and very dangerous. They are generally above the level of beast generals.
Nangong Cheng once again acted as a popular science commentator and told Yang Xia and Hunan Gongya.
Yang Xia was also stunned for a while.
Parasitic beasts? Transfiguration?
I thought the alien beasts were the group of reckless beasts outside. Although they were powerful, they were easy to deal with. However, there are both parasitic beasts and transfiguration alien beasts.
Are there such terrifying and weird existences among the alien beasts? Are the people I usually see really human?
Yang Xia's scalp tingled for a while. The feeling of expansion after 4 days of rapid increase in strength in the wild was suppressed for a while, leaving only a trace of fear of the unknown. As expected, the more you understand some things, the more terrifying they will be.
Face this instrument, each of you enter your own portrait, we will register and record it. After entering the portrait, come here to draw blood.
The soldier who was checking arranged Yang Xie and others very skillfully.
Warrior Nangong Qing, there is a record, next. Awakener Yang Xie, there is a record, next. When he saw Yang Xie, the soldier who was recording also looked at Yang Xie. An awakened warrior who has not yet registered as a warrior in the Warrior Association actually ran to the wild. He is really brave and came back alive. After checking the portrait, they came to the place where blood was collected one by one. It was a small pavilion, like a toll booth for cars. There was a round hole in the pavilion, and the hand could be put in. After Yang Xie put his hand in, a handcuff-like mechanism popped out and locked his hand. The staff inside held a palm-sized instrument and approached Yang Xie's hand. The needle felt like a needle, and only felt the stinging pain in his little finger, but the feeling went away quickly. The detection instrument emitted a green light. Safe, next. The voice of the tester came, the handcuff-like mechanism opened, and Yang Xie walked away with doubts. Sister Xiuqin, I understand the need to record your image, but why do you need to take blood? Recording your image is to check whether your registration information is in the information filing database. This is a good way to detect whether you are susceptible to mixing into the crowd. However, for beings like parasitic beasts and shapeshifting beasts, recording your image alone is not enough, and blood sampling is necessary. The instrument can detect the abnormality of the organizational structure and activity of cells in your blood. There is a big difference between our human and the beasts. Blood sampling is the most critical step. In order to ensure the safety of people in the city, blood sampling at the city gate is necessary for people entering the city. Nangong Xiuqin is relatively knowledgeable in this area. After all, they have been to the wild many times. Oh, that's it. Yang Xie suddenly realized. Indeed, people entering the city should be tested more clearly, and the dangers in the wild cannot be brought into the city. If they are brought in, it will be a disaster. At the city gate, inspections are still continuing. The testing equipment was very professional, and Yang Xie and his group of 7 people completed the inspection in less than half an hour. Later, there were still adventurers from the wild who wanted to enter the city, and they all lined up honestly to start checking. After Yang Xie and the others had finished the inspection soldiers inspected their vehicles and scanned them with special instruments. They were then allowed to pass after the inspection. However, neither the detection equipment nor the soldiers found a transparent being on the roof of Yang Xie's armored vehicle. Yang Xie and the others didn't know about this either. Yang Xie and his armored vehicles drove towards the city. Sister Xiuya and Yang Xie, you haven't registered as warriors yet, do you want to follow us to the Warriors Association? We'll hand in the mission, and you can also register as a warrior. Nangong Xiuya looked at Yang Xie and Nangonya, who were much happier after returning to the city, and extended the invitation. Okay, we haven't been to the Warriors Association yet. I just want Sister Xiuqin to take us there to see it. Nangonya was very happy about this, and Yang Xie also expressed that he wanted to go. But he was more concerned about where the black market was. Now the 24 warrior terminals are still in the backpack on his back. He wants to take action early or find a hacker to crack them. The warrior's money is all placed in the warrior terminal. Okay, Sister will take you to visit the Warriors Association today. Wow, is this the Warriors Association? It's so luxurious. Standing in front of a huge and luxurious circular building, the warriors couldn't help but sigh at the wealth of the Warriors Association. The 4 characters Martial Artist Association are inlaid right above the circular building. The door of this building is probably 10 meters high, and there are a lot of people coming and going. All of them were holding weapons, so they should all be warriors. You have to register as a warrior. Go to the area on the far left, where someone will take you to test your strength and register. We're going to hand in the assignment, and we'll meet up later. Looking at the bustling hall, Yang Xie still wanted to walk around, but Nangong Xiuqin's words made him decide to register as a warrior first. Sister Xiuqin and Brother Qing, I'll see you later. Come on, yeah, let's go register. Yang Xie took Nangonya to the warrior registration area. Looking at the 4 characters Martial Artist registration in front of me, there is a counter there, and there is a young lady in front of the counter. Hello, little sister, we are registering as warriors. What should we do? Not to mention, after getting closer, this young lady is really eye-catching, and she is worthy of being the front desk of the Warriors Association. Wearing a white work uniform, she highlighted the young lady's curvy figure. Her shoulder-length hair was tied into a simple ponytail, and she had a friendly smile on her face, full of affinity and knowledge. Hello, I'm Yun Wei. Please come with me to register as a warrior?
The young lady bowed slightly, and under her work clothes, Yang Xie could even see her fair and plump curves. Yang Xie turned his head embarrassedly, just in time to see Nan Gongya looking at him.
Does it look good? Ahem. Yeah, what are you talking about?
Yang Xie looked innocent. How could he say this? If he said it, he would not be seeking death.
Yunwei was not surprised by all this.
As the receptionist of the Warriors Association's warrior registration, she had seen too many looks like this. The work attire of the Warriors Association is indeed a bit tempting, and those men seem to be particularly interested in this kind of professional attire.
She chose to ignore it. The key is to do her job well.
As an ordinary person without the talent of an awakened person, she just wants to live her own life.
The job at the front desk of a warrior pays very well.
This man is quite handsome, but it has nothing to do with him. The beautiful girl next to him should be his girlfriend.
Which school are you two from?
You have broken through to martial arts so quickly.
You must be very talented. If I remember correctly, this awakening should take less than half a month. Did they break through the warriors in half a month? What surprised Yunwei was actually this. She became a warrior in half a month. Such talent was indeed rare.
We are all from Changqing No. 1 Middle School. Changqing No. 1 Middle School, Changqing No. 1 Middle School is very famous this year.
I heard that there is an S-level talent. Is this beauty the S-level talent?
Yunwei was quite familiar with the name of Changqing No. 1 Middle School. After all, there was a very rare S-level talent, and he was said to be very beautiful. Looking at Nan Gongya, Yunwei couldn't help but sigh. She was indeed very beautiful.
Yes, Miss Yunwei, you guessed it right. This unparalleled beauty is the S-level talent, Beauty Nan Gongya. How could Yang Xie miss this perfect opportunity to flatter him? Look, isn't Nan Gongya, the rich woman's face, even blushing? Who told you to say that?
Nan Gongya blushed and glared at Yang Xie, revealing her white little tiger teeth when she spoke, which looked quite charming and cute.
Is there something wrong with what I said? Nan Gongya is a peerless beauty.
She is the No. 1 school beauty of our Changqing No. 1 Middle School, and she is also an S-level talent. Yang Xie was not afraid, but instead spoke more eloquently.
Ignore you. Nan Gongya turned her head and was too shy to look at Yang Xie.
Yang Xie said in front of Yunwei that she was a peerless beauty, which made her very happy.
So beauty, you are that S-level talent. It turns out your name is Nan Gongya. It's better to meet her than to be famous. Miss Nan Gong, you are really beautiful.
Yunwei didn't expect that this beauty was the S-level talent, and she immediately expressed her praise.
No, Miss Yunwei, you are also very beautiful. Just now, a big pervert was staring at you.
Nan Gongya was a little embarrassed to be praised by a beautiful woman, so she directly said what was in her heart.
Yang Xie's face was full of black lines. No, yeah, you can praise me, why do you have to black me? Yunwei didn't expect that this girl was so jealous. An S-level talent, who is so beautiful, actually has someone in his heart. This is really explosive news. Ha, Miss Nan Gong, you are joking.
This handsome guy is obviously attracted to you, Miss Nan Gong.
Yang Xie didn't want to continue talking about this topic.
These two beauties were talking to him, so he quickly changed the subject.
Miss Yunwei, what are we going to do when we register as warriors later?
Yang Xie was quite concerned about this matter. He was thinking about how to test it later and whether his strength would be exposed. Although there is the Shadow Army, Yang Xie still doesn't want to be the one in the spotlight.
After Nan Gongqing said that there are strange beasts that can transform into human form and parasitic beings, Yang Xie doesn't want to do it anymore.
If he is targeted by such a powerful being, he probably won't have time to resist. It's too dangerous, he just wants to stay alive.
Warrior Association Registration Hall. Yunwei is taking Yang Xie and Nan Gongya to the place where their strength is tested.
This handsome guy, the question you asked is actually very simple. To register as a warrior, you only need to test your strength to reach the level of a warrior, and then you will be a registered warrior. And there are 3 tests, one is to test strength, the second is to test martial arts, and the third is to test blood.
The third item is optional. After passing the first and second tests, you can choose whether to do the third test. Yunwei explained to Yang Xie.
When Yang Xie heard that he had to test his blood, his heart tightened. He had done it before at Nangong's house. Once this thing was tested, everything was exposed. When Yang Xie was hesitating whether to do it or not, Yunwei's subsequent words dispelled his concerns.
Optional? Of course not.
Miss Yunwei, I'm not called handsome guy, I'm Yang Xie, but why can I choose the third test?
Pucci, handsome Yang Xie, because after passing the first and second tests, you will be a warrior. The third test is to test the aura in the warrior's body. This is a personal privacy. The warrior himself can choose not to do the test if he doesn't want to. Yunwei listened to Yang Xie's self-introduction and laughed. That's true, I think so too, then I won't do the third test, just one or two. Since Yang Xie doesn't do the third test, then I won't do it either, let's just do one or two tests. Nangongya also echoed Yang Xie.
This is normal, except for some warriors who are curious about their own aura and will do the third test. Most warriors don't do the third test. The place I'm taking you to now is the first test site. We're here. Yunwei, who was talking, stopped and pointed to the instrument in front. Maybe it's only been half a month, there are really not many people at the test site, now there are only 3 people like Yang Xie here. Yang Xie took a look and found that the instrument for measuring strength was exactly the same as the one at Nangong's house.
Wait a minute, you will go into this room.
First, use your personal warrior terminal to swipe at the information authentication at the door, and then you can go in to measure your strength. This instrument can measure a force of no more than 200,000 kilograms.
Each of you has 3 chances. After 3 times, the machine will record your data based on your performance and then print out a data sheet for you. The ability to print a data sheet means that you have passed one of your scores, and you can take the data sheet to the second test. Yunwei could only point to an information authentication instrument at the door and explain to Yang Xie and the others.
Yeah, who will go first?
Yang Xie glanced at Nangongya and asked.
Nangongya didn't say anything, but walked directly to the information authentication instrument, showing the personal warrior terminal on her wrist, and approached the authentication instrument. At Nangong's house, Nangongya had long known Yang Xie's terrifying data, and thought it would be better to demonstrate it to Yang Xie so as not to break the machine again.
Genius, Nangongya, a test begins. The instrument even automatically announced. Click.
The door of a testing room opened.
Nangongya went in and took a look, then punched the instrument. 1,124 kilograms. Nangongya nodded, not bad, a lot of improvement. Yunwei, who was outside the testing room, was shocked.
She thought Nangongya was here to take a test for a newly promoted warrior, but this data was far beyond the first level of warrior. After all, the first level of warriors who achieved the great perfection of Zhou Tian was only 500 kilograms of strength.
Nangongya's data was at least the second level of warriors.
She broke through the second level of warriors in half a month.
Is this the horror of S-level talent?
Yunwei has been in the Warrior Association for more than a year. Last year, she was also in the registration center, but most of them became warriors a few days before the college entrance examination last year, and they were still the first level of warriors. With more than 2 weeks left before the college entrance examination, Nangongya was already a second-level warrior. It really shocked her.
Nangongya didn't know what Yunwei was thinking.
At this moment, she took the stance of Jinwu fist and was gathering strength to throw the second punch.
Boom, 1,300 kilograms.
Although warriors cannot release their spiritual energy, some of the Jinwu fist's power-generating techniques are still very useful, increasing their strength by more than 10%.
The third punch. Boom. 1,314 kilograms. Yeah, this data is a confession.
Yang Xie,
is Miss Nangongya already a second-stage warrior?
Seeing that the data of the 3 punches exceeded 1,000 kilograms, Yunwei turned her head and asked Yang Xie in surprise with wide eyes.
Yes, a second-stage warrior with a great perfection of Zhou Tian. Yunwei was very excited to get Yang Xie's affirmative answer.
As a registration staff member of the Warrior Association, the better the talent of the tested warriors, the more comprehensive and timely the information they feed back, and the greater the reward they will get.
Her reward today should not be low.
Usually there are some coquettish bitches competing with her for performance, but today she is the only one at the front desk. I guess those guys didn't expect that there was a talented person who became a warrior in half a month, and a second-level warrior.
Yang Xie, it's your turn, you should take it easy.
While Yunwei was thinking, Nangongya had finished the test. Listening to Nangongya's words, Yunwei was a little confused.
What do you mean take it easy? Are you worried that he will break the equipment?
This instrument can withstand a maximum force of 200,000 kilograms. The peak of a martial artist who has completed the Zhou Tian is only 5,000 kilograms.
Genius, Yang Xie, a test begins. Click. Yang Xie walked in and fell into deep thought while looking at the instrument. How much force should he use? How can he control it? It's better not to exceed Nangongya's data. After all, how can a D-level genius exceed an S-level genius? That's too abnormal. Test a punch first. Yunwei was surprised. What's wrong with Yang Xie? Why doesn't he punch but rather bump fists with a machine? The speed is so slow. Is this really powerful? Boom! 908 kilograms. Yunwei's eyes widened. Is this okay? It's still 908 kilograms of force.
Yang Xie was not happy. This was almost as good as Nangongya's data.
It's worth controlling the power again. The second punch. 506 kilograms.
Good. This data is good. Yang Xie is very satisfied with this data.
The third punch. 756 kilograms.
Very good, very good. I control my strength pretty well.
Opening the test door, Yang Xie walked out contentedly.
You are too slow. Nangongya looked at Yang Xie speechlessly. You just got promoted to a warrior, and you have more than 5,000 kilograms of strength, and now you are playing with it.
Student Yang Xie, how about you test it again?
Yunwei also found that this Yang Xie is indeed not simple, and his strength may be stronger than Nangongya, an S-level talent. In that kind of force, he can reach 908 kilograms of force, and it is even more amazing in a serious situation. Therefore, she proposed to let student Yang Xie test it again. No, I just used a special force technique, and now I am exhausted.
Let Yang Xie test it again. How is it possible? He pretended to be too hard. Yunwei looked at him speechlessly. Do you think I am so stupid? If you want to lie, you should have acted better before. But Yunwei couldn't interfere anymore.
This was his freedom. Yang Xie obviously didn't want to expose himself. If she tried to persuade him again, it would be annoying.
A quiet testing site. Yunwei asked Yang Xie and Nangongya. Are you sure you don't want to test again?
But you have 3 chances, right? Because she looked at the 2 people shaking their heads. Then let's go to the second testing site. Yunwei reached out and took the test data sheets of Yang Xie and Nangongya. Yunwei led Yang Xie to the next place. Fei Lao, wake up! Yang Xie watched Yunwei shouting at an old man lying on the table, and it took several shouts to wake him up. The old man stretched his back with sleepy eyes and yawned.
Little Yunwei, why are you looking for me, an old man? Aren't you at the registration office?
I'm sleeping soundly, you disturbed my sweet dream. The old man, Fei Lao in Yunwei's mouth, still looked like he hadn't woken up yet. I'm sorry to bother you, Fei Lao, but now there are 2 testers who want to do 2 tests, so I can only wake you up.
Yunwei explained to Fei Lao with an embarrassed look. Tester? Has anyone broken through to the warrior level so soon? Old man Fei Lao was immediately much more energetic when he heard that there were testers. After all, he was the examiner of the 2 tests. It was less than half a month before the end of the awakening ceremony. Someone came to take the test so soon. He must be a genius. Where is the person? Where is he? Let me take a look.
Fei Lao, who was much more energetic, immediately looked around curiously, looking for the tester.
Fei Lao, who is behind you? Yunwei looked at Fei Lao, who suddenly became energetic, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fei Lao, hello, we are here, we want to test.
Yang Xie had to speak up, looking at this somewhat funny old man.
Not bad, there are still 2, let me see the strength data sheet.
Yunwei heard the words and quickly handed the data sheet in his hand to Fei Lao. Fei Lao took the data sheet and checked it carefully. Nangongya, the highest weight is 1,314 kilograms, not bad, at least the strength of the second stage of the warrior. It took half a month to reach the strength of the second stage of the warrior.
He is an extraordinary talent.
Yang Xie, the highest weight is 908 kilograms, also very good, and very close to the second stage of the warrior. Old Fei nodded with satisfaction. This data is very good.
Are you all warriors who have achieved the perfect Zhoutian?
Old Fei suddenly asked.
Yes, we are all.
Nangongya spoke up to help, and Yang Xie did not refute.
In less than half a month, you have become warriors from just starting to contact the warrior's skills. Your talent is really strong. Are you all talented above a level? I remember that there is an S-level talent in our city this year. Is it one of you? Nangongya is indeed known throughout the city. The title of S-level talent is too loud. Yes, I am that S-level talent, Nangongya. Nangongya replied.
Old Fei took a closer look.
Oh, it's you, little girl. You look pretty. Nangongya, what's your relationship with Nangong Badian? Do you know my father? Nangong Badian is your father?
Yes. No wonder, a tiger father has no dog daughter.
Nangong Badian is a legendary figure. I know him, but he may not know me, ha ha ha. It seems that Yaya's father Nangong Badian is a very thick thigh. Nangong little girl, what martial arts did you learn? Show me. Mr. Fei, is it here? Yes, it's here. This is the second test site. That open space is where you perform.
Only by performing your martial arts can I know how well you have mastered the martial arts. I see, then Mr. Fei, please take a closer look. Nangongya walked to the open space, pulled out her whip from her waist, and explained to Mr. Fei. Mr. Fei, I practiced the Qingling whip and Jinwu fist. Now I will demonstrate my Qingling whip for you. Nangongya started to practice her Qingling whip. The several-meter-long whip seemed to become a spiritual snake in Nangongya's hands. Snap! There were even bursts of sonic booms in the air. This Nangong girl is really good. She has mastered the Qingling whip, and there is a hint of murderous aura in the whip. It can be seen that she has experienced actual combat. The Nangong family has produced another phoenix. As the chief examiner of the two martial arts tests, Fei saw Nangongya's martial arts proficiency at a glance and couldn't help but sigh. Although Yunwei is not a warrior, she has never practiced martial arts, but under the influence of the Warrior Association, she has a certain understanding of the martial arts of warriors. The proficiency of mastery has reached the third step of martial arts. In half a month, while absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to become a warrior, she can also practice martial arts to this level. Nangongya is indeed a genius. Yang Xie felt that it was a bit difficult to operate, but the proficiency of mastery has already received so much praise. How can I say that I have almost reached perfect proficiency? This is the result of only letting a small number of shadow soldiers practice. Now there is a real person test, and I don't know if this old Fei can see it later. By the way, the next thing I will demonstrate is Jinwu fist. After Nangongya performed the Qingling whip method, she began to demonstrate Jinwu fist. It's also the mastery of Jinwu fist. It's amazing, amazing. Old Fei was like a machine that only knew how to praise people, and he kept praising Nangongya. He picked up the pen and wrote the words Master of Qingling Whip Technique and Jinwu Fist on Nangongya's datasheet. The last column of the datasheet was summarized by Mr. Fei. The strength was assessed as a perfect Jotian warrior of the second stage, a genius-level talent. So this is the evaluation. After Nangongya demonstrated her martial arts, she came down and saw the evaluation on her datasheet. Although she already knew the result, she was still very happy when she saw the evaluation on the datasheet. Yang Xie, right? You go ahead. Compared with his enthusiasm for Nangongya, Mr. Fei was obviously much more indifferent to Yang Xie. However, Yang Xie didn't care. He took out the sword on his back and went to the field to practice the bloody sword technique. Yang Xie had tried his best to suppress his martial arts proficiency, which made the bloody sword technique he demonstrated look quite weird. Here it comes again. Yunwei, an outsider, saw the clues, not to mention Mr. Fei, a master. Originally, Mr. Fei didn't care. He just watched Yang Xie's swordplay becoming more and more weird, so he couldn't help but interrupt. Don't pretend in front of me, kid. If you can't practice well, I'll find you a helper. Nangong girl, go up and practice with him. Nangongya has been unhappy with Yang Xie's performance for a long time, and took out a whip to attack Yang Xie. I let you pretend, I let you take it easy, but I didn't let you perform with me here. Yang Xie looked at Nangongya's relentless attack, and couldn't help but shout in his heart. It's bad. It is recommended to take a screenshot to save, and deserve it. Seeing Yang Xie's panicked expression, Yunwei felt relieved. Who told you that you like to pretend so much and your acting skills are so bad? Faced with Nangongya's sudden attack, Yang Xie panicked for a moment and then calmed down with all his strength. What do I have to panic about? I am now a junior martial artist at the 9th level, and Nangongya is still only at the 2nd level. This Mr. Fei is really bad. He wanted to force me to use my bloody sword with all my strength and directly called Nangongya to fight me, but he far underestimated my strength. Even if a 9th level warrior only uses part of his power, he can handle it. So another weird situation occurred on the scene. In terms of data, Nangongya, who is a 2nd level warrior, beats Yang Xie, who is a 1st level warrior. Nangongya's proficient Qingling whip technique beats Yang Xie's seemingly clumsy blood battle sword technique, but there is no advantage at all. It's weird, it's weird. This kid is really evil. Xiao Yunwei, are you sure this power data belongs to this person named Yang Xie? Is there anything missing? Fei Lao's face was full of confusion. Yunwei wanted to say that Yang Xie felt very lethargic during the strength test, but gave up after thinking about it. Yes, Mr. Fei, this is Yang Xie's data. Such a poor bloody swordsmanship seems to be proficient at best. Even though her strength is not as good as Nangong Xianese's, she can actually beat her on par. This kid is weird. Mr. Fei, I forgot to tell you something. Yang Xie and Nangongya came together. They seem to be lovers. Fei Lao suddenly realized that the young couple had been acting like me for a long time. Stop, you two have passed. You two young lovers, stop flirting in front of me. Nangong Xianese, please come down and let this kid show off his other martial arts skills. Fei Lao, you are mistaken, we are not lovers. Nangongya was a little tired from sparring with Yang Xie, and her face was flushed. Hearing what Mr. Fei said, his face turned red even more, and he couldn't help but glare at Yang Xie angrily. Snort! Nangongya came down, and Yang Xie continued to show off his martial arts skills. Fei Lao, my other martial arts is also Jinwu Fist. After saying that, Yang Xie started to use Jinwu Fist. This time Yang Xie didn't stretch his hips deliberately, and showed quite good Zen Wuquan. Okay. You kid, you have actually reached the level of proficiency in Zen Wuquan. Next time, don't act in front of me, the old man. Mr. Fei wrote on Yang Xie's data sheet that he was proficient in bloody battle swordsmanship and had some success in Zen Wuquan. The summary in the last column states that his strength is assessed as a perfect Zhou Tian warrior, a genius-level talent. Yang Xie looked at the data sheet that had completed the overall evaluation and knew that he was now a true warrior. Xiao Yunwei, take the data sheet. If they don't conduct the third test, enter the data for them. Mr. Fei handed the data sheet to Yunwei again. Okay, Mr. Fei. It's too troublesome. Yang Xie and Nangongya also thanked them, but Mr. Fei waved his hand nonchalantly. Are you doing a third test? Yang Xie shook his head decisively. Nangongya looked at Yang Xie's decisive attitude and shook her head along with Yunwei. Okay, I will send your data to the data entry office now. After we enter it into the database, your personal warrior terminal information will be updated soon. During this period, I can take you to visit other places in the Warriors Association and see several major functional areas of the Warriors Association. Nangongya and Yang Xie looked at each other and nodded. They would still deal with the Warriors Association in the future, so it would be good to know more about them. Then please trouble Miss Yunwei. We also want to know more about the Warriors Association. Yang Xie smiled at Yunwei. Okay, wait a minute, I'll send your data sheets to the data entry office. I'll be back soon. Yunwei trotted towards the Warriors Association. Don't look at it, it's not like I won't come back. Yang Xie couldn't help but be entranced when he looked at Yunwei's perfect body curves outlined in her professional clothes, and Nangongya's slightly murderous voice came out. Where is it? What did I see? I was thinking about Mr. Fei's comment about genius level and genius level. Aren't you curious? Kill a tough talker and change the subject. I believe your lies. If you want to know, just ask your sister Yunwei. Yang Xie was also convinced. Why did Nangongya suddenly become jealous so easily? Okay, I'll ask later. After all, Miss Yunwei is indeed very beautiful and speaks very nicely. You are a big pervert. Nangongya suddenly became furious. You're kidding, she's not as beautiful as you. If I want to look at her, I'm also looking at you. I want to look at you all the time. I'll look at you all my life. Nangongya, who was still angry, turned her head away at once, but the blush spread from her ears to her neck. Glib-tongued, are you a greasy uncle? Yes, I am your exclusive greasy uncle. Yaha, you have to look at me to find out that I am sincere. I feel like vomiting. I don't want to look at you. Then I'm going to see Miss Yunwei. How dare you? Nangongya turned her head around in a swish and met Yang Xie's expression that was half smiling but not smiling. Not only is she jealous, but she is also arrogant. This little girl is getting cuter and cuter. Sorry, have you been waiting for a long time? Yunwei rushed back panting. It's okay, we're not in a hurry, you don't have to rush. Seeing Yunwei-han running out, Nangongya was not jealous, but felt a little embarrassed. While others are busy, I still feel jealous of others. Life lies in movement, no matter how much you move. I am not a warrior and I usually don't exercise much. Yunwei didn't even care and started teasing herself. Do you want a drink of water? I'll pour you a glass. I see that you spent a lot of energy during the test just now. That's troublesome. Miss Yunwei, please pour yourself a drink. We are not vampire bosses and we will not deduct your wages. Seeing Yunwei's conscientious attitude, I couldn't help but tease her for being too nervous.
It's okay, I'll go get the water right now. Yunwei didn't care, a slight smile seemed to cover everything up. You may be a little curious about the genius level and genius level in the final evaluation column, right?
Yunwei seemed to know what we were wondering about, and she brought it up without us asking.
Yes, why is there such a comment? Yang Xie followed suit and asked. This is a problem that many newly promoted warriors have after coming to the Warriors Association for testing. Oh? Is there any difference in this evaluation?
Yes, and under different evaluations, the benefits brought by certified warriors are also different.
Are there any benefits? Then I have to listen carefully. Yang Xie's eyes lit up when he heard that there were benefits.
Window, _Taboola equals window, _Taboola, Taboola.push, mode, thumbspeed 01, container, Taboola below article thumbnail 300 by 250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 by 250, target type, mix, Yunwei continued. Yes, in our Qingshan City Warriors Association, there are 3 recognized warrior evaluation levels, namely ordinary, genius and genius. Among them, ordinary talents are the first level, genius level talents are the second level, and genius level talents are the third level.
Files. What a good boy.
There are 3 levels of talent assessment, but fortunately Yaya and I are in the second and third levels. If you are rated as ordinary, you can get a reward of 10,000 Dajo coins from the Warriors Association.
Other than that, there is nothing special.
Oh, Yaya and I are in the second gear and the other is in the third gear.
Is there anything special about it?
Yes, the second level is the warriors who are recognized as geniuses. Their cultivation speed and martial arts comprehension speed are much faster than ordinary people.
You are the handsome young man Yang Xie.
You have been promoted to a warrior within half a month, and your understanding of martial arts is also very good. As a genius-level warrior, in addition to receiving 100,000 Jo coins as a reward from the Warriors Association, you can also purchase elixirs, weapons, etc. from the Warriors Association.
For items, you can enjoy a 10% discount with a genius-level certified personal warrior terminal. 100,000 Dajo coins and a 10% discount on elixirs and weapons. This benefit is really good.
It would take an ordinary person no idea how long it would take to earn 100,000 Dajo coins alone.
It might take several years for Yang Xie's grandmother to earn 100,000 Dajo coins.
But now, Yang Xie had just successfully certified as a warrior and received 100,000 Great Week coins. Adding the 10,000 that he had received after his talent awakening, it was already 110,000 Great Week coins.
The gap between warriors and non-martialists is really huge.
In terms of the speed of making money alone, they have jumped out of a class. Not to mention the monetary rewards warriors get for killing strange beasts or completing a mission. That is even more important for non-martialists.
It's an astronomical number. There is also a 10% discount on purchases.
The 10% discount may not seem very strong, but when you think about the prices of elixirs and weapons, a second-level weapon costs more than 100,000 Dajo coins.
The 10% discount is a discount. 10,000 large Jo coins.
For Yang Xie, that was a large number, not to mention that the above weapons and elixirs were more expensive, so the money saved would be even greater.
Yang Xie's thoughts suddenly became active. The second-level genius-level benefits are so good. Wouldn't Yaya's third-level genius-level benefits be even better? Yang Xie suddenly regretted hiding his clumsiness. No one told him about this in advance. What a mistake!
That's for sure. Not only is Miss Nangong's talent S-level, but she also completed the awakening of her talent and the transition to a warrior within half a month. This is undoubtedly a genius level, and is beyond the reach of other ordinary awakened people.
And the corresponding benefits are definitely better.
The monetary reward alone is 1 million Dajo coins, and when you purchase elixirs, weapons and other items in the Dancers Association, you can enjoy it with the personal warrior terminal recognized by the Tianjia level.
20% off. Listening to Yunwei's explanation, Nangong's face didn't waver at all.
As the only daughter of Nangong Badian, the patriarch of the Nangong family, she was not short of money and was not as excited about the benefits Yunwei mentioned as Yang Xie.
However, Yang Xie was not calm anymore. Miss Yunwei, can I take another test? Yang Xie asked sincerely.
Yunwei looked at Yang Xie, feeling a little happy in her heart.
She knew you regretted being so fake just now, right? Young handsome boy Yang Xie, you don't have to regret it. In fact, there is a hidden condition for the identification of genius-level talents, that is, the talent must reach B level or above.
When Yunwei sent the datasheet, she saw some of Yang Xie's personal data.
She couldn't say that she couldn't be certified as D-level, right? Yang Xie immediately withered.
All right. I am not destined to be a Tianjiao, but the Tianjiao are all my younger brothers in front of me.
Are there any other talent levels above the Tianjiao level? Nangongya raised his own question.
Dazhou is so big, there must be many better than him, and isn't Yang Xie the same?
I have heard about this.
I heard that there are 2 levels of Tianjiao and above.
However, this evaluation cannot be obtained by identifying as a warrior. The talent level recognition of these 2 levels is obtained by playing.
They are the 4th level monster level and the 5th level national scholar level. Generally, the talents who reach the 4th level and the 5th level are top talents who have been selected into the Great Zhou Qianlong ranking. Yunwei is worthy of being a member of the Warriors Association and has very clear knowledge in this area.
Typed out? I like. Yang Xie thinks this is more fair.
After all, actual combat is the most important thing.
Ding dong. Ding dong. Suddenly, Yang Xie and Nangongya's personal warrior terminals both sent message notification sounds.
Genius level warrior Yang Xie, the Warriors Association congratulates you on your success in becoming a warrior. We will reward you with a special reward of 100,000 Dazhou coins. I wish you a prosperous future in martial arts. Nangongya, a genius level warrior, the Warriors Association congratulates you on your success in becoming a warrior.
We will specially reward you with 1 million Dazhou coins.
I wish you a prosperous future in martial arts. Yang Xie looked at the text message sent from the Warriors Association and saw a genius level certification certificate with Yang Xie's name in it. There is also a large weekly coin balance of 110,800 displayed on the personal warrior terminal.
Damn it, happiness comes so fast. I, Yang Xie, am finally no longer a poor man. Yang Xie's heart was filled with tears of happiness. Yunwei looked at the messages sent from Yang Xie and Nangongya's personal warrior terminals with envious eyes.
She didn't know how long it would take to earn 100,000 and 1 million Dazhou coins. But fortunately, I received these 2 today. Both of them are extraordinary geniuses. After working in the Warrior Association for more than a year, Yunwei has never received a warrior above the genius level. Occasionally, there are genius warriors, and her colleagues are also rushing to receive them. It is one thing to be able to build a good relationship with warriors above the genius level. As a non-warrior, they do not expect to reach any intimacy, but as a host, they can get commissions from the consumption of the warriors they receive in the Warrior Association. As long as they do a good job as a qualified transaction intermediary, their salary will be much higher, and they will have money to treat their mother's illness.
Yunwei is actually a miserable person.
Her father was originally a warrior, but unfortunately died while on a mission in the wild.
She did not inherit her father's talent and could only go to an ordinary university. Her mother was sick. After thinking again and again, she decided to drop out of school to start working and take care of her mother. Fortunately, a friend of her father worked in the Warrior Association. He introduced this job to Yunwei, so that Yunwei could earn money to take care of the family. I hope that these 2 warriors today can choose the items they like in the association. The speed of the association today is unusually fast. I guess they didn't expect you to be promoted to a warrior so quickly. Even the payment came so quickly.
Indeed, this is much faster than the subsidies we issued after the talent awakening before. Yang Xie found it hard not to agree.
The money arrived in less than half an hour.
It was hard not to recognize the speed of the association.
Then let's go to other areas of the association now? There are many good things in other areas. I'm full of water. I've wanted to see it for a long time. Then I'll take you there now.
The Warrior Association is divided into 4 major areas.
In addition to the registration office for new warriors we just visited, there are also 3 areas for elixirs, weapons, and tasks.
Where do you want to go first? Yunwei asked as she led Nangongya and Yang Xie. Yang Xie thought of the dangerous plants he encountered in the wild this time, the man-eating plant, the blood-sucking vine. These plants are not only dangerous but also poisonous. What made Yang Xie even more scared was that they were drugged by the pig-headed masked man without knowing it. If it weren't for the shadow soldier who woke Yang Xie up, this time it would be really dangerous.
Let's go to the elixir area to buy some detoxifying elixirs first. Let's go to the elixir area first. Okay. There are many types of elixirs in the elixir area.
The Warrior Association mainly sells elixirs from level 1 to level 3, which can be roughly divided into 3 categories. There are elixirs that specialize in cultivation, which can speed up the cultivation speed, such as nailing pill and jeweling pill, There are elixirs that specialize in treatment and detoxification, such as Jishua-san and Beiduji. There are also elixirs that specialize in realm breakthrough, such as Pojing Pill.
I don't know what elixirs you want, but I can recommend them to you.
Yunwei thought for a while and introduced the general types of elixirs in the elixir area.
Miss Yunwei, can you introduce us to the elixirs for treatment and detoxification? Focus on their prices. Yang Xie doesn't need elixirs for cultivation at all.
Now that 1001 shadow soldiers are helping him cultivate, Yang Xie is already very satisfied with his speed of not cultivating. And medicine is 3-point poisonous. I don't know what side effects there are after taking these elixirs. As for the elixirs for breaking the mirror, Yang Xie doesn't need them at present. There are quite a lot of healing and detoxification pills, because many warriors will go out to hunt exotic animals or perform missions, and it is inevitable that they will be injured or poisoned.
Most warriors will prepare some such pills in the wild. The price difference of pills of different grades is also very large.
The price of first-grade pills is generally between 1,000 and 10,000 Dezhou coins, and the price of second-grade pills is generally between 10,000 and 50,000 Dezhou coins. For first-grade healing pills, I recommend the first-grade medium-grade Yongjing pill, which is effective for both internal and external injuries and is priced at 5,000 Dezhou coins. For first-grade detoxification pills, I recommend the first-grade medium-grade Lingqing pill, which can detoxify some less toxic ones and is priced at 6,000 Dezhou coins.
For the second-level healing pills, I recommend the first-level top-grade hemostatic powder, which is priced at 10,000 Dezhou coins.
For the situation of large wounds and heavy bleeding, hemostatic powder is more suitable. As for the second-level detoxification pills, I recommend the second-level medium-grade Beiduji, which can detoxify most of the poisons in the wild, but the price is a bit more expensive, costing 30,000 Dezhou coins.
These pills are also favored by many warriors and are often bought. Yang Xie and Nangongya followed Yunwei's steps to the pill area. Looking at the large pill area, Yang Xie's intensive phobia was about to occur. Fortunately, Yunwei recommended it. Sister Yunwei, take one each of Beiduji and Zixuasan. There are too many and I am too lazy to choose.
Yang Xie gave up the idea of choosing pills by himself.
Shaoli, take one bottle each of Beiduji and Zixuasan. Yunwei greeted a girl in the pill area.
There were many staff members in the pill area.
They were all wearing the same uniform with the word Dan on the chest of their uniforms.
Yunwei called one of them, so she must be quite familiar with her.
Sister Yunwei, this is the Baidu Jia and Ji Shuedan you asked for. The girl named Shaoli was quite efficient.
After a while, she took out 2 bottles from the counter and handed them to Yunwei.
Shaoli, thank you for your help.
Yunwei smiled at Shaoli and handed them to Yang Xie.
This is Baidu Jia and Ji Shuesan.
There are 10 pills in the Baidu Jia bottle, and Ji Shuesan is for external application. Yang Xie carefully examined the 2 bottles of pills in his hand and suddenly thought of something.
Sister Yunwei, can Baidu Jia dissolve strong drugs?
Drugs? Ordinary drugs have a certain effect, but special ones have no effect.
Before Yunwei could answer, Shaoli spoke first. Does it work on drugs like Zijing Tears Dream? Yang Xie asked.
Dream of Bohemia Tears.
This is a very special drug that can only be cured by the juice of Bohemia vines. Ordinary antidotes are useless, and neither is the 100 poison solution.
A middle-aged man walked out from behind Shaoli and spoke in surprise when he heard Yang Xie talking about the dream of Bohemia Tears.
The dream of Bohemia Tears, most people don't know about it.
Supervisor! Shaoli shouted at the middle-aged man. Yang Xie looked at the middle-aged man who suddenly appeared.
Is he the supervisor of the elixir area? Ordinary antidotes are useless, so what are the special antidotes?
Yang Xie grasped the key point of the middle-aged man's words. Pure Spirit Pill, a third-level middle-grade pill, is effective against powerful drugs such as the dream of purple gold tears.
The supervisor middle-aged man gave Yang Xie an answer. How much does it cost? 100,000 Great Zhou coins.
Yang Xie felt that he was still a pauper. Where did the customer hear about the dream of Bohemia Tears? The middle-aged man suddenly asked.
Heard? I have experienced it myself, but I can't tell anyone else about it.
I heard it from my elders at home.
Yang Xie said casually.
Oh? Elders? May I ask your name? The middle-aged man continued.
Did you see this beautiful lady? Her last name is Nangong.
Yang Xie was a little unhappy with the middle-aged man's question. He didn't tell him directly, but gestured to the middle-aged man to look at Nangongya next to him.
Nangong family.
No wonder, I'm just a little curious. No malice. Bohemia Tears Dream is the drug commonly used by the evil followers of the alien god cult. Few people know about it. I heard the guest mention this name. I was a little curious for a while. The middle-aged man seemed to have noticed something and explained to Yang Xie. We only heard about it from the elders in our family, and we didn't know there was such a secret. Yang Xie continued to shake his head. I understand. I am Wang Siliu, the director of the elixir area of the Warrior Association, and I have a lot of knowledge about elixirs. The pure spirit pill is indeed effective against drugs like Bohemia Tears Dream. Bohemia Tears Dream strengthens the fatigue of the soul. People who are poisoned by this drug are difficult to wake up with physical means. The pure spirit pill has an effect on the soul, so it is very useful.
Oh, that's it. Thank you, Director Wang, for clearing up my doubts. Yang Xie's knowledge in this area is relatively scarce, and he understood a lot after listening to Wang Silia's explanation.
You are guests, it's your duty, Xiaoli, serve the guests well. After saying that, the middle-aged man left. Yeah, I will transfer the money in my personal terminal to your personal terminal account, and use your 20% discount to help buy it. Before the shadow soldier got the talent for detoxification, Yang Xie planned to buy both detoxification pills, just in case.
With your little money, you should keep it for yourself.
If you buy all the medicines, your account will be reset to 0 again. Take a portion of the pure spirit pill as well.
How much is it in total? I will pay. Nangongya said to Xiaoli.
Yang Xie was speechless. Nangongya, the rich woman, was going to feed him again.
Guest, the total is 140,000 Dezhou coins. Well, swipe the terminal. Nangongya showed her personal warrior terminal.
You are a distinguished Tianjia level warrior, and you enjoy a 20% discount from the Warrior Association. A total of 112,000 Dezhou coins will be deducted from you. When Xiaoli used the cash register to swipe Nangongya's personal warrior terminal, she saw a message reminder pop up on the cash register. I was immediately shocked.
Tianjia level warrior, this is a real genius, a future big man. And this Tianjia level female warrior is still helping, a man pay? This man is quite handsome, but does he have bad teeth at such a young age?
Yang Xie also noticed Xiaoli's expression, and chose to ignore it.
Humph. My wife, what's your business?
Yeah,
don't you want to buy some pills? No, I don't need them. Sister Wei, come and sign too.
Xiaoli said to Yunwei.
Okay. Yang Xie looked at Yunwei's signature, a little confused, but there was no reason.
We can get commissions from the customers we connect with after they consume. Yunwei did not hide it, and this kind of thing was not a secret.
It doesn't matter, you are very professional, this is what you deserve, we will come to you next time.
Yang Xie was quite surprised by Yunwei's honesty.
Thank you.
Yunwei was very grateful. Yang Xie didn't want to go to the weapons area, he didn't lack weapons. The sword that Nangongya gave him was very useful. Sister Yunwei, let's go directly to the mission area later.
We won't go to the weapons area. No problem. The mission area is the place most frequented by warriors.
After all, it is the most profitable platform for warriors.
Nangong Qing's team is really awesome this time. They actually wiped out Xiaohu's team. This is a blacklist existence. In my opinion, this must be fake.
Nangong Qing, the strongest member of their team, is only a mid-stage martial artist. Xiaohu is a late-stage martial artist, and Xiaoshu is also a mid-stage martial artist.
How could they win?
Although I am a little skeptical, they have taken back the ears of all the members of Xiaohu's team, and there are photos as evidence.
Moreover, the inspectors of the mission area have confirmed that those ears belong to Xiaohu's team.
What are you jealous of? I don't fucking believe it. Yang Xie, Nangongya, Yunwei and others just entered the hall of the mission area and heard the lively discussion here.
Good guy. Nangong Chang and his team became famous in one battle. Amazing. There is a team that killed the people on the blacklist. They are a group of vicious criminals who do all kinds of evil.
Yunwei also said with a sigh.
Is the blacklist really that awesome? Why do you feel like you have become a hero after killing the people on the blacklist?
Yang Xie didn't feel anything, but he was quite curious. After all the members of Xiaohu's team died at the hands of Yang Yi, that is, at the hands of Yang Xie, and they didn't feel that they were that strong. Brother Yang Xie, you don't know that there are only 20 names on the blacklist, and they are all blood hunters with blood debts. Their crimes are too numerous to list. Anyone who can take them down can really be called a hero.
Okay.
It turns out that I am also a hero.
Are their bounties very high?
Very high, the bounty for the 20th on the list has reached 2 million.
What, so high? Take me to see it.
When Yang Xia heard such a high bounty, his eyes widened and he felt a little regretful. I'm giving at least 2 million bounties directly to Nangong Qing and the others.
It's in the center of the hall, let's go there.
When Yang Xia and the others were about to go over, they saw Nangong Qing and the others being guarded by the stars in the center of the hall. At this time, Nangongo was telling something with a beaming face. At that time, we met Xiaohu and his gang of thieves at the waterfall where Tianxinglan was located. They wanted to rob our Tianxinglan and attacked us. But they greatly underestimated our strength.
Our team's cooperation was seamless.
They greatly underestimated our strength. After several hours of fierce fighting, their Xiaohu team was completely wiped out by us, and 3 people in our team were also injured. Sister Xiuqin, Brother Cheng, and Brother Wei were all seriously injured.
Gogu is really a dog, he changed the version directly.
Sister Xiuqin and the others who were injured by the giant python also became the injuries left by the fight with Xiaohu's team.
This explanation is impeccable. Perfect, Gogu. I didn't realize you had this side.
Nangongya listened to Nangongo's words, and her expression was also quite strange. There were too many people surrounding Nangong Qing and the others, so Yang Xie and the others did not get close to them and went directly to the location of the blacklist in the mission area.
On a huge electronic wall, there were 5 big characters written on the black bounty list.
There were 20 names on the list, and the 14th one was marked in red. It was clearly written in black font on it: Xiaohu Team, a 5-member team, Captain Xiaohu, Martial Artist Level 8, Team Member Xiaoshu, Martial Artist Level 4, Team Member. It is recommended that teams above martial artist level accept this task, and the bounty is 5 million Dezhou coins. At the same time, it was written in red font that the bounty had been completed by Nangong Qing team.
Yang Xia's mouth was wide open for a moment. 5 million? 5 million bounty?
I was wrong, it turned out that this was the greatest wealth. Otherwise, I should change my career to become a bounty warrior, Yang Xia thought seriously. The first name on the blacklist was written, Wei Jian, a lone traveler, with a strength of martial arts level 6, extremely cruel. It is recommended that martial arts level 7 or above accept this task, and the bounty is 30 million Dezhou coins. The second on the blacklist is Su Lizhu, a lone ranger, who is at the peak of Wuzong and extremely cunning. It is recommended that Wuzong peak level players form a team to accept this mission, with a bounty of 25 million Dezhou coins. The third on the blacklist is Qinzong Squad, a 5-member team, with the Captain Qinzong, Wuzong 7th level, and the Deputy Captain. It is recommended that Wuzong and above players accept this mission, with a bounty of 20 million Dezhou coins.
The bounty on this blacklist is really too attractive. However, this Wei Jian is very interesting.
He is ranked first on the blacklist at the 6th stage of Wuzong, and Su Lizhu, who is at the peak of Wuzong, is still second. It seems that he is really cruel. The top 10 are all in the Wuzong realm, and the 11th to 20th are all in the Wuxi realm.
Moreover, the bounties for the top 10 are all above 10 million Dezhou coins. Interesting, I like this bounty.
Yang Xie suddenly looked at Yunwei with burning eyes, and Yunwei was shocked by Yang Xie's burning momentum.
Can anyone take this blacklist? As long as you kill the people on the blacklist and have evidence, can you get the bounty?
I thought Yang Xie was going to do something, but I didn't expect to ask this. As long as you can confirm that the person is dead and there is evidence to prove that you killed them, you can get the bounty, but this is based on a premise, that is, you have the strength and can kill them, otherwise you will only die under those people. Yunwei explained, but still reminded that although the bounty amount is indeed amazing, you have to be alive to get it.
Yang Xia didn't care about the strength of his opponent.
With the help of his 1001 shadow soldiers, he believed that his strength would be greatly improved soon.
He was now considering how to give Yang Yi a reasonable identity.
After all, the bounty would eventually be transferred to the personal warrior terminal, and using his own would be exposed. Yes, Yang Xia was considering giving Yang Yi a suitable identity, and then let Yang Yi disguise himself and become a blacklist bounty warrior.
Distress. There is money to be made but no money to be made.
Wei Wei, you are here.
It's so easy for me to find you. A voice suddenly interrupted Yang Xia's thoughts.
Yang Xia turned around and saw a man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks pulling Yunwei's hand.
Wei Wei, why can't you understand my heart? I fell in love with you when I saw you for the first time. Why did you reject me?
The man looked at Yunwei affectionately in a self-proclaimed handsome posture, but his slightly bald head made people look a little funny.
Love at first sight? Looking at the man with a very distinctive appearance, and then looking at the beautiful Yunwei. Beauty and the Beast? Although Yan Xia looked puzzled, he respected everyone's choice.
Yunwei pulled out her hand expressionlessly, and said politely but distantly, Mr. Su Chang, I am just an ordinary woman, not worthy of your love. Worthy, although Weiwei you are not a warrior, but your beauty deeply fascinates me. Su Chang grinned, with a hint of obsession on his face.
Mr. Su Chang, you have so many girlfriends, you really don't need me. Yunwei was helpless.
This Su Chang really clung to her like a dogskin plaster.
My love is selfless. I love every one of my girlfriends the same way.
Su Chang showed a trace of embarrassment on his face, but he still didn't leave the room. Yang Xia was stunned, and even Nanganya complained.
Scumbag! Brother, you are really a toad looking for a frog. You are ugly but you have fun. A man of love.
Mr. Su Chang, tell your 13 girlfriends this.
I really don't deserve you.
Besides, I have guests to receive now, please leave. Yunwei was in a bad mood now, but the other party was a warrior and she couldn't afford to offend him.
13? Yang Xia was speechless. Brother, can you handle it?
Looking at Su Chang's affectionate look, I thought he was just a little ugly, but I didn't expect it to be so outrageous.
Yunwei, don't give me face.
My elder brother has reached the peak of the martial arts realm.
He is giving you face just because he likes you. Don't be ungrateful.
A short man with a rat-like face said to Yunwei impatiently.
At first, Yang Xia didn't notice him.
It was not until he spoke that Yang Xia realized that the man standing next to Su Chang seemed to be Su Chang's younger brother. My brother Chang is an E-level talent. He will soon be promoted to the martial arts master realm. Brother Chang is very kind to you.
Don't be so arrogant.
Besides, Brother Chang is a martial artist.
Even if he uses force on you, what can you do?
The short man with a rat-like face looked at Yunwei with lustful eyes.
If the elder brother eats meat, he can also drink soup.
Although he is not a martial artist, his elder brother is.
His elder brother Su Chang will not treat his brothers badly. Yunwei's face turned pale when she heard this. These people can really do it. Many of Su Chang's 13 girlfriends were obtained in this way. Moreover, Su Chang is a warrior, and generally no one cares as long as there is no murder. On, what are you doing? We are law-abiding citizens, how could we do such a thing? Moreover, Weiwei may be your future sister-in-law, and you are so disrespectful?
Su Chang's words sounded like a reproach, but the smugness on his face showed that On, this little brother, was probably instructed by him.
The meaning was also very obvious, deliberately putting pressure on Yunwei.
Really, there are always such scumbags who bully women everywhere.
Hey! Those two toads, don't you see that Sister Yunwei is receiving us? What are you barking about here?
Yang Xia didn't care about these two barking wild bastards, but it was really annoying to keep harassing Sister Yunwei. Su Chang and the one called On looked around, as if to confirm whether Yang Xia was calling them.
It's you two, what are you looking at there? Yang Xia emphasized again.
Boy, you are very brave.
Did you know that my elder brother is a top warrior? Why are you showing off here?
Looking at Yang Xia, On knew that Yunwei brought him here. Although he looked very immature, he probably came to the Warrior Association to gain experience. But this boy actually scolded them as toads without knowing how to live or die. Young people just don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is.
What are you barking at, two big toads, wasting my time? Don't you know that my time is very precious? Yang Xia wanted to see what they dared to do. Yunwei, this is the pretty boy you are with. You are so brave that you dare to contradict me. Boy, I see that you are also here to play in the Warrior Association. Don't you know that you should open your eyes a little? You can't mess with everyone.
Su Chang narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. Looking at Yang Xia's handsome face, Su Chang was very jealous and suspected that Yunwei liked this.
Mr. Su, please don't slander Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang has just completed the warrior registration.
Yunwei knew that Yang Xia wanted to speak for her, so she had to tell Su Chang that Yang Xia was a warrior, not someone he could manipulate at will.
Oh, not bad. He is still a junior warrior, but don't you know that there are also levels among warriors? Su Chang didn't expect Yang Xia to be a warrior, but a newly promoted warrior was no threat to him at all. Sorry, don't compare yourself to me, you are just a toad, I'm afraid you will be embarrassed.
You are sharp-tongued, don't think I won't dare to touch you in the Warrior Association.
Then move. I'll stand here and watch you move.
Yang Xia raised a middle finger to Su Chang, and then hooked his finger to provoke him. Yunwei had heard before that the Warrior Association does not allow private fights, and those who violate it will be severely punished.
Yang Xie did not believe that the little toad dared to challenge the authority of the Warrior Association.
Okay, you can do it. You wait for me, and I will deal with you sooner or later when you leave the Warrior Association. Su Chang blushed with anger, pointing at Yang Xie and saying harsh words. Behind Su Chang, who was not paying attention, several figures approached. Oh, I heard that you want to deal with the members of our team, or I will deal with you first?
Nangong Qing's faint words came. Who is the blind person who wants to stand up for this kid?
Su Chang was a little angry, and turned his head to scold. But when he really turned his head, he was a little numb.
Nangong. Captain.
Su Chang never expected that the person who stood up was Nangong Cheng, who had just killed a person on the blacklist.
Why, do you still recognize me?
Nangong Cheng had no expression on his face.
I know him. Captain Nangong killed the people on the blacklist. Everyone present knows him.
Su Chang nodded and bowed. Oh, you know him and you want to deal with the members of our team. It seems that you are very powerful.
Do you want us to arm wrestle? Nangong Cheng looked at Su Chang with a smile. It's all misunderstanding. I just recognized this guy. I didn't know he was from your team. Su Chang's forehead was sweating.
He found a boy at random and he turned out to be a member of the Nangong team. The Nangong team has warriors at the martial arts master level, and just killed the Xiaohu team on the blacklist.
Their reputation is unparalleled. Since it's a misunderstanding, why don't you make it clear?
Yes, it should be made clear. Su Chang knew that the bell should be tied to untie it, so he quickly pulled on and bowed deeply to Yang Xie.
Young man, we were wrong.
We didn't recognize the real man.
I hope you can let me go. Su Chang's waist has not straightened up. It seems that he will keep bowing until Yang Xie lets go.
Oh?
Then are you still pestering Sister Yunwei?
No, never again.
Louder, I can't hear you clearly.
We dare not harass Miss Yunwei again.
Then why don't you apologize?
Miss Yunwei, I'm sorry.
Su Chang and An bowed to Yunwei. People around them whispered as they watched this farce.
Listening to the discussions around them, Su Chang and An lowered their heads, but a hint of viciousness flashed in their eyes.
Sister Yunwei, you can rest assured, they will never trouble you again. Yang Xie said to Yunwei.
Yunwei's face showed a hint of deeper worry, but she still thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Yang, Yunwei has caused you trouble.
It's a small thing, not worth mentioning, but I still like you to call me Yang Xie, handsome boy.
Mr. Yang even calls me old.
Yang Xie waved his hands nonchalantly. You two toads can get out of here. Thank you, brother, we'll leave now. Su Chang and An fled in embarrassment and left the Warriors Association.
This young man is still new to the world.
What's wrong?
This little brother is covered by the Nangong team, so we don't even dare to measure him. He doesn't dare to touch this little brother, but the beauty from the Warriors Association is not so lucky. She is not a warrior.
Isn't Su Chang able to do whatever he wants? But didn't he just promise this little brother? Promising is one thing.
Su Chang bowed and apologized to this beauty in the hall. This must have made Su Chang hold a grudge. This beauty will not be protected by Nangong team. When this little brother and Nangong team are not around, Su Chang will it's much better to deal with her by chance. Then this little brother is really too immature. He thinks he is helping people, but he doesn't know that he is hurting them. But in a corner where no one paid attention, a dark shadow ran out of Yang Xie's shadow and got into Su Chang's shadow. Liang Zi has been forged, and Yang Xie will certainly not leave any trouble for himself. If he says to make Sister Yunwei feel at ease, then he must really feel at ease.
Have you completed the warrior registration? What level? Nangong Shouqin looked like a curious baby.
I am in 2nd gear, and Yaya is in 3rd gear.
As expected, I knew that Sister Shoya must be a genius. Nangong Shouqin's face showed an expression that I could see through. Nonsense, little Sister Xiaoya's S-level talent has reached the 2nd level of warrior within half a month. Isn't it obvious that she is a genius? Nangong Cheng was speechless.
This mission plus Team Sa, whose bounty will bring in a total of 7 million. Each of the 7 of us will receive 1 million.
I will call your terminal now. Remember to check. Nangong Cheng fiddled with his personal warrior terminal. Nangongya and Yang Xie quickly received a message reminder. They received a transfer of 1 million Zhou coins from the warrior Nangong Cheng.
The Warriors Association had just given out 100,000 yuan, and now it had received another 1 million yuan. Yang Xie was almost carried away by this sudden windfall.
Account balance, 1,110,800 dojo coins. Finally, I, Yang Xia, am no longer a poor man. Thank you, Brother Cheng. Forget it, since we are on a mission, we are in a small team. What do you guys like about the Warriors Association? Do you want us, as experienced people, to recommend something to you? Nangong Ching asked next. No, we've already bought it. Then let's go have a good meal together to celebrate. Nangong Go suggested. Okay, I've been back to the city for so long, and I'm already hungry. When it came to eating, Nangongya couldn't help but speak. Sister Yunwei, I'm sorry to trouble you today. I'll see you again when I have the chance. When Yang Xia saw the absent-minded Yunwei, he couldn't help but comfort him again. Sister Yunwei, don't worry. Su Chang really won't trouble you anymore. Just keep it in your heart. Maybe there will be good news tomorrow. Yang Xia smiled mysteriously. Although Yunwei didn't believe the so-called good news, she felt much better with Yang Xia's comfort. Thank you, Yang Xia. This time, Yunwei did not call him handsome boy or Mr. Yang, but directly called him by his name. It's easy. Then let's go. Yang Xia waved to Yunwei. Hey, I'm thinking about it now. Nangongya said suddenly. It's just a good relationship, yeah, don't think too much about it. Shan Yuan, I think you are destined to be with her. Humph. This jealousy jar, ugh. They got into Nangong Ching's car and drove directly to a remote hotel. I am a regular visitor to this place. Even though it is a remote place, the food is delicious. Yang Xia looked at this farmhouse-like place and thought, okay. The environment is quite good. Boss, this is the meat we brought ourselves. Let's have a teppanyaki today. Nangong Ching took out a pack of meat from the car. This was rabbit meat and pork from exotic animals they killed in the wild. No problem, what other side dishes would you like? A middle-aged man wearing a chef's hat took the meat from Nangong Ching's hand. We have meat, get us some vegetarian dishes. There are 7 of us in total, boss, you can watch and do it. Okay, you go and sit in the back room first. Food will be served later. Nangong Ching and the others were familiar with the journey and took Nangongya and Yang Xia into a room inside. Hey, there's a pond behind here. Looking at the pond behind the room, Yang Xia really liked this place. Especially when looking at the various condiments the boss puts on the iron plate, the aroma is overflowing. Everyone chatted about interesting things in the wild and their future ideals together. At this meal, Yang Xia was very full, and his belly was full. On the other hand, Nangongya and the other girls were still eating slowly, without noticing the amount, but they could still eat. Yang Xia decided to come here next time. Brother Ching, next time I get good exotic animal meat, I'll treat you to it. Ah, okay, let's wait. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, Yang Xia and Nangongya were sent home by Nangong Ching and others. In a place where no one noticed, a transparent figure followed Yang Xia into the Nangong family. What is this thing? Did it come in with Xiao Xie? Then let's take a look? Nangong Badian was thinking in the bedroom. And he had already reported what Yang Xia and others did in the wild. It was precisely because of this that Nangong Badian noticed the transparent figure, but did not take action. He did not feel any malice from the transparent figure. And he was not sure whether this thing was Yang Xia's method. In Anyi's report, Yang Xia's performance was too amazing. With one person's strength, he killed more than a dozen people from the alien god cult, one of whom was an envoy of the peak of the Wuzone. When Nangong Badian heard the news, he was shocked. The power of variables, so terrifying. Grandma, uncle, aunt, we are back. Mom and dad, grandma, we are back. Yang Xia and Nangongya greeted each other as soon as they came back. Nangong Badian, Su Lin and Yang Xia's grandmother all looked at Yang Xia and Nangongya. Nangongya's mother Su Lin found that Nangongya's temperament had changed a lot. She knew that her daughter must have experienced a lot of things, and she felt distressed for a while. Nangong Baishan's pupils shrank and looked at the aura of Yang Xia. 9th stage of warrior. What speed is this? Grandma, our training this time was wonderful. Not only did our cultivation improve, but we also saw a lot of rare things, because Yang Xia told Grandma before that he was going to the training camp. After coming back, Yang Xia told Grandma about the interesting things in the training camp, most of which were adapted from the experience of going to the wild. When Grandma heard that there were plants that could move and hurt people, her nervousness was written on her face, but when she heard Yang Xia say that there was no danger along the way, she was really relaxed. But Yang Xia said that he had completed many extra tasks and received a lot of monetary rewards, and Grandma knew that it was not as simple as she imagined.
Yang Xie was a child who never reported bad news but good news. But as a grandma, she couldn't help much, so she can only earnestly advise, Xiao Xie, we don't want to be rich, as long as we can live.
Money is something that you can't bring with you when you are born, and you can't take it with you when you die. It's enough. Grandma can't help you now, I just hope you are safe.
Don't worry, Grandma, I cherish my life the most.
Yang Xie grinned at Grandma.
This world is full of dangers, and may be invaded by strange beasts at any time, or even war may break out. Only by becoming stronger can we protect everything we cherish and let Grandma live a good life. Yang Xie doesn't like fighting, but he knows that there are some things that must be fought for. Yang Xie did not go back to bed to rest late at night, but came to the underground practice room of Nangong's family. Today, during the day, the Warrior Association in Nangong Qing transferred a total of 1.1 million to him. Now he really wants to turn this money into strength. Yang Xie, who has the strength of a warrior of the 9th stage, is flipping through the follow-up of the practice method on his personal terminal.
Each method of the martial arts master realm is 100,000 Dezhou coins.
He spent 300,000 to exchange for the Eternal Night Demonic Code, Shadow Killing Secret Code, and the practice method of the Futu Xian Gong martial arts master realm, and began to study it carefully. To practice the method by yourself, you don't need to work hard at all. The shadow soldiers are practicing on the AFK. I only need to understand the method of cultivation, and then after breaking through to the martial artist level, the shadow soldiers can directly practice on the go. Moreover, although my own practice speed is not as fast as the speed of hunting beasts and devouring shadows in the wild, with the bonus of the 20 times spiritual energy room practice speed of the Nangong family, plus the sleepless 1001 shadow soldiers, I can even start to break through the martial artist level tomorrow. The martial arts of the martial artist are much cheaper, only half of the martial arts, 50,000 Dezhou coins. The bloody sword technique and the true martial arts fist were exchanged, and it cost 100,000 Dezhou coins. After careful study, Yang Xie found that the martial arts of the warrior level focus on the moves, while the martial arts of the martial artist level are based on the moves, and there is an additional trick for the operation of weapon aura. The martial arts of the martial artist level focus on the roadmap of the martial arts to display the aura.
The human body has many meridians and acupuncture points.
Only after the aura is run through specific meridians and acupuncture points can the real power of the martial arts be exerted. The focus of martial arts at the martial artist level is this. Martial arts at the martial artist level can also be called spiritual skills, which means skills that release spiritual energy, like the gun energy released by Nangong Qing and the sword energy released by Xia Hu. With the concentration and amount of spiritual energy when Yang Xie just entered the martial arts, after breaking through the martial arts master, the power of spiritual skills is estimated to be many times greater than others. In addition, Yang Xie also exchanged for a body method, Bagua Yulong. This body method mainly cultivates two aspects, one is footwork and the other is bodywork. The footwork is Bagua footwork and the bodywork is Jiugong bodywork. First practice the footwork and then practice the bodywork. With the position of Bagua Jiugong, the warrior's body is like a swimming dragon. When fighting with the enemy, the body is like a swimming dragon and cannot be figured out. After thinking about it, Yang Xie finally exchanged for a secret method called condensing breath. There is no rank, but it also cost Yang Xie 200,000 Dezhou coins. The effect is to hide one's own strength. The secret method of condensing breath has no proficiency and only 3 levels. The first level, concealing the breath, which can control the emission of one's own breath, so that it cannot be detected by ordinary people, and can hide one's whereabouts. The second level, concealing the realm, reaching this level can completely hide one's own breath, and warriors whose strength does not exceed 2 major realms of oneself cannot detect one's true strength, as long as they do not actively show their strength. The third level, unity of man and nature, this is the highest realm of the secret method of concealing breath. Warriors can completely integrate their own breath into the natural environment, reaching the realm of unity of man and nature, making it impossible for the enemy to detect their existence.
This is a good thing. If Yang Xie wants to be the 6th, this skill is a must. Moreover, the shadow soldiers are born to be the best assassins.
With the help of the secret method of concealing breath, they are like fish in water. After the skills and martial arts are exchanged, I believe that Yang Xie's strength will have another wave of growth soon. However, Yang Xie still feels a little distressed when he sees that the Great Zhou coins have shrunk by more than half. There are only 460,000 Great Zhou coins left. This time he spent 650,000 Great Zhou coins.
Yang Xie, you slept in the practice room?
Nangongya woke up and went to find Yang Xie, but found that he was not in the room, so she came to the practice room. When she looked into the practice room, she found that Yang Xia had made a bed for himself and was lying in the practice room. Although the practice room is rich in spiritual energy, you can't just live in the practice room. The spiritual energy here is rich, I sleep quite comfortably. Yang Xia got up and stretched. Others need to concentrate on controlling their martial souls to breathe in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth when practicing, but it's different for me. I have my own shadow soldiers to help me practice when I sleep, but I just need an environment with rich spiritual energy.
The effect is also excellent.
Yang Xia has now reached the peak of martial arts.
Although Yang Xia's cultivation is more difficult than that of ordinary people, he has broken through the martial arts realm with 1080 cycles, and his strength is much stronger than that of ordinary martial artists. At the same time, the spiritual energy required for cultivation is also many times that of others. However, with the 1001 Shadow Soldiers idle cultivation, there is also a 20-fold spiritual energy room bonus.
1 day of cultivation is equivalent to 1000 days of cultivation for others, and this is compared with others who are practicing 24 hours a day. If it weren't for his strong and rare foundation, the spiritual seeds generated by 1080 cycles of operation, and the amount of spiritual energy absorbed and discharged is countless times that of others, it is normal to say that he has already reached the peak of martial arts, and the peak of martial arts is normal. The secret method of holding back breath has also entered the second level.
Now I am better at being the sixth. It's time to eat. It took me a long time to find it.
Nangongya looked at Yang Xia, who got up speechlessly.
Sorry, I overslept.
Yang Xia scratched his head embarrassedly.
He was busy all night yesterday and went to bed early today. At the table, Nangong Badian found that Yang Xia's aura was a little more concealed today, not as sharp as yesterday. But his aura was strong again.
Window, _tabula equals window, _tabula, mode, thumbspeed 01, container, tabula below article thumbnail 300 by 250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 by 250, target type, mix, it is recommended to take a screenshot to save, sorry for the inconvenience. At the dinner table of the Nangong family. Xiaoya, as an elder, I have to remind you that in the early stage of a warrior's foundation laying stage, do not use too many pills or other external objects. It is the right thing to work hard to lay a solid foundation. External objects may increase your cultivation speed at this stage, but they are undoubtedly a hidden danger to your future.
Try not to use them if you can. Although Nangong Badian was talking about them, he was mainly talking to Yang Xia.
Yang Xia's promotion speed was appalling, and Nangong Badian was worried that he would go astray.
Got it, Dad. Okay, Uncle.
Yang Xia actually didn't want to be promoted so quickly, but the 1001 Shadow Soldiers were so powerful that it was difficult for him not to break through.
When the water is full, it will overflow. Yang Xia broke through only when it overflowed. Warrior Association.
I heard that Yunwei received a genius level and a prodigy level warrior yesterday, and also got a good commission. Yunwei's colleagues didn't like to stand at the front desk, but now they are all gathered at the front desk. They think that commission is secondary, and knowing warriors above the genius level is more important. If they take a fancy to themselves, it will be a step to success. They are all genius warriors, and the future is bright. Although Yunwei is not as good as Yunwei and these colleagues, they are all quite beautiful. After all, being able to stay in the Warrior Association is a kind of proof of themselves. Without certain beauty and capital, how can they come to the Warrior Association to work if they are not warriors? But many of them are gathered together now, looking at Yunwei and talking about it. Yunwei, this stinky bitch, isn't it just that her breasts are a little bigger than mine? Yesterday's good thing actually let her meet. I also heard that the genius warrior is a handsome guy. If I can know him, I will definitely take him down.
Ame, don't be so conceited.
Although Yunwei has a bad temper and pretends to be noble, she doesn't get along with us, but she does have more capital than you.
But even if the genius warrior and the team helped Yunwei yesterday, what can they do? They can't always protect Yunwei. Master Su Chang will definitely make trouble for her. Yes. Master Su Chang is a warrior.
Yunwei just met that handsome guy and didn't have any close relationship with him. He would not help her all the time.
Let's just watch Yunwei suffer. Su Chang, this man is vindictive.
Many women who didn't agree to him were raped by him before. Yunwei made him lose face yesterday.
I think she will not be able to escape today.
Yes, we should stay away from her.
Let's watch the show today.
Although Yunwei was still at work at this moment, her face was full of worry.
Su Chang is a warrior. What can I do to deal with it? Do I really have to be like those guys?
Yunwei looked at the group of colleagues who isolated her, betrayed herself, and then lived like a zombie. Yunwei wanted to ask her father's friend for help, but she also knew that her father's friend would not confront a warrior for her. She couldn't give him any benefits. Thinking of this, Yunwei had an impulse to cry. Originally, the family was fine, her father was a warrior, and her mother was in good health. But suddenly her father died tragically, and her mother was really depressed because she couldn't bear her father's death, which made her illness worse, and she had to drop out of school and go into society.
Could it be that I really only have that one choice?
Thinking of her seriously ill mother at home, Yunwei, who was a little desperate, had already had the idea of compromise.
Or just obey Su Chang.
At least he is a warrior, even if he is a bad person and a scumbag, he can help herself and her mother.
As for the handsome warrior Yang Xie yesterday, Yunwei only thought he was a kind person.
Yunwei didn't even graduate from high school, and she looked at him like a younger brother, and he couldn't help her all the time. Thinking of this, Yunwei felt relieved, but the light in her eyes became dimmer. In Yunwei's world, I don't know how long it has been. After get off work, because I sorted out my mood, I walked into my dilapidated home.
Mom, I'm back. Wei Wei is back, I've prepared the food, come and eat.
A thin woman walked out of the kitchen.
Mom is the best, you know I'm hungry.
You're the only one who's greedy, sit down and eat.
I know.
Mom, take the medicine quickly, I'll get it for you.
Yunwei took out a box of medicine from the room.
The disease that Yunwei's mother had made her thinner and thinner, and her health was getting worse day by day. She went to the hospital but couldn't find out the cause. The hospital did recommend seeing a warrior therapist, but the price was prohibitive for them. They could only get some maintenance drugs in the hospital, and even these drugs were earned by Yunwei with great difficulty.
Wei Wei, you've worked hard.
It's my mother who has caused you trouble.
It's not hard. I've raised me since I was a child. It's my duty to take care of me.
But my illness, it's my mother who has caused you trouble.
After your father left, this family has been supported by you.
Sometimes I want to leave and accompany your father, but I'm worried that you'll be too lonely in this world. Yunwei's mother had a trace of self-blame on her face.
Mom, don't say that. I will definitely cure your illness. I will make a lot of money in the future.
Yunwei interrupted her mother and said seriously. It was also at this moment that she made a decision. After finishing her meal, Yunwei went out directly. Looking at this magnificent community with tall buildings, Yunwei still felt a little complicated. Although he had made up his mind, he still hesitated when he really wanted to do it.
Who are you looking for, beautiful lady? The security guard at the gate of the community looked at Yunwei standing at the gate of the community for a long time and couldn't help asking.
This beautiful lady was wearing casual clothes, with a slim figure, showing off her beautiful curves.
I wonder which warrior she is looking for. What a pity. If only I were a warrior. Master Su Chang, does he live here?
Yunwei hesitated for a while and still asked. Su Chang had given her the address before, but she didn't take it seriously at the time. She took a look and threw it in the trash can. Unexpectedly, fate played a trick on her and she ended up here.
Are you looking for Master Su Chang?
The security guard understood, but his expression was a little confused at the moment.
Yes. Yunwei replied. You really don't know?
The security guard suddenly asked.
What do you know?
Yunwei was also confused by the security guard at this moment.
It seems that you really don't know that Master Su Chang was assassinated by the alien god last night, and his little brother Owen was killed without a complete body. The words said by the security guard shocked Yunwei. Dead? Yunwei asked again in disbelief.
Yes, it is said that he was killed by a black-clothed alien god wearing a pig head mask. He died miserably. I don't know what means the alien god used.
Both of them are just a pile of skin and bones. Alas! The alien god is really scary.
After saying that, the security guard sighed.
Dead, really dead, Yunwei murmured blankly, and she hadn't reacted to this news yet.
Yunwei, who had already prepared to be oppressed by the ghost, was relieved at this moment.
Somehow, Yunwei suddenly thought of Yang Xie's mysterious smile. Don't worry, Sister Yunwei, Su Chang will never bother you again. Maybe there will be good news tomorrow. Could it be him? But didn't Yang Xie just break through as a warrior?
She was the one who helped register yesterday, and Yunwei doubted her guess again, but Yang Xie's words yesterday still echoed in her ears. Yunwei was not able to judge for a while.
Could it be that the people wearing the pig head mask were really the people of the pagan cult? Is this just an accident?
No, Yunwei once again rejected her idea.
How could Su Chang, an ordinary warrior, possibly offend the alien god cult? The alien god cult targets talented warriors. How could they go to a community and kill an ordinary warrior?
But Yunwei didn't expect that other people had a grudge against Su Chang. They had a conflict with Su Chang yesterday.
So there are only two possibilities for this incident.
One is that the people from the Ishin cult had a personal grudge against Su Chang, and the people from the Ishin cult killed them. The other is that Yang Xia asked someone to pretend to be a person from the Ishin cult and kill them. But there was a voice in Yunwei's heart, secretly telling her that this matter was related to Yang Xia.
So Yunwei came up with a third guess.
Thinking of Yang Xia's strange performance on the test field, it was possible that Yang Xia was the person who killed Su Chang and the others. Yunwei was startled by this thought, and her heart was beating fast. Impossible, impossible, how could a warrior who had only been awakened for half a month kill a peak warrior?
This was too absurd.
But the less Yunwei wanted to think about it, the seeds of doubt were like seeds rooted in her heart, growing stronger and stronger.
The principal is looking for us. We don't know what the matter is.
Yang Xia and Nanganya looked at the message that had been sent from the personal warrior terminal.
I think it's a good thing.
I haven't been to school for a long time, so I just want to go for a walk. I just went to the Warriors Association to certify warriors yesterday, and today the principal came to find me.
There must be something good going on.
Okay, then I'll drive. Nanganya drove out her red Ferrari from the villa, and Yang Xia skillfully opened the passenger seat and got in.
I don't know how their cultivation is going. They haven't been to school for almost half a month.
I still miss them a little. You are almost turning into a fossil in my training room, and you still miss school.
I believe you're evil. Nanganya expressed disbelief. How is that possible?
They are all my beloved classmates who I have been with for several years.
Am I that kind of person?
Nanganya ignored Yang Xia and drove out of the Nangang compound with a kick of the accelerator.
It's the school beauty Nanganya's car. She hasn't come to school for a long time. Why did she come to school today?
Well, Nanganya hasn't come to school for several days, and I feel like I've lost my heart.
Stop being a nymphomaniac. Do you have Yang Xia Shui?
No, why are Yang Xia and Nanganya together again and getting off the same car?
Could it be isn't this known to everyone? You are the only one who knows it?
The dog thief Yang Xia took my wife away, and he and I are at odds with each other. At the school gate, Yang Xia and Nanganya walked out of the red Ferrari and went straight to the school's training room. Su Hong and the others who were practicing also saw Yang Xia and Nanganya, but they entered the principal's office before they could speak to each other.
Master Su, why are Yang Xia and the others back? One of Su Hong's henchmen was a little curious.
I don't know, but Big Brother will put on a good show for you today.
Su Hong looked sinister, not knowing what he was planning. Since the last fight at Baba Barbecue restaurant, Su Hong asked his family to send someone to assassinate Yang Xia.
However, according to the report of the assassin, Yang Xia and Nanganya had been staying at Nangong's house, leaving them no chance. They followed a team of warriors to the wild. Looking at Yang Xia and Nanganya who had returned, Su Hong showed a look of resentment. He was beaten up by Yang Xia in the barbecue restaurant last time, and he still holds a grudge. Seeing Yang Xia coming back, Su Hong decided to teach him a deep lesson today. He has been practicing hard in the past few days. With the help of the school's training room and family resources, he has been running for 40 weeks now.
There are still 2 weeks until the college entrance examination.
At this speed, he believes that he will definitely be able to break through the martial arts with perfect Zhou Tian. Now, even though he is still far away from being a warrior, his strength measured at home has reached 200 kilograms, which is much stronger than when he met Yang Xia at the barbecue restaurant. Yang Xia went to the wild without the bonus of the training room. Su Hong believed that he must have fallen even further behind in his cultivation. With a D-level talent, he might not even be able to run the Zhou Tian yet. In the past, Yang Xia was able to gain the upper hand in the barbecue restaurant with his certain fighting skills, but now that he has exceeded 40 weeks, he will definitely be able to beat Yang Xia to a pulp. Moreover, Su Hong believed that as long as he defeated Yang Xia in front of Nanganya, he would be able to destroy Yang Xia's image in Nanganya's heart. After all, no matter how superficial Nanganya is, it's impossible for her to like a weak person. Later I will spar with Yang Xia in the name of martial arts, and then let him kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Thinking of this, Su Hong couldn't help but curl his lips, as if he thought of something happy. Yang Xia, this bastard, just wait to make a fool of yourself in front of Nanganya.
Principal's office. Classmate Nanganya and classmate Yang Xia, you are both very good. The Warriors Association sent me a message yesterday.
Old man, I have been a principal for so many years, and this is the first time I am so proud. In less than half a month, 2 classmates actually broke through to the martial arts realm, and they both achieved the Zhoutian realm. Principal Wang nodded with satisfaction as he looked at Yang Xie and Nangongya. Yesterday, when the old friend from the Warrior Association informed him, he was also shocked. He didn't expect Nangongya and Yang Xie to break through so quickly. But to be honest, I can understand that Nangongya broke through to a warrior with her S-level talent, but Yang Xie, how did you break through to a warrior with a D-level talent in half a month? Principal Wang suddenly looked at Yang Xie. It's all talent, but the Nangong family's training room with 20 times the spiritual energy and countless elixirs also account for a small part. Yang Xie scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Principal Wan looked at Yang Xie a little speechlessly. Talent? What the hell are you talking about with a D-level talent? So you married into the Nangong family? The Nangong family spent so much effort to train you? Principal Wang said shockingly. Ahem, Principal, you can't spread rumors. Yang Xie was prepared, but was still shocked by the principal's words. Then what is your relationship with Nangongya? Principal Wang asked again. Nangongya looked at Yang Xie without saying anything, but she just held her skirt tightly, revealing that she was not calm.
Nangongya and I are good friends. I just live in her house recently. It's hard to say what will happen in the future. Yang Xie considered his words.
Although everyone is an adult, it is not appropriate to talk nonsense when marrying into a family. Principal Wan looked at Yang Xie with interest.
I'm just curious. You don't need to be so nervous. There's a good reason why I called you here today.
Principal Wang suddenly changed the topic. You are the first to break through as warriors among more than a dozen schools in Qingshan City. The higher-ups have sent you training resources before, but you haven't received them since you haven't come to school. As the first student to break through as a martial artist, how could he not be rewarded? Originally, talented people above level B had the cultivation resource of 1 spiritual stone. Since Nangongya had already broken through to the 2nd level of warrior, the reward became 20 spiritual stones. As for Yang Xie, although you are not a B level or above talented person, in view of your outstanding performance, you have broken through to the warrior level, and you will be specially rewarded with 10 spiritual stones. Principal Wang looked at Yang Xie and Nangongya with a smile, pointing to the spirit stones on the table, expecting to see their surprised expressions. Principal, is this the reward? Yang Xie looked at the 10 stone-like things. When the awakening was successful, he was rewarded with 10,000 zhou coins.
How many stones are he rewarded now?
Ha! Principal Wang almost laughed angrily when he saw Yang Xie looking at the spirit stone with a worthless look.
Classmate Yang Xie, it's time for you to brush up on the basic knowledge of cultivation.
Principal Wang said as he looked at Yang Xie with hatred. Yang Xie, spirit stones are an important source of energy for the spirit gathering array and are also high-level resources for cultivators.
Most people have no access to them.
1 piece is equivalent to 100,000 zhou coins, and it is also priceless.
Nangongya looked a little confused. The ignorant Yang Xie couldn't help but explain. 100,000 de zhou coins? Yang Xie's eyes widened when he heard Nangongya's explanation.
100,000 de zhou coins, 10 yuan is 1 million de zhou coins.
Do warriors make money so quickly? Wouldn't it be a reward of 1 million for breaking through a warrior? Principal, are spirit stones so valuable? Yang Xie asked Principal Wang again with some suspicion. Of course, you. Read more about the Encyclopedia of Warrior Knowledge. Today I will give you popular science.
Since the revival of spiritual energy 500 years ago, in some places with strong spiritual energy, after countless years of evolution, the spiritual energy has crystallized to form spiritual stone mines. Spiritual stones are mined from spiritual stone mines. Spiritual stone minerals are very rare, even less than gold.
Although Principal Wang was speechless towards Yang Xie, he still explained. Yang Xie's eyes suddenly lit up. Okay, he got another million zhou coins. He grabbed the spirit stone and put it in his pocket.
Nangongya looked at Yang Xie, who was obsessed with money, and seemed to have caught something.
Principal, is there a reward for breaking through again before the college entrance examination?
Yang Xie felt as if he had found a treasure house.
No more.
This reward is for the student who breaks through to martial arts the fastest in the city.
Do you really think that the spirit stone is a piece of cabbage?
Principal Wang said decisively. This Yang Xie still wants to harvest the wool. Unless you break through to martial arts before the college entrance examination, but that's impossible. It seems that I can break through the martial arts master today, but even if I break through the martial arts master, I will not expose myself. It seems that the idea of harvesting wool has died. Although Yang Xia is obsessed with money, compared with his own life, Yang Xia wants to be a person who always leaves a trump card for himself. It's all clear, isn't that just letting people eat their own flesh? The college entrance examination will be in 2 weeks. I hope you will continue to work hard in the next time, strive to break through to a higher realm, make reasonable use of the spiritual stones that will reward you, and get better results in the next college entrance examination. The same encouraging words came out of Principal Wang's mouth, and Yang Xia knew that he could escape immediately. If you have any questions, you can consult me or other teachers, and we will definitely help you solve it. The school does not force you to stay in school. But you should also pay attention to safety outside the school. I just received the news today that last night, a top warrior in the community of warriors was assassinated by the alien cult. You should be more careful. Principal Wang seemed to have remembered something and reminded Yang Xia and Nangongya. The assassinated peak warrior? Yang Xia's expression was a bit strange. Did he eat melon and eat himself? Master Su, they are coming out. I saw it, you don't need to remind me. Su Hong looked calmly at Yang Xia and Nangongya, who came out of the principal's office. Superior. Following Su Hong's order, his 4 followers quickly stopped in front of Yang Xia. Yang Xia frowned. What do these people want to do? Hello, classmate Yang Xia. Long time no see, I miss you so much. Su Hong slowly walked to Yang Xia. Oh, it turns out to be classmate Su Hong. Thank you for the 2 roasted whole lambs last time. What's up? Do you still want to eat a fist as big as a sandbag today? Seeing that it was Su Hong, Yang Xia teased with a smile. Yang Xia, you. Stop being so quick-tongued. If you have the guts, let's show off again today. Su Hong's face suddenly turned ugly. The last time was an unforgettable pain for him. Gestures? Does the school still allow private fights? Yang Xia looked at Su Hong interestingly. Does this guy want to give him something again? Of course private fighting is not allowed. But as we are about to become warriors, only by fighting can we better improve our skills. Actual combat is the best training. This is what the teacher told us. We are just practicing what the teacher said. Su Hong looked at Yang Xia with a smirk on his face. Don't think you can escape. Oh? So Su Hong, you want to discuss with me? Yes. We have a friendly discussion. Su Hong emphasized the word friendly very strongly. You want to bully others? Yang Xia is a D-level talent. How can he practice as fast as you, a B-level talent? Nangongya suddenly interrupted and looked at Su Hong with an unhappy expression. Yang Xia was stunned. Looking at Nangongya with a strange expression, yeah, you are a bad example, you actually learned how to deceive people. No, Xiaoya, classmate Yang Xia and I are just having a friendly discussion. Both of us can benefit. How can we be bullying others? When Su Hong listened to Nangongya speaking for Yang Xia, he became more and more jealous, and the more he wanted to beat Yang Xia, but he still explained to Nangongya with a smile. When I beat Yang Xia until he knelt down and begged for mercy, you will know what I am doing, Xiaoya. I don't believe it. Yaha is right, you are a B-level talent, and I am a D-level talent. Your cultivation speed is much faster than mine, so I won't fight you. Su Hong suddenly became a little anxious. If you don't fight me, how can I show my strength in front of Nangongya? He said immediately. As long as you spar with me, I'll give you 10,000 dojo coins. 10,000 jo coins, you are sending a beggar. The medical expenses are more than this. 20,000? 30,000? Su Hong added the price, but Yang Xia said nothing and prepared to leave with Nangongya. 100,000. I will give you 100,000 jo coins, as long as you spar with me. Su Hong immediately raised the price to 100,000. He was a little worried that after Yang Xia was assassinated by someone from his own family, he would have no chance again, so he immediately increased the price. Real? Yang Xia knew it was time, stopped and looked at Su Hong with suspicion and hesitation, as if he was tempted by the 100,000 jo coins. Really? I can transfer it to you now, as long as you agree. Su Hong looked at Yang Xia with a familiar expression, but because he was afraid that Yang Xia would escape, he didn't think too much and immediately made a promise. Yang Xia, please think about whether it's worth getting beaten for 100,000 yuan. Nangongya continued to support Yang Xia, pretending to persuade him. Yang Xia's face suddenly showed a look of struggle. 150,000, I'll transfer it to you now. Su Hong saw the struggle on Yang Xia's face and increased his chips again. 150,000, I agreed. Yeah, thank you for the reminder, but I really can't refuse this price.
Yang Xia once again became a drama queen. Humph.
It's hard to persuade someone with words, you damn ghost.
Nan Gongya's tone suddenly became cold, as if she was very angry that Yang Xia didn't listen to her. It's also a pun. This Su Hong is really seeking death and has to get beaten by himself. Su Hong was very happy to see that Yang Xia was unhappy with Nan Gongya because of the 150,000 yuan. Even if Yang Xia didn't agree to compete with him, he still had a lot of fun. Hey. Yang Xia, just watch how you make a fool of yourself in front of Nan Gongya, right? Open your terminal and I'll scan it for you now. Su Hong couldn't wait to transfer the money to Yang Xia, for fear that the cooked duck would fly away.
Yang Xia tried his best to control his emotions and opened the terminal calmly. Your personal account received a transfer of 150,000 yuan from Su Hong. Looking at the message sent from the terminal and the extra balance of 150,000 yuan, Yang Xia could no longer suppress his lips. Another 150,000 yuan has arrived.
Classmate Su Hong is really a money-giving boy. Why don't you wait and be gentler?
Su Hong looked at the slightly curved corners of Yang Xia's mouth and couldn't help but sigh that he was indeed a poor man from the slums, and he was still complacent about 150,000 Zhou coins.
How's it going? Make sure the money has arrived. Can we start?
Seeing that the money had arrived, Su Hong knew that Yang Xia could no longer escape, so he urged him again.
No problem, the money is already in place. I can do it at any time. I am a gentleman who keeps his word.
Yang Xia replied with a smile.
Is this Yang Xia stupid? He is still laughing now. Doesn't he know what he will face next? A person like him would do anything for money. It's only 150,000 yuan. If it were me, I would agree. This business is so profitable. Are you brainless? Is this a matter of 150,000 yuan?
150,000 yuan is nothing, but Yang Xia and Nan Gongya's breakup is not worth it.
Yes, Nangong's school beauty has warned Yang Xia, but he still doesn't listen.
He will be beaten by Su Hong later.
Isn't this a pure fool?
He will be beaten by Su Hong later, and Nan Gong will be beaten by Su Hong later.
The school beauty is disappointed. That's right. Why did you agree to Su Hong when you already have Nan Gong's school beauty? Nan Gong's school beauty is the embodiment of beauty and talent. She is so beautiful and has an S-level talent. Isn't it good to just eat Nan Gong's school beauty soft rice? That's right. We want to wash away this soft rice but we still can't eat it.
Yang Xia is so blessed that he doesn't know how lucky he is.
Stop talking, let's just watch Yang Xia get beaten up.
To be honest, he is so close to the Nan Gong school beauty. I have disliked him for a long time.
+1. +1.
Those in the training room are all students who have awakened their talents. Only after they started practicing did they realize what the talent gap is. Until now, many of them have just been operating Zhou Tian, but Su Hong has been operating Zhou Tian for 40 years. It is precisely because they know that they are not optimistic about Yang Xia. Compared to B-level talents, the gap between D-level talents is really huge. We agreed in advance that when we compete, we can't admit defeat right away. We have to play for 15 minutes, otherwise my 150,000 yuan will be wasted. At this time, Su Hong was still worried that Yang Xia would give in prematurely. In that case, he would not have the pleasure of revenge at all. 15 minutes was enough for him to beat Yang Xia to his knees and beg for mercy.
10,000 yuan a minute, the price is reasonable, I agree. I don't mind if you add more time.
Of course Yang Xia had no objection to this. Su Hong was the customer who sent the money, and the customer was God. There was certainly no problem with this suggestion.
It's not rude to come or go back. If you want to beat me for 15 minutes, is it normal for me to beat you for 15 minutes?
Xiaoya, then do us a favor, be our referee and help keep track of the time.
Su Hong turned to look at Nan Gongya in a flattering manner.
Nan Gongya was an important witness, and she had to witness me beating Yang Xia to the ground and begging for mercy.
Please call me Nan Gongya.
I am not interested in the competition between you, but I can be the referee. Nan Gongya said expressionlessly, but she was even more speechless in her heart.
Su Hong is hopeless.
Su Hong was even more happy when he heard that Nan Gongya agreed.
There is a special competition place in the training room.
The space is not small, and Yang Xia and Su Hong are facing each other. Yang Xia, I have been waiting for this moment for a long time.
Stop talking nonsense, Yahai is remembering the time. Since you want to be beaten as soon as possible, then I will grant it to you. Check out the move, Lion Fist.
Su Hong's martial spirit was Fire Lion, and he chose a martial art called Lion Fist. He fought like a tiger, charging straight at Yang Xia. Master Su's Lion Fist must be at a proficient level, it's so fast.
My Jinwu Fist is only at the entry level. Su Hong's idiot was amazed at his elder brother's cultivation speed. 15 minutes, I don't think Yang Xia can last even 1 minute. I think so.
Yang Xia watched Su Hong running toward him but did not dodge, with a smile on his lips that Su Hong couldn't understand. Su Hong punched down, preparing to see Yang Xia scream, but found that his fist seemed to be blocked by something like pliers.
How is that possible?
Su Hong looked at Yang Xia and stopped him with one hand, his face full of disbelief.
What's going on? Mr. Su is in trouble?
The onlookers around were also shocked.
Nothing is impossible, I can only say that your imagination is still too lacking.
Yang Xia smiled faintly, and hit Su Hong's stomach with Jinwu Fist with his other hand.
Vomit!
Su Hong was immediately beaten and curled up into a ball, his face was distorted, and his expression was still in disbelief.
Of course, this was all after Yang Xia withdrew most of his strength, otherwise this punch would have made Su Hong see that he was too naughty. Ah! What's going on? Why was Mr. Su knocked down? Who can tell me what happened? Su Hong's younger brother was also confused. Why was it just at the beginning?
Yang Xia didn't fall to the ground, but his elder brother fell to the ground. That's not how the script was written. Su Hong got up from the ground with a fierce look on his face, no longer calm as before, and rushed towards Yang Xia madly again. How could you bastard, have such a strong power? All this is fake, pa. Su Hong was kicked away by Yang Xia again, and his ferocious expression slowly faded.
Su Hong was stunned.
Once could be a coincidence, but twice was not.
This can only mean that Yang Xia is stronger than him.
Feeling the pain where he was beaten, he seemed to think of the last time he was beaten by Yang Xia. Su Hong understood a fact in pain.
Yang Xia deceived me again. I was fooled again.
Watching Yang Xia slowly approaching him, Su Hong raised his hands painfully. I surrender, I admit defeat, Yang Xia, you win, you are stronger than me.
That won't do.
Mr. Su, have you forgotten the rules you set yourself? But you have to fight for 15 minutes.
How long has it been?
I am not a person who breaks the contract. Yang Xia shook his head and said calmly.
No, I take back what I said before. That won't work. Although you, Shui Dekaizu, don't keep your promise, I will keep it. Ah! Yang Xia, I was wrong. Ah! Dad Yang, I was wrong. Bah, I don't have an unfilial son like you. Su Hong's shrill screams were particularly loud in the quiet competition field. The people around were already stunned.
Looking at Yang Xia who was unilaterally beating Su Hong, they couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Yang Xia is so strong, but he's also too cruel. How can Yang Xia be so good at acting? He fooled us all. Su Hong is so miserable, don't mess with Yang Xia in the future.
He's so good at pretending. Yeah, this guy is so damn insidious. Let's stay away from Yang Xia in the future. I'm afraid he'll be tricked to death. What are you doing? Why are people screaming so miserably? I can hear it from a long distance.
Principal Wang's voice suddenly appeared in the competition venue. Everyone looked at the entrance of the competition venue, and Principal Wang was standing there.
Principal, I want to report Yang Xia. He bullied Su Hong. You see, he is still beating Su Hong now. One of Su Hong's lackeys suddenly stood up and complained first. The people around did not speak. Although Su Hong first found Yang Xia, it was Yang Xia who was beating Su Hong now.
And there was no need for them to offend Su Hong because of Yang Xia.
Yang Xia and Su Hong, why don't you stop?
Principal Wang shouted loudly, and Yang Xia and Su Hong heard it.
Principal is here, why don't you stop?
Su Hong felt that reinforcements had come, and hurriedly said to Yang Xia, hoping that he would stop.
Yeah, how long has it been?
Yang Xia turned a deaf ear to this and asked Nangongya instead.
14 minutes and 50 seconds. Nangongya looked at the time and reported a data. Very good, you can hit one more time. Yang Xia nodded, and then punched Su Hong. You lunatic, I won't let you go. Su Hong, who was punched again, looked at Yang Xia's expression and wanted to tear him apart.
What a fucking lunatic, he wanted to beat him even when the principal came.
Principal, I'm sorry, I was just sparring with classmate Su Hong. Because classmate Su Hong spent money and set a time limit, I had to keep my promise.
Yang Xia looked at the principal with an apologetic face, as if he didn't stop because he kept his promise.
I don't think so. Someone just reported you for bullying classmate Su Hong. I think this is the truth.
Principal Wang actually knew it a long time ago, and deliberately let Yang Xia beat them. Because this group of students have awakened their talents, they don't practice very hard, don't focus on practice, and form gangs. Principal Wang has been angry for a long time.
Let Yang Xia be the catfish, and stimulate them.
However, seeing Yang Xia's appearance of asking for a beating, Principal Wang was still ready to scare him.
Principal, I am wronged, I still have the transfer record. If you really don't believe it, you can ask Nangongya, she is the most fair.
Yang Xia looked innocent.
Nangongya, is it true?
Yes, Principal, Su Hong wants to compete with Yang Xia, and transferred 150,000 to Yang Xia, requiring him to admit defeat 15 minutes after the competition. Nangongya showed the timer on her personal terminal and explained the course of events without hiding anything. Nonsense, Yang Xia is already a warrior, and he is still competing with Su Hong, isn't this bullying? Principal Wang listened to Nangongya's explanation, but still pointed the finger at Yang Xia, and also gave everyone around him a heavy bomb.
What? Yang Xia is already an evil one. No wonder Su Hong can't beat him. Warrior? How is that possible?
It's only been half a month since I awakened, and I just started to run the Zhou Tian.
How can Yang Xia, a D-level talent, become a warrior? Yang Xia is really hiding it. He didn't even reveal it when Su Hong provoked him to that extent. Is this called hiding? This is called old Yin coins. He broke through to become a warrior and cheated Su Hong of a sum of money. Why doesn't Yang Xia become an actor? Yang Xia is so close to Nangongya. Did he sell himself? Sold to the Nangong family? Otherwise, I really can't understand why he cultivates so fast. I think so too. Otherwise, how can he, a D-level talent, break through to become a warrior? He must have received a lot of benefits from the Nangong family. Su Hong was also shocked when he heard the principal's words. It turned out that Yang Xia was already a warrior. No wonder I couldn't beat him. This bastard is too insidious. Everyone was talking about it. Although they felt that Yang Xia was not doing things right, they still looked at Yang Xia with envy. Warrior. They have longed for it for a long time. Principal Wan was very satisfied with the expressions of the people. This was the effect he wanted. Principal, you can't say that. Su Hong spent 150,000 Dezhou coins just to have a fight with me. I have already paid for it. How can I not meet Su Hong's simple request? Yang Xia continued to defend himself. Su Hong, is it true? Principal Wan looked at Su Hong. Yes, Principal, but Yang Xia deliberately concealed his strength as a warrior and beat me, who is not even a warrior. It is really unfair. Although Su Hong wanted to quibble, he could not fake the transfer record of 150,000. Fair? If you ask someone to spar with you and they beat you, it's unfair. If you beat them, it's fair? Since you asked to spar, then let's stop here. If you want to prove yourself, become a warrior as soon as possible. Principal Wan was not interested in Su Hong's suicidal behavior. If he wanted to beat someone, he should be prepared to be beaten. There was no need to talk so much nonsense. Principal Wang changed the subject and looked at everyone. You too, since you are already awakened, you have talents that most people don't have. Don't waste this talent. As a warrior, you should first strengthen yourself. Don't think about some boring things like forming cliques all day long. On the battlefield, there is no fairness or unfairness, only whether you are strong or not. If you are not strong, you will be killed. There are still 2 weeks before the college entrance examination. I hope that in the next 2 weeks, you can make reasonable use of your talents, enhance your strength, and become warriors as soon as possible like Yang Xia and Nangongya. Yes, yesterday Yang Xia and Nangongya were already recognized as warriors by the Warrior Association. Yang Xia is a warrior of the first stage, and Nangongya is a warrior of the second stage. Listening to the principal's words, everyone suddenly realized and was shocked. They are still working hard to break through the warrior, while Nangongya is already a warrior of the second stage. Is this the power of S-level talent? Did Yang Xia and Nangongya concentrate on practicing when they didn't come to school? I thought they would fall behind us if they didn't come to school, but I didn't expect that we were superficial. I know, Principal, we will definitely work harder in the next 2 weeks. Everyone shouted in unison. You don't have to compare with Nangongya. She is an S-level talent, but Yang Xia is just a D-level talent like most of you. He can become a warrior, so what can't you do? Principal Wang saw that the motivation was effective, and was afraid that they had gone the wrong way, so he said one more thing. Yang Xia looked at the principal and wanted to ask him, "What do you mean? You used me to encourage them?" Well, seeing their burning fighting spirit, Yang Xia felt that it was quite useful, but Yang Xia always felt that he was used by the principal and became the catfish in the pond of awakeners in the school. Stimulated by the principal's words, Su Hong also felt that he was not working hard enough. He was a B-level talent, but he was actually behind Yang Xia, a D-level talent. It seems that in addition to asking for resources from his family, he has to work harder. Today, he stayed up late to practice until the early morning. Strive to break through the warrior as soon as possible and challenge Yang Xia again. Warm tips. At the same time, a dozen other high schools in Aoyama City also received messages from the Warriors Association. While they were shocked, they were also putting the outline of their awakening on the line. Nangongya from Chongqing No. 1 Middle School is already at the second level of martial arts. What are you practicing? Especially you, Wang Kuan, you are an A-level talent. Don't fall too far behind Nangongya. Li Wei, don't feel any pressure. It's normal for Nangongya to break through to S-level talent. Your A-level talent is not much worse than hers. Just practice normally. It's rare for a warrior to break through in half a month. There are already 2 students from Chongqing No. 1 Middle School who have broken through as warriors. Tell me, what are you doing? You can't even compare to a D-level talent. Students, it's time to work harder, don't fall too far behind. Nangongya, I know that beautiful school beauty, S-level talent, but who is Yang Xie? How come a D-level talent actually broke through the warriors in front of us? That's outrageous. How did they practice? They are simply not human beings. I originally wanted to go out and have fun today at night. Looking at the situation, I'd better practice more. Oh, I originally thought that becoming an awakened person would eliminate the need to take the role, but I didn't expect that after the awakening is successful, it will still be so rolled. What the hell is this? Happy -1. Mayor, Qingshan City is very lively this year. He was promoted to the 2nd degree of warrior in half a month. This is something that has not happened in Qingshan City for many years. Yes, the S-level talent is indeed well deserved, but the dangers we have to deal with this year are also unprecedented, alas. This year, geniuses have sprung up in the Great Zhou dynasty. Many top geniuses have appeared, and there are even several SSS-level monsters. It is a prosperous time, but it is also a troubled time. Those people from the alien god cult are traitors, and there are many powerful alien beasts that are just waiting for the college entrance examination to come. We are under great pressure. Mayor, we will definitely be able to keep them. They are the hope of fighting against the alien beasts in the future. Even if we sacrifice, we will not hesitate. I want you all to be well. Yang Xie and Nangongya didn't know how big a disturbance they had caused in the awakened person training circle in Qingshan City. They are on their way home now. Yeah, based on the principal's last move, I feel that 10 spiritual stones are still missing, so I should ask him for 10 more. Don't be too greedy. 10 yuan is a lot. If you think it's not enough, I'll give you the 20 spiritual stones. This old man uses me as a tool. Look at how Su Hong and the others are pumping chicken blood. This is all my fault. Yeah, just cultivate your spirit stones by yourself. I'm not short of that thing now. I have hundreds of thousands of Zhou coins in my pocket now. Hey. Yang Xia laughed as he said this. He was heartbroken that he spent 650,000 Zhou coins last night. But today, Su Hong, the money-giving boy, contributed 150,000 yuan to him. In addition to the 10 spiritual stones awarded by the principal, each piece was worth 100,000 Zhou coins. A total of 1.15 million Zhou coins were recorded today. Including the balance of 460,000 in the card, Yang Xia now has a total balance of more than 1.61 million. He can be considered a millionaire. Moreover, he still has 24 personal warrior terminals that have not been disposed of, which is also a huge sum of money. He originally wanted to go to the black market in the near future, but now he is only one step away from breaking through the martial arts master, and he plans to go to the black market after breaking through the martial arts master. The black market is inherently a mixed bag, and those with greater strength are safer. Although Yang Xia had no intention of going by himself, he asked Yang Yi to go instead. However, thinking of the 10 spiritual stones awarded by the principal today, Yang Xia was pleasantly surprised, but also deeply felt that he was reckless and still not stable enough.
Originally, only those with B-level talents could get one spiritual stone, but I got 10 pieces with a D-level talent. It seems that it is still dangerous for a D-level talent to break through to the warrior level within half a month, and his performance is still a bit radical. Su Hong's B-level talent has not yet broken through to the warrior level, but he, a D-level talent, actually broke through in front of him. Everyone must have been shocked by his training speed, otherwise the rewards would not be so generous. Although the talent measured by the talent stone is beyond reproach, few people doubt that the talent is wrong. But my D-level talent was still too outstanding, even though I had tried my best to explain the Nangong family's training resources. It is inevitable that there will still be people who doubt whether they doubt their own talents or what opportunities they have received. This is easy to miss. Not stable at all. Although he is already at the peak of a warrior, he only shows the strength of a warrior. But putting yourself at the forefront is not a prudent approach. It seems that I broke through too quickly in the wild before, and I got a little carried away. Thinking about the test at the Warriors Association that day, Yang Xia was afraid. Even Sister Yun Wei can see her poor acting skills and control of her power. If there had been a higher level executive from the Warriors Association that day, he would have been exposed. At the peak of the warrior realm for half a month, he might become the most famous genius, or he might become a guinea pig in the laboratory. People can accept genius if it is within the normal range, but if it exceeds a certain limit, it is very abnormal. Otherwise, Einstein's brain would not have been stolen after his death. Thinking of the scene of himself being sliced in the laboratory, Yang Xie shuddered subconsciously. Not stable enough at all. The secret method of concealing breath must be practiced by the shadow soldiers at full speed, and they must quickly break through the third level. As for what happened in school today, Yang Xie felt that his behavior was quite normal. Since he has registered as a warrior, hiding it again seems deliberate. A hot-blooded boy who has just become a warrior faces classmates who want to bully him. It is not normal not to show off his muscles and show his strength. Don't hot-blooded boys show off their strength and know how to restrain themselves? However, no one would have thought that the strength shown by this hot-blooded boy is just the tip of the iceberg. Let outsiders see that he is just an impulsive boy who has obtained the training resources of the Nangong family or has certain opportunities. This is also good. Appropriately showing off muscles can avoid some unnecessary troubles. As for bigger troubles, Yang Xia will strangle it in the cradle. The premise of all this is strength. Yang Xia has decided to break through to the martial arts master today. The 1001 shadow soldiers who are always practicing have made Yang Xia feel that his sea of qi is saturated, and the spirit seeds are ready to move. A martial artist who can release spiritual energy is much stronger than a warrior. Martial arts master, here I come. The bright moon hangs high, as quiet as water. In the underground training room of the Nangong family, Yang Xia was carefully studying the 3 advanced martial arts techniques. The martial arts skills not only include the secrets of the skills, but also specific methods on how to sublimate spiritual seeds into spiritual fruits. Spirit seed and spirit fruit are also a superposition of quantitative and qualitative changes. When you first become a warrior, your spirit seed is still very small. After you break through from the first level of a warrior to the 9th level of a warrior, the amount of the spiritual seed itself continues to accumulate. The technique at the martial arts master stage is to qualitatively transform the saturated spiritual seeds into spiritual fruits. The spiritual fruit can not only absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but also use the absorbed spiritual energy of heaven and earth for the warrior himself. That is to say, spiritual energy is released. Yang Xia's situation is a bit special. Others have achieved breakthroughs with 1 skill, but he has achieved breakthroughs with 3 skills. Therefore, Yang Xia planned to thoroughly study the 3 techniques of Eternal Night Magic Code, Invisibility Secret Code, and Buddha Mysterious Technique, and then start making breakthroughs in order to be foolproof. Now Yang Xia's peak state as a warrior has been reached, and the 3 techniques have also been thoroughly mastered. Following Yang Xia's thought, 1001 shadow soldiers began to run the martial arts skills at the master stage. 334 shadow minions run the Eternal Night Magic Tome, 334 shadow minions run the Shadow Killing Secret Tome, and 333 shadow minions run the Futuxian Gong. The spiritual energy in the 20 times spiritual energy room is also constantly gathering. Nangonya stood guard beside Yang Xia. Although she was a little anxious, she didn't make a sound. In his bedroom, Nangong Badian sensed the situation in the training room and couldn't help but curse secretly. What a nonsense. It didn't take long for me to break through the martial artist, and now I have to break through the martial artist again. As soon as his body moved, his figure appeared in the training room. Looking at Yang Xie, who was trying his best to break through, he was still losing spiritual energy.
Nangong Badian stopped the urge to curse and continued to add spirit stones to the spirit gathering array.
In this way, under the gaze of Nangongya and Nangong Badian, Yang Xie frantically sucked in spiritual energy for a quarter of an hour. As the aura reaches a climax, the aura fluctuations begin to slow down. Yang Xie also slowly opened his eyes. You brat, you've only broken through to become a martial artist for a few days, and now you've broken through to become a martial artist, don't you know how to settle down?
Nangong Badian was about to curse, but changed his mind when he saw Yang Xie exuding the aura of a martial artist.
Uncle, I don't want to either, but I've reached my limit.
There's no point in holding on any longer.
So fierce. Breakthrough is as simple as drinking water.
Nangong Badian was frightened by Yang Xie's outrageous words and his breakthrough speed.
Since you have achieved a breakthrough, there is nothing more to say. However, you must keep your mouth shut about the news of your breakthrough as a martial artist.
To the outside world, you are considered a martial artist. Nangong Badian was afraid that Yang Xie would expose himself casually without a clue, so he couldn't help but warn him again.
Okay, thank you uncle. Yang Xie knew that Nangong Badian was doing it for his own good, so he agreed without hesitation.
Yeah, I've worried you so much. Don't worry. I won't take risks unless I'm absolutely sure. I'm a martial artist now. Yang Xie knew that Nangongya was watching over him.
Who are you worried about? I saw you breaking through to martial arts.
I'm worried.
I'm still only at the 3rd level of martial arts.
You don't even know to wait for me. Humph. Nangongya pretended to be angry, and it was obvious that she was also happy for Yang Xie's breakthrough. Only by cultivating faster can I protect you better. Aren't I worried that I won't be able to defeat bad people when I meet them in the future? Bah, I don't believe it. Nangongya turned her head and said she didn't believe it, but the raised corners of her mouth gave her away.
You too, be careful, there are people here. Old Father Nangong Badian was a little jealous when he saw that the sweet little cotton-padded jacket was about to be abducted.
Dad, what did you say?
Nangongya suddenly stared at Nangong Badian, her face flushed.
Uncle, it's not what you think. You owe me an excuse. Uncle, I don't want to hear your quibbles.
Hurry up and test the changes after you break through the martial arts master.
Nangong Badian directly interrupted Yang Xie's spell casting. I know, uncle, I'll go right away.
Yang Xie was actually very curious about his changes after breaking through as a martial artist. Looking at this Nangong Badian's new force measuring instrument, it can withstand up to 1 million kilograms of force. When he was at his peak as a warrior, he had measured his strength at 50,400 kilograms. He also wanted to know how much it had increased to his current strength.
Clang! 110,000 kilograms.
Yang Xie was so satisfied with this data that he had doubled his strength.
Both Nangong Badian and Nangongya are used to Yang Xie's abnormality, and they are not surprised by it. But I still complained in my heart. It's so inhuman, it's just a humanoid beast.
The peak martial artist who broke through Yuan Zhou Tian only had a strength of 20,000 kilograms. Yang Xie surpassed Yuan Zhou Tian's peak martial artist just after he broke through the martial arts realm, which was still several times higher. The intensity of the spiritual energy is unpredictable.
Just use a weapon to hit me.
Nangong Badian saw that Yang Xie was about to test the concentration of spiritual energy, so he stopped him directly and let Yang Xie attack him directly.
Uncle, this is not good.
Yang Xie scratched his head and made no move.
What nonsense are you talking about? Just fight if I ask you to.
Just use your bloody sword skills.
Nangong Badian's face was stern. I understand, uncle, I'm offended.
Yang Xie knew that Nangong Badian was very powerful and that he could not hurt him, so he stopped talking nonsense. He took out his sword, stepped on the Bagua Wandering Dragon step, mobilized the not yet skilled spiritual energy in his body, and slashed towards Nangong Badian with a bloody battle. Dark attribute aura circulated in the blade, adding a bit of power, and headed straight towards Nangong Badian along the direction of the blade. Unfortunately, the blade struck within 1 meter of Nangong Badian and was unable to go any further, and his spiritual energy also collapsed.
Okay, it's very good. It's a perfect bloody battle sword technique. Although the spiritual energy that circulates is a bit jerky, it's still very powerful.
Nangong Badian put his hands behind his back and commented lightly.
Yang Xie looked at how he couldn't break Nangong Badian's defense despite all his efforts.
Thinking of his 110,000 kilogram strength, Yang Xie he slashed with the knife again, but there was no splash.
When there seemed to be an inexplicable force around Nandong Badian. No matter how hard Yang Xia tried his best, there was nothing he could do. He could only watch the sword making a clanging sound. "Uncle, you are too powerful, I won't fight anymore," Yang Xia said breathlessly. The gap was really too big. Although Yang Xia really wanted to roam in, he still gave up. After all, Nandong Badian just wanted to test his own strength, and it was not a life-and-death fight. "You and I are very different in realm. In your realm, I am no match for you. Yang Xia, you are really good. Although you are a new martial artist, you have no opponents in the martial arts realm." Nandong Badian couldn't help but sigh. This child really couldn't be understood with common sense. Although he has just become a martial artist and has not yet grasped the meaning of martial arts, with his terrifying power and perfect level of martial arts skills, most martial arts masters would avoid his edge. "Uncle, what power did you just block my attack with? It's really strong." Yang Xia was very curious about the power that he couldn't get close to. That's the power that only generals and above can master. "It's too early for you to understand it now. Practice well. If you need anything in practice, you can tell me." Nandong Badian has seen Yang Xia's talent and wants him to grow up earlier. And according to Yang Xia's talent is far more than that. In the wild, when he killed the envoy of the peak martial sect, the power he showed was a mystery. And the sudden shadow summoning method is really hard to guard against. Yang Xia's own martial soul talent must be shocking. But Nandong Badian didn't ask Yang Xia. With the relationship between Yang Xia and Xiaoya, he only needed to show goodwill. All he could do was to try his best to ensure Yang Xia's safe and rapid growth and provide him with the resources he needed. "Thank you, uncle." Feeling Nandong Badian's overwhelming power, Yang Xia sobered up a lot. Originally, Yang Xia was a little proud of the sudden increase in strength after breaking through to the martial master level, but Nandong Badian poured a bottle of cold water on him, making Yang Xia understand that he was just a little karami in front of a high-level martial artist. He had to develop slowly and not waste time. "Then you should get familiar with your own strength, Xiaoya, you don't have to worry." Xiaoxia's talent, breaking through to the martial master level in half a month, is also a very rare example in the previous college entrance examinations. "Xiaoya, your Qinghuan martial soul is also extraordinary. This S-level talent is much stronger than you think. The speed of cultivation is not your talent's strong point." Nandong Badian was worried that Nangongya would feel frustrated by the comparison with Yang Xia, and he did not forget to comfort her. In fact, in addition to an ice-attributed martial soul talent, the Qinghuan martial soul also has a hidden talent. Its talent is called auspicious, which means walking lucky star. Nandong Badian didn't believe it before, but after seeing Yang Xia, Nandong Badian believed it. Such variables can be recruited to the home, and the auspicious talent is well deserved. "Dad, I know, I will work harder to practice." Nangongya looked at Yang Xia with a happy face, happy for Yang Xia's breakthrough. It seems that Yang Xia's breakthrough to martial arts master is more worth celebrating than her own breakthrough. Nandong Badian suddenly felt that his worry was a bit redundant. But looking at this scene, although he had long understood his daughter's intentions, Nandong Badian still felt unhappy and had an urge to beat someone up. He stared straight at Yang Xia. Yang Xia looked at Nandong Badian's inexplicable eyes and felt a little chill on his back, so he couldn't help but speak. "Uncle, what's wrong?" "Nothing, it's just that my cabbage is about to be eaten by a pig, and I want to roast that pig." The calm words made Yang Xia's expression stagnant. Fortunately, Nangongya's blushing face rescued him. "Dad, what are you talking about? What pigs and cabbages? I think you should go out. I want to practice." Alas! Girls can't stay at home when they grow up. Nandong Badian pretended to be lonely and left the practice room, sighing as he walked. At this moment, the atmosphere in the quiet practice room was a bit charming. "My dad likes to joke, you don't have to take it to heart. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the martial arts master, I will catch up with you." Nangongya said a little shyly. "I think uncle is right, it can be said that he has a good eye for pearls, I just want to push Bai, hee. Yang Xia and Nangongya's delicate and charming face, contrary to the norm, stepped closer to Nangongya, and chuckled. Nangongya looked at Yang Xia's face step by step, and a masculine breath came. Nangongya felt that her heartbeat seemed to be right beside her ears, and she seemed to have anticipated what was going to happen next. Having read many romance novels, she closed her eyes resignedly, but her eyelashes were twitching, and it was obvious that her heart was already surging. Suddenly, she felt a touch from her nose, and then Yang Xia's teasing tone came. "What are you thinking about? Practice well, I'm waiting for you to catch up with me."
Yang Xie affectionately scratched Nangongya's delicate and small nose with his fingers, looking at Nangonya who was being teased. Although Nangongya's charming appearance could easily make people impulsive, Nangong Badian had just spoken, and he was not so bold as to be so lustful. Nangonya opened her bright and watery willow leaf eyes, but these beautiful big eyes were full of anger at the moment.
Yang Xie, you bastard, I'll call my dad now and say you bullied me. Ah! I'm so angry. Nangongya's pink fists fell on Yang Xie's chest like raindrops, without any pain or itch.
Yang Xie suddenly put his arms around Nangongya's waist and pressed her close to his chest.
Nangonya was confused by Yang Xie's move, stopped punching, and forgot to resist.
The strong masculine scent filled her nose, making Nangonya stop thinking.
Yeah, thank you very much.
During this period, my grandma and I have caused trouble in your house.
Yang Xie's solemn words suddenly rang in Nangongya's ears.
During this period, she and her grandma were relaxed in Nangonya.
Nangongya's family treated them very well, and grandma laughed a lot more often. Nangonya brought them home, which not only ensured grandma's safety, but also made grandma less lonely.
Yang Xie was really grateful to Nangonya and her family. Now he spends most of his time practicing, and grandma is relieved to have the Nangong family accompany him. Although I don't know why, Nangong Badian and his family have been very good to me and grandma from the beginning. Even if the poor boy saves the rich daughter, Nangong Badian, as a strong man, does not have to do this to him. But he knew that as long as the talent he showed in the Nangong family became stronger and the value of his performance was higher, grandma would be safer. With the existence of such a strong man as Nangong Badian, Yang Xie felt relieved. The kindness of a drop of water should be repaid by a spring of water.
Yang Xie remembers the kindness of the Nangong family, and he will not let Nangonya down.
Why do you say that suddenly?
It's okay. You and grandma can stay here for as long as you want.
When Nangonya heard what Yang Xie said, she thought he was leaving Nangong's house, so she quickly hugged Yang Xie with both hands. Nangonya's soft body pressed against Yang Xie's body, and a faint fragrance came, making Yang Xie feel a little distraught.
Hey, I don't want to leave, yeah, even if you drive me away, I won't leave.
Yang Xie suddenly changed his tone and returned to his shameless look.
His palms restlessly groped Nangonya's back. You gangster, what are you doing? Feeling Yang Xie's restless hand, Nangonya blushed and pushed Yang Xie away. Since you won't leave, you should practice hard.
I will practice too.
Nangonya quickly retreated, sat down cross-legged on the side of the training room, and began to practice.
Looking at Nangonya who was already shy, Yang Xie didn't tease her too much. Start checking out the real gains of this breakthrough martial artist. Yang Xie sat cross-legged, holding his breath and concentrating, with his eyes closed. As expected. In the martial soul space in the divine court, a huge change occurred again. The number of shadow soldiers was no longer 1001, but 10002. Not only did the number increase tenfold, but there was also one more shadow army master.
10,002.
Yang Xie didn't dare to imagine how fast his cultivation progress would be under full-strength cultivation. Even if his foundation was far more powerful than others, countless times that of others, but under the full-strength cultivation of 10,002 shadow soldiers. Yang Xie believed that his speed must be like riding a rocket compared to others. 10,002 shadow soldiers in the early stage of martial arts, this is also a considerable force.
Moreover, the strength of his shadow soldiers is also extraordinary, stronger than that of martial artists who have completed the Zhou Tian.
Thinking of this, Yang Xie's mind moved. A shadow soldier and a new shadow army master appeared in front of Yang Xie. Nangonya already knew that she could summon multiple shadows, so there was no need to hide them from her. Besides, Yang Xie still had 10,000 of them. Yang Xie asked the shadow soldiers to test their punching power first. Before, the shadow soldiers could hit 3,000 kilograms of force when they were at the first level of warriors. Yang Xie believed that their strength would increase a lot after becoming martial artists.
Bang! 60,122 kilograms.
As expected by Yang Xie, the shadow soldier's strength was also very amazing. Yang Xie was no longer the white man who knew nothing before. According to the information in the personal warrior terminal, the strength of a warrior will double after breaking through to the martial artist level, and the strength increase is twice that of the warrior level. However, the situation of different Zhoutian breakthroughs is also very different. After all, the gap between different talents is very large. For those with poor talents, generally after Zhoutian achieves the first level of warrior, the single punch is 200 kilograms. After that, each level increases by 100 kilograms, and at the peak of the warrior, there is only 1 ton of strength. After breaking through the martial artist, it can only reach 2 tons of strength, that is, 2,000 kilograms of strength. At the martial artist level, they can only increase 200 kilograms of strength for each level, and at the peak of the martial artist, the maximum strength is only 4 tons. Therefore, most of them with limited talent stop at the martial artist level, and only a few can reach the martial master level. And the warriors with good talent and perfect Jotian achievement have 500 kilograms of punching power at the first level of the warrior. Each level increases by 500 kilograms of strength, and the peak of the warrior has 5,000 kilograms of strength, which is 5 times that of the average warrior. After breaking through the martial artist, the strength doubles to 10,000 kilograms, and then each level increases by 1,000 kilograms of strength, and the peak of the martial artist has 20,000 kilograms of strength, that is, 20 tons of strength. The difference in strength between the peak of the martial artist with an average Jotian and the peak of the martial artist with a perfect Jotian is 16 tons. As soon as Yang Xie's shadow soldiers became martial artists, they were 3 times stronger than the peak martial artists who had completed the Jotian. It can only be said that there are always people who are better than you. The contempt chain of geniuses is always surprisingly consistent. There is no strongest, only stronger, and this gap will only get bigger and bigger. Yang Xie still has 10,000 such shadow soldiers. It can be said that Yang Xie's shadow army is now quite large. After testing the shadow soldiers, Yang Xie looked at the newly appeared shadow army leader. He knelt on one knee to salute and looked at Yang Xie very respectfully. "Master. You don't have a name either?" "Yes, Master, please give me a name." "Well, I named the first shadow army leader Yang Yi, and you are the second one, so you will be called Yang Air from now on." "Thank you, Master." "Yang Air thanks you for the name." "No, I named it like that, you can just use it, and you can try your strength too." "Yes, Master." Bang! 100,560 kilograms. Okay, it's almost the same as my strength. Yang Xie was quite satisfied with this data, and the information feedback from the Wuhuan space showed that Yang Air's appearance brought a new skill called Shadow Transformation. Shadow Transformation, the ever-changing transformation, the skill is also quite terrifying. After the shadow soldier enters a person's shadow, he can change into the appearance of that person and completely simulate that person's data. Moreover, shadow transformation combined with the shadow devouring talent can completely obtain the information of that person, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a complete replacement. Horrible skills. Yang Xie felt that this skill was too abnormal. The people around him were replaced silently. You may not know, just thinking about it is terrifying. Fortunately, he is the Lord of Shadows, and he has absolute control over them. Otherwise, if such a skill is obtained by others, it will be a disaster more terrible than parasitic beasts. After all, parasitic beasts only replace a person's body, without that person's memory. After the combination of shadow transformation and shadow devouring, it is not only the same body, but also has the memory and habits of the original body, belonging to the existence of a clone. Although Yang Xie himself is the Lord of Shadows, shadow devouring, shadow fusion and shadow transformation are part of his talents. However, Yang Xie himself has not used them yet. With shadow soldiers, there is really no need for Yang Xie to use these talents. Yang Air, if you become like me, can you simulate different realms of cultivation? Yang Xie is very concerned about this issue. If you can, then you will have a clone. Yes, Master, it may not work for others, but Master can do it. Oh. Let me change into a different person. I am as good as a warrior. Yang Air did not enter Yang Xie's shadow. As Yang Xie's soldier, he didn't need to, and he directly changed into Yang Xie's appearance. Not bad, with sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes, he is a handsome young man. Yang Xie praised Yang Air who turned into himself. Look at the power. 5,060 kilograms. Very good, very good. With your second avatar, you will have choices for many things in the future. If there is another test to update warrior information, I will not play and let Yang Air go. Although he has the secret method of breath concentration, at best, it can only prevent warriors who are no more than 2 levels above himself from noticing his true strength. Who knows if there are any warriors above the martial king level? Yang Air is his own protection. After all, he is simulating his own cultivation realm in different periods, not hiding his realm. Why are there 2 Yang Xies? What's going on? At some point, Nangongya had stopped practicing, and looked at the 2 Yang Xies who appeared with confusion. Guess which of us is real and who is fake? Yang Xie suddenly had a bad taste, and it was Nangongya who spoke. You actually asked that, it must be you. Who is as boring as you?
However, Yang Xia's calculation was wrong, and Nangonya could tell it at a glance. Yang Xia angrily took Yang Air back to the spirit space. That's my martial spirit. It has the talent of transformation and can transform into other people. It's so interesting, let me try to change myself. Nangonya's eyes lit up after hearing this. No, it's too weird. Yang Xia rejected Nangonya.
After all, if Yang Air turned into Nangonya, Yang Xia would inevitably look at Yang Air strangely in the future.
Let me see. I'm really curious, what exactly is your martial soul like? Is this your martial soul talent? Nangonya was relentless, holding Yang Xia's arm and not letting go.
It seems that this girl is really interested in Yang Xia's martial soul talent. Yes, when I went to the slums before, I thought it was amazing to see Yang Xia's shadow soldier. Today, I was even more curious when I saw the martial soul that could transform into Yang Xia. As for Yang Xia's martial soul being able to manifest, Nangonya is no longer surprised. After all, Yang Xia's martial soul could kill enemies when he was a warrior, and Nangonya said that he could understand that he could transform when he was a martial artist.
During the time of practicing with Yang Xia, Nangonya had become accustomed to his abnormality. Yang Xia looked at the enthusiastic Nangonya with a headache.
Then, his eyes turned and he suddenly thought of a good idea.
It's not impossible, but you can't get angry later. What are you angry about? What's there to be angry about? Hurry up and show me your martial spirit. Nangonya didn't understand why Yang Xia said that. You'll know later.
Yang Xia looked at Nangonya and smiled mysteriously, but didn't explain. Don't be afraid, this is my talent, just watch it later. Listening to Yang Xia's increasingly strange words, Nangonya suddenly felt a bad premonition. But Yang Xia suddenly turned into a black shadow in front of her and got behind her. Nangonya was startled and turned around quickly, but there was no trace of Yang Xia.
Yang Xia! Where are you? Where are you? Don't scare me.
Nangonya looked around in horror, looking for Yang Xia everywhere, but didn't find Yang Xia. At this time, Yang Xia didn't listen to what Nangonya said, but immersed himself in the world of shadows. Yes, Yang Xia used his shadow talent to enter Nangonya's shadow. The first time he used this skill, Yang Xia was full of unknown curiosity about the world in the shadow. Yang Xia felt as if he had entered another dimension, a virtual world on the internet, and Nangonya's shadow was like a storage space in the internet world. In this space, Yang Xia was like a hidden internet virus. Others could not find him, but he could clearly see everything outside. He could also steal the data of the shadow owner.
It was really interesting. Is there another world in the shadow?
Just when he wanted to explore this world further. But he heard Nangonya's increasingly anxious shouts, and Yang Xia knew that he should go out now.
Nangonya was scared.
With the shadow talent, Yang Xia copied Nangonya's data like a USB flash drive. With a thought, Yang Xia slowly stood out from Nangonya's shadow. However, the person who came out was not Yang Xia, but Nangonya wearing Yang Xia's clothes. Nangonya felt something in her heart, and turned back suddenly, but saw an identical self looking at her with a smile.
You are Yang Xia?
Nangonya's mind turned and figured out something, but she still asked Yang Xia with a hint of uncertainty.
I am Nangonya.
The voice was exactly the same as Nangonya's. Yang Xia, change back to me quickly, I know it's you. Hearing Yang Xia's habitual strange laugh, Nangonya instantly confirmed that this was Yang Xia, but watching Yang Xia change into her own appearance, Nangonya suddenly felt that she had just made a wrong decision. She shouldn't have let Yang Xia change. This time she shot herself in the foot.
Isn't this what you asked for? I think this is pretty good.
Yang Xia moved his hands, but saw a pair of slender hands in front of him. Looking down, he still couldn't see his feet.
Why didn't he notice that Nangonya's figure was so tall? I regret it now, change back quickly. Watching Yang Xia moving his body exactly like hers, Nangonya was anxious.
No, I haven't had enough fun yet. Yang Xia raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, but his hands did not stop moving.
He took out a mirror and looked at the person in the mirror.
It turned out to be the same as Nangonya. The skill of shadow transformation is really powerful. Just when he was about to pinch this beautiful face, he was suddenly stopped by Nangonya's hand. Nangonya looked at Yang Xia angrily, biting her teeth lightly, but her eyes were full of pleading. Looking at Nangonya's expression, Yang Xia knew that he had to stop. Jokes are okay, but don't go too far. Nangonya changed her body shape and watched herself slowly turn into Yang Xia.
It's back. I'm just curious about my skill and tested it. There's no other meaning. Looking at the angry Nangongya, Yang Xie hurriedly explained. Humph, you only know how to bully me. Nangongya's expression eased, but she still didn't forgive Yang Xie.
He turned into himself to make a fool of himself. Fortunately, he stopped it.
Otherwise, I don't know what would happen, Yang Xie, this big pervert. I promised not to be angry, yeah, I really didn't mean it.
I asked your martial soul to change, not you to change, don't confuse the facts here.
But my two changes are the same, don't they both look like you? How are you the same? How are you and your martial soul the same? Is your martial soul as lustful as you? Who knows why you want to change me? Ahem. Yah, you can't slander me. I'm a pure boy.
Your mind is full of colors.
Don't think I don't know. I will never change your appearance again. Yah, please forgive me. I don't believe it. Yaha, you are unique in my heart. You are right in front of me. Why should I change your appearance in the future? Yang Xie blinked wildly at Nangongya. Really? Nangongya listened to Yang Xie's confession and was much less angry. More real than Lingshi.
Yang Xie tried his best to act cute in front of Nangongya. After persuading for a long time, Nangongya was finally able to chat with Yang Xie normally.
Yang Xie, how can your martial soul talent be so outrageous? Is it really SSS level?
It's fine that a warrior can manifest his martial soul to kill the enemy, but a martial artist can also transform into other people's appearance.
I don't know either. Didn't I say before that it's God level? As for this kind of change, I don't know. We warriors use martial souls as a medium to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth.
Before the martial general level, martial souls basically have no special role. Martial masters can only materialize with martial will and spiritual energy. I have never heard that martial souls can be used in this way.
Maybe I am that unique existence. Only Yaha knows about my talent. You have to keep it secret for me. This is a secret between the two of us. Yes. I know, I will never tell anyone.
Nangongya heard that this was a secret between her and Yang Xie, and her mood relaxed instantly.
Please forgive us for the inconvenience caused to you. What's going on?
Nangong Badian stared at Yang Xie, and his intuition told him that Yang Xie had done it again. The training room, which was originally full of spiritual energy, was now like a barren desert, with a concentration of spiritual energy that was almost imperceptible. The original location of the spirit gathering array was now in disarray. The spirit gathering array was broken, and it collapsed in an instant.
Uncle, maybe I broke it. Yang Xie looked at Nangong Badian with an embarrassed look.
Before, Yang Xie was alone in the training room, wanting to experience the feeling of 10,002 shadow soldiers practicing at full strength. At the beginning, it was okay, Yang Xie still suppressed it, but feeling the increasingly powerful spiritual fruit in his chi, Yang Xie let himself go for a while. The location where Yang Xie was like a violent pump, madly absorbing 20 times the spiritual energy in the training room. But within a quarter of an hour, Yang Xie suddenly felt that the spiritual energy in the training room dropped off a cliff. Yang Xie originally thought that there was no spiritual stone to support him, so he called Nangong Badian to see what was going on. After Nangong Badian checked, Yang Xie realized that it was the spirit gathering array that was overloaded and went on strike, not the lack of spiritual stones.
How did you break it? Nangong Badian looked at Yang Xie, thinking of the broken force measuring instrument before and the broken spirit gathering array now.
He couldn't help but sigh that Yang Xie had the potential to destroy the house. Just practice, and there was no spiritual energy while practicing.
Yang Xie explained with a lack of confidence. Nangong Badian was silent. Didn't Nangong Badian know about his own practice room?
The second-level spirit gathering array cost him a lot of precious materials and money at the time, and was built specifically for Xiaoya. You know, this can accommodate 200 martial artists at the martial arts level to practice at full strength at the same time. Even if there are hundreds more martial artists, the spiritual stones of the main array source will only be exhausted. Yang Xie practiced alone and not only absorbed all the spiritual stones, but also collapsed the spirit gathering array. Nangong Badian thought he knew Yang Xie, but now he found that this boy's perversion was beyond his imagination. Uncle, I really didn't mean it, I just didn't expect this spirit gathering array to be so fragile.
Nangong Badian's eyes twitched. Listen, is this what a human says? What does it mean that the spirit gathering array is so fragile? Uncle, I did something wrong.
I have 10 spirit stones in my hand.
Give them all to you.
Although it hurts, Yang Xie still took out his 10 spirit stones. After all, he did something wrong.
Dad, did you buy inferior array materials again?
The force measuring instrument last time was also the same.
Why is it so easy to break?
Nangongya just went out to talk to her grandmother, and she didn't expect that the spirit gathering array broke in just a short while. Although she also suspected that it was caused by Yang Xia, after all, she could see Yang Xia's perverted talent. But seeing that Yang Xia took out all his spirit stones, Nangongya still pointed the finger at her father.
Nangong Badian looked at his daughter anxiously defending Yang Xia.
This girl, she doesn't believe it herself.
Forget it.
Xiao Xia, it's okay, Xiaoye is right, this spirit gathering array may really have flaws, otherwise it wouldn't be so fragile, I'll change it to a better one.
Nangong Badian emphasized the word fragile, as if it was no big deal.
But during the 2 days of changing the spirit gathering array, you can only go to the family's practice room, or the practice room of your school. There are too many people in the public practice room and the family, although it has 30 times the concentration of spiritual energy. But there are practitioners of all realms, including martial arts practitioners, and it is difficult for us two low-level warriors to practice. Nangongya knew that practice room very well, and said reluctantly at the moment. There is only 10 times the spiritual energy in your school's practice room, and the college entrance examination is less than 2 weeks away. How about this, I'll give you my practice room, since I don't need it now anyway. After a moment of silence, Nangong Badian was still worried about affecting his daughter's college entrance examination, so he opened his mouth and prepared to give up his practice room.
Dad, your practice room that is exclusively for the clan leader? Won't the elders tell them?
Nangongya knew her father's practice room, which was a practice room with a 5th-level spirit gathering array, which was exclusively for the clan leader.
That's your dad's practice room, I use it for my own precious daughter, who dares to say anything? Nangong Badian really didn't care.
Although the practice room was for his own use, it was really useless to him.
Uncle, I'm really sorry about the spirit gathering array.
I won't go to your practice room. I'm a martial artist now, and I'm going to practice in the wild again in 2 days.
Yang Xia didn't mean to damage the Nangong family's practice room, but it did affect Yaya's practice, and Yang Xia felt very sorry.
Although this training has also achieved results, it has only promoted to the 2nd stage of martial artist, and also damaged the spirit gathering array. Yang Xia is a little distressed that his foundation is too strong.
However, Yang Xia thinks that the wild is his best choice.
10,002 shadow soldiers have a place to use, which can not only quickly improve the realm, but also obtain some other talents. Xiao Xia, uncle is really not angry, you should go to my training room with Xiaoye to practice now, the college entrance examination cannot be delayed. Although you are now a martial artist, uncle hopes that your vision will not stop at the college entrance examination.
Nangong Badian frowned.
Although going to the wild now can practice actual combat, he can also gain experience in fighting strange beasts. But without a training room, and having to deal with strange beasts, it is undoubtedly very dangerous, and it also delays Yang Xia's training. It's okay, uncle, I know you are worried about me, but I can grow faster in the wild, please believe me. I also know that my uncle is a generous person and will not be angry with me for such a trivial matter.
Yang Xia looked at Nangong Badian and said seriously. Nangong Badian also looked at Yang Xia. A long while.
Okay, I'll let you go to the wild, but if anything happens, contact me directly at the warrior terminal.
This is my warrior terminal number. Nangong Badian reported his warrior terminal number to Yang Xia. Thank you, uncle. I will contact you if necessary. Yang Xia was very grateful to Nangong Badian. I won't go this time.
I will practice hard, but you must take me with you next time. Nangongya knew that her own strength would only hold Yang Xia back, but she believed that she would be able to catch up with him.
It's settled. I'm not planning to form a team this time. I'm planning to be a lone ranger. Yang Xia smiled at Nangongya. The training room is broken down, and Yang Xia can go back to his room to sleep tonight.
But when Yang Xia returned to the room, he felt something was wrong this time. After breaking through the martial arts master, as the Lord of Shadows, his perception of darkness has become stronger. He clearly sensed that there was a living being besides him in this room.
However, with a strong person like Nangong Badian here, how did he sneak in? Yang Xia's expression also became serious. As far as the eye can see, everything in the room is visible to Yang Xia. Under the light, you can see everything. However, there was something abnormal in the place where Yang Xia secretly sensed it, but he didn't see anything. Did you feel wrong? No, it's impossible.
Yang Xia believes in his talent and will not deceive himself. But there was really no one in that place, except for a bag on a chair.
Yang Xia was very confused. Could there be supernatural beings in this world? But I've never heard of it. Then there is only one possibility, a person with special talents. Although he didn't see anything, Yang Xia believed in his shadow talent. So when did this person come to my room, and what was he doing in my room? Yang Xia knew nothing about it, and he didn't know the opponent's strength either. However, the other party probably didn't know that he could sense him. After all, he only had such ability after breaking through the martial arts master. Between thoughts, Yang Xia's originally solemn expression changed, as if nothing had happened. However, under Yang Xia's thoughts, all the 10,002 shadow soldiers in the spirit space melted into Yang Xia's own shadow. The talents of Futu mysterious skill and copper skin and iron bone were also used to the extreme, and his hand quietly touched his sword. Yang Xia turned around and suddenly rushed out of the door with his already perfected Bagua wandering dragon body technique. Bang! The door was smashed into pieces. Uncle! Help! There are bad people trying to harm me. Yang Xia shouted for help at the loudest decibel level he could shout, and at the same time, he quickly moved away from his room. Don't attack an unknown enemy rashly, it's too dangerous. Asking for help is the way to go. Moreover, it is next to Grandma's room, and the battle here will affect Grandma. We have to lead him out and lead him to his uncle. Yang Xia was already prepared to be attacked by the unknown enemy. He was still repeating the words for help. Help, but what makes Yang Xia strange is that in Yang Xia's senses, the enemy still didn't move even half a step. Still in Yang Xia's room. Yang Xia immediately stopped walking. It would be futile for him to continue running without his opponent coming out. When Nangong Badian heard Yang Shegui's cry like a wolf howling, he rushed over immediately. Where is the killer? Nangong Badian appeared in front of Yang Xia and looked at Yang Xia solemnly. Nangong Badian is also very strange. Everything in the Nangong family is under his perception. When did an assassin come in? He also wanted to kill Yang Xia. If Yang Xia was assassinated in his home, then he would be the sinner of the Nangong family. Uncle, that person is in my room and he hasn't come out yet. Yang Xia felt a lot more relieved when he saw Nangong Badian arriving. If a strong man like Nangong Badian couldn't handle it, then he had nothing to resist. In your room? Are you sure? Nangong Badian's face looked a little strange when he heard Yang Xia's words. Yes, uncle, I am very sure that that person should be a special talent. He should have hidden talents. I can sense him, but I can't see him. Yang Xia looked at Nangong Badian's strange expression, and was afraid that he wouldn't believe it, so he explained it in detail. Hidden talent, invisible to people. Nangong Badian's eyes moved slightly. He had let the killer of feelings in by himself. Isn't this the figure who followed Yang Xia the day he came back from the wild? Nangong Badian originally thought it was Yang Xia's trick. After all, and he said that Yang Xia could summon many men in black at once. And Nangong Badian didn't feel any malice from that transparent figure. Now it seems that I misunderstood and let an enemy in. Thinking of this, Nangong Badian's face turned a little ugly. This was his own carelessness. Fortunately, Yang Xia was fine. At that moment, Nangong Badian appeared in Yang Xia's room with a movement of his body, and waved his hand towards the place where Yang Xia was sensing. A figure appeared. Yang Xia watched Nangong Badian enter the room and followed him. Looking at the door that had been broken down by himself, Yang Xia was a little embarrassed. But when he entered the door again, Yang Xia was stunned. I saw a disc resting on Yang Xia's bag. If you look closely, you will see that it is nothing but a snake. But this snake is different. Although the coiled body is small, it is vaguely visible that there are two pairs of wings on the snake body. It's just that the snake seems to be still sleeping at this moment, and there is no movement about the arrival of Nangong Badian and Yang Xia. Yang Xia's face was a little confused. It turned out that he had been frightened by such a thing just now, making him cry like a ghost and howl for help. Ah, my reputation. By chance, Nangong's worried voice suddenly came. Dad, have you caught the murderer? Is Yang Xia okay? Nangongya rushed into the room in a hurry and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Yang Xia, who was intact. There is no murderer, just a snake, still sleeping. There is no danger. Nangong Badian motioned to Nangongya to look at the position of the chair. A snake? Nangongya suddenly looked at Yang Xia with confusion on her face. Is this the killer you said was going to kill you? Yang Xia smiled awkwardly. This snake is very special, it can become invisible. Nangongya was ready to laugh at Yang Xia. This is indeed no ordinary snake, this is the relic of a mythical beast. Nangong Badian suddenly told Nangongya and Yang Xia a surprising piece of information.
Nangong Batian had not investigated carefully before, but now he found out that it was a descendant of a mythical beast after a close inspection.
Descendants of a mythical beast? Are there really mythical beasts in this world? Yang Xia asked in surprise. What is Xiaoya's martial soul? Nangong Batian did not answer but asked instead. The mythical beast Qinghuan. Yang Xia replied as if he had realized something. Since we humans can awaken the martial souls of mythical beasts and have all kinds of magical talents, why do you think there are no mythical beasts in this world? Ha, uncle, don't laugh at me, I really haven't heard of it, and the mythical beast sounds very powerful, I am really curious.
Yang Xia was instantly excited when he heard Nangong Batian's affirmative answer.
Divine beasts, in his previous world, these were all mythical existences.
The divine beasts are indeed very powerful. Since the revival of spiritual energy 500 years ago, many powerful people have discovered many mysterious relics.
Among them are records of divine beasts.
According to the records, divine beasts are extremely magical and powerful. Even the current martial gods may not be able to compare with them.
Nangong Batian sighed and told the secrets that Nangongya and Yang Xia did not know. Is this snake the cub of the divine beast?
Yang Xia asked excitedly.
Didn't I say it? It is a relic of the divine beast.
This kind of person is the lucky one whose bloodline returns to the ancestors during the revival of spiritual energy in 500 years. Although it is also magical to have a trace of the mythical bloodline of the ancestors, it is still far from being a divine beast. Divine beasts are not only talented, but more importantly, their strength is extremely powerful.
Nangong Batian corrected Yang Xia's fantasy.
However, even if it is a relic of the divine beast, it will be very powerful when it grows up.
Many children of first-class families will specifically look for the relic of the divine beast and contract them as their partners. Nangong Batian changed the subject and sighed a little.
In the past, when the Nangong family wanted a descendant of a divine beast, they had to spend countless manpower and material resources to find it.
Yang Xia was lucky.
A descendant of a divine beast followed him home and made his home in his room.
This guy even regarded it as a killer. For a moment, Nangong Batian didn't know whether his daughter's auspicious talent was too strong, or Yang Xia's luck was too evil.
So, this snake has a strong talent. This is what Yang Xia cares about the most, and this is also the reason for his excitement. His own shadow-eating talent, the stronger the shadow of the talent, the greater the chance of obtaining talent.
The name of the divine beast relic is very interesting.
Of course, and as the strength of the divine beast relic increases, the blood will return to the ancestral more, and the strength will be stronger. This relic was found in your room, which is your opportunity. You can contract it as your additional combat power. And now it is still very small, only the strength of the second level, so it is best to contract it at this time. The blood reverts to the ancestral, and the stronger it is in the later stage. Yang Xia was a little entangled. Should I devour it now, or wait until the later stage? After all, there is only one divine beast relic now, and I don't know when I can get the next one.
Uncle, are there many divine beast relic species? What kind of relic is this snake, and is it talented? Yang Xia still needs to confirm it. The remains of the divine beast are very rare, and even the first-class families don't have many. Why are you asking this?
But I see that this snake can be transparent and has 4 wings. As far as I know, this should be the remains of the Ming snake.
How can the remains of the divine beast not be strong? Nangong Batian thought Yang Xia was considering the talent of the Ming snake.
But he didn't know whether Yang Xia was thinking about roasting it now or in the future. It seems that he still has to roast it in the future, but now that he has contracted it, he can't do it in the future. Although Yang Xia is very interested in the talent of the remains of the Ming snake, he is also entangled at this moment.
Uncle, can you let Yaha contract it? Yaha needs it more.
You know my talent, uncle, this thing may not be suitable for me. After thinking for a long time, Yang Xia decided that he didn't want this remains of the divine beast.
It would be a waste to kill it now.
Although the remains of the divine beast have strong talents, in Yang Xia's opinion, Nangongya needs it more than him. His shadow soldiers will become more with his realm, and Yang Xia cannot predict their number in the future. I don't like helpers, but Nangongya doesn't have as many helpers as I do. Nangongya treats me very well, and my grandmother and I are taken care of by her family. The Ming snake seed is more important to Nangongya, and it can serve as an important combat force to assist her in the future. Maybe, it can reach the realm of divine beasts in the future.
In that case, Yang Xia will be more assured of Nangongya's safety.
After all, the future is full of changes.
Are you sure? The Divine Beast Seed is something that many first-class families want, and many talents above SS level want a Divine Beast Seed. Nangong Batian was surprised.
This is a Divine Beast Seed, and it may break through the existence of Divine Beasts in the future. Although Nangong Batian also has selfish motives, he also hopes that his daughter will contract this Divine Beast Seed. But he knows that this is Yang Xia's opportunity, and he doesn't want to interfere too much. But he didn't expect Yang Xia to let it go by himself and take the initiative to give it to Xiaoya. This is a Divine Beast Seed, which is very tempting even for an existence like him.
Uncle, it's just a relic of a Divine Beast.
Yaya and your family have helped me and Grandma so much. In my opinion, this is much more valuable than the relic of a Divine Beast.
Yang Xia, our family didn't do anything. You really don't have to give me this relic of a Divine Beast. It's too valuable.
Although Nangongya was very touched, she knew from what her father said that this relic of a Divine Beast was too valuable. She felt guilty about it and didn't want Yang Xia to give up.
Yaya, if you don't accept it, then I will move out of the Nangong family with Grandma today.
I mean it, although the relic of a Divine Beast is strong, it is far inferior to your position in my heart. Nangongya listened to this explicit confession and stared at Yang Xia in a daze for a while, forgetting to refute.
Nangong Batian also looked at Yang Xia in a daze. He now believed in the prophecy of the ancestor.
Xiaoya is the hope of the family's future, and Yang Xia is the variable. Little did he know that Yang Xia had great ambitions. He wanted to use the Divine Beasts as his talent pool and put them on the grill in the future.
Xiao Xia, Uncle thanks you on behalf of Xiaoya. Uncle will compensate you. Nangong Batian looked at Yang Xia, who really wanted to give the Divine Beasts to Xiaoya, and he agreed on behalf of Xiaoya.
At the same time, he understood that the value of the Divine Beasts could not be measured by money at all. However, he still compensated Yang Xia with some things.
Uncle, it's really unnecessary. I broke your spirit gathering array, but you didn't ask me to compensate.
It's just a small snake, no big deal. Yang Xia and his grandmother were provided with food and accommodation at Nangong's house, and they also broke the dynamometer and spirit gathering array. Yang Xia was really embarrassed to ask for compensation again.
One thing is one thing. You are going to the wild in 2 days. I will give you the things tomorrow. This is a good thing. You are not in a hurry to refuse. Nangong Batian smiled mysteriously.
Looking at Nangong Batian's expression, Yang Xia was a little curious. What on earth could make my uncle so concerned?
Then you can take this snake away.
I feel a little uncomfortable looking at it, but this guy scared me.
Yang Xia looked at the Ming snake's descendants sleeping so soundly, and couldn't help laughing.
This guy was sleeping so soundly, the poor little guy didn't know that his future had been arranged and he had a master.
Nangong Batian waved his hand, and the Ming snake's descendants disappeared instantly.
Just right, I still need to prepare a contract array for Xiaoya. Looking at the backpack of Ming snake, Yang Xia suddenly remembered another thing.
Uncle, you are well informed.
I have something here, but I don't know what it is.
Uncle, come and help me identify it.
Oh. Take it out so I can see it.
Nangong Batian didn't care about what Yang Xia said. What good things could a martial artist take out? Nangong Batian didn't believe that Yang Xia's luck could always be against the sky. It's this black stone.
I can feel that it is unusual, but I don't know what it is. As he said, Yang Xia took out a black round stone the size of a basketball from his backpack.
Ha! Nangong Batian was stunned when he saw the stone. This kid's luck is really against the sky.
Where did you get this from?
What's wrong, Uncle? This is what I found behind a waterfall in the wild last time. There is Tianxinglan in it. This is the stone found at Tianxinglan before, but Nangong Qing and the others couldn't recognize it.
Yang Xia believed in his intuition and carried it back. This is a source stone, or a dark source stone, which is a treasure that high-level warriors dream of. I suddenly understand why Ming Snake follows you. It is attracted by this huge source stone, or this is the treasure it has been practicing for.
Nangong Batian suddenly realized and said to Yang Xia. No wonder it coiled on your bag, there is a source stone in the bag. Why doesn't it steal this source stone?
Yang Xia was very confused about this.
Don't look at this Ming snake.
It is already a second level, but it is definitely no more than 3 months old. Now it is like a cub looking for milk, and it only knows to find the best place for it to grow. The source stone is what it thinks is the best, and if it wants to steal it, do you think this source stone is still here?
Nangong Batian has already convinced Yang Xia.
This is not a variable. This is the son of destiny. In the brightly lit room, several people had different expressions. Yang Xia held this black source stone, and couldn't help muttering in his heart, "So you are so precious that you can even attract the descendants of the divine beast." But he was very confused about how precious this thing is. "Uncle, what exactly is this source stone of yours? From your tone, it seems very rare." "Xiao Xia, I can only say that your luck is really extraordinary. Source stone is a top-level cultivation resource. It contains not spiritual energy but a higher level of source energy. The energy grade of source energy is far higher than spiritual energy. It is a resource that warriors above the king of martial arts want to have, because absorbing source energy can greatly increase the chance of warriors comprehending the origin. This is an irresistible temptation for high-level warriors." Nangong Badian looked at Yang Xia, with an indescribable strangeness in his eyes. "So, this stone is very valuable?" "Of course, and a source stone as big as yours is inestimable." "Then do you need this source stone?" "I don't think I can use it now. I appreciate your kindness, but I don't need it now. Source stones have their own attributes. This source stone is of dark attribute, which matches your own attribute. You should keep it well. It will be of great use to you in the future." Nangong Badian shook his head, indicating that Yang Xia should keep the stone himself. "This child is too honest. It's fine to give the divine beast's relic to Xiaoya, but he wants to give me such a big source stone. It can only be said that he still doesn't understand the value of this raw stone. If it is left outside, it will cause bloody storms above the martial king." "Xiao Xia, what were you screaming just now?" "Xiao Lin and I heard it in the living room." Yang Xia's grandmother and Nangong's mother Su Lin also walked into Yang Xia's room at this moment. "Grandma, you weren't in the room just now? Didn't I tell you? Xiaolin and I were watching TV in the living room. The TV volume was so loud that I could hear your screams. What were you doing?" Yang Xia's grandmother was angry when she saw Yang Xia's unstable look. This child was always reckless. Just now, she and Su Lin were watching TV in the living room, watching an interesting variety show. They were watching it with great interest when they heard Yang Xia's ghost howling. "I just couldn't hear anything clearly. My ears were not very good when I was old. I had to turn up the volume when watching TV. I could only hear my grandson's weird screams. That's why I came to see him with Su Lin. I broke through the realm. I was so happy that I howled a few times. I didn't expect Grandma to hear it too." Yang Xia smiled awkwardly. Fortunately, Grandma didn't hear it clearly, otherwise she would be worried again. "You are so old, you should be more stable at ordinary times. Even if you are very happy, you should not lose your sense of proportion. But what's wrong with your door?" Yang Xia's grandmother looked at Yang Xia earnestly, looking like he was not a grown-up. Seeing the broken door, she asked with some confusion. Nangongya couldn't help laughing when she heard it. It was Yang Xia who broke the door. Yang Xia's shouts for help were still ringing in her ears. "I know, Grandma, I won't do it next time. This door was caused by my failure to control my strength after breaking through the realm. I will replace it with a new one for my uncle's family." Yang Xia touched his head and said embarrassedly. "Xiaolin, I'm sorry, Xiao Xia broke your door. This child has been reckless since he was a child. He would talk to me excitedly for a long time when he got a bird egg. I guess he was too happy to break through the realm and couldn't control his strength for a while." Grandma Yan looked at Su Lin and Nangong Badian and explained with a little embarrassment. She and Xiao Xia were staying at someone's house, and Xiao Xia not only yelled and screamed strangely, but also broke the door. Grandma Yang felt really sorry. "Auntie Yang, it's okay, it's just a door, Xiao Xia didn't do it on purpose, it's worth celebrating that he broke through the realm." Su Lin replied with a smile. "Yes, Grandma, it's just a door, it's really not a big deal." Nangongya also followed to comfort Grandma. Grandma Yan looked at Yang Xia angrily, "This child is really worrying." The next day, Yang Xia slept with the door open all night. Finally, the workers who replaced the door came to the door. The work was very fast, and the door was replaced in less than half an hour. In front of the dining table of Nangong's family. "Xiao Xia, what are your plans for today?" "I should go to the black market to exchange some things." "Uncle, what do you want?" "There is an auction today. I plan to take Xiaoya there. Do you want to go?" "Auction?" "Yes, tonight, the Warrior Association." "Tonight? No problem. I'll go with Uncle to see the world." Yang Xia was also planning to go to the black market at night, but with Yang Yi and Yang Er going on his behalf, Yang Xia would not be delayed from going to the auction. "Then it's settled. We'll go together tonight." "Okay."
Uncle. Sister Lan, do you know where the black market is?
After dinner, Yang Xia sent a message to Nangon Lan.
I know. Are you going to the black market now? That place is full of good and bad people. Be careful if you go. Soon, Nangon Lan's message came back. Thank you for your concern, Sister Lan, but I'm not going. A friend of mine is going. I'm going to the Warrior Association today to attend an auction. Okay, I'll send you the place now. It's a bar on the surface, but it's actually the entrance to the black market.
Order a bottle of wine called Spades, and a waiter will ask if you need to enter the backstage.
If you answer yes, someone will take you in.
Yang Xia saw a location posted by Sister Lan,
called me Yi Xiang Bar. This name doesn't sound like a serious place. But the auction is a den of money. Why are you going there? I am accompanying my elders to see the world, and I am just going to take a look. Yang Xia looked at Sister Lan's question. He couldn't say that he was accompanying your clan leader to pick things.
Oh. But I remind you again, if your friend wants to go to the black market, he must pay attention to protecting his privacy, and it is best to wear a mask.
Got it, thank you Sister Lan. You're welcome, let's get together when we have time.
Yang Xia closed the chat box thoughtfully.
This black market doesn't seem to be safe either.
Looking at the message from Sister Lan, I let Yang Yi and the others go, and my safety is guaranteed, but how to collect the money at that time becomes a problem.
Personal warrior terminals can set up privacy shielding protection, but Yang Yi and the others don't have personal warrior terminals.
I don't know if there are spirit stones in the black market. If there are, I don't have to go through so much trouble. I can just collect the spirit stones directly. But just in case, I still have to give my terminal to Yang Yi and the others. Set your warrior terminal account to privacy mode, and only turn on the transfer and collection mode.
Others can't see your account information, and transfer and collection are also private. Well, that's it. The 8th floor of the Warriors Association. Nandong Badian showed an invitation, and the 2 inspection staff immediately let him go. Master Nangong, please come in. Who are the 2 people behind you? My descendants, come and see the world. Excuse me, you 2, please come in. Uncle, do you still need invitations to this auction? Yang Xia asked curiously. It's not used in ordinary auctions. This auction is different. It's a high-end auction. There are many good things. Nangong Badian said lightly. Then I'm very curious about what good things this venue has. Yang Xia entered the auction house with great interest.
As soon as he came in, Yang Xia was a little surprised. I originally thought that the auction house was the kind where dozens of people were bidding in a square room. But I didn't expect this place to be so luxurious. The huge circular venue was packed with seats. The circular venue was lined with seats from high to low, and there were at least 1,000 people who came. This was the first time Yang Xia saw so many warriors. And maybe because of Nangong Baishan's status, Yang Xia and the others were in an exclusive VIP room, so they had better privacy. A large transparent floor-to-ceiling window can directly see the venue below. A square high platform is in the middle of the circular venue, and a beautiful auctioneer in sexy clothes is on the high platform. A tight-fitting black lace dress perfectly outlined her curvy curves, and the low-cut design boldly showed off her fair and plump peaks. It was indeed very sexy, enchanting, and full of temptation. Yang Xia couldn't help but look at it a few times. This auction is indeed very high-end, and the auctioneer alone has earned enough attention.
Does it look good? Not bad, very exciting.
Yang Xia replied subconsciously.
Turning around, he saw Nangongya staring at him dimly. It's impossible to guard against it. I mean shameless. How can you dress like that? It's not reserved at all. It's better for us to be elegant.
Yang Xia made the rescue in time.
Pervert, do you think I will believe you? You can't even blink after staring at me for a long time. It's a pity that Nangongya doesn't want to do this anymore. Being caught by Nangongya, Yang Xia touched his head in embarrassment. Isn't this the auctioneer? I just want to see what's special about him. Being able to host such an auction must be extraordinary. Did you find anything special? Nangongya asked relentlessly.
Quite big and quite white, these 4 words came to Yang Xia's mind, but he didn't dare to say them out. I didn't realize it, but it must not be easy for an innocent boy like me to be attracted to her.
Bah, you're just a pervert. Why didn't my dad keep an eye on you?
Yang Xia looked at Nangong Badian, who was also looking at the central circular platform at the moment, and wanted to complain, "That's Yaya, you are only looking at me." As if aware of Yang Xia's gaze, Nangong Badian withdrew his gaze. Hello everyone, I am Xiao Yanran, the auctioneer of this auction, and everyone must be familiar with me.
Our auction will officially start in 1 minute, are you all ready? The items in this auction are all very tempting.
Xiao Yanran's red lips parted slightly, and her voice was not loud but it spread throughout the audience.
Miss Yanran, are you attractive? A person suddenly shouted.
Ha! Just a few words ignited the atmosphere in the room.
But Yang Xie's focus is not here. Why did this woman transmit her voice so clearly without using a microphone? Yes, she is very observant.
This woman uses a sonic-like martial arts that can spread her voice throughout the entire audience.
Nangong Badian didn't look back, but answered Yang Xie's doubts.
Then this woman is not an ordinary person.
How can the peak of Wuzong be average?
And he's only 24 years old. Uncle, you understand so clearly.
Yang Xie made a timely last strike. Nangongya also looked at her father suspiciously. What's going on? Resident auctioneer, I know something. Nangong Badian said without changing his expression.
Little girls can't compare to these auction items, they are all great treasures.
Xiao Yanran had a charming smile on her pretty face, revealing the charm of a mature woman, and many eyes in the audience became hot. This woman is truly a witch. No wonder this woman is an auctioneer. With this one operation, many men must be fascinated and forget themselves.
Then our auction has officially begun. Everyone, please look carefully at what you like and don't let others take it away. As soon as Xiao Yanran finished speaking, two beautiful waiters came up with a plate of things.
However, these two beauties suddenly became overshadowed when they stood together with Xiao Yanran.
This is the first item in our auction, a bottle of 4th level mid-grade awakening elixir. I believe everyone is familiar with it, and it can increase the success rate of the awakened person. It is a rare treasure. The starting price is 1 million Dazhou coins, and each increase in price must not be less than 10,000. As soon as he finished speaking, it immediately caused a sensation.
For anyone who doesn't have children, there is no doubt about the value of the awakening pill. Although most of the people here are warriors, even the descendants of warriors are not absolutely successful in awakening.
Yang Xie was also shocked. The 3rd level middle grade pure spirit pill only cost 100,000 Dazhou coins, and the 4th order middle grade awakening pill actually cost 1 million, and this was not the final price.
1.05 million. Guest number 88 bids 1.05 million.
Before many people could react, someone had already made a bid, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the venue.
1.1 million.
Guest number 95 bid 1.1 million.
1.2 million. Guest number 75 bid 1.2 million. 1.3 million. Guest number 995 bid 1.3 million.
Looking at the awakening pill whose price was raised to 1.3 million in an instant, Yang Xie smacked his lips. His balance was enough to buy a bottle of awakening pill.
However, no one raised a sign or shouted, so why did the price go up so fast? Look at your own seat, there is a bidder on it, just bid on it if you want the item. As if knowing Yang Xie's doubts, Nangong Badian explained them again.
Yang Xie understood and looked at a display screen to the right of his seat. There was a column for the number 1 item awakening pill, and an option to bid. In addition, the number 8 VIP seat was displayed at the bottom.
So that's how it is. It's very technological and convenient. 1.8 million. Customer number 17 bid 1.8 million. Is there anyone else bidding? If no one bids, I'll shout. 1.8 million once, 1.8 million twice.
When Xiao Yanran was about to make the final decision, there was another change.
2 million. Customer number 995 suddenly raised the price by 200,000 and bid 2 million.
It seems that this customer is determined to get the awakening pill. In the audience, a middle-aged man looked at the stage nervously. Number 995 was him. He was not a warrior.
He finally got an admission ticket this time. He came here specifically for the awakening pill.
Although he made a lot of money, he knew that if he didn't become a warrior, his son would not be able to keep the money. Warriors are the future. His son will also awaken next year. He himself is not a warrior, but he hopes that his son can become a warrior. And the awakening pill is the pill that can increase his son's chance of awakening. He is determined to get it. However, looking at the pills that have been priced at 2 million, he is still very worried.
Can he successfully bid for it? Fortunately,
guest number 995 bid 2 million, 2 million once, 2 million twice, 2 million 3 times, deal done. Congratulations to guest number 995 for winning our first lot, a bottle of awakening pill. Xiao Yanran made the final decision.
Man number 995 suddenly stood up excitedly.
It's done, there is hope for my son's awakening.
This is a fool. Don't you know there is more than one bottle of awakening pill? This is probably my first time participating in an auction like this.
2 million bottles is really a high price, 1.5 million bottles is normal, and 1.8 million is just to give Miss Show a face and a good start. As if in response to their words.
But don't worry if you didn't take the photo. We have prepared 5 bottles of awakening pills this time. Everyone still has a chance.
Xiao Yanran asked the 2 beautiful waiters to take the bottle of awakening pill, but then she gave everyone a piece of breaking news.
There are 5 bottles of awakening pill.
The middle-aged man number 995 also heard the news, but he didn't care. Only what he got in his hands was his.
This is so stupid.
Several bottles of the same type of elixir are actually being auctioned off several times.
Yang Xia was confused by this operation. This auction could really make money. The value of the awakening pill is different.
It belongs to a special type of pill. The raw materials are extremely difficult to find.
This also gives more people opportunities. That's right. Put it in a basket and let one person take the photos. No one else has a chance.
It's only 2 million for 10 pills.
One pill is 200,000. This is a huge profit. Who told you that there are 10 awakening pills in a bottle?
Nangong Badian turned his head and looked at Yang Xie with a confused look on his face.
Isn't it?
The pills I bought before were all 10 pills in a bottle. Yang Xie was also stunned for a moment.
The awakening pill is different. There are only 3 pills in a bottle. Nangongya answered Yang Xie. 3? That's nearly 670,000 zhou coins per one. This is too huge a profit.
Yang Xie was shocked.
This was simply a money grab. Is the profession of alchemist so profitable? Nangongya gave Yang Xie a look like you are an idiot. Yang Xie was silent. He felt that he would definitely be the alchemist in the future.
Although he does not have the fire attribute, he can go to Shadow Eater to gain the fire attribute talent. The alchemist was making too much money, and Yang Xie was too jealous. 1.7 million once, 1.7 million twice, 1.7 million 3 times.
Congratulations to guest number 17 for getting the second bottle of awakening pill. Boom! Xiao Yanran once again made the final decision.
The next few bottles of awakening pill also fetched prices of more than 1.6 million, especially the last bottle, which fetched a sky-high price of 2.3 million.
The next lot is the 4th grade low-grade kelp grass. All alchemist friends, please pay attention.
When the 4th grade low-grade Karanko was auctioned for an outrageous price of 3 million, Yang Xie doubted his life.
Uncle, how come the price of such a piece of spiritual grass is even more outrageous than a bottle of awakening pill?
Because it is the main material for refining the 4th level top level longevity pill. Although it is only the 4th level low-grade pill, its value is far more than that.
Life extension pill, Yang Xie was confused. Isn't this the world of high martial arts? Why did you take the path of cultivating immortality?
Don't be surprised, one pill of this longevity pill can only extend your life for 1 year. You can only take 3 pills at most, which can only extend your life for 3 years. And this thing has little effect on warriors. The lifespan of a military general reaches 200 years, and the lifespan of a martial king is 500 years.
So, come on. Sa Nian. Nandong Ba Tianbian explained without forgetting to tease Yang Xie. However, Yang Xie was indeed inspired.
He never expected that high-level warriors could increase their lifespan.
Yang Xie's eyes suddenly ignited with a kind of ambition called immortality.
I have god-level talent, but I don't know if I have the chance to reach that mythical realm. This trip with Nangong Badian was indeed not in vain, and his horizons were indeed broadened a lot.
Next is the 4th level. The auction is in full swing on the other side.
2 men in black robes wearing clown masks were walking into the Myexiang bar. Under the bright lights, young men and women wearing various masks were twisting their bodies and releasing their own hormones. The 2 men in clown masks went straight to the bar and ordered a bottle of Ace of Spades wine.
A bottle of Ace of Spades is worth 998.
After paying the bill, a beautiful woman wearing waiter clothes came to the 2 of them.
Gentlemen, do you want to enter the infield?
Yes. A strong voice came from one of the men in black robes.
You two, please come to me.
Soon, the beautiful waiter led them through the noisy bar and into a relatively quiet place. The beautiful waiter opened an iron door with a key card.
You two, please come in. The 2 men wearing clown masks entered quickly without doubting that he was there.
Both of you, we need to check whether you are carrying high-risk thermal weapons. Please cooperate. Inside the door, two men in black suits spoke in a formal manner, but the instruments in their hands were already operating. In addition to the two men in black who were checking, there were four large men with loaded guns staring at the two of them. If there is any disturbance, the two men in black robes may be hit by the firepower of the four at any time. The two men in black robes did not speak and raised their hands in cooperation. DD. The two men who only found two swords were quickly released. After passing through the iron gate, the vision suddenly became much wider.
The dense lights illuminated this space as if it were daytime. This place is like an underground casino.
As soon as they entered, the two saw an iron cage like Colosseum. However, there were no beasts in the cage, but people fighting. There were many passionate spectators around, as if watching the two people fighting was such an exciting thing.
Gentlemen, this is our black boxing arena.
If you are interested, you can also place a bet, or even become a contestant, and you will have a good commission reward. Not interested, take us to the trading field. Although the powerful voice was heavy, it had a kind of indifference that kept people away from it.
That's right, this is Yang Yi and Yang Air in disguise.
After taking Yang Xia's personal warrior terminal to the market to buy 2 sets of black robes, they also bought 2 clown masks. Moreover, the two used the shadow transformation skill to become 2 middle-aged passers-by. The Shadow Army Lords do not each master the same special skill, but share various special skills. As Yang Xia's strength continues to improve, the Shadow Army Lords will become stronger and stronger. As a guide, the beautiful waitress can also get a certain amount of compensation for the consumption of the guests under her guidance. In particular, turning guests into black market underground boxing fighters will be even more rewarding, otherwise the black market underground boxing competition venue will not be set up at such a conspicuous entrance. However, seeing that the two had no interest, the beautiful waitress had to take them to the trading area.
The black market trading area is more like a commercial street.
Each storefront in the trading area has its own storefront characteristics. Cheap elixir sales, peerless weapon sales, advanced skills sales, rare pet sales, precious spiritual medicine sales, value for money pawning, comprehensive trading building. The names of the storefronts are very loud and have their own characteristics. Yang Yi and Yang Air went directly to the comprehensive trading building. After all, they still had to find out if there were any hackers first. This comprehensive trading building is also quite strange. The building is ancient and quaint, but it is full of various technological products. To guests, if you need anything, I have all the elixirs, weapons, etc. here.
A bloated man with squinted eyes walked towards Yang Yi and Yang Air. Are you the boss here?
Yang asked, her voice calm but still cold.
No talent, the villain Wang Shua is the owner of this small building.
If the guests need anything, just ask them.
Does your store provide hacking services? Yang kept getting to the point and asked straight to the point. Hacker? I wonder what kind of business the customer wants. Wang Shua's already small eyes narrowed into a thin line at this moment.
He came to the black market to find hackers, which was very niche.
These people all have good things or good deals. Can the personal warrior terminal be opened?
I dare to ask if the guest wants to hack into someone else's terminal, or if he has someone else's terminal that needs to be cracked.
Does it make a difference? The difference is huge. The security performance of the warrior terminal is very high.
After all, it is universal for warriors and no hacker can hack into it. But if you have a warrior terminal that you got from someone else, and the original owner dies, we have a master here who can crack it, but the cost is relatively high and it takes time. Wang Shua understood that there was a high probability that these were 2 novices who had just entered the black market. They didn't understand this, and thought that they would be a good slaughter.
Can you also crack the terminal at the peak of Wuzong?
Wang Shua felt a chill on his back.
What was he thinking just now?
The terminals of warriors at the peak of warriors have all been obtained.
This is a ruthless person. Yes, but it may take about an hour. How much does it cost?
One for Wuzong's 100,000, and one for 50,000 for those below Wuzong.
How much do you charge for a martial artist's personal warrior terminal?
For personal warrior terminals in the martial arts realm, if they are not cracked, we usually charge 500,000 each. 500,000, a martial artist's martial arts skills are estimated to be upwards of 200,000, plus the unknown money in the account and the value of the personal warrior terminal itself. The price is not expensive and can be raised.
If the quantity is large, how much can you receive per piece? This, how many guests can provide?
Wang Shua heard this and knew that this was a big customer.
22 are all left behind by masters in the martial arts realm. Even though Wang Shuo had expected it, he was still shocked. This was such a killing. Could it be someone on the blacklist? The customer is very generous. When the volume is so large, I can give the customer a price of 600,000 yuan. What do you think? 700,000 each, all 22 will be sold to you. Yang Yi was silent for a while, and then replied after communicating with Yang Xia. 700,000 is a bit high. 650,000 is the highest price I can pay. Wang Shuo still wants to keep the price down. Although he is still making money, who doesn't want to make more money? 650,000 is fine, but we still have 2 terminals that you need to crack for free. The guests are happy, that's no problem. Wang Shuo saw that 650,000 yuan had been negotiated, and immediately agreed. He could make a lot of money this time. Yang Yi took out 22 warrior terminals from the backpack behind him and handed them to Wang Shuo. Wang Shuo took it with a smile. Yang repeatedly opened the payment code of Yang Xia's warrior terminal. Wang Shuo also scanned quickly, and asked Yang Yi for their information while scanning. If you dare to ask the guest's name, it's easy to call him a villain. It's just a name, a code name. Don't worry about it. I will contact you again if there is business. Yang Yi and the others refused. Soon Yang Xia's account received 14.3 million Zhou coins, which was considered a huge gain. Where is the warrior terminal that the guest wants to crack? I will take the guest to crack it right now. Let's go to your cracking place first. Okay, no problem. Wang Shuo took Yang Yi and the others into the second floor of the small building. Xiaofeng, it's business. There are 2 warrior terminals that you need to crack. As soon as Yang and the others entered a small room, they saw an unkempt boy wearing a pair of glasses and typing furiously on the keyboard. After hearing Wang Shuo's words, he stopped and looked over with interest. Where? Give it to me. Yang Yi took out 2 warrior terminals again, one of which belonged to the pig-headed messenger at the top of the martial arts sect, and the other belonged to Xiaohu. Just these 2, how long will it take? Yang Yi handed it to the boy named Xiaofeng. 2 hours, wait for my news. The boy took the terminal and replied. Okay, we'll watch you crack it here. Yang Yi and the others were instructed by Yang Xia to watch them crack the code to prevent being manipulated. Okay, let the 2 guests wait here. There are seats here, and I will go out to look at the store. Wang Shuo knew what they were thinking, so he didn't interfere and went out by himself. Warriors Association Auction House. After I don't know how many auctions I have experienced. Everyone is really going to pay attention to the next auction. This is a scroll obtained by an adventurer in the wild. After our appraiser's appraisal, this is a contract scroll, and the contract formation is extremely complicated, and it is an extremely long-lasting treasure. Of course, the effectiveness is still there and it can be used completely. It was auctioned here at the request of adventurers. Our appraisers set it as level 5, with a starting price of 10 million and a minimum increase of 100,000. Bidding is now open. Xiao Yanran pointed to a roll of items on the stage and explained. But this time it was a bit unpopular, and no one bid. Buying a contract scroll for 10 million is really a waste of money. We don't have high-level contract beasts that need a contract. This thing is completely useless. Yes. The 5th level contract scroll is indeed very advanced, but we don't need it. I'm afraid this auction will not be successful. Looking at the situation at the venue, Xiao Yanran's expression did not change and she spoke again. I know that everyone is worried about the contracted beast and thinks it is useless, but Yanran can tell you some news. There will be king beast cubs in the subsequent auctions, and there will be more than one, so you don't have to worry about the contract beast at all. Xiao Yanran twisted her seductive body on the stage and smiled charmingly, but at this time, everyone's focus was on the news about the king beast cub. King beast cub. That is an existence that can fully grow into a king beast, and a king beast is comparable to the king of martial arts. Although the alien beasts are extremely cruel, when contracted as a warrior, they are an absolute help. The levels of alien beasts, from low to high, are, 1st level, 2nd level, 3rd level, general level, king level, emperor level, god level. The king beast cub is the offspring of a king level alien beast and will have absolute high level combat power in the future. The auction is really big this time. Even the king beast cubs are here. Nandong Badian couldn't help but sigh, but after seeing Yang Xia, I said something silently in my heart, but it was nothing compared to this kid's handiwork. The relics of the mythical beasts will be given away as soon as you say so. Window_Tabula equals window_Tabula,
tabula.push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabula below article feed, placement, below article feed, target type, mix, 11 million. Guest number 14 bids 11 million, 12 million. Guest number 24 bids 12 million, 13 million. Guest number 18 bids 13 million. The people who reacted quickly joined the bidding team. Since there is a king beast cub, the value of this thing is very high. Yang Xia couldn't help but sigh that this woman is really greedy. This scroll appeared in front of the king level cub, isn't it to let everyone raise the price? If it appeared in front of the scroll, then the only people who would compete for the scroll would be those who auctioned the king beast cub. Take out the scroll first, and then release the information of the king beast cub. Isn't this to give everyone an illusion? It's a false impression that they may all get the king beast cub. This wave is a pre-painted cake. This woman is really a scumbag. 20 million. Guest number 8 bids 20 million. Yang Xia suddenly came to his senses. Isn't seat number 8 the room they are in? He turned to look at Nangongya, but Nangongya turned to look at Nangong Batian. This scroll is essential for Xiaoya to contract Ming Snake. Nangong Batian was still fiddling with the bidder, but he also explained the reason. Yes. Yang Xia slapped his head. He was shocked by the auction today and forgot that Yaya also wanted to contract Ming Snake. 25 million. Guest number 6 bids 25 million. Good guy, the price of this scroll has more than doubled in a short time. But looking at this situation, it is estimated that it will be difficult for Uncle to get this scroll. 50 million. Oh my god. Guest number 8 suddenly doubled the price and directly bid 50 million. It seems that guest number 8 is also very excited about the king beast cub. Yang Xie was also shocked, looking at Nangong Baishan's calm face. It turns out that Uncle is the rich man. He looks so handsome when he spends a lot of money. In VIP room 6. Master, the one in room 8 is the head of Nangong family. We should not argue with him. He suddenly raised the price by 25 million. It is obvious that he is determined to win and does not want anyone to interfere. Oh, is it the first-class family that moved from the Magic City to our Qingshan? Tisk, it's just a poor family, what's so scary? Master, please be careful, the Nangong family is far from what you think. Although we don't know the specific reason, it is definitely not because of poverty that they moved to Qingshan. Isn't it just a first-class family that was squeezed out of the Magic City? What other reasons can there be? Besides, if I don't take this contract scroll, how can I contract the king beast cub? There are other contract scrolls in the family. Although they are not 5th level, they should be enough to contract king beast cubs. My father is the mayor. Why do you have to tolerate such a small matter? I can't stand it. But I heard from my father that their Nangong family has an S-level talent this year. She is a stunning beauty and the daughter of Nangong Batian. Before, my father sent Koan Lao to protect his daughter, but he persuaded him to retreat. It's really interesting. A young man with a sinister face said with interest. Uncle Fu, do you think it would be a good idea for me to ask my father to propose to the Nangong family and let Nangong Batian marry his daughter to me? Ha ha ha. The Nangong family is quite powerful, and it is a strong alliance with our Li family. The daughter of the head of the Nangong family is an S-level talent. The master will definitely agree to this proposal. I think so too. In this case, let Nangong Batian take over. After all, I may be his son-in-law in the future. I will go to see him later, my future father-in-law. VIP room 8. The kid from the Li family is quite courageous. Nangong Batian seemed to be smiling, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Obviously, he heard the conversation clearly. The Li family did send Li Kuan to the Nangong family before, saying that he was ordered by the mayor to come to protect Xiaoya. But how could Nangong Batian let others protect Xiaoya? First, he was worried, he didn't trust others, and the Li family was not easy to deal with. Second, Yang Xia's secret could not be discovered by others. 50 million once, 50 million twice, 50 million 3 times. Congratulations to guest number 8 for winning the 5th level contract scroll. Without the competition from number 6, the others gave up, and finally Nangong Batian got the scroll. After a while, the doorbell rang in the room. A beautiful waitress entered the room with a box, followed by an old man. Master Nangong, long time no see. The old man looked at Nangong Batian with a smile. It's been a long time since I last saw you, old man. It's rare that you are escorting the auction item this time. Nangong Batian also smiled. Ha, a 5th level treasure, 50 million Dezhou coins, that can't be sloppy, Master Nangong can sign for it now. The The beautiful waitress handed the box to Nangong Badian with both hands, and Nangong Badian took it and put the box away somewhere. The old man turned his eyes and looked at Nangongya. Is this your daughter? She is really beautiful. I wonder how many young talents she will charm in the future. Mr. Gon, you are too kind. This is your daughter Nangongya, and this is Xiaoya's friend Yang Xia. Xiaoya, Xiaoxia, come and meet Grandpa Gon. Hello, Grandpa Gon. Nangongya and Yang Xia both shouted. Ah, good, good, the old man laughed happily. Since the things have been delivered, I will leave. The head of the Nangong family will come more often in the future. It's okay, maybe we can meet again later. Oh. It seems that the Nangong family has a lot of things that he likes today. Then I wish the Nangong family a treasure. I'd like to lend you some good words. After several rounds of auctions, the king beast cub finally arrived, and the auction became more intense. Everyone must be looking forward to the next auction item. Yes, it is the king beast cub. Without further ado, we will go directly to the auction item. Two big men came up carrying a cage with several puppy-like animals inside. Everyone saw it, and Yenran started to introduce it. These are the descendants of the Xiaoye Wolf King. There are 6 of them in total. We took pictures one by one. A big man took one out of the cage and placed it on the auction stand. The cub of the Howling Moon Wolf King had black and white hair and was still howling on the stage. Starting from this one, the starting price is 20 million, and each increase in price must not be less than 1 million. Yang Xia was numb when he heard the terrifying starting price. From Yang Xia knew that he had earned another 14.3 million yuan, but now it seems that he is still a poor man. 25 million. Guest number 6 bids 25 million. Is there anything higher? 30 million. Guest number 9 bids 30 million. Is there any higher? 40 million. Guest number 56 bids 40 million. With the previous warm-up, this king beast cub was indeed rushed by everyone, and the results were indeed good. 80 million. Guest number 6 bids 80 million. Is there any higher price? 80 million once, 80 million twice, and 80 million 3 times. Boom! The final word came again. Congratulations to guest number 6 for taking the photo of the king beast cub. The second, third, fourth, and fifth were also auctioned one after another, with prices no less than 70 million. The 6th one was a silver white cub of the Howling Moon Wolf King. It was very timid and curled up on the stage. This last one is this silver white cub, but it's a little timid. The starting price is still 20 million, with a minimum increase of 1 million. Yang Xia never expected that Nangong Badian would actually take a photo of this timid silver white creature and spend a total of 70 million. Nangong Badian told Yang Xia calmly. This is just for you. Xiaoya has the relics of mythical beasts and doesn't need them. And I had to do a full set for the show. Since they all thought that I bought the scrolls for the cubs of the king beast, it would be suspicious if I didn't take a picture of one. What about this scroll? Someone should have brought this scroll out from the mysterious ruins. It is an ancient contract scroll. The contract formation on it is very ancient. No wonder some appraisers can't see it. Xiaoya contracted the relic of the divine beast, the snake. This contract scroll was indispensable. The ordinary contract scroll could not withstand the power of the relic of the divine beast. You don't have to worry about this contract scroll of the Howling Moon Wolf, the Nangong family has it. So, is this Moon Howling Wolf King your special compensation for me? Uncle, you are so wasteful. Yang Xia wanted to say that he might as well transfer 70 million directly to me. No, today's grand finale is this. Let this cub be your pet, uncle, you are so rich. Yang Xia looked at the thing in his hand, and never expected that Nangong Badian would give him this thing as compensation. Storage ring. This is an indispensable storage artifact in the world of immortal cultivation. Yang Xia did not expect that this world even had this thing, which was incredible. Xiao Yenran explained that it was made by a high-level warrior refiner with space attributes through the Kongming stone, and the storage space is as large as 100 cubic meters. 100 cubic meters is equivalent to the volume of a freight train. You should know that the volume of a P-64 boxcar freight train is only 116 cubic meters. Yang Xia is now equivalent to carrying the space of a freight train. I feel excited just thinking about it. Of course, this also cost Nangong Badian 100 million Dezhou coins. Yang Xia has been shocked by Nangong Badian's big hand. At this moment, Xiao Yenran and Gan Lao are in VIP room 8. The auction has ended, and they said they came to give away the Howling Moon Wolf King Cub and the storage ring. Uncle Nangong, I haven't seen you for a long time, Yanran, and you don't go to our Xiao family to play.
This is Xiaoya, right? She is really pretty.
Uncle Nangong actually gave this handsome guy the storage ring he bought with 100 million Dazhou coins. This handsome guy must be a rare talent.
My name is Xiao Yanran, handsome guy, meet me?
Yang Xia looked at the charming Xiao Yanran who stretched out her palm in front of him, and subconsciously wanted to shake hands with her.
It's Sister Yanran. I'm Yang Xia's girlfriend, shake hands with me. Yang Xia was also stunned by Nangongya's bold words. This girl is getting bolder and bolder now.
Xiao Yanran looked at Nangongya who was protecting Yang Xia like a calf, and seemed to understand something, and immediately covered her mouth and chuckled. The tall peaks also rippled with the green waves, and Yang Xia's eyes were straight.
Don't look, you big pervert. Nangongya's jade hand blocked Yang Xia's sight, and she was still muttering. Sister Xiaoya is so cute, but men can't keep it like this. Right. This handsome boy. Xiao Yanran's eyes moved and she threw a coquettish look at Yang Xia.
Yang Xia immediately felt a hot impulse coming from his stomach, and his mouth became a little dry.
This woman is really a demon. Bah! Shameless woman. Nangongya was so angry when she saw Yang Xia's reaction that she cursed at Xiao Yanran.
Ah, Sister Xiaoya is so likable. As she said that, Xiao Yanran pinched Nangongya's angry face with both hands.
Nangongya became even angrier in an instant, and her jade hands quickly opened Xiao Yanran's hands.
Don't tease your sister Xiaoya, she is so thin-skinned.
Nangong Badian couldn't help but speak, this girl from the Xiao family is getting more and more naughty.
No, I just saw that Sister Xiaoya is so beautiful and so interesting, I couldn't help but tease her. Xiao Yanran waved her hands, looking like it was none of my business.
Yanran girl, what do you want to talk to me about? I don't believe you're just giving me auction items.
Ah, I heard that the Nangong family has an S-level awakener, so I came here to take a look.
Nangongya turned a deaf ear to this and looked at Xiao Yanran with hostility.
Just then a voice broke the atmosphere on the scene.
It's so lively here. How come even Miss Yanran is here? Am I, Li Shun, coming at the wrong time?
A young man followed by an old man appeared at the door, and the young man looked at Xiao Yanran with fiery eyes.
Yo yo yo! Isn't this the son of Mayor Li? Why is he interested in coming to Uncle Nangong? Xiao Yanran was still smiling, and there was no change in her expression.
But Yang Xia felt that this Mr. Li was not a good person. I heard that the head of the Nangong family was in this room. I deliberately gave up the contract scroll because I wanted to make friends with the Nangong family. Now I came here to chat with my friends and to see the appearance of the S-level talent of the Nangong family. Now it seems that it is indeed well deserved.
Li Shun of the Li family has met the head of the Nangong family.
I heard that the Nangong family has awakened an S-level talent.
It must be this beautiful lady. Li Shun greeted Nangong Badian with a fist.
Although he was respectful, he was also a little careless. On the contrary, his eyes were still on Nangongya.
The rumor is true. This Nangong Baishan's daughter is indeed a beauty in the world. Little boy from the Li family, do you have anything to do in our room? Nangong Baishan's face did not change.
The boy wants to meet the precious daughter of the head of the Nangong family, so he came here to get acquainted with her. Li Shun stared at Nangongya with his eyes, looking at her unscrupulously. Nangongya frowned, disliking Li Shun's eyes, as if looking at a private property. Mr. Li, I don't think we need to know each other, and I don't want to know you.
Nangongya refused coldly.
Although Nangongya flirted with Yang Xia at ordinary times, she was not reserved. But in front of others, she was like an iceberg. My beautiful lady, it hurts Li's heart to say that.
I sincerely want to be friends with you. Besides, maybe we will be a family in the future.
Nangongya looked puzzled, and her expression was even colder.
Who is your family?
Mr. Li, please be careful with your words. Li Shun didn't care about Nangongya's words, but looked at Nangongya with burning eyes.
Today I fell in love with you at first sight. When I go home, I will ask my father to marry you, the Nangong family. Yang Xia had a question mark on his face. You bastards still want to knock me into the corner? I won't agree. Just give up on this idea.
Nangongya's face became even uglier, and her eyes looking at Li Shun became even colder.
The lady may not know my identity yet. My name is Li Shun. My father is the mayor of Qingshan City. I am also a B-level talent.
The combination of the two of us is a match made in heaven. Li Shun posed a pose that he thought was very handsome and introduced himself.
Li Shun, right? It's a pity that you are a step late. Yaya is already my girlfriend. Don't be so delusional. Yang Xia suddenly took Nangong's hand and stood up.
Nangong's cold face suddenly blushed, but she didn't refuse. It's already this time, if you don't stand up, your wife will be snatched away. Li Shun's sinister face collapsed all of a sudden, but he still said, "Who are you? I haven't heard that Miss Nangong has a boyfriend. I haven't heard of it before. Now listen carefully, I will tell you my identity. I am Yaya's current boyfriend, future husband.
How about it, now you have heard that Mr. Li will not have the ambition of Chow thieves."
Yang Se also introduced himself, but the introduction was not very serious, making Nangong's face blush. Although Li Shun didn't know what Chow thieves' ambitions were, he knew that the word thief must not be a good thing. And looking at Nangong's expression, Li Shun knew that this was probably true. However, being a boyfriend does not necessarily mean being a husband. After all, the marriage of the children of the family is not controlled by themselves, and the family puts interests first. And seeing that Nangong's eyebrows are not open, they must not have had a relationship.
Li Shun doesn't want to miss such a beauty. Is this true? Nangong family master, I really want to form a marriage relationship with your family.
I believe my father must also agree with this marriage.
Nangong Badian listened to Li Shun's words.
He didn't want to participate in the fight between the younger generations, but his face was ugly at this moment. This Li family kid is really disrespectful. He also wants to use his mayor father to pressure him, and he doesn't even look at who he is. My daughter's affairs are her own decision. I, as a father, will not interfere, but if someone wants to use the family power to put pressure on my daughter, I think you have found the wrong person, Li family kid.
I, Nangong Badian, never accept threats.
If there are, I will let him check whether my fist is not hard anymore. Li Shun looked at the Nangong father and daughter who were both unyielding, and was about to say something harsh, but was stopped by Uncle Fu beside him.
Uncle Fu, what do you want to do?
Master, be careful with your words.
Have you forgotten what the master said?
The old man named Uncle Fu pulled Li Shun nervously and bowed to Nangong Badian.
Master Nangong, I'm very sorry. My young master didn't know the limits and offended you.
I apologize to you on behalf of my young master.
Nangong Badian didn't say anything. Uncle Fu pulled Li Shun and was about to leave.
Before leaving, Li Shun pointed at Yang Xia.
Boy, what's your name? My name is Li, and my given name is Yi Yi. Grandpa Li? Alas, grandson.
Yang Xia didn't expect that such an old trap would have someone fall for it, and he immediately agreed with a smile. Li Shun, who reacted, had a sharp light flash in his eyes. Sharp-tongued kid, I'll remember you, we still have a long time to live together.
Grandson, Grandpa is waiting for you. You, wait for me. Get out of here, grandson.
Li Shun was almost stopped by Uncle Fu and was about to go to Yang Xia.
Master, don't make it difficult for me.
Finally, Uncle Fu still pulled Li Shun away. The second son of the Li family is not smart, but you are quite brave, handsome guy.
It's called Yang Xia, right?
I heard Sister Xiaoya call you Yang Xia before. Xia Yanran watched the show for a long time and thought that Yang Xia was quite interesting.
The second son of the Li family is a playboy and brainless character.
But this Yang Xia, she seems not even a warrior, without a trace of spiritual energy, dared to provoke Li Shun, which is very interesting.
Yang Xia is also reflecting at this moment, saying that he should be cautious. Why is he even provoking the mayor's son now?
But then he thought of the look that Li Shun gave Nangongya. Damn it, you dare to think about my woman, I can't tolerate this. If I tolerate it, I will become a green-haired turtle. At worst, I will send all 10,002 shadow soldiers to kill this guy quietly. It is recommended to take a screenshot to save, Master Nangong, this is your son-in-law Changlong Kwai. He is indeed a talented person. Xian Lao looked at Yang Xia and smiled at Nangong Badian. It's up to young people to figure out their own affairs.
Nangong Badian did not respond directly.
But boy Yang Xia, although I enjoy watching you argue with that boy Li Shun, this boy Li Shun is very vindictive, so you have to be careful.
The elder does not want to interfere in the affairs of the younger generation.
However, Li Shun was indeed a bit lawless and acted without any sense of propriety, so he couldn't help but remind Yang Xia.
Thank you, Mr. Qian, I will pay attention to it.
Yang Xia knew that Qian Lao was always doing his best, and that Li Shun was not an easy person to deal with at first glance. If she offended him so much, he would definitely bear a grudge against her. Although his strength has improved now, he still faces a young master from a family like Li Shun. Yang Xia also had to guard against him, but Yang Xia didn't feel threatened by Li Shun. But the man named Fu Bo next to him put a lot of pressure on Yang Xie, and there was no shortage of experts in such a big family. They will know your information as soon as they check it, so they still have to be more careful.
Nangong Batian didn't remind him, he knew Yang Xie's strength. Ordinary martial arts masters can't do anything to him.
When he was a martial artist, even the peak martial arts masters were in his hands.
As long as no one above the Wuzone level is used to deal with Yang Xie can basically handle it.
But those above the Wuzone level are all famous figures in Qingshan City. Qianlao is the existence of the strength of the military commander, and he is an elder-level existence in the Warriors Association.
So Nangong Batian is not worried. Moreover, even if a warrior above the general takes action, he is not there for show.
Now that the things have been delivered, Mr. Nangong, old guy, I'll take my leave now.
Qianlao saw that the things had been delivered to him and he didn't want to stay any longer. Lao Gon, walk slowly. After Qianlao left, Nangong Batian took Yang Xie and the others and left.
But Xiao Yanran, a woman, actually followed her. He had to squeeze into a car with Yang Xie and Nangongya.
As for Nangong Batian's dedicated driver, he had already fled. In the red Ferrari,
Nangongya was still driving, and Yang Xie was sitting in the passenger seat.
Xiao Yanran sat in the back row. Little brother Yang Xie, would you like to add your sister's terminal number? My sister is very interested in you.
Xiao Yanran stretched her head to the front row and teased Yang Xie. Sister, you are beautiful. But I, Yang Xie, am the man you will never get. I am a married man, so forget about the terminal number. Yang Xie refused with a serious look. Nangongya was right next to him. How could Yang Xie commit suicide by himself?
You shameless woman, didn't you hear that Yang Xie has rejected you?
I really don't understand why you had the audacity to get into our car.
Nangongya was not polite at all.
How could Sister Xiaoya do this to her sister?
I will be very sad. Stop pretending, it sounds disgusting to me.
You know I hugged you when I was a child, but I didn't expect that Sister Xiaoya would be so rude to her now.
My sister is here specifically to see you this time.
Xiao Yanran retreated to the back seat, and there seemed to be a hint of disappointment in her words.
Don't affect my driving.
Nangongya was also silent for a while, wondering if she had gone too far.
When she was about to contact Yang Xie, she seemed to be irrational.
But I thought of the scene at the auction before.
After a moment of silence, Nangongya suddenly asked Yang Xie.
Yang Xie, is what you just said true? Nangongya was very concerned about what Yang Xie said when he held her hand just now, and now she wanted to confirm it again.
Of course this is true. Yaha is my destined other half.
Of course Yang Xie knew what Nangongya wanted to ask, and he smiled at Nangongya. The words have been spoken, how can you back down at this time?
If you back down, wouldn't you give that boy Li Shun a chance? Although Nangongya was still driving the car, her ears were already red. The car almost hit the car in front.
No, Sister Xiaoya, I just teased your little lover, you don't have to drag yourself to be buried with her.
Nangongya was silent again. Black market. Yang Yi and Yang Air have been staring at Xiaofeng operating the computer for more than 2 hours. Like a loyal overseer, the whole process was motionless. Xiaofeng didn't have any objections.
He was completely engrossed in the world of computers and forgot about himself.
Along with Xiaofeng's last keyboard sound,
Xiaofeng, who had been lazing around for a while, told Yang Yi and Yang Air with a sense of accomplishment. I have cracked these 2 terminals.
Am I very powerful?
Seeing Xiaofeng asking for praise like a child, Yang Yi and Yang Air chose to ignore it like robots.
Can you give me your stuff?
Hey! Boring people who don't understand the world of hackers, I'll give it to you.
Xiaofeng unplugged the cracker from the 2 terminals and handed the 2 terminals to Yang Yi.
I have opened the identification lock, payment lock and information lock. Now it is a non-private account where anyone can transfer money and view information at will.
How about it? Isn't it amazing?
There are only a handful of people in Qingshan City who can do this.
Xiaofeng seemed to be proud of his ability to crack the terminal and kept showing off. Unfortunately, he was facing 2 people, Yang Yi and Yang Air, who didn't understand romance. Can we reset the password? We want to be the owners of these 2 terminals. You want to be a black account?
Of course, you can, but the initial identification information of the terminal will identify the original owner. That is to say, the account is still the original account, and the authentication information is still someone else's.
You only have the right to use it.
If your terminal is unfortunately lost, there is no way to report the loss, and the money in it will be lost in vain. Yang Yi conveyed this message to Yang Xie after hearing it. After all, it was Yang Xia who made the final decision.
After receiving Yang Yi's message, Yang Xia was overjoyed. Yang Xia himself only kept these 2 terminals to crack. First, the warriors in these 2 terminals are the strongest, and the property inside must be the most abundant. Xia, who was originally a blood hunter, and he was also the captain. He usually did robbing and looting. I don't know how many warriors' property he robbed, so I guess there must be a lot of property. The strength of the pig-headed masked messenger is at the peak of the martial arts sect, and he is also the messenger of the alien god religion. I believe that there must be a lot of money in the terminal. Second, Yang Yi and Yang Air need a terminal to act in the future. Yang Yi and Yang Air were originally Yang Xia's shadow soldiers, and they had no identity. So Yang Xia had no idea of buying terminals for them, because they had no way to verify their identities. How to verify if they are black accounts? Now the hacker Xiaofeng said that you can use the warrior terminal without verifying your personal information. Yang Xia was very happy. Isn't this just what he wanted? As for the inability to report the loss, it has no effect on Yang Yi and his friends. He quickly sent a message to Yang Yi and his friends. No effect. It's just practical. You two set a new password. Whether it's an identification lock or a payment lock, just use it yourself. If you don't know how to use it, ask the hacker Xiaofeng. Yang Yi and his friends received Yang Xia's information. Xiaofeng guided their operations. Yang Yi and his friends soon became the new owners of the 2 terminals. As for the information in the account, it was left to Yang Xia to check. The bright crescent moon dispelled the darkness, and the sky became a little brighter. Yang Yi and Yang Air were surrounded by a group of people in a small alley. This group of people wore colorful clothes and had weird hair, ranging from afros to mohawks. At first glance, they didn't look like serious people. What do you want to do? Yang raised his eyebrows. What were these people who were not even warriors doing here? A few ordinary people want to rob the warrior, but they are probably tired of living. What don't you want to do? I just want to borrow some money to spend. The leader, Huang Mao, grinned, looked at Yang Yi and Yang Air and said with a smile. Are you all so brave? Yang Air was also puzzled by this. This group of people gathered around them when they came out. He is obviously an ordinary person, but he seems not afraid of anything. Are you really not afraid of them as warriors, or is there some backstory? You don't have to look at us like that. I, Huang San, have done so many businesses, and the ones who robbed them are warriors. Huang San knew what these 2 people were so confident about. But they also have confidence. Ba bang bang. Huang San clapped his hands. Suddenly, more than 20 people in strange clothes took out thermal weapons. There are people with pistols, some with rifles, and there are even 2 people with sniper rifles in the distance. Everyone was aiming at Yang Yi and the 2 of them. You two, be smart. You must have exchanged a lot of money on the black market. I know you are both warriors, but we are not just vegetarians with so many guns. We know that warriors are very strong and their personal strength is extraordinary, but even low-level warriors cannot withstand hot weapons. You two are made of flesh and blood after all. I think you can understand that, right? Huang San smiled playfully and looked at Yang Yi and the others. Huang San has been doing this business for a long time, and they are always paying attention to the Maixiang bar. The boss gives them instructions and they are responsible for doing things. And the boss issued an order today, stating that this deal must be won. 2 men in black robes wearing clown masks. Huang Sandu has been guarding them for half an hour. Oh. Did you come here after receiving news from Wang Shuo? Or was it someone who asked you to block us here? Yang Xia always paid attention to Yang Yi and Yang Air's side, asking Yang Yi to get more information from this group of people. See if there is someone behind this. Wang Shuo, the boss of the comprehensive trading building, we know that you don't need to trick me, just transfer the money over quickly, and we can each go our own way. Huang San did not give Yang Yi or the others any more information, and was very cautious. Are you so sure you can take us down? Yang Air looked at Huang Mao and the others with strange expressions. You can try. But if you try, your lives will be risked. With one move from Huang Mao, the guns of all the men around him were activated. Huang Mao looked at Yang Yi and the others calmly. It seems that victory is certain. However, facing the aim of dozens of guns, Yang Yi and Yang Air remained unchanged. Just asking Yang Xia what to do next. Are they all killed or what? Yang Xia sent 1,000 shadow soldiers to each of them to prevent them from encountering strong enemies. But these few people are completely ignorant and do not overestimate their abilities. Just destroy one hand of each of them, keep the other hand, and let them transfer all the money to my account.
Also, collect all the firearms and pack them up and bring them back. By the way, there are surveillance cameras all around, so be careful when bringing the gun back.
Yang Xia was not afraid that Yang Yi and Yang Er would kill them.
After all, they were both undercover and could not find anything.
But it's not necessary. Even if a few ordinary people use shadow devouring, they won't get any enhancement. Take away one of their hands and give them a little fear. Then let them transfer all the money to the account. This is a win-win situation.
Yes, master.
After getting Yang Xia's approval, Yang Yi and Yang Er,
looking at Huang San and the others, their eyes suddenly turned cold.
Wind Blade! Yang Yi and Yang Er shouted indifferently.
Having become martial arts masters, Yang Yi, Yang Er and the others are now more powerful in using their wind blade skills.
Countless sharp and visible blades suddenly appeared in the alley.
Ah! The whole place suddenly burst into wailing, and everyone had an arm cut off by the wind blade. Huang Ma was no longer as calm as before, howling in pain and holding his broken arm.
Are you martial artists? Didn't you already know this? Yang Yi and Yang Er were collecting the guns in the field and did not forget to tease them. I don't know where this group of people get their confidence.
Tears of regret flashed in Huang San's eyes.
Boss, you misunderstood me. We agreed to only rob warriors. Why did you ask us to rob 2 warriors?
Now his life was at risk, and Huang San's face suddenly turned ashen.
Do you want to live?
Suddenly Yang Er's voice came, and Huang San turned his head blankly.
Could it be that there is still a turning point in this matter? Let all of you transfer all your money to this.
I'll spare your life and save one word.
It's up to you.
Yang Yi took out Yang Xia's payment-only warrior terminal and placed it in front of Huang San.
Yes, brother, we will transfer immediately.
Although one of his arms was broken, cold sweat broke out on his face.
At this moment, Huang San's face still showed a trace of happiness after the disaster.
Although there was only a glimmer of hope, Huang San knew he had no choice. Everyone transfer the money on hand to this account. Huang Sanxiang stood up and shouted loudly. The younger brothers around were still screaming in pain, looking at their boss with a puzzled look.
Huang San hurriedly shouted again in a deep voice.
We can only survive if we transfer the money.
Hearing this, everyone understood.
They all supported their bodies and transferred all the money on hand to Yang Xia's account. Yang Yi counted the number of people, and Yang Er was still collecting weapons.
Wait for everyone to transfer the money. Can you tell me who asked you to come now? Yang Yi counted the transfer records in the account and asked Huang San again.
It's our boss Wu Hei. Brother, we really didn't know you were martial arts masters, otherwise we wouldn't dare to come even if we had 100 courage.
Huang San knew that he could only have a way out if he fully cooperated. Where is he now?
Yang Yi ignored Huang San's nonsense.
We really don't know about this.
Your news was also sent to us by the boss.
Really?
I dare not deceive my big brother.
It is more real than gold. After receiving the news, Yang Yi and Yang Er left with 2 large bags of guns on their backs. Only the people were left in mourning. Can you see anything?
When these 2 people don't use martial arts, it is impossible to tell what realm they are in. They should have practiced the skills of hidden realms.
Me too. The strength of this group of cannon fodder is too weak. Their true strength cannot be tested at all.
Even the envoy Zhu Ju may be defeated by them.
This strength is not surprising. If we hadn't left a locator in Zhu Ju's terminal, we wouldn't have discovered this. At first I thought it was someone from the Nangong family who took action.
Now it seems that it is probably not the case.
Always pay attention to the information of Zhu Ju's terminal locator. I have a hunch that they have a secret.
In a dark corner, 2 pig-headed masked men stared at the direction where Yang Yi and Yang Er left.
Yang Xia hadn't expected it. It turned out that Xiao Yanran was the daughter of the Xiao family, a first-class family in the Magic City, not from Qingshan City.
The Xiao family and the Nangong family were old friends in the Magic City, and the relationship had always been good. Even after the Nangong family moved to Qingshan City for unknown reasons, they had never lost contact. Xiao Yanran did hold Nangongye in her arms when she was a child, but at that time Nangongye was only 2 years old, and Xiao Yanran was already 8 years old. In the living room, Xiao Yanran was still chatting with Aunt Su, and Nangongye was accompanying her. However, Yang Xia was not interested in this and had returned to his room to count the harvest.
Yang Xia met Yang Yi and Yang Er outside the Nangong compound.
After all, the 2 large bags of guns did attract some attention. Now all the guns are in Yang Xia's storage space. And Yang Xia has learned to use the storage ring. At first, Yang Xie thought it was like the one in the immortal novels that required dripping blood to recognize the master. Under the guidance of Nangong Badian, he realized that it was not the case at all.
There are many details in the use of the storage ring.
To recognize the master, you need to activate the martial soul in the martial soul space and the spiritual energy in the spiritual fruit to brand the storage ring. Therefore, the storage ring cannot be operated by those below the martial arts master level. After branding and recognizing the master, you can wrap the items with your own spiritual energy and put them into the storage space.
The same operation is used to take out items from the storage space. Living things cannot be put in, and they will probably become dead things.
Marking your own martial soul mark is to confirm your ownership, and others cannot open it.
Even after the original owner dies, you need to break the martial soul mark before you can open it.
And the spiritual energy wrapped items are also conditional. The items cannot exceed half of the warrior's own physical strength.
Yang Xie's current strength is 120 tons, which means that he cannot take in and take out more than 60 tons of items. This is enough for Yang Xie.
After all, a 30-meter blue whale is only 200 tons.
With a thought, Yang Xie wrapped the guns with spiritual energy and took them out.
When Nangong Shouqin used a sniper rifle, Yang Xie envied her for a long time. Now he finally has his own gun. Yang Xie counted 15 pistols, 7 AKs, and 2 sniper rifles. Yang Xie was very satisfied, and the guns were still fully loaded.
Yang Yi and his friends were too quick, and Huang San and his friends had their arms cut off before they could react.
Tomorrow, I can finally try the feel of the guns in the wild. Yang Xie used the pistols to pose in various positions, as if he was already facing strange beasts in the wild.
Very exciting.
After playing with the guns, Yang Xie put them back into the storage space again with an unsatisfied mind.
He began to count the balance of his terminal account.
Originally, his balance was 610,000, but now there are 20.12 million Dezhou coins in his account, which is a wave of fat. Putting aside the 14.3 million exchanged from 22 terminals, that is to say, the group of yellow-haired people in strange costumes contributed 5.21 million to Yang Xie. It seems that he robbed a lot of warriors. They are just ordinary people, but they have so much money, not to mention that they have a boss Wu Hei who needs to pay tribute.
But unfortunately, he met Yang Yi and his group.
Not bad, now he is a multi-millionaire. Continue to look at the terminals of Xiaohu and the pig-headed masked messenger. Xiaohu's terminal has all the skills, including the skills of Wu Zong. It seems that he is ready to break through Wu Zong. But it is useless to Yang Xie now, who does not have the fire attribute. In terms of martial arts, there is also a sword technique and a boxing technique, which overlaps with Yang Xie's practice, and it is useless. However, the skills in martial arts have been transferred to his account, which can only be bought with money.
Xiaohu's balance is quite large, a full 11 million, Yang Xie is very happy.
It is indeed a gold belt for murder and arson.
Transferred 10 million to his account, leaving 1 million for Yang Air.
Now Yang Xie's account has reached 30.12 million. Looking at the terminal of the pig-headed masked messenger again, Yang Xie was full of expectations, just like opening a blind box. After opening it, it really lived up to Yang Xie's expectations.
The terminal account name is Zhu Ju.
It seems that this pig-headed masked man is called Zhu Ju. The terminal is quite rich. In terms of skills, there are even military commander-level skills. You know, the price of skills has increased tenfold, and the military commander-level skills cost 10 million Dezhou coins. And what is different from the skills below the martial arts is that the skills above the military commander also require a certain amount of merit points. Merit points need to be exchanged by killing monsters in the wild or on the battlefield. You need to take the real monster corpses or crystal cores to the Warrior Association or the military to exchange them. The first stage beast of the first level has only 1 merit point, and the first stage beast of the 9th level has 9 merit points. Each level of the first level only increases by 1 merit point, the first stage beast of the second level has 10 merit points, and each level increases by 10 merit points, so the second stage beast of the 9th level has 90 merit points, the third level has 100 merit points, and the third stage beast of the 9th level has 900 points, and each level increases by 100 merit points. In addition to 10 million Dezhou coins, the martial arts of the general level also requires 1,000 merit points. In other words, if a martial arts master wants the martial arts of the general, in addition to 10 million Dezhou coins, he also needs to kill at least 2 third-stage late-stage beasts. And now, Yang Xie doesn't have to do anything, and he gets such a martial arts for free, making a big profit. It's a pity that Yang Xie can't practice this martial arts either. It is a martial arts of earth attribute, called Thick Earth True Classic. There is a martial art in Zhu Ju's account that Yang Xia is also quite interested in. It is a leg technique called lightning kick. It is a leg technique that can be directly cultivated to the level of a general. Yang Xia was very happy and transferred all the skills and martial arts in Zhu Ju's account to his own account. In terms of balance, this Zhu Ju is indeed a strong man at the peak of the martial arts sect, with a huge sum of 42 million. Without saying a word, he directly transferred 41 million to his own account and left 1 million for Yang Yi. Yang Xia's account balance reached 71.12 million. Rich! Rich! Yang Xia was so happy that he almost fainted. Yang Xia immediately wanted to transfer tens of millions to his grandmother's account, telling her that your grandson is now rich and let her buy whatever she wants. However, thinking of her grandmother's character, she would definitely ask where the money came from and worry that she had done something dangerous. Yang Xia could only give up this idea. But after thinking about it, I transferred 1 million de Zhou coins to my grandmother's account. If I don't spend money on my grandmother, what kind of grandson would I be? And I made a note to my grandmother, this is a reward from the principal after I became a warrior. I still have a lot in my account. I can buy whatever I want. Your grandson is not short of money now. After sending the message, Yang Xia was ready to think about how to use the remaining huge sum of money. But while he was still thinking, there was a knock on the door outside the room. It was Nangongya who opened the door. Dad called us over. Nangongya said with a blushing face. What's the matter? Is it to confirm my identity as the future son-in-law? Yang Xia looked at the shy Nangongya and couldn't help talking nonsense. Nangongya's face turned even redder. No, it's about the contract. Please forgive us for the inconvenience caused to you. Contract? Yang Xia suddenly remembered what Nangong Badian said because he was going to the wild tomorrow. Uncle said that he would make a contract between Nangongya and his contracted beast tonight. I had so much fun opening the blind box that I almost forgot about it. Although Yang Xia wanted to use shadow devouring to devour the little howling moon wolf, after all, there was a certain chance that he could obtain the talent. But when I think of the timid and pitiful appearance of the little howling moon wolf, I seem to see the appearance of the dog I raised in my previous life. That's it. Just treat it as if you have another pet dog. Anyway, I like dogs quite a lot. Where are we going now? Yang Xia was a little curious. He had destroyed the Nangong family's training room. Where could he and Nangongya go to make a contract? When making a contract, it consumes a lot of spiritual energy. The operation of the contract formation requires a large amount of spiritual energy. Dad said let us go to his training room. Oh, that's okay. I also want to see what Uncle's training room looks like. Yang Xia followed Nangongya to Nangong Baishan's training room. Nangongya has been practicing in Nangong Baishan's training room for a day, and she is familiar with the way to the training room. However, Yang Xia still followed Nangongya around in twists and turns for a long time. Nangongya Kai opened the entrance to a secret room with a sign that read the family head's token. Yang Xia was shocked as soon as he entered. The space of this training room is several times larger than the Nangong family's training room. Moreover, the spiritual energy is extremely rich, much more than the previous 20 times training room. Yang Xia felt that his pores were coming alive, and he wanted to practice at full power. But thinking of the Nangong family's former training room, Yang Xia forcibly stopped his thoughts. Nangong Badian is standing in the training room, with Xiao Yuelang and Song Snake beside him. At this moment, Song Snake was awake and seemed to be very satisfied with the current environment. Uncle, we are here. Yang Xia shouted, and Nangong Badian nodded slightly. Xiao Xia, come first. Xiao Xia, your contract beast is a little more difficult. I have already prepared the contract scroll for you. Uncle, what should I do? You can try to communicate with the little howling moon wolf cub now. The king beast cub has become spiritual. Friendly communication with it can reduce the obstacles in the contract. Uncle, do you want me to talk to this little howling moon wolf? Yang Xia didn't expect such an operation. Yes, Xiaoya, I placed a ban on the Song Snake's legacy. You can also go and communicate with the Song Snake. Although the contract scroll can force a contract, there is a certain risk. Failure will cause certain soul damage to the contractor. Reduce the resistance of alien beasts to you, and the contract will be easier and safer. Nangong Badian explained. Dad, this time is too short. What should we do? You are free to use coercion or inducement, but if you want to succeed, take it seriously. Yang Xia looked at this pitiful little howling moon wolf.
Xiaoyin, do you understand?
As long as you make a contract with me, I will take you to eat mythical beasts in the future. As long as you make a contract with me, in the future you will be able to break through the confinement of the king level and evolve to the emperor level. Yang Xie gave this little howling moon wolf the name Little Silver. After all, it was all silver.
However, this little howling moon wolf didn't seem to appreciate it and didn't react to Yang Xie's wave of big cakes.
When Yang Xie saw this, his expression changed and he said fiercely,
Hey, I know you understand.
If you don't give me an answer, I'll make you stew wolf meat in hot pot. The timid little howling moon wolf seemed to understand something this time, and his tail was tucked up.
The legs of the 4 little wolves were also trembling.
However, he still walked to Yang Xie's feet and rubbed his trouser legs. It seems to be saying don't stew me, I promise you.
Yang Xie was very satisfied with the reaction of the little howling moon wolf and looked at Nangongya to show off.
Yeah, look at it, this is the standard template.
Nangongya had a dark look on her face. You are really intimidating me. Looking at the cute little singing snake, Nangongya knelt down and looked at it. Since you are the relic of Ming Snake, I will call you Xiao Ming. I will not be as rude as the person next to me. I will treat you as my good partner. In the future, we will grow together and become stronger together.
Little Snake also looked at Nangongya, but had no reaction.
Yeah, you still have to use my method.
When Yang Xie saw this, he immediately spoke.
Nangongya glared at Yang Xie. Don't listen to that person. After we make a contract, we will be partners in life and death.
Yang Xie looked at Nangongya, who was still talking to Mingxi, and stopped trying to persuade him.
Said to Nangong Badian, Uncle, is this okay for me?
Nangong Badian glanced at Xiao Yuelang, who showed affection to Yang Xie.
Okay, just stand there and don't move, I'll do the rest. Xiaoya, come and observe and learn. I'll be with you in a moment. Okay, Dad.
Nangongya stopped communicating with Xiao Mingxi and looked at Yang Xie and the others. I saw Nangong Badian taking out a contract scroll from nowhere.
Rise.
As Nangong Badian shouted, the contract scroll continued to enlarge and appeared above Yang Xie and the others, covering him and Xiao Yuelang.
Gradually, the spiritual energy began to surge. A formation pattern formed by spiritual energy was also created between Yang Xie and Xiao Yuelang.
A ball of white light shaped like the little howling moon wolf flew out of its body, constantly pulling towards Yang Xie. Yang Xie also felt a very strong attraction in his spirit space in the divine court.
It kept pulling the white little howling moon wolf towards the spirit space.
And the white little howling moon wolf did not resist at all, and followed the attraction to Yang Xie's spirit space.
Then, in Yang Xie's spirit space, in addition to the 10,002 shadow soldiers, there was a little wolf.
Then, Yang Xie felt that the surging spiritual energy around him suddenly calmed down.
Okay, it went smoothly, Xiao Xie, you have successfully contracted this little howling moon wolf. Nangong Badian put away the scroll, and the dense array on the scroll had long disappeared.
Yang Xie looked at Xiaoyin again, and found that he and Xiaoyin had a layer of connection like a shadow soldier. There was also a sense of closeness between them.
Come on, Xiaoyin, stand up. Sit down. Lie down.
Yang Xie looked at the instructions he sent from his mind, and the little howling moon wolf obeyed.
He immediately had a lot of fun.
It's not bad to have a contracted beast. Nangongya looked at Yang Xie, who was walking the little howling moon wolf like walking a dog, and her face was speechless.
Xiaoya, do you want to communicate with this Ming snake again?
After all, it is a relic of a divine beast, and the difficulty must be greater than that of Xiao Xie's contract.
Nangongya looked at the Ming snake without any reaction, and Yang Xie, who had successfully contracted. Suddenly, I felt that I was okay. It's okay, Dad, I'm ready.
Okay, then remember, if you really can't contract, just give up and don't damage your soul.
Looking at his daughter's confident face, Nangong Badian couldn't help but remind her.
According to the previous experience of the first-class families in the Magic City contracting the relic of divine beasts, the success rate is not high, only half. Although this time there is the help of this ancient contract scroll. But as a father, Nangong Badian still has some worries.
Dad, I won't give up, I will definitely succeed. Nangongya suddenly said stubbornly.
Yang Xie is already in the martial arts realm, and he is still only in the 3rd level of martial arts. While I was happy for him, I also felt a sense of urgency and didn't want to fall too far behind Yang Xie. Therefore, he must successfully contract with this relic of the snoring snake and catch up with Yang Xie.
After calming down, Nangongya walked towards the relics of Ming Snake. Dad, let's start. Nangong Badian looked at his daughter's resolute attitude and couldn't persuade her anymore.
You must protect yourself, Xiaoya, don't be brave in everything, and give up if it doesn't work. If it fails, we still have a chance. I will find a better contract scroll for you and I will definitely make your contract successful.
Nangong Badian finally reminded Nangongya. Dad, I understand. Nangongya stared at Mingxi and replied.
Yang Xia looked at Nangong Baishan's worried look and comforted Nangongya.
Yeah, if
you feel something is wrong, you must put safety first, and the relics of mythical beasts are not necessary.
Believe me, I will catch even real mythical beasts for you in the future. Nangong Badian looked at Yang Xia. You really know how to draw big cakes with your mouth. But considering Yang Xia's talent, the future is not impossible.
Then Xiaoya, I'll start.
Please pay attention and concentrate. Good. Rise. Nangong Badian took out the ancient scroll he got at the auction and started to form a formation. The same situation as before for Yang Xia. With Nangong Baishan's operation, the scroll became larger and shrouded the heads of Nangongya and Mingxi.
A wave of fluctuation far surpassed Yang Xia's just now began to set off. In Nangong Baishan's training room, which was filled with extremely rich spiritual energy surged crazily. An extremely complex formation pattern formed by spiritual energy was created between Nangongya and the relic of the snake. In the outside world unknown to Yang Xia and the others, the sky began to change colors and the wind and clouds surged. It's just that few people notice the night sky at night. As the contract formation formed, an extremely mysterious aura filled the training room. A ball of white light that resembled Snake's body also came out of the snake's body.
However, unlike Yang Xia's situation, a white light group also appeared in Nangongya's body, and Nangongya's appearance could be vaguely seen.
Yang Xia wanted to ask Nangong Badian what was going on, but he watched Nangong Badian concentrate on operating the formation.
Yang Xia did not disturb Nangong Badian.
Mingxi's white light group and Nangongya's white light group were getting closer and closer, and the spiritual energy formation on the soles of their feet became stronger and stronger.
Yang Xia could even feel the spiritual energy being gradually withdrawn from the training room.
Xiao Xia, go to the spirit gathering array and put all these spirit stones in the array. The placement of the spirit stones in the spirit gathering array is right behind you, go quickly.
Nangong Badian waved his hand, and a pile of spiritual stones appeared in front of Yang Xia.
When Yang Xia heard this, he didn't waste any time and directly used his storage ring to store the pile of spirit stones. Then quickly run to the spirit gathering array and place all the spirit stones in the spirit stone replenishment area. With the replenishment of a large number of spiritual stones, the spiritual energy in the training room became more intense. However, there was a problem with the light groups of Nangongya and the relics of the snake. Mingxi's light group was actually moving away from Nangongya's light group.
Nangong Baishan's expression also became serious.
I underestimated the bloodline concentration of this screeching snake.
I didn't expect its resistance to be so fierce. Seeing this situation, Yang Xia finally couldn't help but speak. Uncle, what's going on? Is there anything else I can do to help? The bloodline concentration of this beast is not low. It refuses to contract with Xiaoya and is resisting. No external force can help. It can only rely on Xiaoya's own willpower.
Looking at Nangongya who looked stubborn in the formation, Yang Xia could only worry.
What should I do?
As time goes by, the pull between Nangongya and Mingxi becomes more and more tense. Nangongya's face turned pale, but her eyes were still so determined.
Xiaoya, stop being brave.
This beast has a strong sense of resistance.
You are no match for it. Give up now. Nangong Badian looked at the pale Nangongya and shouted distressfully.
But Nangongya still refused to give up and did not respond to Nangong Badian. Although it had been expected, this situation was still beyond Nangong Baishan's control. Seeing this situation, Yang Xia wanted to persuade Nangongya to give up, but he caught a glimpse of the determination in Nangongya's eyes.
Yang Xia knew that she would not give up.
Why is this girl so horny?
Uncle, can you terminate the contract by force now?
Yes, but forcibly interrupting the contract ceremony will cause great harm to Xiaoya's soul, and even her talent may be affected. Nangong Badian also answered with a complicated expression at this moment. Yang Xia watched Nangongya's light ball approaching the snake, and knew that the situation was critical now. Looking at the relic of the snoring snake, his eyes became fierce.
Uncle, why don't you kill this snake now? Absolutely not.
This will have a greater impact on Xiaoya.
This is an equal contract.
As two parties in the contract, one party is killed and the other party is not dead. Yang Xie put away the fierce light in his eyes and kept thinking about the solution.
Yang Xie's mind was spinning wildly as he thought about how the snake appeared and why.
This song snake relic came with him, if Yaya had an accident because of the song snake relic.
Yang Xie didn't know how to face Yaya's family, and himself. Ming Snake, follow, Source Stone.
A thought flashed through Yang Xie's mind like a flash of lightning.
Yes.
Ming Snake followed him to Nangong's house because of the Source Stone.
It was the Source Stone that attracted it.
Now the only thing that can help Yaya is probably the Source Stone. Yang Xie's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he quickly took out the black Source Stone from the storage ring. He came to Ming Snake and shouted, "Ming Snake, as long as you succeed in the contract with Yaya now, I will give you this Source Stone."
I, Yang Xie, have my word.
The contract finally changed, and Ming Snake's light ball and Nangong's light ball stopped moving. It seemed that Ming Snake was thinking about something and did not resist violently. Yang Xie saw this situation and knew that there was a chance, so he hurriedly said it again. "I can give you the Source Stone now, but the premise is that you make a successful contract with Yaya.
This dark Source Stone is very rare. It will be difficult for you to find such a piece again. Don't worry that I will go back on my word.
I can swear to heaven that if I don't fulfill my promise, I will not die well." After these words, the situation changed again.
The light ball of Mingxi has a tendency to approach Nanganjia's light ball.
Yang Xie took advantage of the situation again to make up for it.
Don't hesitate.
As long as you make a successful contract with Yaya, the Source Stone will be given to you to make Yaya stronger.
I am very happy.
Besides, you may not have considered failure. If you fail and Yaya gets hurt, I guarantee that you will die very ugly. As long as you make a successful contract with Yaya, we have no reason to hurt you.
Yang Xie's voice fell.
The light ball of Mingxi flew directly and quickly towards Nanganjia, as if it was going to be reincarnated. As the light ball of Mingxi and Nanganjia approached, a huge light appeared between them. Yang Xie knew that God finally paid off his efforts.
It worked.
I breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. "Xiaoya, how do you feel?"
Nangong Badian looked at Nangongya and asked with concern. "Dad, I'm fine now. This contract is really strong."
Although Nangong's face looked pale, there was a hint of excitement that could not be concealed. "I succeeded, and the gains were huge." While excited, Nangongya smiled at Yang Xie.
"Yang Xie, thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to succeed today."
Nangongya knew very well that she had always been at a disadvantage in the game with Mingxi. If Yang Xie hadn't finally used the Origin Stone to convince Ming Snake's legacy,
then I must be in bad luck today. What a big deal.
As long as you are safe, everything else is trivial. Yang Xie also grinned when he looked at Nangongya, who was safe and had successfully contracted. However, the cute little snaking snake quietly came to Yang Xie's side and looked directly at the Origin Stone in Yang Xie's hand. This little guy really misses the Origin Stone.
Yang Xie also noticed Mingxi's gaze and couldn't help but smile. "Here you go, give it all to you."
He stretched out his hand and prepared to give the Origin Stone to Mingxi. "Xiao Xie, thank you for saving Xiaoya today, but you don't need to give the Origin Stone to this snake. Now that Xiaoya's contract has been successful, you don't need to worry about this guy."
Snake's cute little head instantly looked at Nangong Badian. It seems to be saying, "You bad guy." "Uncle, I swore an oath.
Of course, this must be given to Mingxi.
And if Mingxi becomes stronger, won't Xiaoya become stronger too?"
Yang Xie shook his head and placed the Origin Stone next to Ming Snake. Upon seeing this, Little Snake immediately coiled itself around the Origin Stone with a look of enjoyment on its face. "But this Dark Source Stone is of extraordinary value and will be of great benefit to your future realm."
Nangong Badian knew the value of the Origin Stone, although Yang Xie was indeed thinking about Xiaoya.
But giving this extremely valuable Origin Stone to a beast that had just nearly endangered his daughter's life,
Nangong Badian was very unhappy. "Uncle, how can I tell the future accurately? King Wu is too far away from me.
I just want to take care of the present. Besides, my Origin Stone is not really for Mingxi, but to enhance Yaya's strength." Yang Xie also knew that this piece of Origin Stone was extremely valuable, but he didn't need it now. In the future, Yang Xie believes that he will not be short of such source stones.
"Uncle, thank you again."
Originally, the snake and the Origin Stone were all yours, but now they have been given to Xiaoya.
"I feel a little embarrassed."
"Uncle, you are so polite. I should thank you even more for the storage ring you gave me.
To me, this thing is more precious. I'm curious why my contract with Yaya is different."
Yang Xie still asked what he had been wondering about just now.
Your contract is a master-servant contract. You are the master and the beast is a servant. Xiaoya's contract is an equal contract, which is different from yours. Master and servant are equal. What exactly is the difference? Yang Xia, let me explain it to you. Nangongya walked towards Yang Xia.
As a party to the equal contract, she knew better. Before I contracted with Mingxi, my strength was at the 3rd level of a warrior, but now I am at the 6th level.
Nangongya waved his fist, feeling the surge in power. Yang Xia's eyes widened instantly. What? It was directly promoted to 3 levels. Is this equality contract so strong? And, I have one more talent.
Nangongya continued to release terrifying messages. This time it was Nangong Baishan's turn to not be calm, and looked at Nangongya and said in surprise. This is impossible. According to past experience, an equal contract can only improve the realm of the contractor while sharing vitality. Xiaoya, I can understand that your strength has exceeded the 3rd level. After all, the strength of this snake is already at the 2nd level and is much stronger than you. You share its vitality. I can understand the improvement in strength, but how can you still gain talents? Dad, it's true. Nangongya looked at Nangong Badian, who was in disbelief but said seriously.
As if to make Nangong Badian more convinced, Nangongya waved his hand and a black flame came out. My talent is Shared Chiming Snake, and my talent name is Calamity Flame. Nangong Badian looked at the black flames displayed by Nangongya and was stunned in shock. Disaster Flame.
According to legend, places where the singing snake appears are often accompanied by severe drought, so it is also called the disaster snake.
Is it because of this? Is it because of this ancient contract scroll that Xiaoya shared the talent of the snake? Nangong Badian came back to his senses and expressed his guess. That's most likely the case. Nangongya is not sure either. Yang Xia's eyes widened and he looked at Nangongya with a sour look on his face. Yeah, your talent for equality is too strong. My master-servant contract has nothing but an extra pet dog. Neither the strength is enhanced nor the talent is shared. I'm envious.
Yang Xia was happy for Nangongya, and he was a little envious.
That black disaster flame is so handsome.
Next time I must use Shadow Eater to obtain such a handsome flame talent. I have to thank you Yang Xia for this, otherwise I wouldn't have such an opportunity.
I've already said it, so don't repeat it. It's all what I should do. Yeah, you are too ignorant and don't even think about our relationship. Yang Xia winked at Nangongya.
Nangongya's pale face instantly regained its color, and the shyness in her eyes flashed away, as if she had thought of something.
So, Xiaoya's current equal contract not only shares life, but also shares talent, which is indeed very unusual. Xiaoya.
Dad also advises you that this talent of the disaster flame should not be easily revealed unless necessary.
Dad, I know.
What Yang Xie and the others didn't know was, the outside world had already exploded at this moment. The reason was that a huge phantom suddenly appeared in the sky, and 4 wings could be vaguely seen. In the midst of the wind and clouds, people could see the phantom in the sky even at night. It was huge and powerful. But unfortunately, there was only one phantom, and it lasted no more than an hour. And the duration of the phantom coincided with the time when Nangongya contracted the Ming snake. Mayor Li's house. Mayor Li watched the amazing phantom fade away in front of the window and murmured, "Vision? But how could there be such a big vision? Is there some evil spirit coming out of the world? Or is there some divine beast descending?" Xiao Qiran, the president of the Warrior Association, was watching this terrifying vision on the top floor of the Warrior Association. It's a troubled time. Many powerful warriors in Qingshan City noticed this scene and were wondering what was going on. Unlike others, Xiao Yanran saw not only the vision at Nangong's house. She also discovered a piece of information that others didn't know. The spiritual energy activity at Nangong's house today was particularly abnormal, as if a grand sacrificial ceremony was being held. The spiritual energy was surging towards one place crazily. Xiao Yanran was thoughtful. "Aunt Su, where did Uncle Nangong go? What else can he do? He must have gone to the head of the family's office to work. This person is always busy with family matters every day. Even when you, Yanran, come, he doesn't stop." Su Lin said casually. "Ha ha ha. Uncle Nangong is such a good patriarch." Xiao Yanran looked at the missing Nangongya and Yang Xia. Although she was smiling, a gleam of brilliance flashed in her eyes. "Xiaoya, leave this Ming snake in my practice room." Nangong Ba Tian pondered for a while and decided to let Xiaoya leave the Ming snake in his practice room. The Ming snake is still too conspicuous. It is not safe to follow Xiaoya and it is easy to be discovered. Wait until this Ming snake breaks through the 3rd level before releasing it. Put it in your own practice room, with sufficient spiritual energy and the company of Source Stone, it will definitely grow quickly. In this way, Xiaoya's practice speed can be greatly increased. Even if she can't catch up with Yang Xia, the monster, she can greatly surpass the S-level talents of the same level. After all, now in addition to her own practice, there is also a relic of the divine beast that gives her vitality all the time. Nangongya glanced at the Ming snake that was still coiled on the Source Stone with a happy look on its face, and knew that this was the best choice now. Okay. Just leave it here. I'm going to practice here anyway. Yang Xia, are you still going to decide to go to the wild tomorrow? You've seen my dad's practice room. The spiritual energy is very rich, and the level of the spirit gathering array is higher than ours. You can practice well here. Nangongya still hopes that Yang Xia will stay in the Nangong family and practice with her. I am indeed tempted, but this is not my best choice. Yeah, come on. Wait until I come back before the college entrance examination. How can Yang Xia not be tempted? With this rich spiritual energy, Yang Xia believes that it will not be a problem for him to break through the martial arts before the college entrance examination if he practices here. However, after seeing Nangongya's talent of disaster flame, he knows more clearly that the wild is his best place to practice. The endless beasts are the best practice resources for shadow soldiers. And the magical talents of the beasts. Yang Xia's eyes are full of longing for whether he can gather the talents of the 10 attributes this time. Xiaoya, practice hard at home. Yang Xia has his own considerations and knows the importance. Nangong Badian saw Yang Xia's expectations for the wild, and also understood that monsters like Yang Xia cannot be treated according to the conventional practice methods. They have their own unique practice methods, and it is not appropriate to interfere too much. Let's go out. Yang Xia held Xiaoyin and Nangong Badian and entered the living room again. Su Lin and Xiao Yanran were still chatting. Grandma didn't see them, so they should have gone to bed. Aunt Su, you haven't slept yet. Yanran is here, of course we have to chat for a while. Badian, Yanran was still talking about you just now. What's wrong? Didn't Uncle Nangong check the phantom just now? Phantom? What phantom? Nangong Badian was a little confused, and Yang Xia and Nangongya were also confused. Looking at the 3 people who were confused, Xiao Yanran was a little doubtful about her guess. Just before you came, a huge shadow appeared in the sky. I couldn't tell what it was. I could only vaguely see 4 wings. Didn't you see it? Su Lin was a little curious. Why did they look so ignorant of such a spectacular sight? Shadow? 4 wings? Nangongya and Yang Xiaoran looked at each other, as if they had thought of something. How long has it been? Nangong Baishan's eyes flashed with enlightenment. It is said that the blood of the divine beasts with a certain degree of richness will show strange phenomena when they are contracted. It seems that I still underestimated the blood concentration of the Ming snake. Did you really not see it? It was about an hour. I still have a video. I'll show it to you. Su Lin handed the video to Nangong Badian. Looking at the huge black shadow in the video that looked like the Ming snake in the training room, Nangong Baishan's eyes flickered. In the future, unless necessary, Xiaoya must not expose the descendants. We are practicing in the training room. We can't even see the sky. What kind of shadow can we see? Nangong Badian said lightly. That's right, I forgot that there was a problem in the training room at home. Su Lin suddenly realized. Little brother Yang Xia, have you contracted this howling moon wolf? Xiao Yanran looked at the little howling moon wolf that was intimate with Yang Xia and asked with some surprise. Didn't Uncle Nangong take this king beast cub for Xiaoya? How come the storage ring was given to Yang Xia, and even the king beast cub was contracted to Yang Xia? Could it be that he is really the son-in-law of the Nangong family? There is no way, this little howling moon wolf likes me too much, I can't drive it away, I can only contract it. Yang Xia stroked the little wolf's head and said helplessly. Yang Xia didn't want to hide it, Xiaoyin would be exposed to others sooner or later. It's not that little Ming snake, there's nothing to hide. It seems that little brother Yang Xia is really Xiaoya's ideal husband. Uncle Nangong actually gave you this king beast cub that was auctioned for 70 million. Sister Yanran, did you just find out? I thought you had already seen it. Yang Xia looked at Xiao Yanran in surprise, as if he couldn't understand why she just knew the news. Ha ha ha. Little brother Yang Xia is really interesting. Xiao Yanran saw that Aunt Su and Uncle Nangong did not refute this, and immediately felt that this matter was even more interesting. Yang Xie, a D-level talent, has only a grandmother in the slums as a relative.
Xiao Yanran had already investigated Yang Xie's life experience on the way to Nangong's house. However, such a young man with no strong talent and no background actually lived with his grandmother in Uncle Nangong's house.
And he was treated with courtesy by the Nangong family. Xiao Yanran doesn't believe in the drama of a rich lady and a poor boy falling in love.
In a family like theirs, they only care about the right match. So Xiao Yanran is getting more and more interested in Yang Xie.
Xiao Yanran knows the character of Uncle Nangong's family. Although they will not discriminate against the poor, they will definitely not give their daughter to such a poor boy who has no power, no influence, and no strength. So, there is only one possibility.
This young man Yang Xie has a big secret. An illegitimate child of a big family? The surname is Yang, could it be from the crazy Yang family? But the Yang family originally had few descendants.
If there was an illegitimate child, they would have taken him back to the family long ago.
Or is there any hidden power behind this Yang Xie?
Xiao Yanran fell into deep thought for a moment, thinking of what her father had said to her before.
Yanran, do you know why I left you in Qingshan City? You, an A-level talent, could have had a better future in the Magic City, but I made you go to a remote place like Qingshan.
My daughter doesn't know, but my daughter knows that my father must have his own reasons and will never harm his daughter.
I know that you are the most sensible and can understand your father's painstaking efforts.
Your brothers and sisters don't have such awareness as you. Your father can tell you some reasons, but you have to find the specific reasons yourself.
I will find them myself?
Yes,
you just need to remember that the reasons are at your Uncle Nangong's house. Uncle Nangong's house?
Yes, because of my relationship with your Uncle Nangong, I know a secret that no one else knows. The martial spirit of the ancestor of the Nangong family is Bai Zai.
Bai Zai, the divine beast Bai Zai? Is there anything special about it?
Yes, it is the divine beast Bai Zai. There are very few people who awaken this martial soul, and few people know its talent, and my father is one of them. The divine beast Bai Zai has a very strong talent, and has a hidden talent, which is to predict the future of a certain time.
This is incredible. My daughter understands what my father means. My father suspects that the ancestor of the Nangong family has predicted some big secret. This is why Uncle Nangong moved to Qingshan City. I will definitely find out this secret for my father. You don't need to find out.
You just need to make friends with your Uncle Nangong's family in Qingshan City. Since this secret made the Nangong family move, the cause and effect is not something you can interfere with, and no matter how big the secret is, it will be revealed by time. You just need to follow the person who holds the secret, and countless opportunities will come to you.
Xiao Yanran's eyes showed a trace of doubt. Is Yang Xie related to that secret? Xiao Yanran was shocked by her guess. Is there finally going to be a clue to that secret? After coming to Qingshan City for 2 years, Xiao Yanran has never found anything special. It wasn't until she saw Yang Xie today that Xiao Yanran noticed anything unusual. Watching Yang Xie's leaving figure, Xiao Yanran smiled charmingly. Let me see how big this secret is. Ba Tian, did Xiao Yanran discover something? It doesn't matter.
That guy Xiao Wuchen asked this girl to come to Qingshan City just for this.
Let her guess. Anyway, the opportunity is already with our daughter. What do you mean? That phantom today was shocking. Our daughter caused it, and the opportunity was given by Yang Xie. You understand this?
What? Su Lin and Nangong Badian were communicating with each other, and suddenly they spoke in shock.
This information is so impactful.
1 second she was eating a melon and showing the vision to her husband, but the next second she discovered that this huge melon belonged to her daughter.
Su Lin couldn't help but feel dramatic. What's wrong with Aunt Su?
Xiao Yanran heard the shouting and looked at Su Lin in confusion.
It's okay, Xiao Yanran. It's getting late. Let's all rest today. I've shown you the room. We'll talk tomorrow.
Xiao Yanran looked at Su Lin, who was going back to her room to sleep with a suspicious look on her face. She always felt like she was the only one in the dark about something.
Early the next morning, Yang Xie went shopping to prepare supplies for outdoor living.
Now that he had the storage ring in sufficient balance, Yang Xie started his big shopping moment directly.
The source of life, buy it. Wild camping tent, buy it. Barbecue ingredients, buy them.
Hunting exotic animals in the wild seems to be regarded by Yang Xie as a camping vacation. Finally, Yang Xie came to a high-end off-road motorcycle shop and fell in love with a particularly cool Warrior motorcycle. The lines are smooth and sharp, the metal texture shines with a cold light, and the alloy material is hard enough.
What's even more unique is that the energy used by this motorcycle is actually spiritual stone. A single spiritual stone can travel 10,000 kilometers. If it weren't for Yang Xia's current wealth, he wouldn't even want to know about it.
After all, a piece of spiritual stone is worth 100,000 Zhou coins. After conversion, 1 kilometer will cost 10 Zhou coins. Although expensive, it is useful when driving in the wild without other energy supplies. Spirit stones are undoubtedly a very portable source of energy.
So with a wave of his hand, Yang Xia paid 1 million to buy this warrior motorcycle. Then he rode back to Nangong's house in a cool way.
Grandma, I'm going to the training camp this time.
Did you see the money I transferred to you?
My strength has improved rapidly. The school hopes that my strength will improve further, so they signed me up for this intensive training. I may go there for a few days and come back before the college entrance examination. You kid, I don't need much money, old lady, you can just keep the money yourself, train hard in the training camp, don't be lazy.
Grandma, it's okay. I'm a warrior now and I can make money quickly.
Yang Xia still didn't tell her grandma the real situation, he just wanted her to feel at ease.
Uncle, Aunt, Yada and Sister Yenran, see you in a few days.
Xiao Xia, remember to contact your uncle if you need anything.
Xiao Xia, your grandma is with Aunt Sue, don't worry. Come on, little brother Yang Xia. See you in a few days.
Please take care of yourself, and practice well.
Nangongya almost spilled the beans.
Looking at Yang Xia riding away on the warrior motorcycle, Grandma Yang sighed.
This kid is really stupid for being an old woman. Xiaoya didn't even go there. How can he be more talented than Xiaoya? Nangongya suddenly suffocated. Yang Xia, this is really not what I said.
Xiao Yenran's eyes flashed with light.
The city gate. Who are you? What are you going to do? Warrior, hunting in the wild.
Yang Xia showed his warrior identity certificate to the soldiers checking at the city gate.
A lone traveler?
The inspecting soldier looked at Yang Xia's slightly immature face and asked in surprise.
Yes.
Then try not to go deep into the wild. The activities of strange animals have been very frequent in the past 2 days.
The inspection soldier reminded. Thank you, brother. I will pay attention. Open the door and let us go.
Yang Xia rode the warrior motorcycle quickly on the road in the wild.
Feeling the desolate wilderness, I can't help but feel relaxed and happy. The feeling of having strength is indeed different.
Yang Xia has no specific goal, he just wants to go to the place with the most exotic beasts. Putting the warrior motorcycle back into the storage ring space, Yang Xia chose a location and started exploring.
However, the area of the wilderness is too large. Even if so many warriors have explored the wilderness, they have not completely understood it.
It is surrounded by towering trees and there are no landmark buildings. Yang Xia has never found a detailed map of the wild. After all, only densely packed giant trees can be seen from satellite positioning.
Now I can only see a vague position of myself from the navigation. In his previous life, Yang Xia could go astray when following the navigation system. Now, he was naturally lost.
Yang Xia somewhat understood why Brother Go existed in Nangong Qing's team. It was so important to be able to identify the location in the wild. After going around in circles for several hours, Yang Xia was stunned.
He died before he left the army and made the hero burst into tears?
The strange beast didn't notice a single thing, but instead made himself speechless.
Strange, didn't the soldiers at the city gate say that the strange beasts are unusually active now? How come I haven't seen any now? It's strange.
Yang Xia also felt strange.
Even if he was lost, he wouldn't be unable to encounter any strange beasts, right?
Looking at the setting sun, Yang Xia gave up the idea of looking for strange beasts. I wanted to test the feeling of shooting, but now it seems that there is no chance.
It's getting dark, let Yang Yi and the others find it. With a thought, countless black shadows appeared from Yang Xia's body and headed towards the deep wilderness.
9,001 shadow soldiers were sent out by Yang Xia, leaving only 1,001 shadow soldiers in case of an emergency. Take out the tents and supplies from the storage space and let the shadow soldiers build a temporary residence. Yang Xia took off the backpack behind him and released Xiaoyin. The storage space cannot hold living things, otherwise he would put this little guy in the storage ring. Then he took out a small stool, sat down, opened the terminal and sent a message to Nangongya.
Yeah, I'm already in the wild, don't miss me too much. Miss you, Grandma has already guessed that you are not going to the training camp. What's the matter?
Grandma knows both your talent and my talent, and she guessed it when she saw that I didn't go.
Grandma is still as wise as ever.
I'll send you a video I just took, show it to grandma, and she will be relieved.
What video? You'll know after you see it.
Yang Xie took a video of the tent that had been set up and various camping props and sent it to Nangongya.
Nangongya looked at Yang Xie drinking hot tea in the fully equipped camping tent, and couldn't help but look at a question mark on her face. Are you on vacation?
Keep a low profile, it's just that there is no danger to me in the wild. Just when Yang Xie was still chatting happily with Nangongya, the shadow soldier suddenly reminded Yang Xie that a figure had entered his 1-kilometer range and was coming in his direction. Yang Xie immediately closed the chat bar and took out a pistol from the storage ring.
Are the strange beasts finally here? Or are they humans? Yang Xie didn't let Shadow and the others take action.
He had wanted to test the power of this gun for a long time. As time progressed, Yang Xie also heard the sound of footsteps.
Human? Yang Xie was a little disappointed, but he didn't take the gun back.
In the wild, people are sometimes more dangerous than strange animals.
Brother Liang, are these strange beasts crazy? They are all heading in that direction. Are they rushing to reincarnate? Our mission goal was almost achieved. Who would have thought that it would be destroyed by these strange beasts? It's indeed abnormal.
Logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this. This group of strange beasts seemed to have received some kind of summons. They collectively headed in the same direction. We were almost harmed by this group of beasts.
What a bad luck. I don't know if I can successfully complete the task this time. The college entrance examination is approaching.
These strange beasts just like to cause trouble.
Leave it to fate. Wait for the opportunity.
Brother Liang, there is someone in front of you. 5 embarrassed figures came into Yang Xie's eyes.
Sensing the aura, the 5 of them are all warriors.
His clothes were in tatters, and bloodstains could be seen on his body.
It looked like he had been through a battle.
Ma Liang and the others also saw Yang Xie at the same time.
They didn't expect to meet anyone.
Moreover, this lone traveler actually set up a tent in the wild and lived quite comfortably.
How about traveling here? Stop, who are you? Yang Xie shouted while holding a pistol, pointing at Ma Liang and the others.
Looking at Yang Xie holding a gun, Ma Liang said,
Brother, we are a hunting team.
We just had a battle with a strange beast.
We don't mean any harm. It's getting late. Can you rest here for a night? Whatever. The wilderness is not mine.
You can rest wherever you want, but stay away from me.
No problem, thank you, brother.
Yang Xie didn't want to talk nonsense with them, so he turned around and went to play with Xiaoyin.
Brother, are you alone?
Ma Liang did not feel the spiritual energy fluctuations in Yang Xie, and knew that an ordinary person would not come to the wild, and that the other party must have hidden realm skills. But looking at the way Yang Xie was holding a pistol, I knew that he must not be a high-level warrior, otherwise he wouldn't still be holding a gun.
Why, you see me alone and want to rob me?
Yang Xie looked at Ma Liang and teased. Ma Liang swallowed his words and smiled awkwardly.
Brother is really good at joking.
It's just that the wilderness is too big and dangerous.
It's not safe to come here alone. It's really too big.
I came here to try it alone, but unexpectedly, I got lost. Yang Xie spread his hands, looking helpless.
It's normal in the wild. It's common to get lost. However, our team is very familiar with this area. If you want to go out, you can come with us.
After hearing this, Ma Liang immediately stated that he could take Yang Xie away.
Thank you for your kindness, but I don't want to leave yet.
Yang Xie came here specifically to practice in the wild. How could he leave so quickly?
Brother, we are all human warriors. Heed my advice and leave as soon as possible with us. Why?
Yang Xie looked at Ma Liang doubtfully.
Today's alien beasts feel a bit wrong.
They are all gathering in one direction like crazy.
I suspect that these alien beasts are making big moves. If we hadn't still had some strength, I would have ended up here today. Ma Liang was still sighing as he spoke. No wonder I didn't see any strange beasts today.
They all went to other places. Yang Xie murmured to himself as if he was enlightened.
Do you have any guesses?
We rarely encounter this situation, but such a large-scale abnormal movement should have the shadow of high-level alien beasts.
Only high-level alien beasts have such energy.
So you are preparing to return? Yes, this situation is too dangerous. We are going back to Qingshan City, Ma Liang side.
Yang Xie's eyes flashed. Did the alien beast make any big move? Should I fish in troubled waters now, or should I retreat as soon as possible? Damn it!
The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish, which will overwhelm the bold and starve the timid to death. Anyway, I don't have to face the danger directly, so let's let the shadow soldiers have a vigorous battle. It also takes less time to find them yourself.
Yang Yi, go check on the strange beasts. They are all heading in the same direction. Yang Xie sent a message to Yang Yi.
Ma Liang and the other 5 men tidied up a place, lit a bonfire, and opened the remaining backpacks to replenish their energy.
Yang Xie didn't ask any more questions and concentrated on feeding Xiaoyin. Ma Liang looked at Xiaoyin with curiosity. Is this my little brother's contract beast? Why is it so small? This is my pet dog Xiaoyin. I take it with me when I go out into the wild to have a companion.
Ma Liang was a little speechless. No, you really think that the wilderness is a holiday resort? Take all your pet dogs to the wild for companionship.
Brother is really quite interesting. After that, he stopped talking to Yang Xie and went to discuss something with his teammates.
As dusk deepened and light rain fell from the sky, Yang Xie was also ready to enter the tent. Ma Liang and others also took out their own rain shelter tools and built a temporary shelter from the rain. This kid, it's really strange. I didn't feel any nervousness from him when he was alone in the wild.
It's not normal. One person can carry so many things.
He is most likely a member of a noble family and should have treasures.
Brother Ma, as he said that, one of the younger brothers winked at Ma Liang and looked at Yang Xie.
Forget it, people like this must have something to rely on if they dare to travel alone.
Don't be deceived by superficial phenomena.
Ma Liang was silent for a while and then said,
Listen to Brother Ma.
Fortunately, I have self-awareness. Yang Xie, who was in the tent, narrowed his eyes slightly. Originally possessing the talent of shadow, he has 5 senses that are more sensitive at night. Coupled with the blessing of the Eternal Night Magic Book, he clearly understands what Ma Liang and the others say. Yang Xie, who was lying in the tent, was not sleeping at the moment, but was communicating with Yang Yi. After Yang Yi and the others galloped for 2 hours, they found the place where the strange beasts gathered. They turned into shadows and hid in the darkness with the help of the breath-gathering secret technique. On the mountains in the distance, a giant wolf more than 50 meters long and 30 meters tall was howling.
Countless strange beasts crowded around it.
Among them, there are more than a dozen giant wolves that are more than 10 meters long, and there are countless exotic wolves that are several meters long. There are also other low-level exotic beasts, including alien monkeys, alien pigs, alien deer. There are also 2 giant bears that are more than 20 meters high, standing there like 2 hills.
The entire mountain is full of strange beasts, which look quite scary. Wolf King, why did you summon us here? Aren't you used to being in deep areas? The giant bear actually uttered human words. Xiong Shan, don't gloat. My offspring was stolen by despicable humans.
I got news from those guys from the alien god cult.
They are in Qingshan City. Why, you can't take care of your own child. If you want us to help you find it, don't treat us as gunmen.
There are experts in Qingshan City, and we don't want to follow you to death.
Ouch.
Xiangshan, those despicable humans stole my child from the lair while I was away.
Shouldn't I get my own child back? The giant wolf roared angrily. But going now is tantamount to death.
Xiangshan did not give in at all. There is no need to go to Qingshan.
I only summoned you because my blood sensed that one of my children is in the wild right now. I just want you to find my child. The giant wolf changed the subject.
That's okay, the wilderness is our territory after all. Yang Xie looked at Xiaoyin, who was sleeping with Hanin lying next to him, and he didn't expect that the reason was you.
Now that we've found the reason, it's much easier to handle.
Since I came here looking for Xiaoyin, I can just wait and see.
There are too many alien beasts in the tide of alien beasts, and there are also many high-level alien beasts.
If Yang Yi and the others go directly, they will die. You might as well wait until the alien beasts come looking for Xiaoyin, and then defeat them one by one. Yang Xie gave Yang Yi and the others an order to engage in guerrilla warfare and wait until they dispersed before starting to hunt the strange beasts. Let young Erdi leave the 5 people next to him while he thought about the way behind the martial artist. In the realm of martial arts masters, one must understand the artistic conception in order to be promoted to martial arts, and artistic conception refers to the existence of the intention that can be understood from a martial art. A martial artist's martial arts has 2 more levels of proficiency at the level of perfection.
Above perfection is subtlety, and after subtlety is artistic conception.
Being meticulous means that a warrior can control his own power and aura in meticulous detail, and can perfectly control the warrior's own power. Yang Xie's martial arts skills have now reached the level of perfection, but he still has a lot of confusion about subtleties.
Opening the martial artist terminal, I was fascinated by the detailed explanation of martial artist skills. Yang Xia understood. When it came to destructive power, Yang Xia was the one to take the lead. The power of the fused shadow was frightening. The subtle level is to refine this huge power. He does not talk about destructive power, but focuses on control. How to control your own power, release it perfectly, have the power to destroy a room, and cut a hair without causing damage to other things. The key point lies in the control of one's own body and the control of spiritual energy. Yang Xia is now at the second level of martial arts, and is still not far from the peak of martial arts. Now he must not only break through the realm quickly, but also start to pay attention to the control of his own power. After conveying the detailed explanation of the details and artistic conception to the shadow soldiers, Yang Xia began to ponder the Lightning Leg martial arts book found on Juju's terminal. After watching the video's detailed demonstration and exercise route, I waited for the shadow soldiers to start practicing on the phone. According to Yang Yi's message about the herds of strange beasts that filled the mountains and plains, Yang Xia believed that with their help, it wouldn't take long for him to reach the peak of martial arts. Now it depends on the progress of Yang Yi and the others. The light rain is destined to make tonight a bloody night. Yang Yi and his 9001 shadow soldiers stayed around the large army of alien beasts. When the low-level alien beasts were alone, they began to attack. Like a reaper in the dark night, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of alien beasts. However, under the huge tide of alien beasts, Yang Yi and the others only harvested a small part of them. The number of alien beasts was really too great, and Yang Yi and the others were destined to kill all night long. One after another, strange beasts fell silently in the night. Some strange beasts noticed this situation, but unfortunately their strength did not change. It can only be turned into cultivation materials for Yang Yi and the others. Late at night, Yang Xia woke up from peeing and was ready to go to the convenience store. I found that my level had jumped to the 6th level of martial arts. I don't know how many strange beasts Yang Yi and the others have killed, but with this speed of improvement, Yang Xia knows that they are right in the wild. Opening the tent, Yang Xia was surprised to find that Ma Liang was still awake. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Watch the night, little brother, are you so confident that we still have this wilderness? Seeing Yang Xia's sleepy eyes, Ma Liang wanted to say, buddy, are you really in the wild like this? If a person falls asleep safely and without any sense of safety, isn't he afraid of a surprise attack from us or strange beasts? It's okay. I'm lucky. It's rare for me to encounter this kind of thing. Yang Xia bared his big white teeth and smiled, then found a place to start pouring water. Well, the air in the wild is so good. Even the night is so quiet. It's perfect for sleeping. Yang Xia couldn't help but sigh as he smelled the fresher air after the light rain. Ma Liang's mind was filled with dark thoughts. This is too much. Brother, are you really okay with this? Brother has such an unusual mentality. Thanks for the compliment. Hee, good night. After releasing Shui Yangxie, he got back into his warm tent.
When I woke up again, Ma Liang and the others were no longer visible.
Why did you just leave? It would be great to attack me at night. I have left so many loopholes. It's a pity that I couldn't give Yang Er a chance to change his appearance. Yang Xia said with regret. After shaking his head, Yang Xia began to inspect the harvest.
In terms of realm, he has reached the 8th level of martial arts, which is already in the late stage of martial arts. Yang Xia is astonished by the speed of his improvement.
I improved to 6 dawn in one night, who else?
Thank you to the 9001 shadow soldiers for their hard work, as well as the vast number of alien beasts who contributed to this. He is an 8th level martial artist, and the shadow soldiers are also 8th level martial arts masters. They can hunt stronger beasts tonight. Positive cycle, very good. In terms of talents, there are 2 more talents with other attributes. An earth attribute earth shield and a water attribute water control, which were obtained from those strange beasts. Although it wasn't much, Yang Xia was very satisfied. Now, in addition to his martial soul talent, Yang Xie also has 7 additional talents: water control, earth shield, dexterity, wind blade, copper skin and iron bones, bloodlust, and rapid growth. It's a pity that I don't have the fire attribute talent I want, so I can only wait and see if the other beasts can contribute. He got up to cook for himself and feed Xiaoyin. Looking at Xiaoyin, Yang Xie stroked its little wolf head vigorously. This little guy needs to eat the crystal core of the alien beast to grow fast. When he grows up too slowly, let Yang Yi and the others look for the crystal core of the alien beast. Looking at the quiet place, I didn't see any strange animals except some dangerous plants. Never mind. Change a place and see if you can encounter special beasts, especially fire-type gifted beasts.
After asking Yang Er and the others to clean up the tent, Yang Xie received the supplies in the storage ring. Start heading deeper into the jungle. Brother Ma, why did we leave so early today? I always felt something was wrong when I was next to that kid. After he got up late at night, I finally remembered what was wrong. Brother Ma, what's wrong? This kid is completely defenseless against us at night, and he is also defenseless against the wild. Doesn't this further prove that he is a rookie? Shit, no one who goes to the wild can understand this truth, not to mention he is still a lone traveler. Why is that? He's fishing, this sixth man. He treats us like fish. As long as we make any changes, this guy will pull up the line. No, Brother Ma, according to what you said, his strength is higher than ours, why not just take us down? Shit, this kind of person is the most insidious. They need a moral reason to take action, but as long as the reason is right, he will dare to kill anyone. It is called legitimate defense. Brother Ma, it's not that outrageous. You are still too young, tall and thick trees are densely covered, and only mottled light and shadow can be seen. The dangerous piranha and bloodthirsty vines were still so aggressive, but unfortunately they were cut into countless pieces by Yang Er and the others and devoured. Yang Xie and Xiaoyin were walking in the dense forest as if taking a leisurely stroll. Xiaoyin, you have to grow up quickly. I'm still waiting for you to lie on your back and sleep after you turn into a giant wolf. Yang Xie couldn't help but feel funny when he looked at Xiaoyin, who was grinning at the piranha and the bloodthirsty vine. This little guy is so cute despite his fierce appearance. Thinking of the giant wolf that was tens of meters tall, Yang Xie was full of imagination about Xiaoyin's future. Riding a giant wolf that is tens of meters tall must be very cool. After walking for a long time, I finally saw traces of the strange beast. Looking at the alien beast in the distance, Yang Xie didn't let Yang Er and the others take action. He took out his pistol and fired a shot at the figure in front of him. Unfortunately, his technique was too poor and he didn't hit anything. Instead, it angered those strange beasts, and they all rushed towards Yang Xie. Why can't we hit such a big target? Looking at the alien pig with huge fangs, Yang Xie didn't believe it and fired several more shots in succession. Finally, he hit the alien pig, but seeing that the alien pig had no reaction, Yang Xie had to take out his AK. Da-day-day-day-day-day. The fierce sound of AK gunfire rang out, and the few alien pigs rushing at the front were instantly splashed with blood. Covered with bullets, he fell at Yang Xie's feet. This thing is still easy to use and very powerful. Yang Xie was very satisfied. The feel of this AK was much better than that of a pistol, and the effect was also impressive. Looking at the remaining alien pigs, Yang Xie took out his sword again. Bloody swordsmanship, a huge sword energy composed of dark spiritual energy struck at the alien pig. Bang bang! A strange beast pig was split in half by the huge sword energy. It is indeed unusual for a martial artist to release spiritual energy, but I still need to become more proficient and enter the subtle realm as soon as possible. Yang Xie struck out with a few more knives. The sword energy was no longer powerful and the power was relatively smaller, but it still divided the alien pigs into two. Xiaoyin, I'll make your food tube full today. One alien pig was left behind, and the others were devoured by Yang Er and the others. I was quite lucky, and I actually found a crystal core. Yang Xie threw it to Xiaoyin without saying a word. The exotic pig barbecue materials are stored in the storage space. However, Yang Xie also didn't expect that the people he would encounter most when he came to the wild this time were not strange beasts but people. At this moment, Yang Xie used the secret method of holding his breath to hide behind a tree and looked at several people surrounding a small tree with red leaves. Qinsho, we agreed to share these red flame spirit fruits equally. What on earth do you want to do? A beautiful woman in green clothes said angrily to a man in yellow clothes. Lu Ruhua, there are 3 of us, and there are only 5 spiritual fruits. How do you want to divide them equally? The man in yellow smiled and looked at the beautiful woman in green. I picked the spiritual fruit. Of course I will take the big head, 3 for me, and you 2 will get 1 for each of you. Isn't this fair? Lu Ruhua, the woman in green, said angrily. Lu Ruhua, are you kidding? If we hadn't killed the alien beasts, would you have picked the spiritual fruit? Qinsho and I only have 2 pills each. We are facing danger. You take the big head. Is there such a deal in the world? A man in black mocked. Fanphone, I discovered this place. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be able to get even 1 of them. Don't push yourself too far. Lu Ruhua didn't expect that the 2 licking dogs who were usually obedient to him were now targeting him. It's ridiculous to go too far. Lu Ruhua, don't even look at where you are now. Fan Feng and I are interested in you, but don't you really think of us as your fish? Do you really want to take advantage of us? Qin Shou also laughed angrily at Lu Ruhua. You two are usually so nice to me. Are you lying? Do you want to fall out with me now? Don't even think about talking to me in the future. Lu Ruhua was going crazy.
What happened was beyond her expectation.
I usually rely on you, but you really take yourself seriously.
You actually treat both of us as your backup, and you openly invite the two of us to pick spiritual fruits together.
Why, you think we should be jealous of you? Does everything go your way? Brother Fan, I think the two of us will be busy today. Taking advantage of the big moves of those strange beasts, we will take down Lu Ruhua.
Anyway, we can blame the strange beasts afterwards. Qin Shou looked at Lu Ruhua's graceful figure, and the lustful light in his eyes flashed away.
Brother Qin, this is a good idea.
Anyway, this stinky woman just wants to scum us and take her down.
Today the spirit fruit will be divided between the two of us.
Fan Feng nodded in agreement and thought this idea was a good one.
You two bastards, I am the daughter of the Lu family, why don't you think about the consequences? And do you really think you two losers can take me down?
Seeing that these two licking dogs were out of his control, Lu Ruhua suddenly said with an inward look.
Brother Fan, let's not talk nonsense to her. In order to prevent her from leaking information, it's better to resolve it as soon as possible.
Qin Shou took out a long sword and said to Fan Feng.
Okay, let's take her down first.
This woman talks too much nonsense, I'm tired of hearing it. Fan Feng also took out a spear from his back.
Lu Ruhua was confused. Do these two losers want to rebel?
Seeing that they were quite strong, letting them accompany me to pick spiritual fruits was giving them a chance, but I didn't expect that they actually wanted to rebel. If I had known this, I wouldn't have let them accompany me.
But now I have to face the danger in front of me.
Looking at the aggressive Qin Shou and Fan Feng, Lu Ruhua knew that she was not their opponent.
I must leave here and can't let them succeed. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Taking out 2 smoke bombs and throwing them on the ground, Lu Ruhua quickly ran away. But unfortunately, this couldn't stop Qin Shou and Fan Feng.
Ah! Lu Ruhua was knocked to the ground by a sword and cried out in pain.
Brother Qin, you should be careful. If you hurt them, our fun will be gone. Brother Fan, don't worry, they won't get hurt.
Looking at Qin Shou and Fan Feng who were approaching slowly, Lu Ruhua's body trembled on the ground, and her pretty face finally showed a trace of regret and fear.
I was so naive. How could I let 2 people with wolfish ambitions accompany me to the wild? If you let me go, I can give you a lot of money. I can give you as much as you want, as long as you let me go. Lu Ruhua begged. Do you really think we are fools? If we don't get rid of you now, we will have no way out.
Your identity in the Lu family is a bright spot.
I even want to marry into your Lu family. After all, it's good to enjoy the shade under a big tree.
But now it is your death warrant. When Qin Shou and Fan Feng decided to take action, they didn't think about leaving anyone alive, because this woman never really gave them a chance.
How can a fish in a pond have a say? However, the place where Lu Ruhua fell to the ground was exactly where Yang Xia was hiding.
Although the secret method of concealing breath can block perception, it cannot block people's vision.
Lu Ruhua, who was already desperate, saw a person behind the tree. It was like seeing a life-saving straw.
Looking at Lu Ruhua who looked in his direction with surprise, Yang Xia knew that trouble was coming.
Handsome, help! They too want to kill me, help me!
Lu Ruhua shouted at Yang Xia, his eyes full of hope and his tone pleading. But Yang Xia had no intention of meddling in other people's affairs, and he didn't want to be a hero to save the beauty. The figure flashed, and the whole person merged into the shadow of the tree.
Watching Yang Xia's figure disappear, Lu Ruhua was stunned. Qin Shou and Fan Feng looked at Lu Ruhua's reaction, and their expressions changed. They couldn't let others know about this. But looking at the tree Lu Ruhua was looking at, they couldn't sense anyone else at all. He immediately looked at Lu Ruhua in surprise. Lu Ruhua, don't be so mysterious, there is nothing there. Lu Ruhua looked at the disappearing figure, puzzled and a little angry. Why doesn't this man save me? Can't a beautiful woman like me inspire your protective desire? Qin Shou and Fan Feng saw that Lu Ruhua's expression didn't look like he was lying. They looked at each other and decided to check it out. He picked up his weapon and slowly approached the big tree, wanting to find out. Sure enough, there was no one, but it was just a false alarm. But when I took a closer look, I found a small silver dog. It's just a puppy, Lu Ruhua. Are you asking for help from a puppy? It's really ridiculous.
Xinshu laughed and raised his hand, ready to crush the puppy to death.
In an instant, a figure appeared and took the puppy away. Xinshu and Fanfeng were instantly shocked.
It turned out that there was someone there, and they were so fast.
Who are you? I advise you not to meddle in other people's business.
Fanfeng looked at Yang Xie and said coldly, this person is so good at hiding, and he didn't notice at all. I really didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but if you want to touch my little silver, it's too much.
Haven't you ever heard that when you beat a dog, it depends on the owner?
Yang Xie helplessly spread his hands, this is nothing, he just watched the fun and got involved. Brother Fan, now that he has been seen, this matter cannot be resolved. Although this person's concealment methods are elusive, but now that he has appeared, we must keep him. Originally, Fan Feng still had some hesitation. It was not a wise move to target an enemy whose strength was unknown. But after hearing Qinshu's words, he knew that he had no other choice in this matter and must silence the other party. When Yang Xie heard what the two said, he also knew that the two were determined to keep him, so he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Lu Ruhua.
Beauty, what is your life worth? Lu Ruhua was secretly overjoyed when she saw the exposed Yang Xie.
This man deserved to be kept hidden by you. I'm still prepared to watch Qinshu and the others fight with this person. He could have taken the opportunity to slip away, but why did this man suddenly ask himself such a question?
Don't you know that the two opposite are masters of late-stage martial arts?
But now I had to use him to escape, so I couldn't help but replied with a smile that I thought was pretty.
Handsome guy, what do you mean by this? Ruhua doesn't quite understand. I mean, if you want to save your own life, how much can you pay? If the price is right, I will take the business.
Yang Xie watched the wealthy man explain patiently.
Lu Ruhua understood.
This person meant how much money he could pay to save him.
Is this person so confident?
Looking at Yang Xie's handsome but slightly childish face.
Although Lu Ruhua was curious about this man's hiding methods, he did not believe that he was Qinshu's opponent.
I just hope that he can delay Qinshu and the others for a while so that he can escape, but he still has to draw the cake that should be given. Handsome boy, these two are at the late stage of martial arts. You have to be careful.
If you can kill them, Ruhua will let you do whatever you want. Lu Ruhua is very confident in her appearance, but the existence known as the school beauty has many liquors. Beauty, I hope you won't insult my character. I'm talking to you about money, not about an airport. Yang Xie looked at Lu Ruhua and said lightly, she's not bad, but she's not as good as Yaya. Lu Ruhua was immediately ashamed and angry.
His little bear had always been a pain point for him, but looking at Qinshu and the others who were eyeing him eagerly, he knew they still needed this person now, so he gritted his teeth and said,
1 million.
As long as the handsome guy can resist them both, I will give you 1 million afterwards. 1 million, this price is a bit low, maybe 10 million, the business will be done if the beauty agrees. Yang Xie looked at Lu Ruhua, who asked for 1 million, and knew that she was a rich woman, so the price would have to be increased.
Boy, you don't take us seriously enough. You're still talking about business now. When Qinshu and Fanfeng saw that Yang Xie actually discussed the price with Lu Ruhua, they became furious and started to kill Yang Xie.
Yang Xie saw that the two of them were not careless, and used the perfect Bagua Wandering Dragon body technique to deal with the two of them, while still talking to Lu Ruhua.
Beauty, have you thought about it?
You have also seen my body skills.
If you don't agree, I will leave.
Lu Ruhua watched Qinshu and the others rushing towards Yang Xie and wanted to escape, but found that Yang Xie was more than capable of defeating Qinshu and the others' attack.
He couldn't help being surprised.
He didn't expect that this person was really powerful, so he immediately replied.
No problem, 10 million. As long as you kill these two people, I will give it to you immediately. Make a deal.
Qinshu and Fanfeng became even more angry after hearing this, and couldn't help but use their own tricks to kill this person quickly.
Wind and rain sword. Fire spear.
Qinshu's sword suddenly showed countless water-attributed spiritual energy, and he stabbed at Yang Xie with one sword. Countless raindrops came with the sword, and there was a sharp sword energy on each raindrop, and a ball of flame was curling on Fanfeng's gun, coming straight towards Yang Xie.
Is this sword intent?
Feeling the artistic conception on Qinshu's sword, Yang Xie knew that he had to be serious, and quickly drew his sword to counterattack.
Blood battle and the 8 desolations.
The attack was the strongest attack of the blood battle sword technique, and an extremely amazing sword energy slashed at the two people's attacks. Qinshu and Fanfeng were like two kites with broken strings, and they quickly crashed into the tree. There was still a trace of disbelief in his eyes, and a bloodline appeared on his body.
How is it possible?
Lu Ruhua also exclaimed. Qin Shou and the others were defeated with just one blow, and looking at the long bloodline on their bodies, Lu Ruhua knew that they had gone to reincarnate.
Yang Xia was also a little surprised, not surprised at Qin Shou and the others' vulnerability.
After all, his physical strength and total spiritual energy far exceeded other martial artists. Even if Qin Shou had the sword intention, he could not stop Yang Xia from breaking it with force. Instead, he was surprised that he had already reached the subtle point. The bloodline on Qin Shou and the others was the best proof. In the past, the two of them would have been split in half. It seems that Yang Yi and the others have gained a lot today. Turning to look at the stunned Lu Ruhua, he showed his private payment code.
Chan Hui. 10 million.
Lu Ruhua came back to her senses and looked at Yang Xia, with a trace of shock in her eyes. This man is really perverted.
Handsome guy. I will transfer it to you right away. I don't know your name. Let's add a contact number.
Lu Ruhua lifted the long hair beside her ears and smiled at Yang Xia.
No need, my grandma doesn't let me play with bad girls.
Yang Xia heard their conversation clearly. How could he not know who Lu Ruhua was? Lu Ruhua stopped talking and awkwardly transferred 10 million to Yang Xia. Looking at the 10 million in the account, Yang Xia couldn't help but sigh that this business is really good. He easily made 10 million. After thinking about it, Yang Xia still looked at Qin Shou's body. However, this is the biggest gain today. Yang Xia walked to the bodies of Qin Shou and Fan Feng and took off their warrior terminals. I am going to let Yang Er use the combination of shadow eating and shadow transformation on Qin Shou.
This skin is good and can be used by Yang Er.
Moreover, Yang Xia also liked the sword and martial arts skills used by Qin Shou. I wonder if Yang Er can obtain a set of combined skills. But thinking of Lu Ruhua next to him, he knew that now was not the time. Although his strength was exposed, Yang Xia was not very worried. Now I have long transformed into a young man in Ma Liang's team.
When Yang Er was told to be wary of Ma Liang and the others, Yang Er hid in their shadow and obtained their information. But Xiaoyin was seen by Lu Ruhua. Will he be suspected in the future?
Yang Xia's eyes were filled with uncertainty, and he didn't know if he needed to silence himself.
Never mind.
Just for the sake of the 10 million. He should not kill for the sake of killing. He killed Qin Shou and Fan Feng because they had the intention to kill him. Although this Lu Ruhua is a scumbag, she is not guilty enough to die.
Beauty, what is that red flame spirit fruit you just talked about?
Yang Xia suddenly thought of the spiritual fruit they had argued about before.
It should be a good thing, but he didn't know much about it.
Yang Xia quickly walked to the spiritual tree, not only wanting to understand this thing, but also wanting to divert Lu Ruhua's attention.
Lu Ruhua's attention was still on Qin Shou and Fan Feng, watching Yang Xia skillfully remove their warrior terminals.
Lu Ruhua knew that this person must be a ruthless person, and he must have done such things frequently, and he suddenly became a little worried about his own safety. Could it be that he had just stepped out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's den? After listening to this person's question, he quickly explained. Handsome guy, that red flame spirit fruit is a good treasure.
It is a heaven and earth spirit fruit.
It is a good thing for warriors to practice. This thing is a top-level treasure of the 3rd level, but its function and effect are comparable to that of a 4th-level treasure.
Oh. What is the function and effect of a top-level 3rd-level treasure?
Yang Xia's eyes lit up when he heard that it was a top-level 3rd-level treasure, and he was also very curious about the efficacy of this spiritual fruit. Even if you eat one of this spirit fruit in the martial arts realm, you can increase your strength by 1 level. But if you eat one in the martial arts realm and successfully digest the effect of the spirit fruit, especially for warriors with the fire attribute, it will be no problem to increase their strength by 2 levels. It's not like pills, it doesn't have so many side effects. It is indeed a good treasure in practice.
No wonder the 3 of you are arguing endlessly.
But since it is a top-level treasure of the 3rd level, can you deal with the strange beast it protects? Yang Xia was also a little curious.
Since it was such a precious thing, why weren't there any high-level exotic beasts around?
This thing should also be a very precious cultivation resource for strange beasts. Originally, there was a 3rd-level alien leopard. We were ready to give up after discovering it, but the alien leopard suddenly went deep into the forest under some unknown summons, leaving only a 2nd-level top-level alien leopard. The strange beast leopard, Qin Shou and Fan Feng worked together to kill it. Lu Ruhua explained that she was also surprised by the actions of the 3rd-level alien leopard, but it was the departure of the alien leopard that gave them the opportunity. Hearing that there was also a 3rd-level alien leopard, Yang Xia knew that he had to collect those spiritual fruits quickly to avoid unnecessary complications. But looking at the 5 crimson fruits hanging on the small tree with crimson leaves, Yang Xia couldn't help but ask again.
Is this spiritual fruit ripe? If it is not ripe, will its effectiveness be greatly reduced? This, I'm not sure, maybe it's familiar. Lu Ruhua didn't know too well. It was not easy to get the spiritual fruit.
Who cares whether it was ripe or not? Yang Xia listened to Lu Ruhua's uncertain words and was glad that he asked, otherwise the spiritual fruit would have been wasted. After thinking about it, Yang Xia decided to put this spiritual tree into his storage space. Living things cannot live in the storage space, but plants should be able to, right? However, just in case, Yang Xia put the 3-meter-wide soil of the spiritual tree into the storage space. Although the vitality of plants is tenacious, you have to take them out every once in a while to see if there are any changes. It would be best to be alive. After all, I have an extra talent for rapid growth. I wonder if I can use it on plants. Lu Ruhua's eyes widened when she saw Yang Xia's operation. Did this person just collect all the trees? Why don't you be so cruel? Moreover, he also has a storage ring? Beauty, do you have any objection to the spiritual tree and its spiritual fruit belonging to me? Yang Xia looked at Lu Ruhua and said with a smile. No, not at all, they are all yours, handsome man. Lu Ruhua smiled awkwardly. The bodies of Qin Shou and Fan Feng were still vivid in her mind, so how could she dare to have any objections? Since you don't have any objections, can you please leave, Beauty? Let's go our separate ways. Although he made a 10 million business deal with Lu Ruhua, Yang Xia had no intention of continuing to communicate with her. Handsome guy, how about the two of us come together? I'll give you another 10 million to hire you to protect me. Although Lu Ruhua was a little afraid of Yang Xia, he was still very sure of Yang Xia's strength. Although he is a mid-level martial artist, there is still a certain danger in the wild, so he wants to go with Yang Xia. And although this person said that he was not interested in him, Lu Ruhua was very confident in his charm and believed that after getting along with him for a long time, he would definitely be able to win over this person. This is a powerful stock, and it also has a space ring, and may be a child of a big family. Although she didn't know why he was so obsessed with money, as a descendant of the Lu family, she was not short of money. Beauty, I'm very surprised. You are so rich, why do you still come out to look for spiritual fruits? Can't you just buy them yourself? You also bring 2 licking dogs and put yourself in danger? Although Yang Xia loves money, he is also very moved by Lu Ruhua's conditions. But when Lu Ruhua asked for another 10 million, I couldn't help but wonder if there was something wrong with this woman's brain. If you are so rich, why would you go out into the wild to take risks? Handsome guy, you still don't understand how rare this spiritual fruit is. The spiritual fruit can enhance the strength of a warrior without any side effects, and it will not make the warrior's realm empty. This is a temptation that no warrior can refuse. Very few warriors sell it. This person had so little knowledge about heaven and earth spiritual treasures that Lu Ruhua couldn't help but doubt his own guess. Of course, Lu Ruhua had a more personal reason that she didn't tell Yang Xia, and that was that she especially enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by stars and being admired by 2 people at the same time. This is why she likes fish farming. Although I am very interested in your employment fee, I am a road warrior in the wild and don't like walking with others, so let's part ways. Yang Xia was not interested in putting someone uncomfortable around him, and he would be constrained by what he could do. Just like now, Yang Er had to avoid Lu Ruhua as he swallowed Qin Shou and Fan Feng's shadow. Lu Ruhua was a little disappointed with Yang Xia's rejection. It was a pity that such a capable handsome guy didn't become a fish in her pond. But it was not easy to continue persuading, so she could only say, "Then handsome guy, we will meet again if we are destined." Looking at Lu Ruhua's leaving figure, Yang Xia was finally able to summon Yang Er. In an instant, a familiar figure appeared. It was Qin Shou, or who else? Looking at the figure that was exactly the same as Qin Shou before, Yang Xia was very satisfied. More importantly, Yang Er's swallowing this time not only brought Yang Xia the fire attribute talent that he had been thinking about. He also perfectly mastered Qin Shou's skills and martial arts through the perfect combination of swallowing shadows and transforming shadows. Although he did not get Qin Shou's talent, Yang Xia had already obtained a water attribute water control before, so Qin Shou's skills and martial arts could also be used. Now Yang Er is Qin Shou's clone. He not only has Qin Shou's memory but can also use Qin Shou's skills and martial arts. So now Yang Xia has also mastered an additional water-attributed technique and martial arts. The technique is Shui Yungjingjing, and the martial arts is the sword technique Fingyu sword technique. And he has also mastered Qin Shou's artistic conception.
In other words, Yang Xia's sword technique is now more advanced than his knife technique. Yang Yi and Yang Er have one more means to fight against the enemy, and they don't have to worry about exposing Yang Xia by using the bloody sword technique. Yang Xia picked up Qin Shou's sword and prepared to get familiar with the Fingyu sword technique. Fingyu sword technique, wind and rain are swords. Yang Xia waved Qin Shou's sword and stabbed the giant tree in front of him. Countless raindrops fell on the giant tree like a sharp sword. Countless sword-shaped holes suddenly appeared on the giant tree, like a sieve. Looking at the giant tree that was pierced, Yang Xia smacked his lips. This power is stronger than the bloody sword technique, and it is countless times stronger than what Qin Shou himself used. Qin Shou, if I could use such a powerful wind and rain sword, I'm afraid I would be broken today. Yang Xia was very excited. It turned out that this was the correct way to unfold my talent. It was so powerful. And with the influence of the wind and rain sword, Yang Xia felt that his bloody swordsmanship would soon realize the artistic conception. The combination of shadow transformation and shadow devouring is simply amazing. No, I have to find a strange beast to try and see if I can inherit the strong physical talent of the strange beast. A whoa! As if in response to Yang Xia's wishes, a roar of a strange beast sounded not far from Yang Xia. Yang Xia turned around and saw a huge figure of a strange beast leopard appearing at the pit of the spiritual tree that Yang Xia had dug before. At this moment, it was roaring angrily. Looking at the bare pit of the spiritual tree, I knew that someone had stolen its treasure, which was the guarantee for its promotion to the general level at the peak of the third level. Yang Xia looked at this strange beast leopard. I guess this is the third level strange beast leopard that Lu Ruhua said. Yang Xia narrowed his eyes slightly. It just so happened that the giant tree test was not enough, so he would use you, a beast, to test his sword. Yang Xia was already an 8th level martial artist, and he had a sword technique with artistic conception. He really wanted to test the strength of this 3rd level beast. Yang Xia held a sword and stepped on the 8 trigrams dragon to attack the beast leopard. The beast leopard saw a man running towards him with a sword, and knew that it was probably this person who stole his spiritual tree, and could not help but roared angrily at Yang Xia. "Oh whoa!" The huge body rushed towards Yang Xia like a phantom. Yang Xia looked at the beast leopard running like lightning, and knew that this was the talent of the beast leopard. The speed was far beyond the speed of other beasts. He could not help but use the 8 trigrams dragon body technique with all his strength, and his figure gradually blurred, as if there were several Yang Xias. Wind and rain sword technique, wind and rain are swords. In an instant, countless sword-like raindrops went towards the beast leopard, and it was about to hit the beast leopard, but was dodged by the high-speed moving beast leopard. Yang Xia couldn't help but frown. It seems that I still have too little experience in fighting enemies, and I'm not very proficient in using the wind and rain sword. I still need to practice more. He immediately started fighting with the alien leopard again, but the alien leopard was indeed very fast. Although Yang Xia's attack power was strong, it was difficult to hit it. Moreover, the alien leopard caused a lot of trouble to Yang Xia with its fast and flexible huge body. Yang Xia was also a little annoyed. Since he couldn't hit it with a long-range attack, he would fight hand-to-hand. Yang Xia threw away the sword, and the alien leopard was also stunned. Is this human stupid? He didn't need such a strong swordsmanship and threw away the sword. He wanted to fight with him hand-to-hand? But it just happened to be what the alien leopard wanted. The physical strength of their alien beasts was far stronger than that of humans. The alien leopard rushed towards Yang Xia again quickly. This time the human had no weapons. It wanted to grab this person with one claw and then feast on him. But when the alien leopard approached and wanted to kill this human, it found something that shocked it. His attack was easily taken by this person, and his physical strength and power were so strong that he was not inferior to him in the battle. The strange beast leopard rushed towards Yang Xia again, vowing to take Yang Xia down. Therefore, a strange scene appeared. A strange beast leopard with a body size of several meters, facing a human with a huge difference in size, had no advantage in close combat. Yang Xia was also immersed in this melee at this moment, and the Buddhist Xian Gong was running to the extreme, and the talent of copper skin and iron bones was also displayed. Relying on the Jinwu fist, Yang Xia actually fought back and forth with this 3rd-level strange beast leopard, and gradually gained the upper hand. He had already mastered the subtle bloody battle swordsmanship, as well as the artistic conception swordsmanship he had learned from Qin Shou. As he continued to fight, Zhen Wuquan had also become subtle, and it was slowly entering the realm of artistic conception. Yang Xia also felt this change, and the fight with the alien leopard became more intense and more enjoyable. The leopard, an alien beast, was already feeling aggrieved. He actually came up short in a physical fight with a human. Now that human being is getting stronger and stronger. Am I a strange beast, or are you a strange beast? Countless trees in the surrounding trees were also destroyed by the fight between Yang Xie and the alien leopard, as if a new space had been opened up. Trees are falling. And Yang Xie's comprehension speed is getting faster and faster, and the strange beast leopard is gradually dying. Bang! A kind of enlightenment burst out from Yang Xie's mind, and the artistic conception of Zen Wuquan was understood. An invisible force burst out from Yang Xie's body. Xiao Baopao, thank you for letting me understand the artistic conception. In return, I will reward you with a cannon punch. Yang Xie said with a smile to the alien leopard, and quickly moved forward. While blocking the attack of the alien leopard, Yang Xie hit the alien leopard's body with a cannon punch with his right hand. A wave of energy spread along the body of the alien leopard, and the alien leopard was knocked away dozens of meters by Yang Xie, and many roots of the giant tree were broken. It's so cool. It's an unparalleled feeling to be able to fully use the power of my body. Yang Xie felt very happy about this battle. The speed of this alien leopard is indeed amazing, but under his own fists, it can only be a weakling. This third-level beast has a strong vitality. Although the leopard, which was hit so far by Yang Xie's punch, looked miserable, it still wanted to struggle to stand up. Seeing this, Yang Xie quickly picked up the sword on the ground and stepped forward to behead the leopard. The huge leopard head rolled several times, and its eyes were still wide open. It seemed to be shocked why this human body was so strong. Looking at the leopard that was completely dead, Yang Xie had an understanding of his own combat power. The third-level beast could be easily killed without the help of the shadow soldiers. He finally got out of the weak range, but he still needed to work hard. Now is the time to harvest. Yang Xie looked at the corpse of the leopard with burning eyes. Not knowing whether he could get the talent of this leopard, in order to increase the success rate, Yang Xie asked Yang Er to use the combination of shadow devouring and shadow transformation. Gradually, the corpse of the leopard began to shrink until only a pile of skin and bones remained. After devouring the leopard, Yang Xie's realm successfully reached the 9th level of martial artist, and he also successfully obtained the speed talent of the leopard. The wind attributed speed flash talent. And Yang Er also slowly appeared at the leopard's corpse, and a third-level leopard replica appeared. Looking at the replica created by Yang Er, Yang Xie was curious whether the current replica was as strong as the previous leopard. Yang Er, the leopard you are now in the shadow of is a third-level leopard. Do you have the strength of the third level now? Master, we can't shadow their realm. My current strength is the same as the master, still the 9th level of martial artist, that is, the peak of the 2nd level. Yang Xie was a little disappointed, but if the combination of shadow transformation and shadow devouring can copy the realm of the original body, it would be too outrageous. If you find a corpse of a high-level warrior or a high-level beast, you will soon be invincible. It seems that my idea is still too far-fetched, but it is already very good to be able to obtain their talents. Come, Yang Er, let's practice. Yang Xie was ready to fight with Yang Er to feel the strength of Yang Er, who turned into a strange beast leopard. But after fighting with Yang Er, Yang Xie found something that surprised him. Now the power displayed by Yang Er's clone is even stronger than the power displayed by the original body of the strange beast leopard. In addition to the speed talent of this strange beast leopard, Yang Er's clone strange beast leopard can beat the original body of the previous strange beast leopard. Yang Xie quickly figured out that the physical strength of the shadow army leaders such as Yang Yi and Yang Er is not much different from his own. Although the realm of their transformed strange beast leopard is still the 2nd level, its strength has exceeded the original body. Yang Xie got the talent of the strange beast leopard, the speed of the flash, and the body movement of the 8 diagrams wandering dragon, and his speed has been improved, and so is his strength. After all, the world's martial arts can only be broken by speed. And on the other side of the forest. Wolf King, something is not right. There is a mysterious force in the forest that is constantly attacking our low-level beasts. They are very cunning and have great hiding skills. I just went to the place where the incident happened but only saw a pile of corpses, but no trace of them. Are there many people? A lot. There are low-level beasts killed everywhere in the forest. It is roughly estimated that there should be tens of thousands of beasts killed. Strange, why do humans target low-level beasts? In which direction are they moving? There is no fixed range, but the trajectory of their actions tends to the southeast corner of the forest. Southeast? This is consistent with the direction of my current bloodline sensing. It seems that they are in that direction. The large force is heading southeast. Let me see who is trying to cause trouble in the wild. After a detailed sensing, the Howling Moon Wolf King found his child in the southeast direction of this forest, which coincided with the direction of those who attacked the beasts. The Howling Moon Wolf King also began to lead the wolves to the southeast corner of the forest, and the southeast corner was surprisingly the direction where Yang Xia was. The movements of Howling Moon Wolf King and his men also alarmed Jiang Yi and his men who had been following their whereabouts.
Master, the Wolf King and his men are coming in your direction.
Should we interfere?
No, just continue the assassination and try not to expose yourself. Yang Yi and his men's intelligence let Yang Xia know that Howling Moon Wolf King and his men would find this place sooner or later. After all, with Xiaoying here, this layer of blood induction will not be wrong.
Yang Xia showed a playful smile on his face. Playing hide and seek, right? This is my favorite. Let's see how you find me.
Then, a strange phenomenon occurred in the wild. When Howling Moon Wolf King led a group of strange beasts to the southeast corner of the forest, he activated his blood induction again to sense the specific place where his child was here. But he found that in his blood induction, his child was in the northwest again. Howling Moon Wolf King couldn't help but doubt his blood induction. Could it be that his blood induction was wrong? No, it couldn't be that the bloodline sensing was wrong. This could only mean that the thief who stole his child had discovered his tracks and fled to the northwest. Thinking about it, Howling Moon Wolf King became even more anxious. Because the thief had discovered him, it was very likely that he had fled to Qingshan City, and it would be even more difficult for him to find his child. He immediately left some of his beastmen here and quickly searched the northwest direction. When the Howling Moon Wolf King led the army back to the northwest, the thief took his child to the southwest of the forest, as if someone had tipped him off.
The Howling Moon Wolf King was even more angry.
The thief was playing tricks on him. The humans who stayed in the wild suffered a lot. When they found that a large number of strange beasts were moving through the team's sensing spirit, they fled along the edge of the huge wild forest in the opposite direction of the large army of strange beasts. But just when they relaxed and thought it was safe, the group of strange beasts came towards them again.
Are these beasts crazy?
A herd of beasts that are enough to cause a beast tide is running around in the forest.
My little heart can't bear it. Yes. This huge herd of beasts seems to be targeting me. Wherever I go, they go. They are crazy. I don't think we can stay in the wild.
The perception team members of our team found that the leading beast is a terrifying existence with extremely huge energy. It may be a king-level beast. The team member who awakened the 1,000-mile ostrich martial spirit in our team also saw a giant wolf that was more than 50 meters long and more than 30 meters high.
I think it should be a wolf king.
Wolf king, damn, how could such a terrifying existence run to the edge of the wild? Forget it, I value my life more than money. I will go back to Qingshan City first, and I will not come out for the time being. Coward, these strange beasts are making so much noise, maybe they have found some treasure and are looking for it. I want to stay and find the treasure first. Fortune and honor are sought in danger, brother, I will go with you.
The restless group of strange beasts has caused many warrior hunting teams to line up at the city gate to check and prepare to return.
And some brave hunting teams who want to seek an opportunity are still exploring in the wild. And the culprit who caused all this is still wandering around in the wild with Xiaoying. For several days, Howling Moon Wolf King has been looking for Yang Xia in the wild. But he could not see any trace of Yang Xia, and could only vaguely sense the direction of his child. After reflecting on his own behavior, Howling Moon Wolf King suspected that his original body was too targeted, so he changed into a human form. The human form of Howling Moon Wolf King is a handsome young man with silver white hair, but at this moment, the handsome young man's face is terribly gloomy. The child was not found, but many of his subordinates were killed. This thief is really hateful. When he is found, he will be torn into pieces to vent his hatred. The warrior circle in Qingshan City is also quite lively. From the warriors who returned to Qingshan City, they learned that there were high-level beasts in the wild on the edge of the wild, and they were talking about it for a while. There is only 1 week left before the college entrance examination. Do these strange beasts want to have another beast tide? This has not happened for several years.
Anyway, it is very abnormal. Now is a special period. Be careful. Is it really some treasure that has appeared in the world?
There was a strange phenomenon in the city before, and now these strange beasts are running around in the wild again.
It really seems that they are looking for some treasure.
These king-level strange beasts have come out.
Those who want to find treasures in the wild are not going to die.
Remind the warriors in the wild that it is best to stay in Qingshan City during this period and not go out hunting.
And Nangongya and his daughter in the Nangong family also received the news,
and they couldn't help but worry about Yang Xia in the wild. Nangongya sent a message to Yang Xia worriedly. Yang Xia, are you okay in the wild? As a result, Yang Xia replied immediately. Very well, what's wrong, Ya, do you miss me again? Looking at Yang Xia's instant reply and full of teasing tone, Nangongya knew that Yang Xia was safe now, but still said there is only 1 week before the college entrance examination. You should come back quickly. There are high-level beasts in the wild areas now. I know. It's the Howling Moon Wolf King. He chased me everywhere for showing. Nangongya looked at the message Yang Xia sent back and couldn't digest it for a while. This high-level beast is the Howling Moon Wolf King, and it came for you? Then why don't you come back quickly? King-level beasts are too dangerous. Nangongya reacted and asked Yang Xia to come back quickly. The king-level beast Howling Moon Wolf King is no joke. The martial artist level is just like an ant in front of him. Although Yang Xia's martial artist level is much stronger than other martial artists, he is just a stronger ant in front of the Howling Moon Wolf King. It's okay. That big guy is too obvious a target. I had already discovered it before it came. Besides, I have something to do and can't come back for the time being. What can happen? The college entrance examination is a big deal now. Come back quickly. If I really have something to do, I will try to come back as soon as possible. Don't worry. Then you should pay attention to your own safety and come back safely. Nangongya saw that Yang Xia wanted to stay in the wild, so she could only ask him to protect himself. Yang Xia also smiled bitterly when looking at the message board. He did have something to do now, and it was quite special. Now he has already reached the peak of martial arts, but not the peak of the 9th stage of martial arts, but the peak of the 10th stage of martial arts. Yes. The 10th stage of martial arts. Yang Xia was stunned. 2 days ago, Yang Xia's 3 skills were all cultivated to the perfect state, and he had reached the peak of the 9th stage of martial arts. In terms of martial arts, Jinwu Fist, Blood Battle Sword Technique, Wind and Rain Sword Technique, and 8 Diagrams Wandering Dragon Body Technique have all entered the artistic conception. Then Yang Xia spent 3 million Dezhou coins to buy the Wuzong skills of the Eternal Night Demonic Code, Shadow Killing Secret Code, and Fu Tu Shin Gong from the Warrior Terminal. After a thorough study, Yang Xia was ready to break through the Wuzong. But after Yang Xia broke through, he was surprised to find that he had only made 1 step further in the Wuxia realm, and did not break through the Wuzong. Yang Xia was very sure that he did not break through to the Wuzong, but his strength and aura increased a lot, and his realm was still the Wuxia. Therefore, he set the realm he broke through as the 10th stage of the Wuxia. Although the 3 skills can only be cultivated to the 9th stage of the Wuxia, there is now a faint trend of fusion among the 3 skills. Yang Xia guessed that this might be the reason why he could break through the 10th stage of the Wuxia. And now he still did not feel the bottleneck of entering the Wuzong, but his subconscious told himself that he had to cultivate more artistic conception before entering the Wuzong. For this reason, Yang Xia also cultivated Zhu Ju's lightning leg martial arts to the artistic conception. With the experience of the previous 4 artistic conception skills, as well as the hanging practice of the shadow soldier, the lightning leg also quickly entered the artistic conception. But Yang Xia still didn't feel the bottleneck of Wuzong. Seeing this, Yang Xia had to buy 5 more martial arts books at the Warrior Terminal. They were 5 different types of martial arts: Overlord Spear, Rui Stick, Wind and Thunder Hammer, Mountain Splitting Axe, and Army Breaking Halberd. Under the full training of the Shadow Soldier, they are now almost in the artistic conception. When all 10 martial arts were almost in the artistic conception, Yang Xia felt the faint membrane of Wuzong. Yang Xia didn't understand why. Looking at the introduction of the skills in the terminal, others only needed to practice 1 skill to the peak of the 9th stage of martial arts and comprehend 1 martial arts to the artistic conception to break through Wuzong. Why was he different? For this, Yang Xia could only attribute it to his god-level martial soul talent. Apart from this, Yang Xia couldn't think of anything else. Moreover, Yang Xia believed that his martial spirit would not harm him. Therefore, Yang Xia has been trying his best to comprehend the artistic conception these days. In addition to more than 1,000 shadow soldiers who are always on the lookout for the Howling Moon Wolf King, the remaining 9,000 are practicing martial arts with all their strength. Yang Yi and Yang Air are guarding Yang Xia to prevent other strange beasts. The reason why Yang Xia stayed in the wild was to prepare to break through the martial arts sect in the wild. Because Yang Xia sensed that he needed a lot of energy to break through the martial arts sect, and strange beasts were the best energy source. Qingshan City may not have such a sufficient energy supply, although Nangong Baishan's training room is very rich in spiritual energy. But Yang Xia, who had already broken a spirit gathering array, had a psychological shadow and did not want to do it again.
It will not be long before there is a bloody storm in the wild. In order to avoid the Howling Moon Wolf King, Yang Xie took Xiaoying to stroll around in the wild. With 1,000 shadow soldiers hiding in the dark as spies, Yang Xie and Xiaoying were quite comfortable. After all, the Howling Moon Wolf King was indeed too targeted. However, the shadow soldiers just sent a message to Yang Xie that the Howling Moon Wolf King suddenly lost its trace and could not see its huge body. Yang Xie did not think that the Howling Moon Wolf King had given up. Thinking of the ability of the alien beasts above the general level to transform, he could not help but have a bad premonition. Therefore, Yang Xie and Xiaoying moved more frequently. They stayed here for a while, and then asked Yan Er to transform into the appearance of the alien beast leopard and take them to move quickly. During this period, they also met many warriors who were looking for something everywhere. I don't know what they were looking for. Yang Xie did not meet them either, but just moved quickly. Waiting for his 10 martial arts to break through the artistic conception, waiting for the opportunity to break through the martial arts. It is recommended to take a screenshot to save. Please forgive us for the inconvenience caused to you. 2 days later, in a hidden cave. Yang Xie was sitting cross-legged inside, with a joyful smile on his face. It's done. With thousands of shadow soldiers practicing day and night, all 10 martial arts have finally entered the realm of art. However, Yang Xie couldn't help but sigh when he thought about what he had experienced in the past 2 days. This Wolf King is so cunning, he actually mobilized all the air troops in the field. Yang Xie rarely saw flying beasts in the wild, but after the huge body of the Howling Moon Wolf King disappeared. In the past 2 days, the sky was filled with dense flying beasts, searching for something over the forest. Yang Xie knew that this phenomenon was extremely abnormal and was probably the Wolf King's method, so he was even more cautious. After handing Xiaoying to Yang Er, he asked him to be careful and interfere with the Wolf King's sight in the forest. With Yang Er wandering around with Xiaoying, Yang Xie himself found a safer cave to prepare for retreat. Yang Yi is still guarding Yang Xie. After feeling the bottleneck of Wu Zone, Yang Xie prepared to break through tonight. Suddenly Yang Xie frowned. The shadow soldiers just sent word that there was a group of uninvited guests outside the cave and they were heading towards the cave. Was it a coincidence that he appeared outside his cave at this time, or was he discovered? Yang Xie was thinking, but he and Yang Yi were hiding in the shadow of the cave, preparing to take a look at the situation first. But after waiting for a while, they still didn't see them coming in. I couldn't help but be surprised. I asked the shadow soldiers hiding in the darkness outside, and they said that these people were hiding around the cave, as if they were trying to ambush me. Yang Xie's heart sank. He had finally been exposed, but how did they know his location? What's special about their outfits? Clothed in black, wearing a pig head mask. Yang Xie was stunned. The ability god cult was not the Howling Moon Wolf King. How did they find themselves and what do they want to do? Besieged on all sides. The matter of the Howling Moon Wolf King is not over yet. The apostle god cult is here again. Messenger, Juju's terminal location is in this cave. He has been moving around in the forest before, and the location has not been stabilized until today. Did you find anything during your previous tracking? This man seems to have been killing alien beasts, and the death of those alien beasts is very strange, as if they were swallowed by some evil existence. What's weird? All that's left is a pile of skin and bones, and the flesh and blood has disappeared completely. It is indeed a magical method, so what are the strengths of these strange beasts? Most of them are first and second order, and a very few are third order. It seems that although these two people have weird methods, their strength is at best that of the Wu Zone. Today we will take them down and find out what secrets this person has. Then are we still in ambush? Now that we know our strength, we don't need to be timid. We just go into the cave and surround them. In the cave, they are already turtles in a jar. Yes, messenger. Wait a minute, you still have to be careful, Juju should die in their hands. I understand, messenger. Just when Yang Xie was thinking about where he was exposed, the envoy of the alien god cult sent 2 men into the cave. Yang Xie had a secret breath-containing technique and was still hiding in the shadows. After searching twice, they found nothing. He couldn't help but be confused and hurriedly reported to the messenger. The pig-headed masked messenger looked at the locator in his hand and was very sure that they were in this cave, so he followed them into the cave to find out. Looking at the location displayed on the locator, the pig-headed masked messenger stared at a corner in the cave. The location displayed by the locator was indeed there, but there was nothing there. The pig-head masked user narrowed his eyes. Is this hidden? As for Yang Xie and the others, they couldn't help but feel a little panicked when they saw a man in a pig head mask looking towards where they were hiding. No, can you find this?
The man in the pig head mask raised his hand, and a wave of energy suddenly poured out towards Yang Xie and the others. The hiding place exploded immediately, and Yang Xie and Yang Yi immediately stepped out and looked at the pig head masked man with solemn expressions.
Hey, isn't this coming out? This hiding method is really good.
The pig head masked man chuckled, looking at Yang Xie and Yang Yi with interest.
How did you find me?
Yang Xie felt threatened by the pig-headed masked man and asked in a deep voice. He shouldn't have exposed anything.
Did you kill Zhu Ju?
The man in the pig head mask asked without answering, but his tone was very sure.
What? Are you here to avenge him?
When Yang Xie heard the name Zhu Ju, he immediately understood that these people could find that they were inseparable from Zhu Ju. I'm not interested in revenge, but I'm more interested in you. I'm really curious about the characters who appear suddenly and their strange methods.
However, after I catch you, these will no longer be secrets.
It seemed that in the eyes of the man with the pig head mask, Yang Xie and Yang Yi were already within his grasp.
Yang Xie now regrets a little.
Thinking that promotion to Wuzong requires a lot of energy, Yang Xie sent most of the shadow soldiers into the forest.
They waited for Yang Xie's order to start killing and accumulate energy. Now they stay in the cave.
There are only 100 shadow soldiers here. Moreover, Yang Xie felt a little bit of danger from this messenger, who should be at the level of a military commander or above. Yang Xie didn't want to fight him, he just wanted to escape from here as soon as possible. Besides, he didn't know where the Wolf King was waiting for an opportunity.
If he didn't have absolute certainty, he would only attract the Wolf King. Then he would be unable to escape.
Yang Xie's martial arts master's 10th peak realm merged the 8 diagrams dragon body skill, plus the speed talent of flashing, and killed a pig-headed masked man like a flash of lightning, and quickly ran out of the cave. The pig-headed messenger did not stop Yang Xie. However, when Yang Xie and Yang Yi were about to escape from the cave, a sense of oppression came, and the figure of a pig-headed masked man appeared at the entrance of the cave.
Boy, did you ask me if you wanted to escape?
The man slashed at Yang Xie with a knife, forcing Yang Xie back to the cave. Yang Xie felt the huge power from the man's knife, and looked at himself who was surrounded, and a fierce light appeared in his eyes. These two people should be military generals, and they are really difficult to deal with.
Since I can't escape, let's fight. You forced me to do this.
Recall the 100 shadow soldiers guarding outside the cave back to their own shadows and merge them. At the same time, let the 9,900 shadow soldiers start to kill the wild beasts crazily, regardless of the consequences. Anyway, his shadow soldiers can be reborn. Yang Xie decided to let them kill enough this time. It takes a certain amount of time to let the shadow soldiers come back.
Now I have to break through the martial arts quickly to break the deadlock.
And it can also interfere with the Howling Moon Wolf King. A trace of blood flashed in Yang Xie's eyes.
I have wanted to do this for a long time. Let the wild usher in a bloody feast. Please forgive us for the inconvenience caused to you. You forced me to do this. Since you want me to stay, let's see who is better.
Feeling the increase in strength after the 100 shadow soldiers merged into shadows, Yang Xie did not want to sit back and fight with this group of alien gods. The 9,900 shadow soldiers who received Yang Xie's order also started bloody killings. 9,900 shadow soldiers with 10th level martial arts masters, 10 kinds of martial arts, and 2nd level beasts were as brittle as paper in their hands. Countless 1st, 2nd, and 3rd level beasts were quickly harvested by the shadow soldiers, and soon turned into energy for Yang Xie to be promoted to the martial sect. The wilderness has become a bloody slaughterhouse for shadow soldiers.
Xiaodie Wolf King was still tracking Yang Er's traces, but the movement of the shadow soldiers was too great, and he was quickly discovered by the Wolf King. These hateful humans are actually killing strange beasts on our territory. Come on over and kill these humans.
Ouch, the counterattack of the alien beasts also began, and some shadow soldiers continue to sacrifice themselves under the massive tide of alien beasts. Yang Xie and Yang Yi were also fighting hard at this moment. Yang Xie was fighting against the two messengers of the ability god cult, while Yang Yi was harvesting other pig-head masked men to relieve Yang Xie's pressure. Yang Xie has 100 shadow soldiers, and his strength has improved a lot. Moreover, he himself was a 10th level martial artist, so the two messengers were not Yang Xie's opponents for a while. This kid is really weird, with terrifying strength, and a very strange artistic conception. Both of us are at the late stage of military generals, but we can't even defeat a martial arts boy. Zhu Ju's death in the hands of this man is not unjust. However, there is a barrier between military generals and the Wuzong. The strength of the generals is not something that their Wuzong can understand.
Martial spirit comes to this world. A huge pig suddenly appeared behind the two messengers, charging towards Yang Xie at an unusually fast speed. Yang Xie was also stunned. He summoned two pigs by beating you two like this. I guess these are your martial arts souls. Can a general's martial spirit still be played like this? Suddenly, Yang Xie was against four, and dangers arose frequently. The power of these two giant pigs was very astonishing. They charged at Yang Xie savagely, and the two envoys also launched a fierce attack on Yang Xie. Yang Xie was instantly injured. Although Yang Xie's foundation was very strong, his strength as a martial artist far exceeded that of others, and he also had 100 shadow soldiers. However, with the help of the two generals and the martial spirits they summoned, Yang Xie could only resist with difficulty. Fortunately, Yang Yi quickly eliminated those Wuzone-level pig-headed masked men and turned into a shadow to merge with Yang Xie, which improved Yang Xie's strength and allowed him to persevere. This kid must have a big secret. Let's capture him quickly, otherwise things will change later. When the two envoys saw Yang Yi transform into a shadow and merge into Yang Xie, their expressions suddenly changed, because they felt that Yang Xie's power had increased again. Okay, don't be careless. Martial spirit is here. The two shouted in unison. The two giant pigs summoned by the two turned into a phantom and merged into their bodies. Veins popped out on both of them, and their whole bodies swelled up. Their original height of about 1.8 meters suddenly jumped to nearly 3 meters, and a fierce aura hit their faces. Yang Xie looked at the changes in the two of them, and his expression became even more ugly. Originally, I tried my best to resist, but these two guys actually had a unique trick. I saw two people shouting again. Martial spirit's innate skill, Pig King's powerful fist. I saw two people jumping into the air and using their fists. A huge invisible wave spread. Yang Xie realized that something was wrong and wanted to avoid it. The quick flash and Bagua Yulong movements were at their peak, and the bronze skin, iron bones, and pagoda mysterious skills were also at their peak. However, this force covered a wide area, and Yang Xie was eventually hit. The whole person hit the ground like a cannonball. Bang! A human-shaped groove appeared. Yang Xie's entire body was embedded in the ground, and the surrounding ground was also cracking. Yang Xie spit out a large mouthful of blood, and the scene in front of him was a bit blurry. Damn it, you won't get a concussion. There were bursts of severe pain in his body, and Yang Xie was shocked to find that part of the fused shadow soldiers had dissipated. This was probably caused by taking most of the damage on Yang Xie's behalf. The two came to Yang Xie's side again and looked down at Yang Xie on the ground. Looking at Yang Xie's miserable appearance, they did not feel that Yang Xie still had the strength to resist. Boy, as a peak martial arts master, you can actually force us, late-stage warriors, to use our martial soul innate skills. You are proud of yourself. However, this just shows that your secret is not that big. Tell me your secret. If you don't cooperate, you will suffer. Yang Xie looked at the two people approaching and felt the increasing energy in his body. He knew that he would have a chance if he survived this wave, and he suddenly said with resignation. Two big brothers, as long as you tell me why you can find me, I will tell you my secret. I have actually been yearning for the alien god religion for a long time. We still want to bargain. We want you to talk more because of means, but it doesn't hurt to tell you. You are the one who got Juju's terminal, right? Is there your positioning device in the terminal? Yang Xie suddenly understood. Yes, this positioning device is made of nanomaterials and is difficult to find. Yang Xie thought that they had a special secret method to find him, but he didn't expect that the problem was actually with a technological product. How careless! Yang Xie suffered a great loss this time for not checking the enemy's things for safety. However, he learned a lesson and remembered this lesson deeply. Boy, who are you? Why do you want to kill Juju? And why can you fight against military generals with your strength as a martial master? And why did your companion enter your body just now? Can you tell me these questions? The two looked at Yang Xie and asking a lot of questions in rapid succession, but there was a hint of excitement in their eyes under their calm tone. Who doesn't want to know the secret of being able to fight across levels? This kid has a lot of secrets. Brother, my name is Jia Shiming. That Juju wanted to kill me in the wild. I was in self-defense. I really didn't mean it. Yang Xie's face now is Qin shows. How can he use his real face when he goes out? As for my ability to fight, Yang Xie stammered and propped himself up and stood up. The two wanted to hear the secret of Yang Xie's ability to fight across levels, but they didn't notice Yang Xie's changes. Of course it's because I'm not a martial master. Yang Xie said with a smile, and his body disappeared in front of the two. Yang Xie's body burst out with amazing momentum, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered around Yang Xie.
Under the full force of 9,900 shadow soldiers, Yang Xia finally broke through the martial master.
How is that possible?
The two pig-head masked messengers looked at Yang Xia, who suddenly disappeared in front of their eyes, and were shocked. He was hit by their martial arts innate skills and was at least seriously injured, but this Jia Shiming recovered so quickly, and judging from the situation, it seemed that he was about to break through the realm. They were frightened when they saw this strong spiritual energy fluctuation. They were not so powerful when they broke through the generals. No, this weird guy wants to break through the generals. We have to stop him quickly.
The Wuzong can fight us. If he breaks through the generals, we will no longer be our opponents.
Although the two were surprised, they had rich combat experience and knew that they could not let this guy successfully break through the generals, otherwise the situation might change.
Without hesitation, after seeing Yang Xia's movements, the two quickly summoned their martial spirits again and attacked Yang Xia.
Yang Xia's face didn't change when he saw this.
It's too late to stop me now.
However, seeing the menacing looks of the two men, he did not relax his vigilance.
The more critical the moment, the less he could take it lightly.
After releasing Yang Yi and other shadow soldiers from the shadow melting state, I asked them to stop these two people.
Now I still need a little time. After receiving Yang Xia's order, Yang Yi and the remaining dozens of shadow soldiers rushed towards the two pig-headed masked messengers without hesitation.
The expressions of the two pig-head masked messengers changed when they saw dozens of figures suddenly appearing from Yang Xia's body. But these figures want to stop them, they are so whimsical. Yang Yi and the others are very strong in the martial arts realm, but their opponents are in the late martial arts stage. Under the full strength of the two pig-headed masked messengers, the shadow soldiers were killed one by one. Yang Yi could only resist a few attacks and died. But it can indeed buy a lot of time for Yang Xia, who has already escaped for some distance. After killing the shadow soldiers, the two pig-headed masked messengers chased Yang Xia in the direction where he fled again, cursing at the same time. If you dare to lie to us, I will make sure that you can't live without dying. However, after Yang Xia ran for a certain distance, he suddenly stopped running.
Because of Wuzong, the breakthrough was successful.
This breakthrough, although there was no spiritual energy supply from the spirit gathering array, it only relied on Yang Xia himself to absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. But with the energy supply devoured by thousands of shadow soldiers, the breakthrough speed was much faster than that of the martial arts masters, and Yang Yi and the others had bought enough time. Feeling a power countless times stronger than before, Yang Xia smiled as he looked at the two envoys chasing him. It's time to change the identities of prey and hunter. Why, you realize that these guys who came out of your body are just in vain, have you figured it out? Looking at Yang Xia, who suddenly stopped, the two envoys thought that Yang Xia had given up resistance. After all, those guys were just cannon fodder. As for Yang Xia's ability to break through the general, don't be kidding. It's not too easy to break through the general just like that. Thinking about it, it took them several hours to break through the general. However, it's too late now. I'm going to break your running legs in your hands, so that you can't take care of yourself and beg us for mercy. The two envoys spoke harshly again, and at the same time, they once again used their martial soul talents.
Martial spirit's innate skill, Pig King's powerful fist. The two men jumped into the air and once again hit Yang Xia with the same powerful moves as before, hoping to knock Yang Xia down again. But facing this attack from the two men, Yang Xia did not run away. Instead, he took out Fan Fang's gun from the storage ring and made a gesture of resistance. Seeing this, the two envoys laughed.
It's ridiculous. You still want to resist our martial soul talent. You really don't want to live or die.
But Yang Xia didn't care about this and used Overlord's marksmanship to resist. Overlord's spear, sweeping away thousands of armies. Bang!
The two energies merged and erupted into a wave of air. A situation occurred that stunned the two envoys.
This man actually withstood it without any sign of injury or exhaustion.
Suddenly the two of them had a bad premonition, and they once again used several Pig King power punch on Yang Xia. But without exception, they were all taken over by Yang Xia. An idea popped up in their minds that neither of them could believe. Could it be that Jia Shiming has already surpassed the rank of military general? How did he do it in such a short period of time? He asked uncertainly, have you broken through the general? Yang Xia ignored the two men and raised his gun to kill them again. If he told them that he had just broken through Wuzong, they would probably be even more surprised, but Yang Xia had no interest in revealing his background. Seeing Yang Xia raising a gun and shooting at him again, the expressions on their faces were ugly. None of the special moves worked, and this was before this person used his martial soul's natural skills.
Now the tables were turned and they were at a disadvantage. Yang Xie suddenly dodged and came to the two of them with a gun in hand. The two of them were still thinking about how to deal with it, but they saw that Yang Xie had already arrived beside them. With the spirit of martial arts in their body, all their physical abilities have been greatly improved, and so has their perception. But after they saw Yang Xie, they sensed an early warning and had no choice but to take a defensive posture. Bang bang! This time it was the turn of the two of them to be beaten violently by Yang Xie, and their bodies broke several giant trees. However, Yang Xie didn't give the two of them a chance to breathe, and quickly stepped forward. The two who were knocked away by Yang Xie had to fight back when they saw Yang Xie was still coming. Pig King Power Punch. Pig King Power Punch. The moves that were once the ultimate moves were now used by the two people as ordinary attacks, but the power of their moves was gradually weakening. At this moment, the pig head masks of the two people had been knocked off by Yang Xie, and the faces of the two people were also tired. The martial arts talent skills still consumed them a lot. However, Yang Xie at this time was no longer the Yang Xie of that time, and he easily resisted the martial arts talent skills of the two people. A overlord spear stabbed directly at the two people again. The faces of the two people changed again and again, and they looked at each other, as if they had made some kind of decision. Burning blood secret method? The two people suddenly increased their strength again, and their speed also skyrocketed, and they broke away from Yang Xie's pursuit in an instant. Then they used the Pig King Power Punch again. The two people, whose strength suddenly doubled, caught Yang Xie off guard. This time, Yang Xie did not have an advantage in the fight, and was beaten back dozens of meters. However, Yang Xie still did not panic, but showed a hint of excitement. Explosion-type secret method? Interesting. It seems that I can try it more happily. After breaking through the Wu Zone, Yang Xie's shadow soldiers broke through the terrifying number of 100,000 as he wished. Excluding the shadow soldiers who were still killing in the forest, and Yang Yi and others who had just died in the battle. There are now 90,001 shadow soldiers in Yang Xie's martial soul space, 90,001 shadow soldiers in the Wu Zone realm. In order to test his strength after breaking through the Wu Zone, the number of Yang Xie's fused shadows is still only 100. However, after seeing the two people using the explosive secret method, Yang Xie decided to increase the number of fused shadows to 1,000. The two people who originally used the explosive secret method were once again completely suppressed by Yang Xie, and they had no power to fight back. Bang! The two were knocked to the ground by Yang Xie again, covered with scars. The effect of the secret method also expired, and the breath of the two people suddenly became weaker. Is it time? Then I will send you off for the last time. Looking at the two people whose auras suddenly weakened, Yang Xie had tested enough. The two messengers also knew that they were doomed today, but there was a flash of madness in their eyes. Ha ha ha, Jia Shiming, you are indeed extraordinary. You haven't used your martial soul talent skills yet, and you can defeat the two of us just after being promoted to a general. Your secret must be extraordinary, but you are destined to die here today. The two said like crazy. Yang Xie suddenly felt bad. With such a tone, could there be a big move? He hurriedly released his killing move and rushed towards the two people. No matter what big moves they had, there would be nothing left if they were killed. But it was still a little late, and Yang Xie was bounced back by a blood-colored light column. Sacrifice your own life and martial soul, and ask the pig god to come. The two knelt down to worship, and a blood-colored light column suddenly appeared on their bodies. The giant pig martial souls of the two appeared in the blood-colored light column, but they were shrinking rapidly. And the two themselves were aging at the speed of the naked eye. Yang Xie looked at it and felt a jolt in his heart. It's bad. A huge bloody pig-shaped shadow began to slowly take shape in the sky above the two people. At the same time, an astonishing momentum and pressure came from this phantom. The huge bloody pig-shaped shadow took shape and spoke. Who came in my place and why? The two messengers knelt on the ground and explained. Lord Pig God, I am your believer. I am calling you here today because of the man in front of me. He has killed many of your followers and he has many secrets of his own. I hope Lord Pig God can kill this person. The huge bloody pig-shaped shadow looked at Yang Xie, but at this time, Yang Xie lowered his head with dull eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Are all the believers of the alien god religion so weak? A warrior with the strength of the martial sect actually let you two generals summon me at the expense of their lifespan and martial soul. What a waste. The blood-colored pig-shaped phantom could see Yang Xie's true strength at a glance. The secret method of breath concentration could not be hidden from the eyes of such a being, and his tone at this moment was also very angry.
This group of trash, a martial artist with Wu Zone level strength actually invites me to come, really can't handle anything. The two envoys were also confused at this time.
Wu Zone? This Jia Shiming hasn't broken through the ranks yet?
Although the two were shocked, they would not doubt Lord Pig God's words.
I just thought that Jia Shiming was really terrifying.
Before he could break through the generals, he beat the two of them so hard that they couldn't fight back.
The two of them didn't even think about Yang Xia being the newly broken through Wu Zone.
Lord Pig God, this person's strength is terrifying and abnormal. It is far beyond the strength of Wu Zone. Sir, you can investigate carefully and maybe you will find something. The huge bloody pig-shaped shadow looked at the embarrassed two people with some doubts. These two humans look really miserable. Does this person really have any secrets? He couldn't help but look at Yang Xia again. However, after another insight into the blood-colored pig-shaped phantom, I didn't find anything special. Apart from the strength of the first level of Wu Zone, there is nothing strange about this person. If there is something strange, it is that this person actually doesn't even have the spirit of martial arts.
There is no space. For a moment, I was even more disgusted with the two kneeling envoys.
They were really pure trash. But since you sacrificed your lifespan martial soul to summon me, I will fulfill your wish. They saw the huge bloody pig-shaped phantom appearing with an unknown force, and the two of them realized that Yang Xia, who had forced them into a desperate situation, suddenly burst like a balloon. The two wanted to say something to the bloody shadow, but they saw the bloody pig-shaped shadow looking towards them. You losers, your wish has been fulfilled, you can go and die. A burst of energy hit, and the two messengers exploded with nothing left. The two of them couldn't figure out why the master wanted to kill them until they died. Only the bloody pig-shaped shadow was left muttering to himself. This group of humans are really useless. We still have to do it ourselves. I don't know when we will be able to come in real form. I hope the next time I come, it won't be this summoning body of consciousness. After saying that, the bloody pig-shaped shadow began to slowly dissipate. All that was left was a mess on the ground and a pile of corpses.
Hoo ho ho!
A figure appeared beside a creek, and there was a little wolf next to the figure. It scared me to death. It was so dangerous. If it hadn't been for the new Shadow Army leader who brought him a shadow-changing skill after breaking through the Wu Zone, I would have told him where he was. This figure was none other than Yang Xia. When the bloody light beam appeared next to the two messengers, Yang Xia sensed the fatal danger. At the critical moment, Yang Xia thought of the skill brought by the new Shadow Army leader after breaking through Wu Zone, shadow-changing. This is a skill similar to space. Yang Xia can exchange places with any shadow soldier. Seeing that the situation was not going well, Yang Xia had no intention of confronting him head-on. He promptly asked Yang Er to change places with him in the form of Qin Shou. Then Yang Xia came to the creek, and Yang Er arrived at Yang Xia's side.
Location. Seeing Yang Yi and Yang Er's figures slowly recovering in the Wuhuan space, Yang Xia couldn't help but feel afraid.
Yang Xia knew that Yang Er had already died, otherwise he would not have returned to the martial spirit space to recover.
This time was really tragic. Not only Yang Yi died, but now Yang Er was also killed. Moreover, a large number of shadow soldiers were also killed.
The shadow soldiers who were recovering in the martial soul space were sensed. Together with Yang Yi and Yang Er, a total of 3,452 shadow soldiers were recovering this time. In other words, Yang Xia sacrificed a total of 3,452 shadow soldiers this time, and this number is still increasing, because there are still 6,550 shadow soldiers killing in the forest. Yang Xia is scared now, this time he really escaped from death.
The methods of those two messengers of the alien religion are really endless.
Whether it is summoning the martial soul or the martial soul's innate skills, as well as the subsequent explosive secret techniques, and the final arrival of the pig god, they are all incredible trump cards. Yang Xia had to lament that he still had too few trump cards. God knew what other tricks those high-level warriors had. He would enrich his trump cards after returning this time. And from now on, the enemy must be dealt with quickly, without giving them a chance to use their trump card, and to nip the danger in the cradle. If we kill those two envoys early today, nothing will happen next. People, after all, you still can't float, you still have to be steady. Yang Xia reflected that if he had merged the 90,000 shadow soldiers earlier today, the two messengers of the alien god religion would have had no chance to attack. If he had not broken through the martial arts sect and obtained the shadow-changing skill today, he would have really died here. But it was a pity that the terminals of the two messengers could not be obtained. The terminals of the military generals should be very rich. Thinking of the things that the two people were going to summon at the end, Yang Xie was not ready to take risks again, and the two might not be waiting for him there. Looking at the 90,001 shadow soldiers in the martial arts space, Yang Xie wanted to continue to improve his strength. This time, Yang Xie left 10,000 shadow soldiers in the martial arts space to protect himself, and let the other 80,000 shadow soldiers support the 6,550 shadow soldiers who were killing, ready to kill happily.
The night is a good time for killing. Since it has already started, let's make a bigger fuss.
For a while, the strange beasts in the forest were attacked and killed by more shadow soldiers. Faced with such an emergency, Howling Moon Wolf King sensed a strong breath fluctuation and was ready to investigate, but he lost his mind and did not look for Xiaoyin. He was determined to kill the murderers who slaughtered his men.
Under the bloody killing of tens of thousands of shadow soldiers, Yang Xie's realm strength was also rapidly improving.
In one night, Yang Xie, who had just broken through the martial arts sect, jumped to the 7th stage of martial arts sect.
Yang Xie was still a little dissatisfied.
With almost all the shadow soldiers attacking, he only improved by 6 stages in one night. Although the martial arts master broke through the martial arts sect after the 10th stage, Yang Xie felt that he needed a terrifying energy to improve his strength. However, tens of thousands of shadow soldiers killed and devoured the beasts with all their strength for one night. Yang Xie thought he should be able to rush to the peak of martial arts sect, but now it seems that he still cannot reach his expectations. However, thinking that this is the edge of the wild, most of the beasts are only first and second level existences, and the third level is only a small part. Yang Xie is also relieved.
If you want to be promoted quickly, you have to go deep into the wild.
So after dawn, Yang Xie ordered the shadow soldiers to retreat.
It's time to count the harvest of this bloody feast.
This time, with the help of the shadow soldiers, Yang Xie successfully broke through the Wu Zone. The changes in Wu Zone are also quite obvious. After breaking through the Wu Zone, the spiritual fruit is bigger, and the artistic conception is integrated from the original 10 gates into one gate, and this artistic conception is also integrated into the spiritual fruit. In the future, Yang Xie's attacks will not only have spiritual energy, but also the artistic conception of the martial arts that Yang Xie has comprehended. Yang Xie, who has already reached the 7th stage of Wu Zone, has studied the martial arts of Wu Zone and the martial arts of Juju before. It is found that after other people break through Wu Zone, they can rely on the increased mental power after comprehending the artistic conception, and a large amount of spiritual energy to materialize the martial soul, but the martial soul at that time has no combat power. When you are just promoted to Wu Zone, the artistic conception of the spiritual fruit in the Sea of Qi belongs to the initial condensation, and the cultivation of Wu Zone is to constantly polish and comprehend your own artistic conception until it is perfect, and only after perfection can you break through the martial arts. After breaking through the martial arts, the perfect artistic conception will form the martial arts of the warrior himself, and the formation of the martial arts will promote the martial arts of the warrior himself. The martial soul of the warrior is nourished by the surge of spiritual power, and will continue to condense the martial soul body. At this time, the martial soul has combat power. It can come to the world to help the warrior fight, and it can also be integrated into the warrior's body to enhance the warrior's strength.
Yang Xie is different from others.
His martial soul can fight when he just awakens, but after breaking through the martial sect, the shadow soldiers have become more spiritual. Although not as good as the shadow army master, it is no longer the dull look before. It may be because of the spirituality that ordinary shadow soldiers have the ability to fuse and transform shadows. And the shadow soldiers massacre this time, there are not a few sacrifices. Yang Xie counted and found that a total of 12,305 shadow soldiers were killed in this battle. Although almost all the shadow soldiers were dispatched this time, the number of wild beasts was too large, and there were also the help of the Howling Moon Wolf King. Fortunately, many shadow soldiers have recovered with the energy supply of other shadow soldiers. While the losses were serious, the harvest was also rich.
The improvement of realm is only one aspect. Yang Xie also obtained many talents of exotic beasts.
However, in the marginal areas of the wild, the level of exotic beasts is mostly not high, only first level and second level, and a few third level. Many talents are repeated with those Yang Xie obtained before, but Yang Xie can feel that repeated talents are not useless, it enhances the original talents. When repeated talents accumulate to a certain number, these talents will also undergo qualitative changes. Like the copper skin and iron bones have stronger defense against themselves, the control of the wind blade is better, and the power is greater. After all, talents themselves also have levels. The talents that Yang Xie devoured through the shadow soldiers are just the talents of different exotic beasts, and the same talents will be improved when accumulated to a certain number. Just like some people awaken the E-level beast martial soul Qingming Wolf, and some people awaken the A-level beast martial soul Qingming Wolf King. However, in addition to obtaining repeated talents, Yang Xie also gains several other very useful talents this time. Poison immunity talent, Yang Xie can dissolve and eliminate ordinary poisons by himself. This is the talent that Yang Xie has been thinking about. Wood healing talent, can treat some physical damage. Yang Xie can be regarded as a nurse. Rage talent, use this talent after being injured, can increase your own strength by twice. This talent is also very good, can be used as a burst of secret skills, to attack the enemy unexpectedly. Yang Xie is very satisfied with the harvest this time, and he is more yearning for the deep forest area. The high-level beasts there must have strong talents, and the talents obtained must also be very strong. However, what Yang Xie didn't know was that the commotion he caused last night disturbed more than 1 or 2 people. Those warriors who were still preparing to look for treasures in the wild suffered a great crime yesterday. At this moment, a dense crowd of warriors gathered at the gate of the city again, and each of them had a little ugly face. Damn! What bad luck! What are these black-clad people? They made such a big noise in the wild. If I hadn't run fast, I would have become a ghost yesterday. The black-clad people are so powerful. They can cut the first and second level monsters like melons and vegetables. The third level monsters are no match for them. Fortunately, they only kill monsters. I think they are crazy. They are killing monsters crazily and driving them crazy. We are being chased by them crazily. Yes, we had a chance to find the treasure. Now, we can only return to Qingshan City. These monsters are really crazy. They are forced by the black-clad people. I think the black-clad people are real heroes. They cleaned up the monsters in the marginal areas without any regard for the consequences. I don't know how many strange beasts they killed. It will be much safer for us to go to the wild in the future. That's in the future. Didn't you see the strange beasts now? They want to eat us alive. I think we really shouldn't go to the wild in the near future. It's too dangerous. But isn't it our duty as warriors to kill strange beasts? Only by killing all these strange beasts can we be safe. I think they killed them well. But unfortunately I'm not strong enough, otherwise I would join them. But this group of people is also very strange. They slaughtered strange beasts without regard for the consequences, even ignoring their own dangers. They are really like a death squad. Are they also looking for treasure in the forest? I don't know which force they are from. They are really generous. Don't they send so many people here for free? Go home, go home. I won't come to the wild again during this period. Damn it, it's too damn dangerous. Yang Xie made too much noise this time. The warriors who were still in the forest more or less encountered the situation where the shadow soldiers slaughtered the monsters last night. The warriors at the city gate were cursing. Many of them were in a mess now. They were more or less injured and were very angry at the men in black. They thought that if it weren't for the men in black, they wouldn't be hunted by a large number of monsters, and they might even have a chance to find treasures that the men in black and the monsters didn't find. Yang Xie knew something about this. The shadow soldiers reported to him and asked what to do if they encountered human warriors. Yang Xie was also entangled. After all, it would be strange if tens of thousands of shadow soldiers killed monsters and made such a big noise. But what if they met? They had no grudges against him, and he couldn't kill all of them in order not to expose the shadow soldiers. Yang Xie was not afraid of killing the alien beasts. After all, those who were not of my kind would have different hearts. However, as human beings, he had no hatred against these people. Yang Xie had not yet gone crazy. And even if they found out, what would happen? Could they think that these were actually their martial spirits? They just knew that there were a large number of black-clothed men slaughtering the alien beasts. Therefore, Yang Xie's order to the shadow soldiers was to ignore them and concentrate on killing the alien beasts. Outside the cave where Yang Xie fought with the alien god cult, there were 5 people standing in the air. The battle was triggered by the cave, and then gradually moved to the outside of the cave. The mess around here shows that there should have been warriors above the level of generals fighting in this place. However, no warriors above the level of generals were found on the scene, only a few Wuzone pig god cult believers. A white-haired old man said after analyzing the traces of the battle. Indeed, Mr. Li's analysis is exactly what I think, but judging from the traces, it should be a warrior of the pig god cult. But what's strange is, who are they ambushing to kill, and even the envoys of the strength of the generals have used the ritual of descending the gods. Another middle-aged beautiful woman agreed after seeing the battle site, but she was also confused about this scene. The envoys of the generals are already very powerful, who made them use the self-mutilation and almost suicidal ritual of the pig god's descent. Who cares who he is? Since he is against the alien god religion, he is our friend. A tall and sturdy figure seemed to have discovered something, and said with a strange look, quietly collecting something from the battlefield. If Yang Xia was here, he would find that this person was very familiar to him, and it was Nangong Badian.
Master Nangong, it's rare to see you care about anything. How come you have time to come to this wilderness today?
A middle-aged man looked at Nangong Badian and said with a smile. There are traces of this group of scums of the alien god religion, and it's a war that summoned the alien gods to come.
As a human warrior, why don't I come to check it out? Master Sun, didn't I hear that you were in seclusion? How come you have the leisure to join in the fun? Nangong Badian looked at the middle-aged man named Master Sun and said lightly, Master Nangong is still as cold as before. Sun has successfully broken through. Can I investigate like you?
The middle-aged man, Master Sun, said indifferently.
But is this person still alive?
According to the remaining energy fluctuations here, it is indeed a sign that he has descended successfully. As the president of the Warrior Association, Xiao wants this person to survive and contribute to our human race, but the probability of this is very small when the alien god descends successfully.
Alas!
Xiao Qiran, the president of the Warrior Association, sighed leisurely. The other four people were silent after hearing this, and only Nangong Badian seemed to be thinking about something.
Xiao Xia, are you okay?
Yang Xia looked at the message sent by Nangong Badian and was a little confused for a while.
What is Uncle Nangong looking for me for? Uncle, I'm fine. Is there something for you? Nangong Badian's message bar was silent for a while. Where are you? I came to find you. I'm in the wild now.
Yang Xia was even more confused.
Uncle Nangong also came to the wild? What is he doing? But Yang Xia still sent the location to Nangong Badian. I'm here.
I'll be there soon, wait for me. Yang Xia looked at Nangong Badian, who seemed to be in a hurry, and couldn't help but be speechless.
What happened?
Just when Yang Xia was still thinking about what was going on, a figure appeared above Yang Xia.
Yang Xia looked up and saw, damn, did this open any door? So fast, he couldn't help asking. Uncle, what's the urgent matter?
Nangong Badian didn't answer Yang Xia, staring at Yang Xia in a daze, and after a moment of silence, he threw something to Yang Xia.
Xiaoya gave it to you, don't throw it away.
Yang Xia took a look and saw that it was the sword that Nangongya gave him. Before he broke through the Wu Zone, he was knocked to the ground by the two messengers, and this sword was also knocked away. It was Fan Feng's gun that he used after breaking through the Wu Zone. After the shadow was changed, the gun was also left there. Now there was only Qin Shou's sword left in Yang Xia's storage ring.
Uncle, do you know?
Yang Xia awkwardly picked up the sword and put it back into his storage space. He had a clear idea of Nangong Badian's intentions, and it was likely that he knew about his own affairs. With such a large trace of battle, and his knife appearing at the scene, it must be related to him.
Didn't Uncle tell you? Contact Uncle if you are in danger. Why didn't you tell Uncle that such a dangerous person from the alien god cult has targeted you? Nangong Badian looked at Yang Xia and said with some reproach.
After sensing the breath of the descending god in the wild, Nangong Badian was a little worried about Yang Xia at that time, otherwise he would not have run to the wild in person.
When he saw the knife, Nangong Badian couldn't help but wonder if Yang Xia was in trouble. However, thinking of his abnormal luck, Nangong Badian suppressed his uneasiness and contacted Yang Xia after separating from Xiao Qiran and the others. After seeing Yang Xia, he was relieved. He actually survived the descending god. It was incredible. Uncle, the incident happened suddenly, and I didn't know that I was targeted by the alien god cult. Seeing the concern in Nangong Badian's eyes, Yang Xia did not hide anything. You kid, luckily you're fine, otherwise I won't forgive myself. Nangong Badian didn't ask how Yang Xia escaped. Yang Xia had his own secrets. To Nangong Badian, the stronger he was, the better. The college entrance exam is only 4 days away.
You've been practicing alone in the wild for a long time.
Can you come back with me now?
Nangong Badian looked at Yang Xia, who had broken through the Wuzone level, with a burning gaze. His heart was calm. When he saw the traces of the battle outside the cave before, he guessed that Yang Xia had broken through the Wuzone level. But seeing it in person is another matter. What kind of monster is this? Uncle, I have something else to do. I will be back after I finish it. Don't worry, I will definitely contact you if I have anything to do.
I will be back tomorrow.
Yang Xie also wanted to let the shadow soldiers go to the deep areas of the wild to take a look. He wanted to break through and try his best to break through the peak of Wuzong before going back. There was still a lot of energy for the shadow soldiers to recover. Nangong Badian looked at Yang Xie without saying anything, and suddenly fired a burst of energy at Yang Xie.
This is a ray of my martial soul energy body.
If you are in danger, it can help you block a fatal attack, and I will know it as soon as possible. This time, Yang Xie was lucky enough to escape death.
Nangong Badian was worried about an accident, so he specially added a layer of protection to Yang Xie.
Thank you, uncle.
Yang Xie naturally knew that Uncle Nangong was doing this for his own good.
After Nangong Badian left, Yang Xie sent 10,000 shadow soldiers to sneak into the deep areas of the wild, waiting for opportunities to assassinate the alien beasts, so that they could devour the alien beasts to increase their strength and restore other shadow soldiers. Then he followed the shadow soldiers to look for the third-level alien beasts.
Yang Xie's strength was already in the late Wuzong stage, and the next exercises still needed merit points.
Yang Xie was going to reserve some third-level alien beast corpses to exchange for them.
It's time to make plans for the promotion of generals.
In order to interfere with the Howling Moon Wolf King's sight, Yang Xie asked Yang Er, who had recovered, to continue wandering in the edge area with Xiaoyin. Yang Xie, with 10,000 shadow soldiers leading the way, quietly headed for the road to the deep area.
However, there is a river between the edge area and the deep area, which is about 60 meters wide. The river is turbulent, and many beasts can be seen drinking water on the river bank.
Across the river is the so-called deep area according to the regional division. Looking at the long mountains on the other side of the river, Yang Xie thinks it is more like the high area. The river of more than 60 meters has blocked many low-level beasts in the edge area, and this river itself should be dangerous. However, it can't stop Yang Xie, who has already reached the level of martial arts, nor can it stop the shadow soldiers. The shadow soldiers merged into one body, relying on their strong physical qualities and the burst of spiritual energy, they easily jumped over it. Yang Xie looked at the river but was not in a hurry. He waited for the shadow soldiers to find out the situation first, and prepared to check the situation in the river first. There should be water beasts in this river. Having seen too many beasts on land, Yang Xie was also quite curious about the beasts in the water.
Splash, snap.
Just when Yang Xie was still thinking about how to lure out these beasts in the water, he heard the sound of water splashing, and a beast deer drinking water by the river was dragged into the water by a giant crocodile about 5 meters long.
Yang Xie narrowed his eyes slightly. The meat of the beast crocodile should be delicious. However, looking at the other low-level beasts that had been scared away, Yang Xie had to let the shadow soldier devour a beast deer, and let it continue to pretend to drink water after it turned into a shadow. Then let the other shadow soldiers merge into the shadow soldier who turned into a beast deer, just waiting for the beast crocodile to take the bait. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, a beast crocodile about 6 or 7 meters long couldn't resist the temptation and jumped out of the water and wanted to bite the shadow soldier who turned into a beast deer. But this time, the crocodile was caught and thrown onto the shore by a sneak attack from the shadow soldier. Yang Xie was not satisfied with the harvest of one crocodile. Instead, he let the shadow soldier devour the crocodile and then transformed into a crocodile to continue hunting in the river. Although the shadow soldier, who was already at the 7th stage of Wuzong, was not as strong as Yang Xie, he could easily deal with these crocodiles. In less than half an hour, 6 crocodiles were thrown onto the shore, and Yang Xie's storage ring suddenly had 6 more crocodile corpses. Moreover, after devouring the first crocodile, he also gained a super immunity talent, which can prevent diseases. The shadow soldier who continued to dive into the river to look for the beast also found a nearly 10-meter-long turtle at the bottom of the river, but the turtle seemed to be sleeping. Yang Xie immediately became interested. Prime Minister Turtle, a representative animal of longevity, ordered the shadow soldier to drag it to the shore. After landing, the turtle was still sleeping with its head and limbs tucked in. Yang Xie couldn't help but sigh at its big heart, but he didn't let it go and prepared to kill it with a knife. But just when Yang Xie's sword was about to chop the big turtle suddenly opened its eyes, blocked Yang Xie's sword with its shell, and spoke human words. "Boy, who are you? You dare to mess with your turtle grandfather, are you tired of living?" Yang Xie immediately became interested. It can talk. It seems that this big turtle is still a general-level beast. But it's unlucky to meet me. I just want to live longer, so big turtle, you will live here today. Yang Xie didn't want to give the big turtle time to react. The shell is indeed hard, but after tens of thousands of shadow soldiers merged, Yang Xie burst out with all his strength,
and before the big turtle could react, he took off its head with a knife.
The incident with the alien god envoy gave Yang Xie a warning.
If he could kill it, he should kill it as soon as possible.
Don't hesitate, otherwise it would be easy to cause trouble.
With the death of the big turtle, Yang Xie asked the shadow soldier to use the skills of shadow devouring and shadow transformation again, so that the shadow soldier turned into a big turtle. He also successfully obtained the special talent of the turtle, the talent of longevity, and his lifespan could reach 1,000 years.
Yang Xie was very happy.
The alien beast crocodile and the big turtle both had high explosion rates, which provided him with good talents. Especially the longevity talent, which made Yang Xie's lifespan longer than King Wu's. According to Nangong Badian, King Wu only had a lifespan of 500 years. A big turtle of the general level provided him with a lifespan of 1,000 years. Yang Xie had a higher prospect for his dream of longevity.
Divine beasts, wait for me.
He put the big turtle's shell into the storage ring.
This thing is a good treasure. Maybe he can refine a good defensive magic weapon in the future.
After letting the crocodile and turtle go to the river again to search, and when there were no other big guys, Yang Xie sat on the turtle shell of the shadow soldier and officially headed for the deep area. After crossing the river, Yang Xie officially entered the deep area, and followed the route of the shadow soldier who led the way, and moved forward cautiously. After entering the deep area, Yang Xiaoming clearly felt a change, that is, the spiritual energy in the deep area is much richer than that in the edge area. No wonder those high-level beasts are in this area, this place is indeed better. The spiritual energy is so rich, and it is estimated that there will be more spiritual things in the world. Yang Xie was also full of hope for this trip, hoping that he could devour the beasts to improve his realm and restore the shadow soldiers, and gain other things. The level of the beasts in the deep area is indeed higher than that in the edge area. Most of the beasts Yang Xie encountered were level 3, and he hardly saw level 1 or 2. Under the hunting of the shadow soldiers, Yang Xie's storage space was supplemented with several level 3 beasts. With the 6 crocodiles and the big turtle shell, Yang Xie's storage space was full. So far, Yang Xie's merit points have been in place. Until tomorrow morning, the rest of the time is Yang Xie's exploration time. Cry! A bright cry came from the sky. Yang Xie saw a big eagle with a wingspan of more than 40 meters circling in the sky. The huge figure was extremely oppressive, and Yang Xie subconsciously hid his figure. This guy is really majestic. It turned out that those flying beasts had all run to the deep area, and the river couldn't stop them. After all, the spiritual energy here is more concentrated. However, Yang Xie couldn't help but feel a little annoyed when he saw that guy hovering in the sky. How can I move around like this? After the shadow soldier said he had found a treasure, Yang Xie decisively changed his shadow and left the place. After seeing the treasure the shadow soldier was talking about, he was so surprised that he couldn't speak. A huge ancient tree emitting colorful light. The big eagle just now was just a small bird in front of this ancient tree. There are many strange beasts around the ancient tree. Yang Xie could clearly feel that the spiritual energy in this place was comparable to the 20 times spiritual energy training room in Nangong's house. Moreover, the place where Yang Xie was now was still far away from the ancient tree. The spiritual energy was estimated to be more concentrated in places closer to the ancient tree. A treasure land for cultivation. However, feeling the breath of the strange beasts around the ancient tree, Yang Xie knew that they should be strange beasts above the general level, and there were several people among them. Yang Xie did not think that humans and strange beasts could live in harmony in this place. There was only one possibility. These people were transformed strange beasts. Judging from the respectful look of the strange beasts around them, they were probably above the king level. Yang Xie was numb instantly. This was a good place, but he couldn't eat it. The king-level strange beasts were not something Yang Xie could fight against now, and even if he could, Yang Xie would not go. This was the base camp of high-level strange beasts. Once he was discovered, he would be besieged. At that time, if there was a strange beast boss with spatial talent, he would not be reliable even if he had the shadow changer. Thinking of this, Yang Xie used the secret method of concealing his breath to the extreme, not daring to make a sound, and even had the idea of escaping in his heart. This place is a good place for a few shadow soldiers to hide. Although they can't eat now, they may not be unable to eat in the future. Let's go somewhere else first. Thinking of this, Yang Xie exchanged shadows with other shadow soldiers who had found something and prepared to leave first. But just after exchanging shadows with this shadow soldier, Yang Xie saw a nosebleed scene and almost lost control of his heart. A beautiful and elegant woman was bathing in a small pool. The woman carried Yang Xie on her back, but Yang Xia could still see the woman's draped hair and the faint white shoulders. The green jade hands were stirring the pool water, and there was a sound of the pool water touching the skin. Yang Xia, who was still a virgin, couldn't stand this scene. His blood and qi surged immediately, and his breath was a little unstable. Damn, what is this shadow soldier doing here? I asked him to find the treasure, but where did he find it? Who? Maybe Yang Xia's aura was exposed, so the bathing woman seemed to have discovered something. The beautiful woman flashed, and a white dress was draped over her body, looking coldly in the direction of Yang Xia. At the same time, an inexplicable aura enveloped the surroundings. Yang Xia was about to leave when he saw that the situation was not good, but he was shocked to find that a cold and pretty face appeared in front of him, grabbing Yang Xia and imprisoning him. There were still some water drops on the woman's soft hair, and the whole person was like a lotus emerging from the water, but the fiery pupils on the beautiful face made Yang Xia sweat coldly. It's miserable, it's really impossible to get rid of this kind of thing even if you jump into the Yellow River. Although this woman is extremely beautiful, and the white dress exudes a looming temptation, Yang Xia has no desire now, because he knows that this woman definitely wants to kill him. After the beautiful woman imprisoned him, she slashed at him with a palm, and Yang Xia immediately felt a crisis of death. Don't you even give me a chance to explain? Beauty, I can explain. I really didn't mean to do that. I just happened to stray into this place and didn't see anything. Yang Xia said as he let tens of thousands of shadow soldiers merge into his body, hoping to break through this layer of confinement. Unfortunately, the beautiful woman didn't listen to Yang's explanation and wanted to kill Yang Xia with her palm. Bang! After Yang Xia tried her best to break through, she finally broke through the confinement and quickly dodged away, but a huge pit appeared where Yang Xia was. Yang Xia broke out in a cold sweat. This woman is so cruel. If I hadn't dodged in time, I'm afraid my life would be in danger. A trace of surprise finally appeared on the beautiful woman's cold face. This person obviously didn't have a strong breath but broke through the confinement she set. It was really strange. Deng Tuzi, who are you? Why did you appear here in King Quanton? The cold voice came out of the beautiful woman's mouth, with an inexplicable appeal. Yang Xia felt like he was possessed, as if he had to tell the truth about everything. Fortunately, a cool breath came from the martial soul space in the God Court, which made Yang Xia come back to his senses. He immediately realized that this was the woman's spiritual secret method, but he still pretended to be confused and said, "My name is Qin Shou, an adventurer. I came to the deep area to search for treasures and got lost, so I strayed into this place." With Qin Shou's face, it's not an exaggeration to say that he is Qin Shou. As the name suggests, he is indeed a beast. Yang Xia didn't say anything else. Beautiful woman, whatever you say is what it is. How did you break free from my confinement before? I have a talent that can temporarily burst out my strength. I see, but since you are a beast, you should die. As she said that, the beautiful woman slashed again with a palm. Yang Xia wanted to complain, but he was powerless to complain. I have cooperated so much, but you still want to kill me. Forget it, I can't afford to offend you, I'll slip away. A thought came to mind. Yang Xia changed his shadow again. Bang! The beautiful woman looked at Qin Shou, who was beaten to pieces, a little confused. Why didn't this man use that burst talent again? And why did the mark on this man's body disappear when she just used the charm technique on him? The beautiful woman narrowed her eyes, sensing that the breath of the mark was no longer there, and immediately understood that this man used the substitute technique. Look at my body too, Shanqing, and still want to run. I will chase you to the ends of the earth. The figure flashed, and rushed towards the direction of the mark again. At this moment, in a remote corner of the deep area. Fuck! This is a crazy woman who must kill me. Damn, it's so damn dangerous. Yang Xia was still in shock. This deep area was really full of dangers. That woman couldn't be a strange beast. Otherwise, I'll just go back. Yang Xia had already thought of backing out. It was getting dark at this moment. Yang Xia's strength had successfully reached the 8th stage of Wuzong under the assassination of the Shadow Soldiers, and the Shadow Soldiers had also recovered most of their strength. The merit points to be exchanged were all in the storage ring, and Yang Xia was no longer prepared to stay in the wild. But just as Yang Xia was about to leave the wild, he suddenly felt a deadly murderous intent coming towards him. Yang Xia's eyebrows kept jumping, and he kept thinking about where this sense of crisis came from. A burst of air-breaking sound came, and Yang Xia looked up and immediately saw a figure in a white skirt flying in the air and heading straight towards him. Yang Xia's face kept twitching. It's endless, isn't it? When I become stronger, I will definitely give this woman a good beating. But at the moment, Yang Xia admitted his weakness and used shadow change again.
This beast ran away again?
Interesting, Tu Shanqing, haven't met an opponent for a long time. Tu Shanqing looked at Qin Shou, who was killed by his palm again, and still didn't sense the mark. A cold smile flashed across his cold face. Yang Xia appeared again, already at the edge of the wilderness. That's right, poor Yang Er took the blame for Yang Xia again, and went back to the spirit space to rest.
Yang Xia didn't stay for long.
The woman was able to find him so quickly, so she must have left something on him.
He couldn't stay in the wilderness anymore.
Before he figured out what caused the woman to find him, the wilderness was very unsafe. Yang Xia quickly left the forest, took out the warrior motorcycle from the storage ring and drove to the city gate.
As for Shaoyin, Yang Yi took her to continue wandering in the wilderness.
Yang Xia didn't want to be chased by the Howling Moon Wolf King on his way back, so he would